If you don't even have the strength to kill, how can you call yourself a bandit? Li Chang'an picked himself up from the ground, brushed off the footprint on his neck, and looked disdainfully at the burly man holding a steel blade before him. The burly man was named Zhang Tieju, the third leader of Haifeng Stronghold. He was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, strong enough to smash a brick with one slap. But at this moment the hand holding the knife was trembling and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why you? How are you alive again? Li Chang'an looked down and counted. 13th time, I think. Your work efficiency is terrible. Killing someone takes forever. The surrounding bandits all stared at him as if they had seen a ghost. In the main hall of the stronghold, torches crackled, illuminating the pale faces of these burly men. Li Chang'an was also making rapid calculations in his mind. Transmigration. He had seen plenty of it in novels before. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself tied up in a bandit's den, the original owner being an unlucky passing merchant. His money and goods were robbed, and he himself was tied up on the mountain ready to be killed. Fortunately, the system activated just in time. Ding! Immortal Enhancement System activated. Rule: each death grants 1 free attribute point. Suicide yields none. Accumulated deaths trigger automatic upgrades. Bonus: killed by a woman 1 extra point. Killed by someone far stronger 1 to 4 extra points. Resurrection: early stage, 5-minute wait, random nearby location. Late stage, instant resurrection at the same spot. Cultivation realms: Hotian 9 layers, Xiantian Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster, Tao Understanding, Nirvana, Great Emperor Supreme. Current cultivation: Hotian first layer. Current attributes: Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 10, Charisma 10, Luck 10. He finished reading the panel and quickly understood the system's logic. Every 10 attribute points automatically break through to a minor realm. Each Hotian layer increase adds 10 to all attributes. Each Xiantian minor realm adds 20. The increase is even greater after Grandmaster. This meant one problem. He couldn't farm low-level monsters endlessly. Because as his cultivation rose, even without adding Constitution, his base defense would automatically increase. By then those little bandits' knives wouldn't even scratch his skin. How would he die? So he had to be careful. Strength needed to be added because strength affects attack power, but not defense. Agility also needed to be added. Run faster, react faster, but also does not affect being hit. Only Constitution must not be added. If Constitution is high, his skin becomes thick, his health bar becomes long, and dying becomes difficult. I must clean out all the points I can get before my cultivation breaks through to the point where I can't take damage. Li Chang'an set a strategy in his heart. Then he looked up at the big bearded bandit and grinned. Hey big beard, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you. You look so ugly that if I were your father I'd have plastered you on the wall when you were born. The big beard was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and swung his blade at him. Li Chang'an didn't dodge or evade. The blade struck his chest, and he fell to the ground. Death count 1. Killer bandit, a male, no bonus. Attribute points gained 1. Resurrection countdown 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Li Chang'an woke up in the woodshed and looked at the panel. Cultivation: Hotian first layer, 110. He added the attribute point to strength. Strength 10-11. He pushed open the door and went out, finding the same big bearded bandit. Hey, I'm back. That slash of yours was decent, but the angle was off. I suggest you practice more. The big beard's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Trembling, he swung the blade again. Li Chang'an fell to the ground again. Death count 2. Killer bandit, a non-first kill, no bonus. Attribute points gained 1. 5 minutes later, Li Chang'an woke up in the stable and added agility. Agility 10-11. He found the big beard again. Brother tired. Want someone else to take over. The big beard looked like he was about to cry. Over the next period, Li Chang'an began a blanket provocations. He called the second leader bald and was killed by a palm strike. He kicked the third leader's shin and was killed by a punch. He spat into the big leader's wine pot and was kicked flying into a pillar, breaking his neck. He grabbed a small bandit's ear and said, "You're uglier than my dog Wang Tsai," and was beaten to death with clubs. He stole the cook's chicken leg and was killed by a cleaver. He urinated in the middle of the assembly hall and was beaten to death by 7 or 8 people. Each death, he had to wait a long 5 minutes in the pitch-black silence, then resurrect at some random corner. Sometimes in the woodshed, sometimes on the roof. Once he even fell into the water vat next to the latrine, almost making him vomit. But each time he resurrected, he unhesitatingly added the attribute points. Strength and agility increased alternately, while Constitution remained untouched. When he died for the 15th time, a system prompt appeared. Cultivation breakthrough, Hotian second layer. All attributes 10. Current attributes: Strength 26, Agility 25, Constitution 20, Intelligence 20, Charisma 20, Luck 20. Li Chang'an looked at the panel, his heart sinking. Trouble. His Constitution had passively increased to 20. He quickly found a bandit to test it. He let a small bandit slash his arm with a knife. The blade fell, leaving a shallow white mark, not even breaking the skin. The small bandit was so scared that he dropped his knife. Li Chang'an's face darkened. No, I have to hurry up and finish farming all the points I can before my cultivation breaks through too much. He accelerated his pace, no longer picking and choosing. He insulted everyone he saw, kicked everyone he passed. The entire Haifeng stronghold was in chaos, and the bandits were tormented by him. When he died for the 37th time, his cultivation broke through to Hotian 3rd layer. Cultivation breakthrough, Hotian 3rd layer. All attributes 10. Current attributes: Strength 48, Agility 47, Constitution 30, Intelligence 30, Charisma 30, Luck 30. This time the 3rd leader swung his blade at Li Chang'an's arm, but didn't even leave a white mark. The blade in the 3rd leader's hand clattered to the ground. Li Chang'an sighed. I can't farm anymore. He looked at the bandits curled up in the hall, cleared his throat. Let me ask something. Is there any female expert in your stronghold? The bandits looked at each other blankly. The 1st leader swallowed and asked cautiously, What kind are you looking for? Female high martial arts, good-looking, preferably with a hot temper. Li Chang'an counted on his fingers. Got any? Of course, good-looking was his own requirement, not the system's. After a moment of silence, the youngest bandit tremblingly raised his hand. I once heard while shopping down the mountain that in the city of Luoxiao 100 li away there is a female Taoist called Xianqing Jinren, said to be extremely skilled with the sword and famously bad-tempered. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. A female Taoist. Pretty. I've heard. She's quite good-looking. What cultivation? Seems. Early Xiantian. Li Chang'an quickly calculated in his mind. Early Xiantian all base stats are at least nearly 200 points higher than Hotian 9th layer. His own Hotian 3rd layer foundation was like paper before her. Not to mention a single slash, she could probably kill him with a breath. Perfect. Li Chang'an slapped his thigh and turned to walk toward the stronghold gate. Just after taking 2 steps, the 1st leader suddenly called out. Hero, you're leaving just like that. Li Chang'an turned back. What, you want to keep me for dinner? The 1st leader quickly waved his hand, smiling obsequiously. No, we wanted to give you some travel money. After all, you've worked so hard here. He waved his hand, and a few underlings carried out 2 heavy chests. When opened, they were full of gleaming silver and copper coins. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Oh, so generous. The 1st leader laughed more bitterly than crying. It's only right. Safe travels, and please never come back. Li Chang'an didn't stand on ceremony. He lifted 1 chest of silver weighted. It was heavy. He nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the 1st leader. By the way, where exactly in Luoxiao City is that female Taoist? There's a Xianqing temple outside the city. She lives there. Got it. Li Chang'an hoisted the silver onto his shoulder and strode out of the stronghold gate. Behind him, the bandits collapsed on the ground, all looking like they had just been pulled out of water. The 3rd leader wiped his forehead. Big brother, he won't come back, will he? The 1st leader stared at the retreating figure, silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Notify the brothers, pack up, we're moving. Move where? As far as possible. The 1st leader's tone was firm. In this life, I never want to see that man again. The mountain wind carried Li Chang'an's intermittent singing from afar. Sister, boldly go forward, don't look back. The singing grew fainter, disappearing into the twilight. Li Chang'an walked on the mountain path in high spirits. 37 deaths, 37 attribute points. His cultivation had soared from Hotian 1st layer to Hotian 3rd layer. Although he hadn't completely drained the Black Wind stronghold, the harvest was decent. More importantly, he had obtained a clue to his next target. Xianqing Jinren, early Xiantian female Taoist. Being killed by a woman gives extra rewards. I hope I can farm her multiple times. Li Chang'an licked his lips, his steps lightening. Luoxiao City, here he comes. Li Chang'an carried a chest of silver, humming a tune as he walked on the mountain path. The Black Wind stronghold was already 3 li behind, and he was in a good mood. 37 deaths. Cultivation raised from Hotian 1st layer to Hotian 3rd layer. Strength and agility both piled to nearly 50 points. Although his physique had been forced to rise to 30, causing the small bandits to be unable to cut him anymore, he felt this start was quite satisfactory. Luoxiao City, Xianqing Jinren, early Xiantian female Taoist. He muttered as he walked. I hope this master has a hot enough temper, can cleave me in 2 with 1 sword. Just as he was thinking, the forest ahead suddenly erupted with fierce sounds of weapons clashing mixed with shouts and screams. Li Chang'an paused. Judging by the sound, there were many people, and the commotion was intense. Trees breaking, internal energy collisions. Clearly not ordinary fighters. After all, he was at the Hotian 3rd layer, his perception far stronger than an ordinary person's. He could tell that both sides were at least Hotian 6th layer or above. A fight. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. He hid the silver in the grass by the roadside, then hunched over and crept forward. Pushing through a bush, the scene before him made his eyes sparkle. A woman in black holding a narrow, flexible sword was chasing more than 10 people. She was about 20 years old with a cold, beautiful face, delicate features like a painting phoenix, eyes full of fierce, killing intent. The black, tight-fitting outfit outlined her slender, strong figure. Her long hair was tied high, cutting a sharp arc through the air as she moved. Her sword was fast and fierce, each thrust accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. The opponents had no chance to fight back, only desperately blocking and retreating. The more than 10 people she was chasing were all wounded, their clothes tattered, clearly unable to hold out much longer. Li Chang'an watched with burning excitement. He didn't care who was right or wrong. He only saw two key pieces of information. First, this woman was an expert at least Hotian 8th layer or above, maybe even touching the threshold of Xiantian. Second, this woman was very beautiful. Being killed by a woman adds 1 extra attribute point. Being killed by someone far stronger adds another 1 to 3 points. He calculated that it was definitely worth it. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, jumped out from the bushes, stood in the middle of the road, hands on hips, and shouted with all his might, "Hey! In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare you commit murder? Is there no law?" His full-throated shout startled both sides. The woman in black sheathed her sword and frowned at him. Her gaze swept over Li Chang'an, then showed disdain. Hotian 3rd layer, no different from an ant in her eyes. "If you don't want to die, get lost," she said coldly, her tone as flat as shooing a fly. Li Chang'an's heart laughed with joy upon hearing this. If you don't want to die, get lost. He wanted to die precisely, and this woman was offering to kill him. That was attribute points delivered right to his door. Without another word, he dashed forward, stood in front of the chased group, spread his arms to protect them, and shouted heroically, "You go first. I'll hold them off." The chased group, originally in despair, suddenly saw a chivalrous young man stepping forward. Some were moved to tears. A burly man who seemed to be the leader, his eyes red, clasped his fists. "Young hero, you are righteous. Today's life-saving grace we will remember forever. From now on, you are our sworn brother of a different mother. Stop talking, go." Li Chang'an waved without looking back. The woman in black's face turned cold. She raised her sword and was about to pursue. Li Chang'an, not about to let her succeed, lunged forward to block her path, his face full of righteous indignation. "Want to get to them? Kill me first." The woman in black was extremely impatient. She flicked her wrist, and the soft sword shot out like a snake. Li Chang'an felt a chill at his throat, then everything went black. Death count 38, killer, black-clad woman, female, 1 extra, a strength far exceeds host, 2 extra attribute points, gained 4, respawn, countdown, 3 minutes. Li Chang'an's consciousness lingered in the darkness for a moment. He was overjoyed. 4 points. 4 attribute points in one go. More than he had earned after hours of grinding in the bandit den. Moreover, the death time had dropped from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, indicating that with increased cultivation, his resurrection speed was also accelerating. He fell in the pool of blood with a smile. The woman in black didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. She raised her sword and continued chasing the fleeing group. Deep in the forest, the group hadn't run far. They knew they couldn't outrun this female demon, so they stopped to form a defensive formation. The leading big man sighed emotionally as he deployed the formation. That young hero was righteous, but unfortunately his strength was lacking, and he has thrown away his life. We must remember his kindness. "Stop talking, she's here," someone shouted nervously. The woman in black had already reached them, and her soft sword was drawn again, cold light flashing. Although the group outnumbered her, the highest cultivation among them was only Hotian 7th layer, no match for the woman in black. With 1 sword strike, she took down 3 in an instant. The remaining men desperately fought with their formation, but it was only delaying the inevitable. "Hold on," the big man shouted through gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. But they all knew in their hearts that within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they would all be finished here. Just then a familiar voice came from behind them. "Demonis, want to get to them? Kill me first." Everyone was stunned. They turned and saw Li Chang'an charging out of the forest, his body clean, not a scratch, not even a tear in his clothes, rushing aggressively toward the woman in black. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't he dead? A bearded man rubbed his eyes, convinced he was seeing things. "I saw it with my own eyes. He was decapitated in a single stroke." Another man's voice trembled. "Could it be a ghost?" "A ghost doesn't radiate that kind of killing intent. Look at him. He's more spirited than before." The lead burly man shared their astonishment, murmuring, What is going on?" Li Chang'an paid no mind to their shock. His thoughts were consumed by attribute points. 3 minutes to revive 4 attribute points. It was an excellent deal. He nearly wanted to embrace and kiss the woman, though afterward he'd likely be slashed to death, but that didn't matter. The black-clad woman furrowed her brows slightly upon seeing him reappear. She clearly remembered piercing his throat with a single sword strike and confirming his death. Yet here he stood vibrant and unharmed, with no trace of disruption in his breathing. This defied all logic. But she had no time to ponder further, for Li Chang'an had already lunged at her. Her wrist flicked, and the soft sword struck once more, precisely piercing his heart. Death count 39, killer, black-clad woman, female, 1 extra point. Significantly stronger than host, 2 extra points, attribute points, gained 4, revival, countdown, 3 minutes. Li Chang'an fell once more, a satisfied smile on his face. This time the group being hunted saw everything clearly. Li Chang'an's corpse vanished the instant it hit the ground, leaving not even a trace of blood. Then before long he burst from the woods in another direction. Come on, I'm sticking with you today. The group was utterly bewildered. He really revived? What kind of demonic art is this? He can't be human, can he? The lead burly man swallowed hard, his voice quivering. I'm over 40 years old, and I've never heard of someone dying and coming back to life. What exactly is this guy? A faint change appeared on the black-clad woman's expression. Instead of drawing her sword immediately, she narrowed her eyes and studied Li Chang'an. This late-stage third realm nobody had died twice, reviving at the same spot both times, and each time his aura had grown slightly stronger. The change was subtle, but her keen perception caught it. Something was amiss. Seeing her not attack, Li Chang'an grew impatient. He charged forward himself, shouting, "Come on, kill me. What are you waiting for? Are you scared?" The black-clad woman sneered and swept her sword in a horizontal arc. Li Chang'an fell to the ground once more. Death count 40, killer black-clad woman female 1 extra point, significantly stronger than host 2 extra points, attribute points gained 4, revival countdown 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Li Chang'an appeared yet again. This time he didn't rush. Instead, he stood his ground, hands on his hips, looking at the black-clad woman with smug satisfaction. "Well, tired yet? Want to rest before I die again?" The black-clad woman said nothing, merely staring at him coldly. The group she had been pursuing used this interval to escape into the distance. But Li Chang'an didn't care. The woman was his real target. The other scattering was convenient, of fewer obstacles. The black-clad woman suddenly sheathed her sword. Li Chang'an blinked. Not fighting. Without a word, she darted forward like a black shadow, appearing before him in an instant. Li Chang'an had no time to react. He felt his wrist seized, and an overwhelming force pinned him to the ground. Her movements were too fast. He couldn't even see how she struck. He struggled, but found himself completely immobilized. Her hand gripped his pulse points like iron vices, and internal energy surged through his meridians, sealing every acupoint in his body. Hey, what are you doing?" Li Chang'an panicked. "If you're going to kill me, just do it. Skip the nonsense." Looking down at him, the black-clad woman spoke coldly, "Whatever your strange tricks, or I won't kill you now." Hearing this, Li Chang'an grew anxious. Not kill him? How could that be? How would he get attribute points without dying? Without farming points, how could he grow stronger? "Why won't you kill me?" Li Chang'an struggled and shouted, "You were enjoying it just now. Do it again. Just one more time. I promise I won't bother you after I die." Ignoring him, she dragged him toward the edge of the forest. Li Chang'an was hauled along like a dead dog, his heart pounding like ants on a hot pan. He had to provoke her, make her lose her temper, and kill him. His mind raced, then he took a deep breath and deployed his trump card. "Hey, you woman, you're not bad looking, but too flat. No chest, no hips, your figure's like a wooden plank. And you're so fierce, scowling all the time. No man would marry you. You're a spinster, pity." He closed his eyes, waiting for the sword strike. True enough, the black-clad woman stopped. She looked down at Li Chang'an, being dragged on the ground, a vein pulsing at her temple. The air grew silent for 2 seconds. Then a flash of sword light. Death count 41, killer black-clad woman female 1 extra point, significantly stronger than host 2 extra points, attribute points gained 4, revival countdown 3 minutes. In the darkness, Li Chang'an laughed aloud. It worked. 3 minutes later, he revived again, emerging from nearby bushes, brushing grass from his clothes, and striding confidently toward the black-clad woman. "Spinster, skip breakfast. You don't even have the strength to kill." His words cut off abruptly. He noticed the black-clad woman wasn't drawing her sword this time. She simply stood still, arms crossed, gazing at him expressionlessly. That look was not one reserved for an enemy. It was the look one gives a flicking grasshopper. A dark premonition rose within Li Chang'an. "Why aren't you attacking?" The black-clad woman didn't answer his question. Instead, she remarked calmly, "Late-stage 4th realm." Li Chang'an paused and instinctively checked his status panel. Cultivation, late-stage 4th realm, current attributes: Strength 58, Agility 57, Constitution 40, Intelligence 40, Charm 40, Luck 40. Unknowingly, his attribute points had accumulated enough to break through to the next level. 4 deaths, 16 attribute points combined with previous accumulation had pushed him directly to late-stage 4th realm. Yes, so what? Li Chang'an scratched his head. A faint curve touched the black-clad woman's lips, but the smile sent chills down Li Chang'an's spine. "Since you fear not death," she said slowly, "I wonder if you'd fear torture." Li Chang'an's smile froze. What do you mean?" The black-clad woman walked toward him deliberately, each step radiating oppressive pressure, severe interrogation. "Have you heard of it?" Li Chang'an's expression changed instantly. Hey, let's talk this out. Which, if you've got the courage, just kill me directly. Torture is cowardly." The black-clad woman ignored him entirely. Walking up to him, she grabbed his shoulders, released a burst of internal energy, and Li Chang'an felt a numbness sweep through his body before losing all control. "Let's go." Like carrying a chick, she lifted Li Chang'an and bounded away, disappearing into the forest in a series of leaps. Suspended midair, Li Chang'an was on the verge of tears. It was over. He'd pushed his luck too far. He'd rather be slashed to death 100 times than face severe interrogation. After an indeterminate amount of time, dizzy and disoriented, he finally spotted the outline of a city ahead. Above the city gate were 2 characters, Luoxia City. Li Chang'an paused in surprise. Weren't they the very place he'd intended to go? The black-clad woman carried him straight into the city. The guards at the gate saw her, and far from stopping her, saluted instead, "Sheriff Shun." Li Chang'an's eyes widened. "Sheriff?" This woman was a government official. The woman in black, or rather Captain Shun, nodded expressionlessly, then dragged Li Chang'an across the street into a compound bearing the signboard, Luoxia Yamen. Then she tossed him into a dark, damp cell. Li Chang'an landed on a pile of straw and couldn't get up for a long time. Captain Shin stood outside the cell door looking down at him with a flat tone. Stay put. Li Chang'an lifted his head from the straw, forcing a smile that was more pitiful than a grimace. Well, I was wrong, truly wrong. Can you let me go? I promise I'll never show up in front of you again. Captain Shin stared at him impassively. Those people were from the demon cult. She suddenly spoke. Li Chang'an was taken aback. Huh? The group you risked your life to save. They were remnants of the demon cult. I pursued them for 3 days and nights, and was about to capture them all today, but you ruined it. Li Chang'an's expression froze. Demon cult. Yes. The kind that commits murder, arson, and every evil deed. Exactly. Li Chang'an was silent for a full 5 seconds. Then he slapped his forehead and let out a long sigh. I'm such a... No wonder that woman had been chasing down those dozen people. So she was just carrying out her duty, punishing the wicked. And he had rushed in to rescue a damsel in distress. No, to rescue demon cult remnants. Captain Shun watched his frustrated look, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly again, but she soon returned to her cold demeanor. Now you know. Too late. She turned and left, closing the cell door behind her. Wait. Captain Shun. Sister Shun. I really misunderstood. Let me out, and I'll help you catch those demon cult members. I know them. They're my sworn brothers. Captain Shun's footsteps faded away, finally disappearing at the end of the corridor. Li Chang'an slumped weakly onto the straw pile, staring at the mottled ceiling above, wanting to cry, but having no tears. What a mess. He had come to find a powerful female expert to boost his stats, only to end up in jail. He rolled over lying on the straw, and began to ponder how to make that female captain strike him again. If nothing else worked, he could just keep calling her a tomboy. As long as she could be provoked into killing him, he could resurrect and escape. With that thought, Li Chang'an's mood lifted again. He turned over, crossed his legs, and began crafting his next round of suicidal taunts. Lying on the straw pile in the prison cell, Li Chang'an crossed his legs and rapidly calculated in his mind. He was now trapped in the dungeon of Luoxia Yamen, and that tomboy Captain Shun had said she would interrogate him harshly. That wouldn't do. He would rather die 100 times than be tortured. He had to find a way to make that tomboy kill him, or someone else would do. He sat up and surveyed the situation outside the cell. At the end of the corridor stood 2 jailers, one tall and thin, the other short and stout, both around the 5th or 6th level of the Hotian realm, chatting idly. Further out, he could vaguely see a duty room with a person inside whose aura was much stronger than the 2 jailers. Li Chang'an squinted and sensed, Hotian Peak. You're the one. He cleared his throat and shouted down the corridor. Hey, you 2 out there. This cell is too shabby, not even a pillow. Is this how Luoxia Yamen treats its guests? The 2 jailers glanced at him, but ignored him. Li Chang'an continued shouting. I said, are you too hard of hearing? Or are all the jailers in Luoxia Yamen deaf? The tall, thin jailer frowned, walked over, and knocked on the bars. Shut up and stay put. I won't shut up. What are you going to do about it? Li Chang'an stood up, walked to the bars, and grinned at him through the iron bars. If you've got the guts, hit me. The tall, thin jailer's face darkened, and he reached out to teach him a lesson, but the short, stout one pulled him back. Don't act rashly. Captain Shun ordered that this man be kept for interrogation. The tall, thin jailer snorted coldly and withdrew his hand. Lucky for you. Seeing that he wouldn't take the bait, Li Chang'an decided to turn up the heat. He turned toward the duty room and raised his voice. You in the duty room. What are you doing hiding in there like a big shot? Come out, and let me see if you're so ugly you can't face the light. The curtain of the duty room was pushed aside. A burly middle-aged man stepped out with a square face, a bushy beard, and a broadsword hanging at his waist, exuding a fierce aura. He strode up to the cell, looked down at Li Chang'an, and said in a low voice, Kid, are you tired of living? Li Chang'an had been waiting for this exact line. Tired of living? I'm living the high life. Li Chang'an put his hands on his hips and lifted his chin. So you're the boss here? Doesn't look like much to me. Hotian Peak. Sounds impressive, but I wonder if your fists are as good as your mouth. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. You want to try? Try it then. Li Chang'an stepped back and spread his arms. Come on, hit me right here, right in the heart. If you can kill me with one palm strike, I'll salute you as a real man. If you can't kill me, he paused, flashing a punchable grin, then you're a woman. The middle-aged man's face instantly darkened. In his more than 10 years as the head jailer of Luoxia Yamen, he had never seen such an arrogant prisoner. Being called a woman in front of so many people. If he didn't act, how could he ever hold his head up among his brothers? You're asking for it. The middle-aged man struck out with his palm, channeling his inner energy into the center of his hand, and blasted it toward Li Chang'an's chest with a dull whoosh. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor evaded. He even stepped half a step forward. Bang! The palm force landed squarely on his chest. Li Chang'an felt his chest tighten, his vision went black, and he flew backward, crashing into the wall behind him, then slid limply to the ground. Dawn. Death count 42. Killer head jailer, Wang Dali, male, no bonus. Attribute points obtained 1. Resurrection countdown 3 minutes. It worked. Li Chang'an's consciousness sank into darkness, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. In the cell, Wang Dali stared at Li Chang'an, who lay motionless on the ground, and his expression suddenly changed. That palm strike just now had used 80% of his strength. He had indeed aimed to kill. But he hadn't expected the kid to actually not dodge and take the full blow. He crouched down and felt for Li Chang'an's breath. No breath. Wang Dali's heart skipped a beat. He had wanted to teach the kid a lesson, but he hadn't really intended to kill him. Captain Shun had ordered him to keep the prisoner alive, and now he had killed the man in a fit of rage. If this were investigated, he would be in deep trouble. Chief, this. The tall, thin jailer came over and looked at Li Chang'an's corpse, also panicking. Wang Dali took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Keep an eye on things here. I'll go report to Captain Shun." He strode out of the cell, crossed the backyard of the yamen, and arrived at Captain Shun's study door, where he knocked. "Come in." Wang Dali pushed open the door and saw Captain Shun sitting at her desk reviewing documents. He lowered his head and forced himself to speak. "Captain Shun, I have committed a crime." Captain Shun raised his eyes to look at him. "What's wrong?" "The kid we brought in today. I accidentally killed him." He had expected Captain Shun to fly into a rage, but instead Captain Shun merely put down the scroll in his hand, leaned back in his chair, his expression eerily calm. "Oh, how did you kill him?" Wang Dali was taken aback, then replied truthfully, "That kid had a foul mouth, kept cursing, and provoked me, saying I wasn't a man if I didn't kill him." Captain Shun picked up the teacup on the table, took a leisurely sip, and then said, "Send people to search everywhere. This fellow is likely to appear nearby." Wang Dali was stunned. "Huh? What, huh? Go search." Wang Dali looked bewildered. "But Captain Shun, he's already dead by my hand. How could he appear nearby?" Captain Shun did not explain, merely waving his hand. "Just do as I say." Though filled with doubts, Wang Dali dared not ask further, so he withdrew from the study and gathered men to search within and outside the government office. The others, upon hearing this order, were also baffled. "Chief, what are we searching for? That kid is already dead, isn't he?" "Captain Shun says search, so we search." "Less nonsense." Wang Dali barked irritably. In his heart, he also wondered, how could a dead man come back to life? Was Captain Shun overworked lately and losing his mind? Yet not long after, a young constable ran over panting. "Chief, found him. That kid is stealing food in the kitchen." Wang Dali's eyes bulged. "What did you say? Really? In the kitchen? He's gnawing on a chicken leg." Wang Dali rushed to the kitchen with his men, and indeed saw Li Chang'an sitting by the stove holding a greasy chicken leg, chewing with oil all over his mouth. Seeing Wang Dali burst in, Li Chang'an even waved the chicken leg in his hand. "Yo, Captain Wang, you're here. The chicken legs in this kitchen are pretty good. Want one?" Wang Dali's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Wasn't this kid dead? He had personally checked for breath. There was none. How was he now alive and kicking, gnawing on chicken legs in the kitchen? "Seize him." Wang Dali waved his hand, and several constables swarmed in, pressing Li Chang'an to the ground. Li Chang'an didn't struggle, allowing them to tie him up, still holding the chicken bone in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Easy, easy, let me finish this bite." Soon he was brought before Captain Shun. Captain Shun sat behind the desk, hands crossed on the table, looking at him expressionlessly. As soon as Li Chang'an saw her, he perked up and shouted, struggling, "Tomboy, if you've got the guts, kill me. Locking me up is nothing." Captain Shun didn't get angry, but instead revealed a cold smile. "Wanna die? It's not that easy." She turned to Wang Dali. "Old Wang put this kid to torture. I want to see how he manages to resurrect every time he dies." Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Chang'an's face instantly froze. "Torture? That wouldn't do." He suddenly exerted his strength, unleashing the power of the fourth stage of Hotian, and amazingly snapped the ropes binding him. Before the people around could react, he had already darted to a nearby constable and snatched the saber from his waist. Then, brandishing the saber, he charged at Captain Shun. "Tomboy, I'll fight you to the death." Captain Shun frowned slightly and instinctively drew her soft sword to parry. But she hadn't expected that Li Chang'an wasn't actually trying to fight her. As he rushed forward, instead of dodging, he threw himself onto the tip of the sword. With a thud, the sword tip pierced his chest. Li Chang'an looked down at the blood seeping from his chest, then looked up at Captain Shun with a grin and collapsed stiffly. Death count 43, killer, Shin, Qingyi female, 1 extra point. Strength far exceeds host, 2 extra points. Attribute points gained 4. Respawn countdown 3 minutes. The study fell silent for a few seconds. Wang Dali looked at Li Chang'an, who had once again died on the ground, his expression complex. "Chief, this kid seems truly unafraid of death." Shen Qingyi sheathed her sword, her face calm. "Send people to search nearby. This kid will definitely appear again." This time, though everyone still found it unbelievable, they were mentally prepared. Several constables took the order and began a thorough search inside and outside the government office. Yet this time they searched the entire compound without finding any trace of Li Chang'an. "Report, Captain Shin, the front yard is clear. The backyard is clear too. The kitchen and stables have been searched, no sign." Shen Qingyi frowned slightly. Could it be that he was truly dead this time? Just then a flash of light suddenly appeared beside her. A figure materialized out of thin air at her side, less than a foot away. Both were stunned. Li Chang'an hadn't expected that his random respawn point this time would directly spawn right next to Shen Qingyi. Gazing at the cold and beautiful face, so close he acted almost instinctively. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Where his hands landed, it was slender and soft, completely unlike the board-like figure he had imagined. Li Chang'an blurted out, "Tomboy, you've got some curves after all." The entire study instantly fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Wang Dali and the other constables all stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. What were they seeing? Someone dared to embrace Captain Shen. That's Shen Qingyi, the #1 scourge of Luoxiao City, who could single-handedly dismantle a bandit den. Shen Qingyi's face first turned white, then visibly flushed red. She squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, "You're asking for death." With a palm strike to Li Chang'an's chest, Li Chang'an flew backward, crashing into the bookshelf behind him, sending various scrolls tumbling down to cover him. Death count 44. Killer Shen Qingyi, female, 1 extra point, strength far exceeds host, 2 extra points, attribute points, gained 4, respawn countdown, 3 minutes. Li Chang'an lay in a pile of scrolls, and before his consciousness sank into darkness, he was still savoring the sensation of that embrace. Indeed, she had curves. And while waiting for respawn in the consciousness space, he habitually glanced at his panel, and suddenly noticed that the cultivation column had changed. Cultivation, 5th stage of Hotian. He broke through. He hurriedly checked his attributes. Current attributes: strength 68, agility 67, constitution 50, intelligence 50, charisma 50, luck 55th stage of Hotian. All attributes increased by 10 points again. More importantly, he noticed a new system notification. Respawn rule updated. Host can choose any location within a 100 zhang radius. As the respawn point, Li Chang'an was overjoyed. Finally, no more random respawns. No more worrying about waking up next to a latrine. He immediately allocated all the attribute points he had accumulated to agility. Agility 67-75. When the 3 minutes were up, he chose the respawn point, beside Shen Qingyi. A flash of light appeared, and Li Chang'an once again materialized beside Shen Qingyi. This time Shen Qingyi was already on guard, yet she still underestimated his speed. Before she could even turn around, Li Chang'an had opened his arms and swept her into an embrace. "Chief Inspector Shen, I'm back. Miss me?" Shen Qingyi's forehead veins throbbed as she dealt a palm strike that sent him flying. That damn rogue not only touched, but dared to pinch as well. Li Chang'an performed a flip midair and landed steadily. The increased agility had noticeably enhanced both his coordination and reflexes. But Shen Qingyi's movements were even swifter. The moment his feet touched the ground, she had already closed in, her sword piercing through his shoulder. Though pained, Li Chang'an did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, using the opportunity to draw close again and whisper into her ear, "Chief Inspector, Shen, you smell so lovely." Shen Qingyi's sword blade spun around, sweeping across his neck. Death count 45. Killer Shen Qingyi, female, additional 1 point, combat strength far exceeds the host, additional 2 points. Attribute points gained 4. Revival countdown, 3 minutes. After collapsing, Shen Qingyi looked at the corpse on the ground, her chest heaving with suppressed rage. She lifted her foot and mercilessly kicked the body several times. "Scoundrel. Rogue. Pervert." Wang Dali stood nearby, his heart racing, wanting to intervene, yet too afraid to say a word. After kicking a few more times, Shen Qingyi calmed down somewhat and said to Wang Dali, "Have someone stay close to me. The moment he reappears, apprehend him immediately." Wang Dali quickly summoned several constables to form a tight protective circle around Shen Qingyi. 3 minutes later, Li Chang'an revived once more. This time he chose to revive beside Shen Qingyi. However, because several people were gathered around, he appeared slightly off target, landing at the periphery of the crowd. But it didn't matter. His agility had now reached a formidable 75 points, surpassing most of the constables present. With a flicker of movement, he wove through the crowd like a gust of wind, darted towards Shen Qingyi, bent down, and lifted her into his arms, cradling her horizontally. Shen Qingyi froze completely. Throughout her life, no man had ever held her like this before. Today, not only was she carried, but she was being borne by a mere body-tempering stage 5th level nobody. Li Chang'an, not content with what he had done, glanced down at Shen Qingyi in his arms and grinned. "Chief Inspector, Shen, you're quite heavy, like a little pig." The entire courtyard fell silent. Wang Dali felt as though his heart had stopped. Shen Qingyi's face cycled from pale white to crimson, then to a deep purple, and finally to a forbidding steel gray. Without saying a word, she struck the crown of Li Chang'an's head with a single palm. Death count 46. Killer Shen Qingyi, female, additional 1 point, combat strength far exceeds the host, additional 2 points. Attribute points gained 4. Revival countdown, 3 minutes. Li Chang'an lay dead once more. Shen Qingyi freed herself from his embrace, straightened up, and adjusted her disheveled robes, her expression dark enough to drip water. Wang Dali cautiously approached. "Chief, are you alright?" Shen Qingyi did not respond. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly spoke. "Next time he reappears, capture him and torture him mercilessly. Don't let him die so easily." Wang Dali paused for a moment before hastily nodding yes. The other constables exchanged glances, wanting to laugh, but daring not, to their shoulders trembling with suppressed amusement. Just then a gentle male voice echoed from the courtyard entrance. Ching'e, what's all the commotion? Why such a lively scene? Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a teal robe walking in. He appeared to be in his late 30s with refined features and unhurried bearing. An antique longsword hung at his waist, and his aura ran deep and restrained. He was clearly a master. Seeing the newcomer, Ching'e's anger softened slightly as she hurried forward. Big brother, why are you here? The man was Ching'e's elder brother, Qingfeng. Qingfeng was the current city lord of Luoxia City, his cultivation reaching the peak of the innate realm, making him one of the formidable figures in all of Luoxia City. He rarely intervened in the specific affairs of the government office, but today he happened to pass by and heard the noise from the courtyard, so he came to investigate. I heard considerable disturbance ahead and came to check. Qingfeng swept his gaze across the chaotic courtyard, then landed on the corpse on the ground, his brows knitting slightly. What's going on? Ching'e opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for how to explain. Wang Dali hesitated for a long time before finally blurting out. Reports to the city lord. Today Chief Shen apprehended a young man who is truly peculiar. He can die and revive, having perished right before our eyes multiple times already. Each time he revives, he also what? Also lays inappropriate hands on Chief Shen. Qingfeng's frown deepened. Nonsense. How can the dead revive? Before his words had fully settled, a sudden flash of light appeared beside him. A figure materialized out of thin air right at his side. It was Chang'an. Immediately upon reviving, Chang'an sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura nearby. He turned his head and saw a refined-looking middle-aged man standing beside him whose unfathomable surge of internal energy made his heart leap. This man was stronger than Ching'e, peak innate realm, or perhaps even higher. If someone like this killed him, wouldn't the attribute points pour in endlessly? Chang'an's eyes instantly lit up. Qingfeng, startled by this sudden development, had never in all his years encountered anyone capable of materializing beside him. Driven by a martial artist's instinct, he naturally lashed out with a palm strike. He used merely 3/10 of his strength, but for Chang'an, who was at body tempering stage 5th level, that was already more than enough. Bang! Chang'an's chest caved inward, and he flew outward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the courtyard wall before sliding to the ground. Death count 47. Killer Qingfeng, first-time killer, additional 1 point. Combat strength far exceeds the host, additional 3 points. Attribute points gained 5. Revival countdown 3 minutes. As Chang'an's consciousness faded into darkness, his mind erupted in pure joy. 5 points. 5 attribute points from a single hit. These two siblings were simply his lucky stars. One gave him 4 points, the other 5. At this rate, he would break through to the innate realm before long. In the courtyard, Qingfeng looked at his own palm, then at Chang'an's corpse lying near the wall, a bewildered expression on his face. Qing'e hurried to Chang'an's corpse, crouched down, and checked his breath. Sure enough, he was dead again. She rose to her feet and sighed. Big brother, he is the person I mentioned. Qingfeng furrowed his brow. You mean? He is the one who can revive after death. Yes. Qingfeng fell silent for a few seconds, then walked over to the corpse and examined it closely. He could indeed feel that the corpse had lost all signs of life. Yet strangely, the corpse was dissipating at an extremely slow pace, as if turning into particles of light and merging into the air. Fascinating. Qingfeng stroked his chin. There truly exists such a miraculous physique in this world. Qing'e stood nearby, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. He will revive very soon and may very well appear beside us again. Big brother, please be cautious. Qingfeng nodded, secretly circulating his internal energy and preparing to strike at any moment. Yet this time they waited for a long while, and Chang'an did not reappear. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. A quarter of an hour passed. The courtyard lay utterly still save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Nothing else could be heard. Wang Dali could not help but ask, Boss, is that kid truly dead this time? Qing'e shook her head. Impossible. He has resurrected every single time before. This time will be no exception. Then why has he not appeared yet? Qing'e herself could not explain it. What she did not know was that Chang'an had already selected his respawn point in a narrow alley outside the government office. He crouched in the alley shadows, peering through a gap in the wall to observe the courtyard. Seeing Qing'e and her elder brother standing in full readiness, a smug smile curled the corners of his mouth. Want to catch me? It won't be that easy. He quietly rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his clothes, and turned to slip away in the opposite direction. After these several deaths, he had accumulated quite a number of attribute points. Combined with his previous remainder and the 5 points Qingfeng had just given him, his current attributes had undergone a qualitative leap. But he did not rush to continue grinding. Qing'e and her elder brother were now on their guard. Charging at them recklessly would only result in capture and brutal torture. He needed to find a place to rest, first digest his gains, and then plan his next move. Chang'an wound through a series of twisting alleys and soon vanished into the dense labyrinth of streets and lanes of Luoxia City. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the government office, Qingyi waited for a long while, without seeing Li Chang'an appear, and finally realized something was amiss. She dispatched men to expand the search radius, conducting a thorough sweep through several streets and alleys surrounding the government office, yet not even a shadow of Li Chang'an could be found. Wang Dali panted as he ran back to report, "Boss, I've searched everywhere. No sign of him." Qingyi stood in the center of the courtyard, the night wind fluttering her robes, her expression shifting like the moonlight above, now obscured, now revealed. She remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. "Issue the order, hunt this person across the entire city. Any who provides a useful clue shall be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Whoever captures him alive shall receive 500 taels. Wang Dali cupped his fist. "Yes." Qingyi raised her gaze to the distant night sky, a complicated flicker passing through her eyes. That bastard had actually managed to escape. She touched her waist where the warmth and pressure of his embrace seemed to still linger. Her face flushed hot once more. "Next time I catch you." She gritted her teeth, whispering to herself, "I will flay you alive." Li Chang'an crouched in the alley, confirming that Qingyi's men were not in pursuit before finally exhaling in relief. He leaned against the wall and glanced at his status panel. Cultivation later heaven 5th stage, remaining attribute points 12. Strength 68, Agility 75, Constitution 50, Intelligence 50, Charisma 50, Luck 50. Those 12 attribute points were his accumulated savings from his recent deaths. He pondered for a moment, then allocated them all into Agility. Agility 75-87, a warm current of energy circulated through his body, and he felt himself grow considerably lighter, every limb and bone brimming with nimble power. He now had confidence that even if he could not defeat those experts in combat, no ordinary person could possibly catch him in a chase. But he soon faced a new problem. His cultivation was approaching the later heaven 6th stage, yet he did not know a single respectable martial technique. Previously, fighting had relied entirely on brute force and recklessness. Now that his cultivation was rising, could he really keep throwing sloppy fists? He called out silently in his mind, "System, are there any technique rewards available?" The system's voice resonated within his mind. Upon reaching the innate realm, the exchange area will be unlocked. The host may use attribute points to exchange for techniques, martial skills, movement methods, and more. Li Chang'an furrowed his brow. "Innate? I am merely at the later heaven 5th stage now, several whole realms away from that. What am I supposed to do during this period? Fight with bare hands?" The system did not respond. Li Chang'an thought for a moment longer and asked, "There is another matter. The silver I hid by the roadside earlier. If I were to die somewhere else, would I not lose it entirely? Could you not provide me with some sort of storage space?" The system fell silent for a few seconds. Detecting. Given the host's proactive, death-seeking spirit and willingness to risk death, the system has decided to grant the storage inventory function in advance. In the next instant, Li Chang'an felt a vast expanse open up within his mind. Focusing his senses, he discovered the space measured roughly 10 zhang on each side. Ample room to store quite a considerable amount of things. Now that is more like it. Li Chang'an chuckled to himself, emerged from the alley, and began making his way back along the mountain path etched in his memory. With his agility at a staggering 87, he could outrun a horse at full sprint. In less than half an hour, he had returned to the place where he had hidden his silver. Parting the tall grass, the wooden chest was still there, the silver ingots within stacked in neat rows. Li Chang'an placed his hand upon the chest, willed it with his mind, and the entire box vanished from its location, reappearing inside his storage inventory. "Now I'm secure." He clapped his hands together in high spirits. But the question of where to go next weighed on his mind once more. The bandits at Black Wind Stronghold had been thoroughly farmed dry, and Qingyi's side was still off limits for the time being. He certainly could not wander the main streets provoking random strangers, could he? Should he encounter someone who disregarded martial honor and simply bound him on the spot, he would truly be finished. As Li Chang'an was deep in thought, a cacophony of voices drifted toward him from the main road ahead. He looked up and saw a group of ragged common folk making their way south, dragging their families along. Men, women, and children of every age, their faces drawn with sorrow, their steps heavy and halting. He quickened his pace, caught up, and intercepted an elderly man. "Elder, where are you all heading? Why is such a large group traveling together?" The old man sighed deeply and pointed toward the north. "Young man, you have not heard. War has broken out at the northern border fortress. The barbarians have breached the pass and are burning, killing, and looting as they advance. But what is even more terrifying is that the demonic sect is also causing chaos, setting fires, and slaughtering everywhere. The local authorities simply cannot keep up. We common folk have no choice but to flee toward the capital, hoping to find some semblance of a chance to survive." Upon hearing the words demonic sect, Li Chang'an's eyes lit up instantly. The demonic sect. The kind that the handful commits every evil under the sun and is teeming with powerful experts. The old man was taken aback by his fervent tone. Yes. The demonic sect is vicious beyond measure. They kill on sight, and even the Imperial Guards fear them. And how many powerful experts do they have? Many. I have heard there are numerous innate realm experts within their ranks, as well as grandmaster-level big shots presiding over them. Li Chang'an drew a deep breath, feeling his very blood begin to boil. Innate experts, grandmaster masters, merciless killers who cut down anyone they encountered. Was this not the grinding paradise he had always dreamed of? Elder, which direction are the demonic sect members located? The old man pointed toward the northwest. I have heard they operate around the Black Wind Ridge area, roughly 200 plus li from here. Young man, what are you asking for? Please do not do anything reckless and go looking for them. Li Chang'an grinned broadly. Rest assured, Elder. I know what I am doing. He turned and set off toward the northwest. The old man watched his retreating figure and shook his head. Sigh. Another heedless youth unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Li Chang'an galloped all the way, relying on the silver in his system pack to buy dried food and water at post stations along the route, thus enduring no real hardship. 2 days later he arrived at Jinbei Pass, the nearest city to Black Wind Ridge. Jinbei Pass had clearly just experienced a war. Several visible breaches marred the city wall, and though the gate was open, few people were coming or going. Most shops on the main street were shuttered, and the occasional pedestrian hurried along with heads bowed, not daring to look around. Li Chang'an wandered through the city, found a tea house still open, ordered a pot of tea and a plate of peanuts, and sat down to rest. The tea house had a few scattered tables of customers, mostly martial artists carrying weapons. They spoke in loud voices, and Li Chang'an pricked up his ears, discovering that their conversations all revolved around the same topic, the eradication of the demon cult. Have you heard? The court is serious this time. They've sent 2 extreme Dao grandmasters to lead the charge and wipe out the demon cult's lair at Black Wind Ridge. Are 2 extreme Dao grandmasters enough? The demon cult has several enlightenment realm experts stationed there. Not just the court. Many sects in the martial world have also responded. The sect master of Chang'an sect personally brought over a dozen disciples, and people from Chang'an sect and Bisui Pavilion have arrived too. So it's about to happen in the next few days. Should be soon. Word is that all the experts have already gathered west of the city, waiting for the final order. Li Chang'an's heart burned with excitement. He stood up, teacup in hand, walked over to that table, and cupped his fists. Gentlemen, I am Li Chang'an at the 5th level of the Hotian realm. I wish to contribute my strength to vanquish demons and uphold the Tao. May I join you? The men turned to look him up and down. A burly man with a bushy beard sneered, 5th level of the Hotian realm. Little brother, do you know what cultivation level the demon cult members have? The weakest are at the 6th or 7th level of Hotian, and the leaders are all above the Xiantian realm. You'd be less than cannon fodder if you went. Better stay in the city. Li Chang'an replied with a righteous expression. Vanquishing demons and upholding the Tao is the bounden duty of us cultivators. How can you despise me just because my strength is low? Though my cultivation is humble, I possess a sincere heart. Even if I fall on the battlefield, I will never retreat. His impassioned words echoed through the tea house, drawing the attention of other tables. The bearded man froze for a moment, the mockery on his face gradually shifting to admiration. He set down his wine cup and patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. Good. Well said. It was I who was narrow-minded. Since you have such resolve, little brother, come along with us. Li Chang'an's heart leaped with joy, but he maintained a solemn expression, clasped his fists. Thank you for your kindness, sir. And so he smoothly joined the demon-suppressing team, composed of experts from various factions. The team was packed with masters. Over a dozen in the Xiantian realm alone, plus 2 grandmasters. One of the grandmasters was a white-haired old man, his aura as deep as a mountain. He was said to be a guest elder of the Imperial Court's Hall of Worship. The other grandmaster was a middle-aged monk named Huaming from Shaolin Temple, whose iron palms could reportedly split rocks and shatter stones. Besides them, there were many young disciples, mostly sent by their sects to gain experience. 2 female disciples in particular stood out. One was dressed in an emerald green long skirt with a long sword at her waist, a disciple of Bisui Pavilion. The other wore a white, close-fitting outfit, carried a pair of blades on her back, and was a direct disciple of the Chang'an sect. Both were at the early Xiantian realm, outstanding among the younger generation. When they saw Li Chang'an, a little rookie at the 5th level of Hotian, mingling in the team, they said nothing, but the disdain in their eyes was unmistakable. Li Chang'an didn't mind. He wished everyone would look down on him, so that when the fighting started, he could peacefully die and rack up points. The team rested for half a day in Jinbei Pass, replenished dried food and water, and set out in the afternoon, advancing along the official road toward Black Wind Ridge. About 10 li outside the city, the trees on both sides of the road grew denser, and the terrain became rougher. The scout at the front suddenly raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. Ambush ahead. The words had barely left his mouth when over a dozen black spheres flew out from the woods on both sides, crashed into the crowd, burst open with a bang, and released thick yellow smoke. Poison gas bombs. Hold your breath. The white-haired grandmaster shouted sternly. But it was too late. The poison was no ordinary smoke. It was laced with a corrosive substance. Several disciples with low cultivation inhaled the poison and immediately collapsed, clutching their throats, hideous red blotches spreading across their skin. Li Chang'an also took a deep breath. With a constitution of only 50 points, he was no match for such a potent toxin. He felt a burning sensation in his throat. His vision went black, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Death count 48. Killer Demon Cult Poison Smoke Non-biological kill, no bonus. Attribute points gained 1. Respawn countdown 3 minutes. In the chaos, no one noticed that Li Chang'an's corpse had quietly vanished. The demon cult members burst out of the woods, numbering about 40 or 50, with cultivation ranging from the 7th level of Houtian to the middle Xiantian realm. Taking advantage of the smoke cover, they caught the righteous team off guard. But with 2 grandmasters anchoring the side, the righteous forces quickly regained their footing after the initial chaos. The white-haired grandmaster struck out with a palm, sending a dense wave of wind that dispersed most of the remaining poison smoke. Monk Huiming pressed his palms together, and a golden Buddhist light barrier expanded, sealing off the residual smoke. Form a formation. Don't panic, the white-haired grandmaster commanded in a loud voice. The righteous disciples quickly gathered, formed a defensive formation, and engaged the demon cult in close combat. Just then a shout rang out from behind the crowd. Demonic villains, your lives are mine. Li Chang'an charged out from the rear, brandishing a single blade he had picked up from the ground, and rushed ferociously toward the demon cult ranks. The righteous were all stunned. Isn't that the kid who just died from the poison? How is he alive again? I saw him fall with my own eyes. The green-skirted female disciple from Bisui Pavilion widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Li Chang'an's back. He didn't die. Li Chang'an didn't care what others thought. His mind was entirely on attribute points, and he charged straight at a demon cult Xiantian expert. That demon cult expert was locked in combat with a righteous disciple. In his peripheral vision, he saw a little Houtian 5th level rookie rushing at him, and casually swung his blade. Li Chang'an didn't dodge or block. A deep gash was slashed across his chest, blood spurted, and he fell to the ground again. Death count 49. Killer Demon Cult Expert Male, no bonus. Strength far exceeds host 1 extra point. Attribute points gained 2. Respawn countdown 3 minutes. In the darkness, Li Chang'an waited silently, counting his attribute points, adding the leftover points from before. He had accumulated quite a lot. When the 3 minutes were up, he respawned and dashed out from behind a large tree. Villain. Again. This time he charged at the same demon cult expert. The demon cult expert was about to deliver a killing blow to another righteous disciple when he saw Li Chang'an charging at him again. His pupils contracted sharply. You didn't you die? Li Chang'an said nothing, simply lowered his head and rushed forward. The demon cult expert ran his blade through Li Chang'an's abdomen. Death count 50. Killer Demonic Cult Expert, not first kill, no bonus. Cultivation far exceeds host additional 1 point. Attribute points gained 2. Revival countdown 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Li Chang'an appeared once again. This time not only did the people of the demonic cult sense something amiss, but even the righteous faction began to feel uneasy. What exactly is this kid? He's died 3 times already, and each time he comes back. Could he be some kind of demon? Li Chang'an paid them no mind and charged toward the demonic cult expert once more. This time the system notification informed him that his cultivation had broken through to the 6th layer of postnatal stage, and the revival time had shortened to 1 minute. Joy surged through his heart as he continued his suicidal charges. The 4th time, the 5th, the 6th. By the 7th time, the demonic cult expert was already avoiding him. But Li Chang'an's agility reached 87 points faster than most experts at the prenatal stage. There was no escaping him. You bastard, don't come any closer. The demonic cult expert broke down completely. Li Chang'an charged right up to him, deliberately throwing himself onto the blade. Death count 56. Killer Demonic Cult Expert, not first kill, no bonus. Cultivation far exceeds host additional 1 point. Attribute points gained 2. Revival countdown 1 minute. Li Chang'an revived once more and discovered his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of postnatal stage, just 1 step away from breaking through to prenatal. He took a deep breath and kept charging. This time, as soon as he revived, he spotted the green-skirted female disciple from Bisui Pavilion cornered by a mid-stage prenatal expert from the demonic cult. Her sword had been knocked away and a deep wound marred her left arm, blood staining half her sleeve crimson. The demonic cult expert sneered and raised his curved blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an darted forward like a phantom, materializing between them. His agility had surpassed 100 points, moving so swiftly that no one present could fathom how he crossed the distance. The curved blade fell. Li Chang'an used his body to block it. The edge slashed diagonally from his left shoulder, nearly cleaving him in 2. Death count 57. Killer Demonic Cult Mid-Stage Prenatal Expert, male, no bonus. Cultivation far exceeds host additional 2 points. Attribute points gained 3. Revival countdown 1 minute. Li Chang'an collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The green-skirted disciple stared transfixed at the figure, shielding her eyes welling with tears. Young hero Li. Though she had previously looked down upon this weakling at the 5th layer of postnatal stage, in that moment shock and gratitude overwhelmed her beyond words. Li Chang'an heard her cry in the darkness and felt a deep satisfaction. Worth it. The 1-minute revival time slipped away instantly. He revived once more, but before he could continue his charge, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Everyone froze in their tracks. It was a pressure that struck deep within the soul, like an invisible mountain crushing down on everyone's shoulders. Disciples with weak cultivation found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Even those two Grandmaster-level experts grew grave. From the sky, a dark figure descended slowly. She was a woman. Clad in a black dress, her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet cold as ancient ice. Her eyes were as dark as ink, bereft of any emotion, as though all things in the world amounted to mere dust in her gaze. The moment her feet touched the ground, the air within 100 yards seemed to freeze solid. The demonic cult members dropped to their knees in unison, their voices synchronized. "We greet the demon venerable." On the righteous faction's side, every face turned pale. The white-haired Grandmaster gripped his sword tightly, his voice strained. "Enlightenment realm. She's an expert at the Enlightenment realm." Venerable Hui Ming clasped his hands and murmured a Buddhist chant. "Amitba, I fear today will not end peacefully. Retreat. Everyone retreat." Without hesitation, the white-haired Grandmaster bellowed. The righteous disciples felt as though granted mercy, turning to flee without delay. The demonic cult members attempted to pursue, but the black-clad woman raised her hand to halt them. "Never mind. No need to chase." Her voice was cold and detached, utterly impassive. "Return to headquarters first." "Yes." The cult members respectfully stepped aside, clearing a path for her. Just then a figure suddenly materialized beside her. It was Li Chang'an, who had just revived. Before he could take in his surroundings, all he saw was a stunning woman in black standing beside him. Assuming she was an ordinary female disciple of the demonic cult, he instinctively flashed his usual flippant grin. "My fair lady, allow this young master to." His hand had barely moved when the black-clad woman's brows furrowed slightly, and she swept her sleeve. An invisible force slammed into Li Chang'an, as if crushed beneath a mountain. The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. He was sent flying horizontally, crashing through 3 massive trees before coming to a stop. Death count 58. Killer Demon Venerable first kill, additional 1 point. Cultivation far exceeds host, additional 4 points. Attribute points gained 6. Revival countdown 1 minute. Li Chang'an's consciousness sank into darkness, yet his mouth stretched into an ear-to-ear grin. 6 points. She'd given him 6 in one go. She was definitely a supreme boss. If he could get her to kill him several more times, not only would prenatal stage be within reach, but Grandmaster wouldn't be a dream either. Excited, he rubbed his hands together in the darkness. On the ground, the black-clad woman, the demon venerable, watched Li Chang'an's corpse with a slight frown. "How did this kid appear?" "He managed to evade my perception." A demonic cult commander hurried forward to report. "Venerable, this youth is quite unusual. During the battle, he had already died several times. But each time he revived, his aura had grown slightly stronger." The demon venerable raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" She glanced down at Li Chang'an's corpse and noticed it was gradually dissipating, transforming into fine particles of light that merged with the surrounding air. "Interesting," she murmured, a flicker of interest dancing in her eyes. "Then let's wait here." Though the cult members were bewildered, none dared to question further, so they obediently remained in place. About a minute later, Li Chang'an indeed revived again. Learning from his previous mistake, he chose to appear at a greater distance rather than right beside the demon venerable. But barely had he appeared when the demon venerable sensed him. With a flicker of movement, she materialized before him, and with a wave of her hand, an invisible force pinned Li Chang'an in place. Li Chang'an felt as though his entire body had been frozen, unable to move so much as a finger. The demon venerable extended 2 fingers, grasping his wrist, and sent a wisp of internal energy into his meridians to examine him thoroughly. Early stage of prenatal. She arched a brow. His cultivation isn't remarkable, but this revival constitution is truly rare. Pinioned by her grip on his wrist, Li Chang'an gazed closely at that exquisite face torn between longing and panic. He was entranced by her beauty, yet terrified that he couldn't move. If she decided not to kill him, and instead took him back for experimentation, he was utterly doomed. He quickly stammered out a taunt. "Which? Have the courage to kill me. Otherwise I'll fry you and kill you over and over again." The demon venerable regarded him expressionlessly, flicked her finger, and sealed his mute acupoint with a burst of chi. Li Chang'an opened his mouth, but found he couldn't utter a single word. "Take him back," the demon venerable stated coolly. Grasping Li Chang'an by the collar, she vanished from the spot in an instant. Li Chang'an hung suspended in midair, the wind howling past his ears, his heart pounding with panic. Damn it, he'd truly messed up this time. He quickly sank his consciousness into his mind and opened the exchange area he had just unlocked. Rows of options unfolded before his eyes. Technique, class, martial skill class, movement method class, pill class, special class. Each category was filled with dense entries, but most were grayed out, displaying the message insufficient cultivation cannot exchange. Only the most basic techniques and martial skills were lit up. Li Chang'an quickly scanned them and locked onto the cheapest technique. The Turtle Breath Essence Locking Art priced at 10 attribute points. The description read can seal one's own aura and cultivation, disguising oneself as an ordinary person, and can also temporarily suppress cultivation to evade the perception and detection of higher-level cultivators. He chose to exchange without hesitation. Exchange successful. The Turtle Breath Essence Locking Art has been learned. Attribute points consumed 10. Remaining attribute points 23. A profound mantra surged into his mind, and Li Chang'an felt his control over his body returning somewhat. He attempted to circulate the technique, suppressing his cultivation aura to the absolute minimum, until even his heartbeat and breathing became barely perceptible. The demon Venerable was carrying him at high speed through the air when she suddenly sensed that the prey in her grasp had grown extremely weak, in aura nearly resembling a corpse. She glanced down with a slight frown, but did not stop to investigate. Li Chang'an secretly rejoiced, and continued browsing the exchange area. He needed a way to escape from the demon Venerable's grasp. His gaze settled on a movement technique, Flowing Light Shadow Evasion priced at 15 attribute points. The description read, a explosive movement technique that instantly triples movement speed for 3 breaths. Cooldown 1 incense sticks burn time. Li Chang'an exchanged without hesitation. Exchange successful. Flowing Light Shadow Evasion has been learned. Attribute points consumed 15. Remaining attribute points 8. He silently circulated the mantra for this technique, feeling the power surging through his legs, and felt somewhat reassured. Combined with his agility points far exceeding those of his peers, this technique would surely achieve complete surprise. But now was not yet the time to flee. The demon Venerable's cultivation was far too high. Even with Flowing Light Shadow Evasion, there was no guarantee he could escape. He needed to wait for the right moment, when she let her guard down, then make his escape. Li Chang'an closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious, while secretly gathering strength and waiting for the optimal moment to counterattack. The wind howled past his ears, and on the distant horizon the silhouette of a massive black city gradually emerged. That was the headquarters of the demonic cult, Black Heaven Demon City. Black Heaven Demon City sat amidst rolling black mountain ranges, the entire city built from colossal black stones. Its towering walls reached into the clouds, carved with dense runes that emitted a faint dark glow. Within the city, buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion with wide streets, though few people walked about. Occasional disciples of the demonic cult in black robes passed by, heads bowed and moving hastily. Li Chang'an was carried like a fledgling chick by the Venerable through several streets until they reached the most magnificent building in the city. It was a vast black palace with 2 stone pillars, dozens of zhang tall standing before it, each carved with ferocious demon god statues, so lifelike they seemed ready to come alive at any moment. The Venerable lifted him over the high threshold and entered the great hall. The interior was far more spacious than it appeared from outside, the ceiling soaring over 10 zhang high and studded with hundreds of fist-sized luminous pearls that illuminated the entire hall like daylight. He had encountered many beautiful women before. Shun Qingyi possessed a cold elegance. The demon Venerable had her own aloof beauty, each with her own allure. But the woman before him surpassed them all. A person occupied the throne. A woman. When the Venerable threw Li Chang'an to the ground, he looked up and froze. She wore a dark red robe with her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, her skin fair as snow, and her features so exquisite they seemed almost unreal. There was a languid charm in her brows and eyes, as though nothing concerned her, yet she made one afraid to meet her gaze directly. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Li Chang'an could not sense any aura from her at all, as if she were merely an ordinary person. But he knew that someone who could command the demon Venerable's respectful presence could never be ordinary. Kneel, the Venerable said coldly. Li Chang'an snapped out of his daze, straightened himself, brushed imaginary dust from his knees, and sneered. I kneel to heaven, I kneel to earth, I kneel to my parents, but I will not kneel to just anyone. The Venerable frowned and raised her hand to punish him, but the woman on the throne simply gestured lightly, causing the Venerable to halt and step back. What is going on? The woman's voice was languid and pleasant, as though she had just woken. Why have you brought back someone of mere early innate foundation cultivation? The Venerable bowed and replied, reporting to the sect leader, this person is rather unusual. When I engaged him in combat, I discovered that he can resurrect in place after death, and each time he revives, his aura grows slightly stronger. I found this matter suspicious and brought him back for your judgment. Can resurrect after death? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming to take interest. She rose from her throne and walked down slowly. Her dark red robes trailed across the floor, swaying gently with each step. She approached Li Chang'an and looked down at him with scrutiny and curiosity in her gaze. Indeed, only early innate foundation, she murmured. Let this seat see whether you truly cannot die. She raised her hand and extended a slender finger, gently pressing it against Li Chang'an's forehead. A terrifying force surged into Li Chang'an's body in an instant, obliterating all his meridians and organs with devastating ease. Before he could even feel the pain, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Death count 59. Killer Ainge Yoga sect leader of the demonic cult. First kill bonus 1, a female bonus 1, opponent far exceeds host strength bonus 4. Attribute points earned 6. Resurrection countdown. You may choose to resurrect at any point within 1 minute at any location. Li Chang'an laughed aloud in the darkness. 6 points. Another 6 points. And this time, he had gained a new feature. He could freely choose the timing and location of his resurrection. Without hesitation, he set his resurrection time to the next second and his resurrection location to Ainge Yoga's embrace. In the Great Hall, Ainge Yoga withdrew her finger and looked down at the lifeless corpse on the ground, frowning slightly. Truly dead, but nothing particularly special. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a weight appear in her arms. Looking down, she found Li Chang'an lying in her embrace, gazing up at her with a broad grin. Sect leader sister, you smell so wonderful. Ainge Yoga's pupils constricted sharply. She had not sensed in the slightest how Li Chang'an had appeared in her embrace. With her level of cultivation, she could perceive even a mosquito flying within 100 zhang radius with perfect clarity. But this man had materialized out of thin air, without any warning, without the slightest fluctuation of qi. Almost by instinct, she struck Li Chang'an across the face with her palm. Slap! Li Chang'an's head snapped to one side, his entire body flew out of her arms, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Death count 60. Killer demon sect leader Ainge Yoga non-first kill female. 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 4 extra attribute points, gain 5 respawn countdown, can choose any time and any location within 1 minute to respawn. Li Chang'an respawned again, this time choosing to appear behind Ainge Yoga. As soon as he appeared, he spread his arms and tightly embraced Ainge Yoga from behind his hands, brazenly groping her waist. Sect leader sister, your waist is so slender. Ainge Yoga's body instantly stiffened. She had lived for over 100 years, and no one had ever dared to treat her like this. Not to mention embracing her. Even those who had touched a single finger of hers had grave grass 3 feet tall. Her face flushed red at a visible speed, and a terrifying surge of true qi erupted from within her, sweeping around like a raging storm. Li Chang'an was struck head-on by this surge of true qi, his entire body sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar of the hall, then bouncing to the ground, sliding several zhang away. Death count 61. Killer demon sect leader Ainge Yoga non-first kill female. 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 4 extra attribute points, gain 5 respawn countdown, can choose any time and any location within 1 minute to respawn. Li Chang'an lay on the ground, feeling as if his internal organs were shattered, yet a satisfied smile hung on his face. Another 5 points. He glanced at his cultivation panel. He was only a single step away from the Xiantian middle stage. One more time, and I'll break through. He excitedly rubbed his hands together in the darkness, and once again chose to respawn beside Ainge Yoga. A flash of light, and he appeared at Ainge Yoga's side, reaching out to embrace her shoulder. But this time Ainge Yoga was prepared. Her hand shot out like lightning, seizing Li Chang'an's wrist, and then a torrent of true qi flooded into his body, instantly sealing all his meridians and acupoints. Li Chang'an felt a numbing sensation throughout his body, and he became completely immobile. Ainge Yoga grabbed his wrist and pulled him in front of her, gritting her teeth and saying, "You truly are a shameless scoundrel. Daring to touch me like this, you are the first." Ainge Yoga's forehead veins bulged and murderous intent surged in her eyes. She raised her hand and struck Li Chang'an on the crown of his head. Slap! Li Chang'an's head tilted, and he died once more. Death count 62. Killer demon sect leader Ainge Yoga non-first kill female. 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 4 extra attribute points, gain 5 respawn countdown, can choose any time and any location within 1 minute to respawn. After this death, Li Chang'an's cultivation finally broke through. Cultivation breakthrough, Xiantian middle stage, all attributes 20, current attribute strength 108, agility 127, constitution 90, intelligence 90, charm 90, luck 90. He added all 5 attribute points he had just gained to agility. Agility 127132, Xiantian middle stage. Li Chang'an was ecstatic in his heart. He clearly felt a qualitative leap in his strength and speed, though compared to Ainge Yoga and the Venerable, he was still far behind. But at least in this demon sect headquarters, he was no longer a lamb to be slaughtered. Well, actually, he was still a lamb to be slaughtered, but at least he died with more motivation. He thought for a moment and decided not to respawn beside Ainge Yoga again. This woman was now on guard. Respawning there would only result in being sealed, which was not worth the cost. He chose a new target, the Venerable. A flash of light, and Li Chang'an appeared behind the Venerable, embracing her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and taking a deep breath. "Venerable sister, you smell so good." The Venerable shuddered, her head snapped around, and upon seeing Li Chang'an's mischievous, grinning face, she was both shocked and enraged. She struck back with her palm, hitting Li Chang'an's chest, her palm force pulsing, directly shattering his heart. Death count 63. Killer demon sect Venerable. by Su. First kill 1 extra, female 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 3 extra attribute points, gain 5 respawn countdown, can choose any time and any location within 1 minute to respawn. Li Chang'an respawned again, feeling elated in his heart. Everyone here was a walking attribute pack. Just provoking anyone could get him 4 or 5 points, which was far more efficient than his previous efforts of hunting bandits outside. He was just calculating who to provoke next when he heard the Venerable gritting her teeth and saying to Yoga, sect leader, this kid is too bizarre. Next time he respawns, let's not kill him. We'll just capture him and torture him to extract the secret of his resurrection. Yoga nodded, her face dark. All right. Next time he appears, seal him directly and take him down for interrogation. Li Chang'an heard this in the darkness and his heart skipped a beat. Torture? That wouldn't do. Although he had prepared a poison sack that was a last resort. Suicide by poison yielded no attribute points, it would be a wasted death, so he avoided it whenever possible. He was hesitating whether to respawn somewhere else to hide for a while, when he suddenly heard 2 low voices from outside the hall. Sect leader, what happened? We heard noise from inside while outside. 2 tall figures entered from outside the hall. One was a white-haired old man, robust with a ruddy complexion, his aura as fierce as fire. The other was a gaunt, dark-faced old man with eyes as sharp as a hawk's and fingers as long as withered claws, clearly a master who had cultivated some sinister technique. Both of their cultivations were at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, only a step away from the Nirvana realm. Yoga was about to explain when Li Chang'an acted first. He chose to respawn behind the red-faced old man, and as soon as he appeared he shouted, 2 old scoundrels die. He swung his fist, aiming for the back of the red-faced old man's head. The red-faced old man was startled by the sudden shout, and instinctively struck back with his palm. This palm contained 70 to 80% of his power, the wind roaring weighty and forceful, landing squarely on Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an didn't even have time to cry out before he was sent flying by the palm strike, crashing into the hall's wall, his entire body embedded in the wall. Death count 64, killer demon sect elder Liang Venerable, first kill 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 3 extra attribute points, gained 4 respawn countdown, can choose any time and any location within 1 minute to respawn, don't kill him. Yoga and the Venerable shouted almost simultaneously, but it was already too late. The old man with the red face retracted his palm, looking at his own hand in bewilderment, then at Li Chang'an embedded in the wall, and asked, leader, what is going on? The old man with the black face was equally on guard, raising his withered claw-like hands, slightly ready to strike at any moment. Yoga hurried to the wall, wanting to retrieve Li Chang'an's corpse, but the moment her hand touched his clothes, the body dissolved into particles of light. He's reviving again, the Venerable reminded. Everyone be careful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an had already revived and appeared before the old man with the red face. He didn't attack. Instead, he grabbed a handful of the old man's gray-white beard and yanked it hard, grinning as he cursed. You old fool, have you not eaten? You don't even have the strength to fight. The old man with the red face cried out in pain as a tuft of beard was forcibly torn away, gasping sharply. Enraged, he raised his hand and struck again, sending Li Chang'an flying. Yoga stamped her foot in frustration and said sharply, that kid is too cunning. Don't kill him for now, capture him alive. The old man with the red face covered his chin where the beard had been torn away, feeling both pain and grievance. Leader, what exactly is this kid? I don't know either, but he grows stronger with each revival. Yoga's gaze swept across every corner of the hall. He'll be back soon. Everyone watch for spiritual energy fluctuations around you. The 4 stood back to back in a circle, each circulating their true chi, while closely sensing all movements around them. The hall fell silent, with only the faint glow of the night pearls slowly spreading across the dome. After roughly 10 breaths, Li Chang'an's figure reappeared in the center of the hall. The moment he materialized, Yoga and the Venerable moved simultaneously. Yoga attacked from the left, her 5 fingers formed into claws, aiming directly for Li Chang'an's shoulder. The Venerable flanked from the right, his palms flashing as he cut off Li Chang'an's escape route. However, Li Chang'an had chosen this revival point cleverly. He stood right at the center of the circle formed by the 4. When Yoga and the Venerable lunged at him simultaneously, they ended up interfering with each other, their movements half a beat slow. Li Chang'an seized the opportunity, his body swaying as he slipped through the gap between their attacks, and headed straight for the old man with the black face. The old man with the black face was well prepared, extending his withered claw-like hands forward as 10 streams of black, true chi shot out, like venomous snakes wrapping around Li Chang'an's body. The old man with the black face was startled and quickly tilted his head to dodge, while simultaneously striking Li Chang'an's back with his palm. Li Chang'an spewed a mouthful of blood, but even as he died, he made sure to wipe his mouth on the old man's clothing. The old man with the black face stared at the bloodstain on his clothes, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yoga's expression was equally grim. As the leader of the demonic cult with 4 of her top experts gathered together, she couldn't even capture a mere beginner at the mid-foundation establishment stage. If this got out, would she still have any face left? Stay still. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Follow my command. When he revives next, I'll take the main attack. Bai Su will assist from the side, and Lai Yong and Yu Ming will flank him on both sides. I don't believe he can escape again. The 3 nodded in unison. Moments later, Li Chang'an revived once more. This time the moment he appeared, Injoga moved. Her speed reached its peak, and almost simultaneously with Li Chang'an's appearance her hand had already seized his arm. But Li Chang'an hadn't intended to run this time. He let Injoga grab his arm, then suddenly lunged forward and planted a kiss on her face. There was a sharp pop, crisp and loud. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Injoga froze where she stood, her hand gripping Li Chang'an's arm, trembling slightly. The venerable and both elders stared with wide eyes, their mouths gaping as if they could fit an egg inside. Lai Yongzun subconsciously touched his chin where his beard had been torn off, suddenly feeling that his loss wasn't so bad after all. Injoga's face shifted from white to red, then to purple, and finally turned an iron blue. She slowly turned her head to look at Li Chang'an, whom she was holding, and forced the words through clenched teeth. You seek death. Li Chang'an grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Sister leader, your face is so smooth. But Injoga didn't give him another chance to speak. Her 5 fingers tightened with a crack, shattering his shoulder blade. Then came another palm strike. Thud. Li Chang'an's body crashed against the wall, his head lolling to the side as he died, once more a satisfied smile on his face. Injoga released her grip, and Li Chang'an's corpse fell to the ground, slowly dissolving into particles of light. She stood frozen, her chest heaving violently, her face shifting between green and white. The venerable cautiously approached and asked softly, Leader, are you all right? Injoga didn't respond, remaining silent for a long while before forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Guard every exit of the hall. When he appears again, do not kill him. I want him alive. I'll strip his skin with my own hands. In the darkness, Li Chang'an assessed the current situation. Injoga had issued a death order to capture him alive, and the demonic cult members were clearly determined to subdue him. If he kept reviving in the hall, he'd eventually be surrounded and caught. By then his limbs would be broken and his cultivation sealed, and even with his poison sac he'd suffer before dying. It wasn't worth it. He decided to expand his range. The demonic cult headquarters was vast with experts everywhere. Why stick to hunting the leader and venerable? Changing locations and targets would still earn him attribute points. He selected a spot near the hall where 2 demonic cult guardians stood, both at the early Grandmaster stage with steady auras, clearly among Injoga's trusted lieutenants. A flash of light, and Li Chang'an appeared behind the 2, shouting loudly, Demonic cult devils, hand over your lives. The 2 guardians were entirely focused on guarding the hall direction, never expecting someone to suddenly appear behind them. Hearing the shout, they instinctively turned and struck simultaneously, a blade and a sword cutting into Li Chang'an at the same time. Li Chang'an didn't even groan and died on the spot. Li Chang'an nodded with satisfaction in the darkness. Although it was only 3 points, far fewer than what Injoga had given him, it was safe. As long as he didn't provoke those top-tier experts, the people below would instinctively strike at him whenever they saw him, allowing him to steadily accumulate points. For the next half-day, the entire Black Heaven Demon City was thrown into chaos. Li Chang'an moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in every corner of the demon sect's headquarters. He appeared in the alchemy chamber, kicking over a female disciple's cauldron. The female disciple screamed and struck him dead with a palm. He appeared on the training ground, slipping under the armpit of a burly man practicing martial arts, and even slapping his buttocks. The man, furious and humiliated, punched his head off. He appeared in the scripture library, pushing over a row of bookshelves. The elderly guardian, his beard bristling with rage, turned him into a meat patty with a single palm strike. He appeared in the kitchen, kicking over a large pot of stew. The chef grabbed an iron wok and smashed him to death. He appeared in the latrine, startling an elder who was relieving himself. The elder jumped up, not even bothering to pull up his pants, and blasted him with a palm strike. He appeared in the stable, causing several precious spirit horses to panic and scatter. The groom lashed him to death with a whip. Each death earned him between 2 and 4 attribute points. Although the amount per death was small, the frequency more than made up for it. In half a day, he died nearly 30 times, his cultivation soaring from the mid-Xiantian stage to the late Xiantian stage, accumulating over 100 attribute points. He invested all his attribute points into agility. Agility 132247. When his agility broke through the 200-point threshold, Li Chang'an felt a qualitative transformation in his body. His perception of the surrounding environment became extraordinarily acute. The direction of the wind, the vibrations of the ground, the flow of spiritual energy in the air. Everything was vividly presented in his awareness. His reaction speed reached an inconceivable level, to the point where he could even predict the trajectory of an attack the moment it was launched. Though his cultivation was only at the late Xiantian stage, his speed alone could rival that of an early Grandmaster. The demon sect members were tormented beyond measure. Injoga's order had been passed down. Capture him alive, no killing. But the problem was that Li Chang'an's every appearance was infuriating. He specifically targeted female disciples, either pinching their bottoms or touching their waists, all while spewing lewd remarks. Those female disciples, unable to endure such humiliation, ignored the order and struck him dead in a fit of shame and rage. The male disciples fared no better. Li Chang'an didn't kill them, but he made a point of yanking their hair and beards. With his ghost-like speed, a mere flash of his figure would result in a handful of hair or a tuft of beard being torn off. The elders howled in pain, unable to catch him or land a blow, hopping with rage. The blazing sun venerable had already lost 3 tufts of his beard. Now whenever he saw Li Chang'an, his eyes turned bloodshot, as if facing a mortal enemy. The ghost hand of the netherworld had a turtle drawn on his black robe by Li Chang'an, leaving him speechless with fury. Yoga stood at the entrance of the main hall, watching the entire demon sect headquarters in chaos, her face dark enough to drip water. She had suffered losses at Li Chang'an's hands several times already. The first time he had embraced her waist, the second he had kissed her cheek. The third time it was even more outrageous. The moment she let her guard down, he suddenly appeared in her arms and gave her waist a hard pinch. "You lecher. You're asking for death." She was trembling with fury at the time and struck him dead with a palm. But immediately after she regretted it, because she sensed that Li Chang'an's aura had grown even stronger. "This kid's strength is increasing too fast." Yoga gritted her teeth and whispered to the venerable beside her. "If this continues, it won't be long before he breaks through to the Grandmaster realm." The venerable also looked grave. "Master, what should we do? We can't just let him keep causing chaos like this, can we?" Yoga was silent for a moment, then said, "Spread the order. Everyone who encounters that brat is forbidden to kill him. Do everything possible to capture him alive. Whoever captures him alive will be rewarded with a heaven-grade cultivation technique." The order was passed down through the ranks. Though the demon sect members were reluctant, they dared not defy the sect leader's command and could only grit their teeth and endure. Li Chang'an quickly noticed the change. After resurrecting, he appeared behind a female disciple and as usual slapped her buttocks. The female disciple spun around, her face flushed, and raised her hand to strike him dead. But midway she forcibly retracted the attack, changing it into a grasping motion, her fingers forming claws aiming for his shoulder. Li Chang'an dodged with ease. "Oh," he said, surprised. "Not killing me anymore." The female disciple bit her lip and said nothing, simply chasing him in silence. Li Chang'an tried a few more times and found that indeed the demon sect members no longer struck to kill. No matter how he provoked them, whether male or female, they only tried to capture him, not kill him. No fun. Li Chang'an pouted. With his agility, now over 200 points, only a handful of people present could catch up to him. He slithered through the crowd like a loach, impossible to grasp. He sauntered up to the blazing sun venerable, grabbed the last small tuft of his beard, and yanked hard. The blazing sun venerable winced in pain and raised his hand to strike him dead. But halfway he recalled the sect leader's order and forcibly changed it into a capturing technique, aiming for Li Chang'an's wrist. Li Chang'an had anticipated this move. He withdrew his hand, stepped back, and dodged easily. "Old man, go ahead and hit me," he said with a grin, beckoning with his finger. The blazing sun venerable turned purple with rage, but didn't strike. Li Chang'an then approached the ghost hand of the netherworld and patted his bald head. "Old man, hasn't your hair grown back yet? Did you wash off the turtle I drew last time?" The ghost hand's mouth twitched, his withered claw-like hands rose slightly, then lowered. He took a deep breath, suppressed the killing intent in his heart, and said coldly, "Brat, you'd better pray you never fall into my hands." "So what if I do? Do you dare kill me?" Li Chang'an put his hands on his hips, looking smug. The ghost hand said nothing, but the chill in his eyes could freeze the entire Black Heaven demon city. Li Chang'an weaved through the crowd, finding that no one would kill him anymore, and felt utterly bored. He stood in the center of the plaza, hands on his hips, looked around, and burst into laughter. "Since you won't kill me, I'm not playing with you anymore." He turned and headed toward the city gate. He turned and walked toward the city gate. The demon sect members exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to stop him or not. Logically, since the sect leader had ordered his capture alive, they should have intercepted him with all their might. But this man had no fear of death, and could even take his own life. Even if they caught him, he would simply bite the poison sac hidden in his mouth and die. Then he would resurrect elsewhere, making it impossible to imprison him. Moreover, with his ghostly speed, capturing him was no easy feat. Rather than continuing to let him wreak havoc and throw everything into chaos, it was better to let him leave as quickly as possible. Thus, when Li Chang'an swaggered toward the city gate, the demon sect disciples along the way all raised their weapons at him, but none truly stepped forward to block his path. A few made a symbolic chase for a few steps, but when he turned back and glared at them, they promptly halted. And so Li Chang'an walked unimpeded all the way to the city gate. Just as he was about to step out of the gate, Yoga's icy voice rang out from behind. "Brat, do you dare to leave your name?" Li Chang'an stopped and looked back. Yoga stood on the steps before the grand hall, her dark red robe billowing in the wind, her exquisitely beautiful face barely concealing her fury. He flashed a grin, revealing his trademark infuriating smile. "Why wouldn't I dare? I am Li Chang'an, and I never change my name whether sitting or standing. Sect leader, you have a truly remarkable figure, and you smell wonderful. I'll come visit you again when I have the chance. With that, his form flickered and vanished beyond the city gate like a wisp of smoke. Yoga stood on the steps staring at the direction where he disappeared, grinding her teeth in rage. Damnable wretch, don't let me catch you. The venerable stood behind her, hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Sect leader, should we send someone to pursue him? Yoga was silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. No need. That man's origins are unknown, and his constitution is bizarre. We know too little about him. Hasty pursuit may not gain us any advantage. Moreover, she paused, a complex glint flashing in her eyes. Every time he dies, his strength grows. Killing him only helps him become stronger. She turned and walked back into the great hall, her voice cold. Issue orders to strengthen the headquarters' defensive formations to prevent him from infiltrating again. Also send people to investigate the background of this Li Chang'an. I want to know who he really is. Yes. The venerable bowed and accepted the order. The gates of Haitian Demon City slowly closed, and a faint blue light screen rose on the city walls, the telltale sign of the city guarding grand formation activating. Half a day later, in a mountain forest dozens of li away, Li Chang'an lay on a branch of a large tree, legs crossed, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth as he gazed leisurely at the sky. He checked his interface. Realm late stage, Xiantian agility 247, remaining attribute points 12, late stage, Xiantian not far from the peak. He muttered to himself, but where should I go to farm next? I can't go to the demon sect for now. Yoga has definitely tightened security. I could go to Xinxingyi's place, but her elder brother Xinxing Feng is at the Xiantian peak, and if he caught me it would be troublesome. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard rapid hoofbeats in the distance. He sat up and looked toward the sound. On the official road, a galloping horse was racing straight in his direction. On the horse sat a young man in gray attire with a small flag on his back embroidered with the character urgent, clearly a messenger delivering urgent news. The messenger rode wildly, but as he passed beneath the large tree where Li Chang'an was, he suddenly fell from the horse, tumbled several times on the ground, and lay still. Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow, jumped down from the tree, approached the messenger, and felt his breath. Still alive, just unconscious. He noticed that on the small flag on the messenger's back, besides the word urgent, there was a line of small text, confidential report from Tianji Pavilion to be delivered to Qingyun sect. Tianji Pavilion. Qingyun sect. Li Chang'an stroked his chin. Sounds like a righteous sect. He thought for a moment, then reached out and pulled a sealed letter from the messenger's body. The envelope bore a red wax seal imprinted with a bagua pattern, and below it the words, Top Secret of Tianji Pavilion. Li Chang'an unceremoniously tore open the envelope, pulled out the letter, and unfolded it. The letter contained only a few short sentences. To the sect leader of Qingyun sect, according to our pavilion's intelligence, the demon sect has been unusually active, recently suspected of a major operation. Additionally, rumor has it that the demon sect leader Yoga is secretly searching for a young man with a special constitution. This man is named Li Chang'an, a Xiantian cultivator believed to possess a method of resurrection after death. If your sect encounters this person, it is advised to capture him alive and not kill him. Details to be discussed in person. Tianji Pavilion Master Zhuge Xianming. Li Chang'an finished reading, froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Good heavens, I've only just escaped from the demon sect, and the Tianji Pavilion is already onto me. They recommend capturing me alive, trying to slice me up for research. He folded the letter, stuffed it back into the envelope, and tucked it back onto the messenger. Then he stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked toward the distant horizon. Qingyun sect. He murmured. A righteous sect with countless experts. Should be a great place to farm points. He flashed a grin, his form flickered, and he dashed off toward the direction of Qingyun sect. Li Chang'an hid the poison sac under his tongue, confirmed it was secure, and continued along the official road. His speed was astonishing. With the flowing light shadow technique and over 200 points of agility, he was like a blurry shadow skimming across the ground, the wind roaring past his ears. Occasionally passers-by on the road would feel a blur before their eyes, as if something had flashed by. They would rub their eyes and look again, but see nothing. He estimated that at his current speed, he would reach the territory of Qingyun sect in about half a day. But he was in no hurry. As he traveled, he browsed the system shop, pondering what useful items he could exchange. As he walked, the road ahead suddenly narrowed, flanked by dense forests and rugged terrain. This was a perfect spot for an ambush. Just as Li Chang'an slowed down, 3 men leaped out from the woods by the roadside. All 3 were burly men clad in shabby leather armor, brandishing gleaming broadswords. The leader was a bearded strongman at the mid-stage Xiantian level, while the other 2 were slightly weaker at the early-stage Xiantian level. Stop! The bearded man roared, pointing his broadsword forward. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. Li Chang'an halted, sized up the 3 men, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Bandits at the Xiantian level. These were farming tools delivered right to his doorstep. Without a word, he charged straight at them, shouting, "Spare me, brave hero. Don't kill me. Even as he cried for mercy, he deliberately lunged toward the bearded man's blade. The bearded man was baffled by his actions. In over a decade of banditry, he had seen people beg for mercy, flee, or fight back, but this was the first time he had seen someone throw himself onto the blade. Before he could react, his blade was already unstoppable. With a sickening thud, it plunged into Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an looked down at the blade in his chest, then looked up at the bearded man with a grin. Thanks. Then his head lolled to the side, and he went limp. Death count 97. Killer bandit leader, male, no bonus attribute points gained 1. The bearded man drew his blade, wiped the bloodstains on Li Chang'an's clothes, then crouched down to search his person. After fumbling for a while, he found nothing but a piece of dry rations and half a flask of water. Damn, he's a pauper, the bearded man muttered as he stood up, kicking Li Chang'an's corpse. Wasted my effort. The other 2 bandits also came over to search, finding nothing. They spat and turned to leave. They had just taken a few steps when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, 3 big brothers, don't leave. The 3 whirled around to see Li Chang'an standing not far behind them, patting the dirt off his clothes and grinning at them. The bearded man's eyes nearly popped out. He looked down at the ground. The corpse was gone, leaving only the blood-stained, tattered clothes. You? How? The bearded man pointed at Li Chang'an, his voice trembling. Li Chang'an stepped forward and said earnestly, 3 big brothers, how about killing me again? Just once. The 3 bandits exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Ghost! Ghost! One bandit screamed and turned to flee. Li Chang'an's figure flickered, blocking his path. Don't run, don't run. I'm not a ghost. I just want you to kill me again. Really, after you kill me, I'll let you go. The bandit's legs went weak with terror. He tremblingly raised his knife, and with eyes shut, slashed down. Li Chang'an did not dodge or evade. He let the blade slice across his neck and fell to the ground again. The 3 bandits stared at the corpse on the ground, not daring to breathe. They formed a circle and stared at the corpse for a long while, confirming that he was truly dead this time, then breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, let's go. This place is cursed, the bearded man urged. The 3 turned and ran. They hadn't run 20 zhong when Li Chang'an appeared before them again. 3 big brothers, don't be in a hurry. Kill me once more, just once. The bearded man felt his heart could barely take it. In his decade-plus career, he had robbed countless times and killed many, but he had never seen such a scene. A man who had died twice and come back to life twice, now standing in front of him with a grin, begging to be killed again. What the hell was this thing? Boss, how about we kill him once more? One bandit whispered. He doesn't resist anyway. We'll kill him and run. The bearded man gritted his teeth and nodded. The 3 struck again, hacking Li Chang'an to death with their blades. This time they did not hurry away, but stood there waiting for a while. Confirming that Li Chang'an had not reappeared, the bearded man let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Go. They had just taken a step when Li Chang'an's voice came from behind again. 3 big brothers, that's not fair. I've only died 3 times and you want to leave? The bearded man turned around, staring at the figure that had appeared again in the middle of the road, feeling his worldview crumbling. You? What exactly do you want? His voice was tearful. Li Chang'an shrugged. Simple, kill me a few more times. I don't ask for much, just a dozen more times. A dozen times. One bandit screamed. Do you think we're slaughtering pigs? Pretty much. Li Chang'an stepped forward with a grin. Come on, don't be polite. Cut anywhere as long as you kill me. In the time that followed, an extremely eerie scene played out on this mountain path. The 3 bandits took turns swinging their blades, killing Li Chang'an, waiting for him to revive, then killing him again, waiting for him to revive, and killing him again. From fear at first to numbness later, and finally to collapse. When Li Chang'an revived for the 12th time, the bearded man could no longer hold on. He dropped his broadsword with a clang, fell to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face. Grandpa. I'll call you Grandpa, okay? Please let us go. We'll never rob again. We'll go home and farm. The other 2 bandits also knelt down, each crying more miserably than the last. Grandpa, we have elders to support and children to raise. We were forced to rob out of desperation. I swear I'll never kill again. It's too terrifying. Li Chang'an looked at the 3 bandits kneeling on the ground, crying in a mess, and scratched his head. He had originally wanted to farm a few more times since he was not far from the peak of Xiantian. But seeing the state of these 3, they were clearly completely broken. Pressing them further wouldn't squeeze out much more attribute points. All right, you can scram. He waved his hand. The 3, as if pardoned, scrambled into the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Chang'an watched them vanish and shook his head. The psychological quality of bandits these days is too poor. He patted the dust off his clothes and continued on his journey. After walking for about 2 more hours, a group of people appeared on the road ahead. There were about a dozen or so people, all wearing uniform attire with swords at their waists, bearing an extraordinary demeanor. They were led by a white-haired old man whose cultivation was around the mid-Zhongshe realm. The rest were young people with cultivation ranging from early Xiantian to early Zhongshe, appearing to be disciples of some sect out on a training journey. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace to catch up. Fellow cultivators, please wait. The group stopped and turned to look at him. The white-haired old man scrutinized him with a hint of appraisal. Young friend, what business do you have? Li Chang'an cupped his hands and said warmly, I am Li Chang'an, a loose cultivator of the late Xiantian realm. Seeing the extraordinary bearing of you fellow cultivators, you must be disciples of a famous sect. I have long admired you. May I travel with you for a stretch? Before the white-haired old man could speak, a young man in white robes in the team spoke, first his tone somewhat arrogant. A loose cultivator. We are on important business, not on a sightseeing trip. Li Chang'an was just about to find an excuse to provoke them into attacking him, but before he could speak, a woman in the team suddenly spoke. One more person adds one more strength. Since this fellow cultivator wishes to join us, let him come along. Her voice was cool and melodious like pearls falling on a jade plate. Li Chang'an followed the voice and was immediately struck. The woman was about 20 years old, dressed in a moon-white long gown with a plain silk sash at her waist. Her jet-black hair was simply coiled into a bun pinned with a white jade hairpin. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, like a painting, with a cool and ethereal aura between her brows, as if she were a celestial maiden untouched by worldly dust. Her cultivation was at the late Zhongshe realm, second only to the white-haired old man among everyone present. As soon as she spoke, the white-robed young man, who had been somewhat displeased, immediately shut his mouth, and the others chimed in. The holy maiden is right. One more person adds one more strength. Li Chang'an understood in his heart. So this woman was the holy maiden of the Piaomiao Palace. No wonder she held such high status, with a single word silencing everyone. He quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, holy maiden, for your kindness. The holy maiden nodded slightly, without saying more, turned around, and continued on their journey. Li Chang'an took the opportunity to join the group, following behind the others. He had originally intended to find an opportunity to provoke these people, to get them to make a move against him, so he could gain a wave of attribute points. But these folks carried themselves with the dignified air of righteous sects, speaking politely and cordially. If he suddenly started cursing, it would only seem out of place. So he decided to first gather some information and then act when the time was right. He approached a young disciple who looked approachable and asked in a low voice, Brother, where are you all heading? The disciple glanced at him and replied, We are responding to the Empress's call to reinforce the border garrisons. The border has been unrestful lately. The enemy has launched a large-scale invasion and already captured 3 cities. The Empress has ordered various sects to send reinforcements. We from Piaomiao Palace and several allied sects are heading to White Tiger Pass in the northern frontier. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an perked up instantly. A border battlefield. That was an excellent place to farm points. Amidst hundreds of thousands of soldiers' blades and spears showed no mercy. Dying was easy enough. Moreover, there must be formidable experts among the enemy ranks, and he might even earn bonus attribute points. White Tiger Pass. I'm going to, Li Chang'an said without hesitation. The disciple seemed surprised and looked him up and down. Are you certain? That is a battlefield, not child's play. There are quite a few experts among the enemy, even a commander at the peak of Grandmaster realm. If you go, you may not come back alive. Li Chang'an patted his chest, his expression filled with righteous fervor. To serve one's country until death. How can we cultivators be cowards who fear death? His words were impassioned, spoken loudly enough to draw the attention of several people ahead. Even the holy maiden turned back, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment before a flicker of approval appeared in her eyes. Well spoken, she said calmly. Since you have this resolve, then come with us. Li Chang'an quickly cupped his fists. Thank you, holy maiden. The group continued onward. Li Chang'an followed in the crowd, already calculating in his mind how to die on the battlefield to maximize his gains. Should he charge straight into the enemy ranks and be hacked to pieces? Or seek out an enemy commander for a duel and get instantly killed? Or perhaps simply jump off the city walls to break his neck? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his steps grew lighter. The young disciples beside him saw his eager demeanor and assumed he was fired up with hot-blooded enthusiasm, wanting to achieve glory on the battlefield. They couldn't help but silently shake their heads. Only Li Chang'an himself knew that his excitement stemmed from only one reason. He could happily go die again. At that moment, the group was traveling along a paved road through a sparse forest when the white-haired Grandmaster at the front suddenly raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. He tilted his head to listen for a moment, his expression slightly changing. There's movement ahead. Quite a few people, and their aura is hostile. Everyone immediately went on guard, gripping their weapons. The holy maiden stepped forward a few paces, standing beside the white-haired Grandmaster, and focused her gaze ahead. Around the bend ahead, 20 to 30 figures emerged, one after another, all dressed uniformly in black combat attire, with crimson flame emblems embroidered on their chests, the mark of demonic cult disciples. The two sides locked eyes, and both hesitated for a moment. Neither had expected to encounter the other in such a desolate wilderness. The Righteous Path group was heading to reinforce the border, while the demonic cult's destination was unknown. But on a narrow encounter, the atmosphere instantly tensed. After a brief silence, the holy maiden spoke first, her voice cold and resolute. Demon cult devils guilty of unspeakable evils. Since we have crossed paths today, we cannot let you pass. Fellow cultivators, follow me to slay this fiend. Her words had barely settled when her longsword was already drawn, its cold light blooming like frost and snow as she transformed into a white blur charging straight into the demonic cult ranks. The righteous disciples behind her drew their swords and followed suit, battle cries thundering through the air. Seeing the scene unfold, Li Chang'an's spirit instantly ignited. He had been waiting all this way for just such an opportunity to die openly and legitimately. Now the demonic cultists were right in front of him, and both sides were already engaged in combat. If he charged in and got hacked to death, no one would find it strange. With a roaring cry, he drew a rusty iron sword he had picked up from the roadside and sprinted forward with all his might. His speed was astonishingly fast. With over 200 agility points, he overtaken several righteous disciples in the very first instant, surging to the very forefront of everyone. The righteous fighters felt a gust of wind sweep past, and before they could react, a figure had already shot several zhang ahead. Blinking in surprise, they realized it was Li Chang'an, the rogue cultivator, who had joined them midway. "He's running so fast," exclaimed a young disciple in astonishment. "What incredible speed! Is this really someone at the late innate stage?" Another disciple was equally stunned. The holy maiden caught a glimpse of the figure leading the charge from the corner of her eye, and something shifted within her heart. She had seen far too many people who boasted fearlessness only to shrink behind everyone once real combat began. Someone like Li Chang'an, who charged ahead without a second thought, was indeed rare. Her impression of him improved slightly. However, the next moment, everyone's expressions froze. Li Chang'an had charged too fast and plowed straight into the demonic cult ranks. Before he could even swing his sword, a demonic cult leader at the peak of the innate stage swept his blade horizontally. The blade swept across Li Chang'an's waist, nearly bisecting his entire body. Blood and entrails spilled onto the ground. Li Chang'an didn't even have time to groan before collapsing. Death count 1 killer. Demonic cult leader Qin Shao, first time kill, additional 1 point, strength far exceeds, host additional 2 points, attribute points gained 3. The righteous fighters were all stunned. What? He's already dead. He charged so fiercely. I thought he was much stronger. What's the point of having courage if your strength is lacking? Charging fast is still just throwing your life away. Several disciples who had initially liked the sound of Li Chang'an shook their heads and sighed, feeling that although this rogue cultivator had commendable courage, he was ultimately nothing but a hot-headed fool. The holy maiden also frowned slightly, but the battlefield allowed no distraction. She quickly tore her gaze away and clashed her sword against the demonic cult leader. The demonic cultists, seeing Li Chang'an slaughtered in a single strike, dismissed it as nothing more than killing an arrogant youth who didn't know his place. Qin Shao, the leader, shook the blood from his blade and sneered as he charged toward the holy maiden. The two sides crashed into each other, blades flashing and swords gleaming, true chi surging wildly. The righteous side held the advantage with the holy maiden and white-haired grandmaster at the helm, but the demonic cultists vastly outnumbered them, making it difficult to secure a quick victory. Just as both sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind the demonic cult lines. "Demon cult devils, hand over your lives." The figure roared wildly, brandishing a rusty iron sword as he charged straight toward the heart of the demonic cult ranks. Everyone, both righteous and demonic, instinctively turned their heads to look, and then they saw Li Chang'an. The man who had just been bisected at the waist with intestines spilling onto the ground was now energetically charging out from behind a demonic cult disciple, thrusting his sword into the man's lower back. Although the strike was weak, penetrating only slightly more than an inch, the shock it caused was explosive. How is he alive again? A righteous disciple blurted out, his voice cracking. The demonic cultists were equally dumbfounded. Qin Shao, the leader, stared wide-eyed at the pool of blood and tattered clothes lying on the ground nearby, then at Li Chang'an, who was now swinging his sword recklessly through the crowd. His mind struggled to process what he was seeing. He himself had delivered that killing blow. How could he not recognize the man? That vertical slash had severed him clean through with entrails spilling out. Even a deity couldn't have saved him. Yet here he stood perfectly fine, not even a scar on his body. Li Chang'an paid no heed to what others thought. He charged into the crowd, locked onto a demon cult disciple, and pounced on him, without any defense, allowing the enemy's blade to pierce his own abdomen. He looked down at the knife embedded in his stomach, then raised his head to grin at the demon cult disciple, before collapsing to the ground. Death count 1 killer. Demon cult disciple Zhao, see first kill, extra 1 point, strength far exceeds, host extra 1 point, attribute points gained 2. The demon cult disciple Zhao, see, stared at the fresh blood on his blade, then at Li Chang'an lying on the ground, utterly bewildered. He had killed before, but never encountered someone who smiled at him just before dying. Before he could make sense of it, Li Chang'an reappeared. This time he materialized behind another demon cult disciple, seized the disciple's head, and yanked it backward with force. Startled, the disciple twisted around and stabbed Li Chang'an through the ribs. Li Chang'an fell to the ground and died cleanly. Death count 1 killer. Demon cult disciple Qin Wu, first kill, extra 1 point, strength far exceeds, host extra 1 point, attribute points gained 2. Within a few breaths, Li Chang'an appeared yet again. This time he had learned his lesson. Instead of rushing headlong into the crowd, he circled around to a demon cult archer, snatched his bow, and used the bowstring to strangle the archer's neck. The archer's face turned crimson from suffocation. He drew a short blade from his waist and stabbed it into Li Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an released his grip, fell to the ground, and wore a satisfied smile. Death count 1 killer demon cult archer son Lu first kill extra 1 point strength far exceeds, host extra 1 point attribute points gained 2. The entire battlefield grew eerily strange. The righteous and demon cult factions had nearly stopped fighting. Everyone froze in place, staring dumbfounded as Li Chang'an died time and again resurrected each time and continued to court death in ever-changing ways. He was like an indestructible monster. Every time he fell he would rise again shortly after, howling as he charged toward a new target. The demon cult members began to panic. What's wrong with this guy? Why can't he be killed? I just stabbed him through the heart. He stabbed me in the back too. Damn it, I thought I'd seen a ghost. Amid the crowd someone suddenly shouted, he's Li Chang'an. The moment the name was uttered the demon cult members' faces turned pale. Li Chang'an. This name had spread throughout the demon cult. He was the one personally ordered by the cult leader Yin Joga to be hunted, rumored to have infinite resurrection after death, and it caused chaos in the cult's headquarters. He teased the cult leader and the Venerable Ones, pulled the beard of the blazing sun Venerable, painted a turtle on the clothes of the nether ghost hand, and then escaped unscathed, leaving the entire demon cult helpless. These feats had become legendary within the demon cult. Some said he was an immortal monster, others claimed he mastered ancient secret arts, and still others believe he was the reincarnation of some great power. In short, the demon cult had reached a consensus. If you encounter Li Chang'an, don't tangle with him, run if you can. And now this legendary play god stood before them grinning. Run! Someone shouted first, and the demon cult members retreated like a receding tide, diving into the woods. Chun Shao had intended to organize a retreat, but seeing most of his men already fled, he abandoned any pretense of dignity and ran as well. Li Chang'an had just resurrected when he saw the demon cult fleeing. He hurried after them, shouting, hey, don't run. Kill me a few more times. Just a few times. Instead of stopping, his words only made them flee faster. In the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 demon cult disciples vanished into the deep forest, abandoning even their wounded comrades. Li Chang'an chased for a while, but realized he couldn't catch up. He stopped, hands on his hips, panting, and muttered, they run fast. I only died 4 times. He turned around and found everyone from the righteous faction staring at him. The white-haired grandmaster stroked his beard, his expression complex. The holy maiden stood not far away, her long sword lowered, her cold eyes fixed on him with scrutiny and curiosity. The other righteous disciples showed varied expressions, some with mouths agape, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief, others whispering among themselves. Li Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze. He scratched his head and chuckled, everyone, don't misunderstand. The technique I cultivate is special. Every time I receive a fatal attack, I can use a clone or a substitute to absorb the damage, while my real body instantly teleports to a safe location nearby. So it looks like I died, but it's actually just a substitute taking the blow for me. This explanation was half truth, half fiction, but it sounded plausible. The cultivation world was vast and boundless, with countless bizarre techniques emerging endlessly. Having 1 or 2 life-saving substitute techniques was not unusual. Indeed, after hearing this, the shock on everyone's faces faded, replaced by an expression of sudden realization. So that's it. I thought, how could he come back from the dead? A young disciple nodded. Substitute techniques are rare, but not unheard of. However, I've never seen anyone use them consecutively so many times. Another disciple remarked. The white-haired grandmaster gave Li Chang'an a deep look, but said nothing, though his eyes held a hint of inquiry. The holy maiden sheathed her sword, walked up to Li Chang'an, and said calmly, your technique is indeed a good way to preserve your life. Li Chang'an quickly waved his hand. No, it's just a bit stronger in survival. When it comes to actual combat strength, my cultivation is still lacking. The holy maiden said nothing more, turned back to the group, and said flatly, continue the journey. The team set off again. But this time the atmosphere within the group had changed noticeably. Those who had previously ignored Li Chang'an now looked at him with a degree of respect. Such was the reality of the cultivator's world. If you have strength, others will hold you in higher regard. Although Li Chang'an's cultivation was only at the late innate stage, his elusive life-saving means were enough to make everyone present treat him with caution. Some even took the initiative to approach Li Chang'an and strike up conversations. Brother Li, what's the name of your substitute technique? Where did you learn it? Brother Li, can you teach this technique to others? I'd love to learn a life-saving skill too. Li Chang'an brushed them off with a laugh, but his mind was elsewhere. He had died 4 times, just now gaining 9 attribute points. Adding to his previous savings, he now had 21 points in total. He was still a bit short of the late innate peak, but not far off. Once he reached the border battlefield amid thousands of troops dying would be easy. He could farm points to his heart's content and aim to break through to the Grandmaster realm in one battle. He was indulging in these pleasant thoughts when he suddenly felt a gaze on him. He looked up and saw the holy maiden walking ahead, glancing at him sideways. That glance was brief, quickly retracted, as if accidental. But Li Chang'an noticed. He rubbed his chin and thought, is the holy maiden interested in me? That would be great. She's beautiful and highly skilled. If I could get her to kill me a few times, I'd not only gain attribute points, but also enjoy some benefits, a win-win situation. He chuckled to himself and quickened his pace to catch up with the group. The next morning the group finally arrived at the border fortress. This city was called Jinbei, past the first line of defense against the northern enemies. The city walls were tall and massive, but riddled with sword scars and arrow holes. Multiple battlements had collapsed, clearly having witnessed more than one brutal siege. Beyond the city gate, a vast expanse of land was stained with blood that had soaked into the soil, turning it a dull brownish red. The air still carried faint traces of gunpowder smoke and the scent of blood. The city gate stood open, but few people were coming or going. A few guards noticed the attire of the group and, recognizing them as cultivators come to reinforce, asked a few simple questions before letting them pass. After entering the city, the scene before them made many young righteous disciples gasp in shock. Most houses along the streets were severely damaged, some had collapsed halfway, others were reduced to charred skeletons by fire. Wounded soldiers lay everywhere under eaves and along wall sides. Some were wrapped in bleeding bandages, some lacked arms or legs, and some leaned against walls motionless, whether asleep or dead no one could tell. The air was thick with a mixture of medicinal herbs and blood, heavy and oppressive. A middle-aged general in silver armor approached them and led them to the marshal's manor in the city. The marshal's manor was a sizable compound, but its former grandeur was now invisible. The courtyard was piled high with military supplies and weapons, and several clerks-like officers were busy recording something at desks. The door to the main hall stood open and low voices echoed from within. The silver-armored general led them into the main hall. In the hall sat a middle-aged man in golden armor, about 40 years old, with a resolute face and deep fatigue etched between his brows. His left arm was bandaged and suspended across his chest, with faint blood stains soaking through the bandages. He was Hua Xiao, the commanding general of Jinbei Pass, whose cultivation had reached the peak of a grandmaster, only a thin line away from becoming an extreme Dao grandmaster. Given his status and strength, he should have been overseeing the battle at the front lines, but now he could only sit in the marshal's manor handling military affairs, because he was injured, and seriously at that. Seeing someone enter, Hua Xiao put down the military reports in his hand, stood up, and glanced over the group, a forced smile appearing on his lips. You are all cultivators sent by various sects to reinforce, I presume. I am deeply grateful for your tireless journey to come to our aid. The white-haired grandmaster stepped forward and clasped his fists. General Hua is too kind. When the nation is in peril, every commoner bears responsibility. Though we come from remote mountains and rivers, we also understand the principle of loyalty to the sovereign and service to the country. This time we shall spare no effort to help you defend Jinbei Pass. Hua Xiao nodded, gesturing for everyone to take seats, and then briefly explained the current situation. Outside the city there are now about 200 enemy troops camped. Their commander is Yelu Hong, the prince of Chang'an from the Bayan kingdom, whose cultivation has reached the peak of an extreme Dao grandmaster, only one step away from the Dao comprehension realm. Under his command are 5 top generals, all at least at the peak of great grandmaster realm or above. Furthermore, the army also has many experts from the Bayan kingdom's altar of offerings, making their overall strength far superior to ours. He paused, his tone growing heavier. To be honest, with the current forces of Jinbei Pass, it would be very difficult to defend this city, unless a power above the Dao comprehension realm lends a hand otherwise. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. A brief silence fell in the hall. The saintess spoke up. Hasn't the court sent any Dao comprehension realm offerings to reinforce us? Hua Xiao gave a bitter smile. The court's altar of offerings does indeed have powers at the Dao comprehension realm, but there are only 3 in total. One is stationed in the capital to protect the emperor's safety and cannot be moved lightly. Another guards the eastern frontier against invasions by sea races unable to spare himself. The third came to Jinbei Pass half a month ago. He looked down at his left arm suspended across his chest. That offering fought a great battle with Yelu Hong. Although he injured Yelu Hong, he himself suffered severe internal injuries and has already returned to the capital for treatment. Before leaving, he said that Yelu Hong's injuries were lighter than his own and should heal in about a month. By then, if no new Dao comprehension realm power arrives, Jinbei Pass will likely fall. The atmosphere in the hall grew even heavier. Several young righteous disciples showed worried expressions and whispered among themselves. They had originally thought that coming to the border to reinforce would only involve assisting in defending the city and dealing with ordinary enemy commanders. They never expected to face a power at the peak of an extreme Dao grandmaster, let alone an army of 200. With so few of them, throwing themselves into an army of 200 wouldn't even make a ripple. The white-haired grandmaster furrowed his brows and fell silent in contemplation. The saintess also lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. Just then a voice broke the silence. I am willing to charge into the enemy army alone. All eyes turned to the speaker. Li Chang'an stood in the hall looking earnestly at Hua Xiao and repeated, I said I am willing to infiltrate the enemy camp alone. Hua Xiao was stunned, eyeing Li Chang'an up and down, his brows knitting. You? Late stage of innate realm. His tone held no mockery, but the doubt was evident. A cultivator at the late stage of innate realm might be able to handle dozens of ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, but to charge into an army of 2-0 alone is tantamount to suicide. The saintess also frowned and spoke up. Li Chang'an, although your substitution technique can protect your life facing thousands of troops and horses, is no joke. Among the enemy there are experts like clouds. If your technique has a limit on usage times, or if someone finds a way to counter it, you will enter and not be able to leave. Li Chang'an shook his head, his expression one of ready death. Saintess, rest assured. Since I dare to go, I have confidence. Although my technique cannot be used infinitely, dying dozens of times in a short period should still be fine. Besides, how can we know it won't work without trying? What if I annoy Yelu Hong to death? The crowd. What kind of logic is this? Hua Xiao wanted to persuade further, but Li Chang'an had already turned and walked out, saying as he went, General Hua, just watch from the city tower. Once I've made enough of a commotion, I'll naturally return. He walked out of the marshal's manor, crossed the streets, and headed straight for the city gate. The righteous cultivators looked at each other, but finally the saintess took the lead and followed. Others also got up and followed out of the marshal's manor. They climbed to the city tower and saw Li Chang'an already standing at the edge of the city wall. The morning wind blew his robes and hair. Standing at a height, he gazed at the dark mass of enemy camps in the distance and took a deep breath. A group rushed out of the city gate and came onto the city wall. Li Chang'an stood by the crenellation looking down. The wall was about 10 zhang high and below was an open plain. The enemy's tents stretched endlessly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Between the tents, banners fluttered. Faintly one could see large numbers of soldiers drilling. The sunlight reflected off their swords and spears, creating a blinding white glare. He took a deep breath, feeling the dust and blood scent carried by the onrushing wind. The blood in his body began to surge. Cultivation at the late stage of innate realm was only considered above average on the battlefield. Among the enemy grandmasters were as numerous as Oxhair, and great grandmasters were not few either. There might even be an extreme Dao grandmaster presiding. With his cultivation charging in mint, any expert could instantly kill him. This was exactly what he wanted. Li Chang'an turned his head to glance at the crowd behind him. The holy maiden stood at the forefront, her moon-white gown fluttering in the wind, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly disapproving of his decision. The white-haired elder stood beside her, hands tucked into his sleeves, his gaze tinged with scrutiny and concern. The other young disciples wore varied expressions. Some admired, some doubted, and a few simply thought he had lost his mind. The marshal, leaning on a long spear at the edge of the city wall, spoke in a deep voice. Young friend, I tell you once more, this is no child's play. Among the enemy ranks are countless masters. At your mere late Xiantian stage, you wouldn't even stir a ripple if you walked in. Li Chang'an grinned. Rest assured, Marshal, I know my limits. The holy maiden stepped forward, her voice cool. Li Chang'an, that sacrificial resurrection technique of yours may be miraculous, but it can't be used indefinitely, can it? Facing 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, the power of one man is ultimately limited. Li Chang'an thought to himself, my technique actually can be used infinitely, but I can't say that. He could only put on a look of one determined to face death, and said solemnly, I appreciate your kindness, holy maiden. But the border is in crisis now, and someone must do something. Though my cultivation is low, my life is worthless. If I can trade it for a few enemy masters, then it's a gain. At these words, everyone present was moved. The young disciples who had previously looked down on him now stared at him with changed eyes. A casual cultivator with no sect or school, yet able to step forward at this moment. Far better than those renowned sect disciples who spoke of eliminating demons and upholding the Tao, but shrank back at the first mention of enlightenment realm experts among the enemy. The holy maiden fell silent for a moment, then offered no further persuasion. She simply said softly, take care. Li Chang'an nodded, then turned to face the vast plain beyond the city wall. He took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, then leaped suddenly. His entire body like an arrow released from the bowstring, jumping straight down from the city wall. A height of over 10 zhang was nothing for a late Xiantian cultivator. He adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily on the ground, the impact raising a cloud of dust around his feet. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and strode toward the enemy camp without looking back. On the city wall, the group watched his receding figure in long silence. A young disciple murmured, he really went. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and sighed softly. This young man has extraordinary courage. If he returns alive, he will surely achieve great things. The holy maiden remained silent, quietly gazing at the shrinking figure, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. Li Chang'an walked across the plain at a leisurely pace, neither fast nor slow, even a bit unhurried. The enemy's watchtower soon spotted him. A flurry of urgent horn calls sounded, and a large number of soldiers poured out of the tents, quickly forming ranks in front of the camp, blades drawn, bows strung, fully on guard. A mounted general rode out on a tall horse wielding a long lance, and looked down at Li Chang'an, asking in stiff official language, who comes there? State your name. Li Chang'an stopped, looked up at the general and grinned. I, Li Chang'an, have come specially to die. The general was stunned for a moment, probably never having seen someone declare death so confidently. He frowned and waved his hand. Release arrows. A line of archers immediately loosed their strings. Dozens of arrows with sharp, whistling sounds flew toward Li Chang'an. He did not dodge or evade but spread his arms, smiling as he welcomed the rain of arrows. Puff, 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 puff. Dozens of arrows pierced him, turning him into a sieve. Death count 1. Killer enemy archers volley fire judged. As group, kill. No extra bonus attribute points gained 1. Li Chang'an fell flat on his back, blood soaking the ground beneath him. The general spurred his horse forward a few steps, looked down at the corpse, and snorted coldly, overreaching. He was about to order the troops back to camp when he heard commotion behind him. General, that man is standing up again. The general whirled around only to see the man who had clearly been riddled with arrows slowly rising from the ground, even pulling out an arrow stuck in his shoulder and tossing it aside. Brothers who shot the arrows, not enough strength. Li Chang'an patted the dust off his clothes and said with a grin, another round. The general's face changed. In 20 years of campaigning, he had never seen anything so bizarre. A man struck by dozens of arrows yet alive and standing seemingly unharmed. Loose arrows. Again he shouted harshly. A second volley of arrows rained down. Li Chang'an was shot down again. Death count 1. Killer enemy archers volley fire judged. As group, kill. No extra bonus attribute points gained 1. After 3 breaths, he stood up again. The general's pupils contracted sharply. He saw clearly that the arrows had hit vital points. Throat, heart, temple. Each one lethal. But this man simply would not die. Li Chang'an pulled an arrow from his throat, coughed twice, and cleared his throat. I say, can't you try something different? Just shooting arrows is boring. Though he could revive, the wounds were truly painful. The general's face darkened like water. He raised his long lance, urged his warhorse forward, and charged at Li Chang'an like a whirlwind. Since you want to die, I'll send you off myself. The lance streaked through the air with a fierce wind straight for Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an did not dodge or evade, he even stepped forward to meet it. Thud! The lance pierced his chest, the tip bursting out through his back, bringing a spray of blood. Li Chang'an looked down at the lance in his chest, then up at the general, so close, and grinned, revealing teeth stained red. General, fine spear skill. With that, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Death count 1. Killer enemy vanguard general Hu Yanbao, first kill, extra 1 point, strength far exceeds, host extra 2 points, attribute points gained 3. Hu Yanbao withdrew his lance, watching the corpse slide off the tip and fall to the ground. He waited for a while, confirming the corpse had no movement, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he was about to turn back to camp, the voice that made his scalp crawl came from behind. General, that thrust of yours had good force, but the angle was a bit off. Next time shift an inch to the left, and you'll pierce the heart directly for a quicker death. Hu Yanbao spun around abruptly, only to find Li Chang'an standing less than 3 feet behind him, arms crossed, giving a serious critique. Hu Yanbao felt his scalp tingle. In his many years of campaigning, he had killed no fewer than 1,000 men, but never encountered such a situation. A man dead twice under his lance had come back to life both times, and now stood before him, commenting on his spear technique. What are you exactly? His voice was dry. Li Chang'an tilted his head. I told you I've come to die. General, another round. Hu Yanbao gritted his teeth and thrust his lance again. This time he aimed for Li Chang'an's throat. The tip pierced through with precision. Li Chang'an clutched his throat and fell. Death count 1. Killer enemy vanguard general Hu Yanbao, not first kill, strength far exceeds, host extra 2 points, attribute points gained 2. Hu Yanbao did not withdraw his lance, but stared intently at the corpse, waiting for him to rise again. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, Li Chang'an stood up again. He rubbed his throat and coughed twice. That thrust was good, accurate enough. Again. Hu Yanbao's face had become something too terrible to describe. The hand gripping his long spear trembled slightly, whether from rage or fear, even he could not tell. He gritted his teeth and struck again. 4th time, 5th time, 6th time. By the 7th, Hu Yanbao's composure had completely shattered. The 7th time he drove his spear through Li Chang'an, watching him rise once more with that infuriating smile still plastered across his face. All 20 years of battlefield experience suddenly felt like a cruel joke. Without a word, he wrenched his horse around and galloped desperately back toward the camp. Behind him, Li Chang'an called out, General, don't leave me. One more time. Just once. Hu Yanbao didn't even turn around. He sped up even more. Li Chang'an stood alone on the open plain, watching the dust cloud fade where the horse had departed. He clicked his tongue in regret. Only 7 deaths, and you're already running. He glanced down at his status panel. 7 deaths stacked on top of his previous progress had brought his cultivation one step closer to the peak of the innate realm. But he still hadn't reached the breakthrough threshold. He needed more deaths. Looking toward the endless enemy camp stretching into the distance, he grinned and strode forward. Back at the enemy camp, Hu Yanbao rode straight into the central command tent, dismounted in one fluid motion, and fell to one knee, his voice frantic. Great General. There's a madman outside, unkillable. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor sat before a desk studying maps. At these words, he lifted his head, revealing a face carved with sharp angles and an inherent authority that required no expression. This was Tooba Xiong, the enemy commander known as the Guardian King of the North, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Dao Grandmaster realm, standing on the very brink of enlightenment. Unkillable. Tooba Xiong set down his map, brows furrowing. Explain yourself. Sweat poured down Huyan Bao's face. I killed him 7 times with my own hands. Each time he revives. And each time he returns, his aura grows stronger. This person is far too anomalous. I dared not act without permission and have come to report to you, great general. Tooba Xiong's frown deepened. After a moment's consideration, he rose and stepped out of the command tent. Outside, a large formation of soldiers had already assembled into a massive encirclement. In the center of that circle, Li Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground, idly plucking grass blades. When he spotted Tooba Xiong emerging, his eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to wave. Hey, you're the top commander here, right? Come, kill me a few times. Tooba Xiong didn't rush to strike. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and studied him carefully. Innate realm, late stage. Unremarkable cultivation, yet his breathing was steady and his demeanor entirely unruffled. He showed none of the desperation of someone seeking death. He looked more like a stroller than a suicide volunteer. After decades of campaigning and countless lives crossed, this was the first time he'd encountered such a person. Who are you? Tooba Xiong asked, his voice heavy. Your servant is Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an planted his hands on his hips and stood tall. I've come specifically to die. Tooba Xiong regarded him for a long moment, then suddenly laughed. How interesting. In all my years of warfare, I've never encountered anyone who actively seeks out their own death. Since you're so determined, I'll grant your wish. He raised his hand and struck outward with a palm. A tremendous force solid as stone slammed into Li Chang'an. His body contorted grotesquely, and he was sent flying, rolling across the ground for several dozen feet before coming to rest. Death count 1. Killer King of the North Tooba Xiong, first kill bonus 1, opponent vastly superior bonus 4. Attribute points gained 5. Tooba Xiong withdrew his hand and stood with it clasped behind his back, watching the twisted corpse in the distance. But soon his brows knitted together. Because the corpse was healing before his eyes. Twisted limbs, straightened sunken chest, inflated fractured bones cracked and realigned themselves. Within 10 breaths, Li Chang'an rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and gave Tooba Xiong a thumbs up. That strike had real power. Again. Tooba Xiong's gaze finally hardened. That blow, though released with only half his strength, would have shattered any cultivator below the Grandmaster realm into pieces. Yet this person not only survived, but carried an aura noticeably stronger than before. After a moment's silence, he raised his hand again. This time he unleashed 7/10 of his power. Li Chang'an was sent flying once more. Death count 1. Killer King of the North Tooba Xiong, non-first kill, vastly superior opponent bonus 4, attribute points gained 4, revived. Another strike. Death count 1. Killer King of the North Tooba Xiong, non-first kill, vastly superior opponent bonus 4, attribute points gained 4, revived. Another strike. Death count 1. Killer King of the North Tooba Xiong, non-first kill, vastly superior opponent bonus 4, attribute points gained 4. By the 4th death, Tooba Xiong ceased his attacks. Because he had discovered something that chilled him. The man grew stronger with each death. Though each increase was modest, for consecutive deaths had pushed his cultivation from late-stage innate to the very brink of the innate peak. Killing him was simply making him stronger. Tooba Xiong's expression darkened. Throughout his entire military career, he had never faced such a predicament. He could not kill him, nor could he let him go. This man was like a hot potato, burning to hold, but wasteful to discard. Seeing Tooba Xiong cease his attacks, Li Chang'an grew anxious. Hey, big guy, why'd you stop? Keep going. Tooba Xiong ignored him and turned to whisper something to the adjutant beside him. The adjutant nodded and quickly departed. Upon seeing this, Li Chang'an's instincts screamed danger. He wasn't foolish. He'd clearly realized that killing him only strengthened him, which is why he'd stopped. If Tooba Xiong ordered him captured and tortured, things would get far less entertaining. He made up his mind instantly. Inferior as he was, he'd strike first. His figure blurred as he shot toward Tooba Xiong like lightning, shouting, "Big guy, take this punch." Tooba Xiong frowned and swatted him away with a casual palm strike. Li Chang'an was struck down and died once more. Death count 1. Killer King of the North Tooba Xiong, non-first kill, vastly superior opponent bonus 4, attribute points gained 4. Tooba Xiong looked down at the corpse with a grim expression. He had already decided not to kill him, but the youth kept charging in to die, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. Taking a deep breath, he issued his order in a low voice. Transmit this to the entire army. If this man appears again, do not kill him. Capture him alive at all costs. The commands cascaded down through the ranks, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers sprang into motion. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Li Chang'an was checking his status panel. After so many deaths, his cultivation had finally broken through. Cultivation breakthrough, innate peak. All attributes 20. Current attributes: Strength 128, Agility 267, Constitution 110, Intelligence 110, Charm 110, Luck 110. He poured all the newly acquired attribute points into Agility. Agility 267 to 287. Then he selected a new respawn point, the rear of the enemy camp where provisions and supplies were stored. A flash of light, and he appeared beside a pile of grain. From his system inventory, he drew a flint, blew it to life, and tossed it onto the fodder. The dry provisions ignited instantly, the flames spreading rapidly. Fire! Fire! The enemy soldiers shouted in panic. The entire camp erupted into chaos. Flames rapidly spread, engulfing the entire tent in an instant. Li Chang'an stood in the blaze, choking on thick smoke and coughing violently, but he did not run. Instead, he remained rooted to the spot, waiting for the fire to consume him. When he revived once more, the entire supply depot had been reduced to a sea of fire, with flames still spreading toward the surrounding tents. Chaos erupted in the enemy camp as soldiers ran about shouting and rushing to extinguish the fires. Taking advantage of the confusion, Li Chang'an ignited 2 more tents before being discovered by a passing Grandmaster General, who crushed his skull with a single palm strike. He revived and continued setting fires. Discovered, killed, revived again, and set more fires. This cycle repeated endlessly. Within barely half an hour, he had died over a dozen times. 7 or 8 massive fires raged throughout the enemy camp, their thick smoke blotting out the sky. More than half of the grain supplies were destroyed. The war horses in the stables, terrified by the flames and smoke, broke free from their reins and stampeded in every direction, overturning several tents and injuring numerous soldiers. The entire camp descended into utter chaos. Yalu Hong stood before the central command tent, his face dark with fury as he surveyed the burning camp and the scene of disorder. He had already received reports from his subordinates about the so-called monster named Li Chang'an, one who could resurrect after death, continue setting fires, and remained unstoppable despite being killed repeatedly. Commander, I suggest a temporary withdrawal, a strategist cautiously advised. This individual is too sinister. Over half our supplies have been destroyed and morale is crumbling. Remaining here invites further disaster. We should temporarily retreat to northern Yen to regroup and replenish our provisions before considering further attacks. After a long silence, Yalu Hong gritted his teeth and forced out a single word: retreat. The horn signals echoed through the camp. Black banners slowly lowered as the enemy began gathering their remnants for withdrawal. On the city walls, Hua Zhao's hand gripping the battlement trembled faintly. He watched the thick smoke rising from the enemy camp, the panicked figures scrambling about, and that slowly descending black command banner. His lips quivered for what seemed an eternity before he managed a single sentence. He actually did it. Lu Rian stood beside him, her eyes filled with awe. She had witnessed Li Chang'an die repeatedly and resurrect, each time creating fresh chaos in the enemy camp with every revival. A single person had truly forced back an army of 200,000. He's coming back, Lu Rian said softly. Outside the city gate, a figure approached slowly. His clothes were burned to tatters, his face smeared with soot and blood, yet his steps were light, and his expression carried a look of deep satisfaction. The city gates swung wide open. Soldiers surged out in a swarm surrounding Li Chang'an and calling out in eager voices, "Hero! Young master! Incredible!" Someone hoisted him into the air, tossing him high above the crowd. Cheers erupted, one after another, ringing through the heavens. Li Chang'an was dizzy from being thrown about, but an unprecedented surge of passion and excitement welled up within him. Previously, he had sought death solely to farm attribute points, but this time, he felt something entirely new. His immortality might genuinely be capable of achieving something meaningful. Hua Xiao came out, personally grasping Li Chang'an's hand and shaking it firmly, his voice catching with emotion. "Young Master Li, you've saved Jinbei Pass and tens of thousands of civilians. I will certainly submit a memorial to the Empress on your behalf." Li Chang'an felt somewhat embarrassed by his enthusiasm, withdrawing his hand to scratch his head. "General Hua is too kind. I hardly did anything. Just set a few fires. Just set a few fires." Hua Xiao laughed heartily. "That fire of yours was magnificent. It drove back 200,000 troops." That evening, Hua Xiao hosted a banquet for Li Chang'an at the marshal's mansion. Every general and officer in the city who could still walk filled the grand hall of the marshal's mansion. The tables groaned under the weight of dishes. Though supplies were scarce on the frontier, Hua Xiao had produced his finest provisions to honor the hero who had saved Jinbei Pass. Li Chang'an sat in the guest of honor seat, enduring round after round of toasts until his face flushed crimson. He managed a brief glance at his panel. He had died nearly 20 times in the enemy camp, accumulating 86 attribute points in total. After some thought, he spent 40 points to acquire 2 techniques: a breath-concealing art to better mask his cultivation aura, and a basic fist method that, while not particularly advanced, was far superior to fighting with bare hands. He invested the remaining 46 points entirely into agility. His agility had climbed from 247 to 287, approaching the critical threshold of 300. With agility nearing 300, his body felt as light as a feather. A simple movement could launch him several zhang into the air. He was confident that even a grandmaster at the peak of their realm might struggle to match his speed. After several rounds of drinking, Hua Xiao approached Li Chang'an with a cup in hand and lowered his voice. Young Master Li, what are your plans going forward? If you're willing to stay in the military, I can petition the Empress to grant you an official position. Li Chang'an set down his cup and asked, General Hua, let me ask you something. Is there anywhere particularly dangerous nearby? Or any exceptionally powerful figures in this region? Hua Xiao paused. Why do you ask? Li Chang'an grinned. I can't sit idle. I'm always looking for some excitement. After a moment of silence, Hua Xiao replied, Actually, there is such a place. About 300 li from here lies the Chang'an mountain range. Recently someone discovered an ancient secret realm there. Legends speak of inheritances and treasures left by ancient powerhouses, and various sects have dispatched their elders to investigate. Those who can enter such places are typically at least grandmaster level. There are also numerous great grandmasters and extreme path grandmasters. For someone at the innate realm like yourself, you'd have little competitive advantage, and your life could be in danger. He expected Li Chang'an to reconsider upon hearing this, but instead the young man's eyes brightened with excitement. An ancient secret realm, elders from major sects, great grandmasters, extreme path grandmasters. Li Chang'an slapped the table enthusiastically. Excellent. I was just wondering where to find strong opponents. Hua Xiao blinked. Do you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the word danger? Lu Rian, who had been listening quietly from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. I'm coming too. Both Li Chang'an and Hua Xiao turned to look at her. Setting down her teacup, Lu Rian said calmly, but firmly, the secret realm in Chang'an Mountain. My master, the Supreme Elder of Piaoxiao Palace, went there half a month ago. I've been worried about her safety, and this is an opportunity to find her. Moreover, the secret realm is said to be filled with traps and ancient formations. Having an extra person means better mutual protection. Hua Xiao frowned slightly. Saintus, you're also going. What about Jinbei Pass? Lu Rian glanced at Li Chang'an. The enemy is unlikely to attack again in the near term. Yelu Hong lost over half his supplies. It will take at least 2 months to replenish them. After suffering such a devastating defeat, he won't risk another assault without first understanding Li Chang'an's true capabilities. My absence for a short while won't significantly impact the defense. After a moment's thought, Hua Xiao nodded. Very well. With the Saintess accompanying you, young Master Li's safety will be better ensured. But Li Chang'an was thinking something entirely different. Lu Rian was a late-stage grandmaster with striking beauty. If he could get her to kill him a few times along the way, that would be incredibly profitable. On the surface, however, he pretended to be deeply grateful, cupping his fists in salute. I am honored by the Saintess's company. After the banquet dispersed, Li Chang'an returned to the lodgings arranged by Hua Xiao. Lying on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling, his heart brimming with anticipation. The ancient secret realm, the elders, grandmasters, and extreme grandmasters of the various sects. He could almost see a vast array of attribute points beckoning to him. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an and Lu Rian bid farewell to Hua Xiao, and the others left Jinbei Pass and set out toward the Blackwind Mountains. The two walked side by side along a mountain path. Li Chang'an led the way, his steps light and brisk, occasionally looking around as if searching for something. Lu Rian followed half a step behind her, gait composed and posture elegant, her moon-white long dress gently fluttering in the morning breeze. After walking for a while, Lu Rian suddenly spoke. Li Chang'an, is that technique of yours really just a substitution technique? Li Chang'an's steps faltered for a moment before returning to normal. Without turning his head, he smiled and said, What does the Saintess think? Lu Rian did not answer his question, but continued. I have seen many substitution-type techniques. Some use spiritual energy to condense avatars, some use specially made talismans to replace the original body, and some use rare spirit materials to craft substitute puppets. But all these techniques share a common trait. They have a limited number of uses, and each use consumes a great deal of spiritual energy or resources. She paused, her gaze fixed on Li Chang'an's back. But yesterday on the battlefield you died at least several dozen times. Each time you revived, your aura was stronger than before. This doesn't seem like a substitution technique. It's more like you're using death to elevate your cultivation. Li Chang'an stopped, turned around, and looked at Lu Rian. The morning light fell upon her face, casting a soft halo over her cool features. Her eyes were bright, as if they could see through all pretenses. They stared at each other for a moment before Li Chang'an suddenly laughed. The Saintess is indeed intelligent. But this is my secret, I'm afraid I cannot elaborate. You only need to know that I won't harm you. Lu Rian gazed at him silent for a few seconds, then nodded lightly. Everyone has secrets they are unwilling to share. I will not press you, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Once we enter the secret realm, do not cause trouble. Lu Rian stared at him seriously. There are many powerful experts there, and some have bad tempers. If you behave like you did in the demon sect, flirting with female cultivators and pulling people's beards, I won't be able to protect you either. Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. How do you know about my flirting with the female cultivators of the demon sect? Lu Rian's lips curled slightly, revealing a rare hint of a smile. Do you think no one outside knows about the scene you caused at the Demon Sect's headquarters? The intelligence network of the Heavenly Intelligence Pavilion spans the entire world. Your name, Chang'an, has already spread among the high-ranking members of the major sects. A man who escaped unscathed from the Demon Sect's headquarters flirted with the Demon Sect leader and then walked away alive. It's hard not to attract attention. Chang'an. He felt that he had become famous, but the way he was famous was somewhat different from what he had imagined. He cleared his throat twice and changed the subject. So, how much farther to the secret realm? About half a day's journey, Lu Ruyan replied, withdrawing her gaze and continuing forward. Let's hurry. We should arrive before sunset. Chang'an quickly followed. This woman was too sharp. His earlier idea of having her kill him a few times to boost his cultivation was now abandoned. The two traveled swiftly along the mountain path, encountering several groups of cultivators also heading to the secret realm. Some were disciples from minor sects traveling in small groups, others were solitary rogue cultivators. Most people recognized Lu Ruyan by her iconic moon-white dress and aloof demeanor, identifying her as the saintess of the Piao Palace. They cup their hands and salute, their gazes filled with reverence and admiration. As for Chang'an by her side, he was automatically overlooked. A mere late-stage Xiantian minor cultivator, probably the saintess's attendant. Chang'an didn't mind, he was happy to be left alone. By dusk, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the Blackwind Mountains. The sight before him made Chang'an gasp. In the valley ahead, dozens of tents were densely pitched. Groups of cultivators were scattered about, some meditating, some conversing in low voices, some checking their equipment. The cultivators here were generally of high cultivation. Xiantian peak cultivators were common, and grandmasters were as numerous as oxen. Several auras were so profound that even Chang'an could not discern their exact realm. So many people. Chang'an murmured. This is only the vanguard, Lu Ruyan said, standing beside him, her gaze sweeping over the valley. The true experts have already entered the secret realm. Those staying outside are either waiting for their fellow disciples or making preparations. She turned to Chang'an, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Once inside, stay close to me and don't wander off. The situation within is far more complex than outside. There are not only conflicts among various factions, but also the secret realm's own mechanisms and prohibitions. You may not fear death, but if you get trapped in some dead zone where you can neither die nor escape, that would be a real problem. Chang'an nodded, for once not contradicting her. He gazed at the experts coming and going in the valley, his mind already calculating, with so many experts, if he could provoke each one, how many attribute points would he earn? He couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing his expression, Lu Ruyan suddenly regretted bringing him along. At the valley entrance ahead, a faint blue light barrier appeared. Like a giant water mirror, it stretched between two peaks, exuding a vague spatial fluctuation. Two gray-robed elders stood guard before the light barrier, both at the Grandmaster peak, their sharp eyes like eagles scanning everyone who approached. Lu Ruyan stepped forward, took a jade token from her waist, and handed it over. The token was pure white, engraved on the front with a lotus shrouded in mist, and on the back with the characters Piao Miao. The gray-robed elder examined the token, then looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression softening. He cupped his hands and said, "So it's the saintess of the Piao Palace. My apologies for not recognizing you. Please enter." He then glanced at Chang'an following behind Lu Ruyan and frowned slightly. "And this is A." Lu Ruyan replied calmly, "My companion." The gray-robed elder said no more and stepped aside. Lu Ruyan put away the jade token and led Chang'an through the light barrier. The moment they passed through the light barrier, Chang'an felt as if his body had traversed a layer of icy water film. The scene before him suddenly transformed. The verdant valley vanished, replaced by a gray, murky world. The sky was leaden gray, devoid of sun or clouds, a uniform expanse of gray-white. The earth was cracked and parched as if it had not seen rain for decades. In the distance stood several dilapidated stone towers, their surfaces covered in ancient runes that emitted a faint glow. The air was thick with a mixture of decay and spiritual energy, giving an ancient yet oppressive feeling. Chang'an looked around, took a deep breath, and felt the dense spiritual energy in the air. He couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of an ancient secret realm, the spiritual energy is several times more concentrated than outside. Lu Ruyan stood beside him, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings as she whispered, "This place is fraught with danger. We must not let our guard down. My master once said that ancient mystic realms like this often harbor remnants of primordial prohibitions and formations along with slumbering beasts, and a single misstep could cost us our lives." Chang'an's eyes lit up at the words, "cost us our lives." He had been searching for someone to kill him, and this realm teeming with peril was practically a tailor-made paradise for him to rack up points. He turned to Lu Ruyan with a grin and said, "Holy maiden, I think we should go our separate ways." Lu Ruyan frowned. "Separate ways, eh? This realm is fraught with danger. If we travel together, we can look out for each other. Going alone is too risky." Chang'an waved his hand, putting on a serious expression. "It's precisely because of the danger that I don't want to burden you. Think about it. You're a late-stage Grandmaster powerhouse, while I'm just dead weight. If danger arises you'd have to look after me, which would be quite inconvenient. On my own I can be more agile. Don't worry. I have a substitution technique to keep me alive. I won't die. Before Lu Ruyan could say more, Li Chang'an's form blurred, and he darted off like a gust of wind, vanishing into the gray mist in an instant. Lu Ruyan's hand froze mid-reach, her words unspoken, as the man disappeared from sight. She withdrew her hand with a resigned sigh and murmured to herself, "That man moves like a rabbit. So fast." After racing through the gray mist for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Li Chang'an confirmed he was far from Lu Ruyan, slowed his pace, and began to search for targets. His luck was good. Not far ahead, he spotted a figure crouched beside a large boulder, seemingly collecting something. He crept closer and saw a middle-aged man in a brown robe. The man's cultivation was around mid-stage grandmaster. He held a small shovel, carefully excavating a faintly blue glowing ore from the crevice of a stone. The ore, about the size of a fist, shimmered with a lustrous sheen. Clearly no ordinary object. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, leaped from his hiding spot, and bellowed, "Huh, you villain! Leave that opportunity for me." Startled by the sudden shout, the middle-aged man nearly dropped his shovel. He spun around, eyeing Li Chang'an warily. When he saw the newcomer's cultivation was only at early stage grandmaster, his wariness instantly turned to contempt. "A mere peak stage grandmaster dares to snatch my treasure. You're asking for death." Without another word, he raised his hand and struck. He used only half his strength, thinking that half was more than enough to deal with a brat at early stage grandmaster. The palm wind howled toward him. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he even stepped forward half a pace, letting the palm land squarely on his chest. With a dull thud, Li Chang'an's chest caved in. He flew backward, slammed into a large rock behind him, and slid limply to the ground, dead on the spot. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand, staring at the lifeless Li Chang'an on the ground, momentarily stunned. He had thought the brat who so arrogantly jumped out to rob him must have some skill, but he couldn't even withstand one palm, and didn't even try to dodge. How weak was that? Shaking his head, he was about to turn back to mining when a cheerful voice came from behind. "Not bad, not bad. That palm had plenty of force. How about another round?" The middle-aged man's body stiffened. He slowly turned to see Li Chang'an standing less than 3 feet away, arms crossed, smiling at him. He was spotless. No wounds, not even a wrinkle in his clothes. The man looked down at the ground. The corpse was gone, leaving only a pool of blood. You. His voice trembled. Li Chang'an stepped closer, eyes full of anticipation. "Don't stutter. Just do it. Kill me again, just once." The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. He had killed countless people in his life, but he had never encountered such a situation. A man he had clearly killed with his own hands, the corpse still steaming, yet in the blink of an eye he was standing before him, alive and kicking, cheerfully begging to be killed again. What kind of monster was this? Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fear and struck again with full force. The palm wind was sharp and fierce, carrying a piercing sound as it slammed into Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an flew backward again, snapping a withered tree behind him, and crashed to the ground, neck twisted, dead once more. Panting heavily, the middle-aged man stared at the corpse, counting silently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Before he reached 10, Li Chang'an's voice rang out behind him again. "Uncle, your palm technique is quite good. Lethal power is impressive. But you're getting older, your stamina can't keep up. After 2 consecutive palms you're already out of breath. I suggest you exercise more." The middle-aged man spun around, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he beheld Li Chang'an standing before him once more. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a distorted scream escaped his throat. "Ghost." He turned and fled, abandoning the ore and the small shovel. His speed was like the wind, and in an instant he vanished into the gray mist, leaving only a trail of fading screams echoing through the valley. Li Chang'an watched him disappear, shaking his head regretfully. He ran so fast. "I only died twice." He bent down, picked up the blue glowing ore, weighed it in his hand, and stored it in his system inventory. Still not a bad haul. This ore should sell for a good price. He clapped his hands and continued forward. In the following hours, Li Chang'an was like a pebble thrown into a pond, stirring ripple after ripple in the mystic realm. He kept appearing in every corner, charging at anyone he saw, provoking them, getting killed, resurrecting, and then provoking the next person. The explorers in the realm were already wary of each other, nerves taut, always ready for a sudden attack. Whenever Li Chang'an recklessly appeared in front of someone, their first instinct was to strike with full force, preempting any threat. And Li Chang'an never defended himself, so each time he died cleanly. He died under the palm of an old grandmaster who was meditating, because he kicked over the old man's cauldron. He died by the sword of a female cultivator gathering spirit herbs, because he leaned in and said, "Sister, your herb isn't as big as mine." He died behind a scholar studying ancient inscriptions, because he patted the scholar's shoulder and said, "Stop studying, you'll never figure it out." He died before a formation master who was setting up an array, because he trampled the freshly drawn array patterns. With each death, Li Chang'an obtained between 1 and 3 attribute points. Though the gain per death was modest, the frequency more than compensated. In the span of just half a day, he had died no fewer than 30 times, and his cultivation finally broke through from the peak of the innate realm to the early stage of the master realm. At the moment of breakthrough, a torrent of power surged from his dantian, cascading through his limbs and bones like a river bursting its banks. His meridians were widened nearly twofold, the circulation speed of his spiritual energy multiplied several times, and his perception range expanded dramatically. He could distinctly sense the flow of every wisp of spiritual energy within 100 zhang radius, and even hear the sound of water droplets striking rocks in the distance. He checked his status panel. Cultivation Master Realm Early Stage. Strength 208, Agility 312, Physique 180, Intelligence 160, Charisma 160, Luck 160. His base attributes had all been substantially elevated, especially Agility, which after allocating points had surpassed the 300 mark. He now felt as light as a feather. With the slightest movement, he could drift several zhang away. He attempted to execute his movement technique. His form flickered, and he instantly appeared on a massive boulder 10 zhang away, a speed so swift that even he was taken aback. No wonder they say the gap between major realms is an insurmountable chasm. Just the disparity in base attributes alone cannot be compensated by ordinary techniques. Li Chang'an stood on the boulder shaking his head with a sigh. But for me, the higher my realm, the fewer people who can kill me. That's a real problem. Although his current physique was only 180 points, the base attribute boost from the realm breakthrough meant that ordinary cultivators at the early master realm could hardly inflict fatal injuries on him. He had to seek out those with a higher cultivation level, preferably experts at the mid-master realm or above, to ensure a one-hit kill. He continued deeper into the secret realm. The further he ventured, the stronger the cultivators he encountered, those at the mid-master realm, late master realm, peak master realm, and even great master realm experts. Like a shark drawn to the scent of blood, Li Chang'an excitedly shuttled among these formidable figures, ceaselessly courting death and resurrecting, his cultivation steadily rising. But soon the cultivators in the secret realm began to break down. The incident started with an old man at the late master realm. The old man was studying ancient inscriptions carved on a stone wall when Li Chang'an suddenly popped up behind him and loudly recited, "I am an ancient, mighty one, leaving this legacy for the worthy to obtain." Hey old man, do you recognize these words? If not, stop pretending and step aside. Let the young master have a look. The old man was so angered that his beard curled up, and he struck Li Chang'an dead with a backhand slap. But before long, Li Chang'an reappeared beside him holding a stone and pounding it against the wall with a loud clatter, defacing the ancient inscriptions beyond recognition. The old man trembled with rage and killed him again with another slap. Yet after Li Chang'an resurrected for the third time, he stood directly before the old man, hands on his hips, and said, "Old man, you've killed me twice. That should be enough, right? How about we make a deal? Let me pick that Lingji of yours and I promise I won't bother you anymore." Only then did the old man realize that the Millennium Lingji he had placed at his feet had vanished. He looked down at the empty ground, then up at Li Chang'an's infuriating grin, and finally completely lost it. He let out a roar to the sky, smashed the very stone wall he had been studying for so long with a single palm strike, and then charged out of the secret realm without looking back. Similar scenes played out in every corner of the secret realm. A saber wielder at the peak master realm was battling a guardian beast when Li Chang'an suddenly appeared between them and was killed by a single swipe of the beast's claw. After resurrecting, he appeared behind the saber wielder, shouted, "Brother, I'm here to help," and then stabbed the saber wielder in the lower back. The saber wielder was so enraged he nearly went into demonic deviation. He turned and cleaved Li Chang'an in two, but Li Chang'an resurrected again behind the guardian beast and grabbed its tail. Enraged, the guardian beast clawed him to death and also heavily injured the saber wielder. The saber wielder finally fled the secret realm in utter disgrace, swearing never to enter any secret realm again. A female cultivator at the early Great Master Realm was collecting a 7-colored Lingji when Li Chang'an appeared beside her, yanked the Lingji out by the roots, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. The female cultivator froze for 2 seconds, then let out an ear-splitting shriek and turned Li Chang'an into a bloody pulp with a single palm strike. But after resurrecting, Li Chang'an appeared before her again, still chewing something, and mumbled, "Sister, that Lingji of yours tasted pretty good. Got any more?" The female cultivator was so furious that tears welled up, and she struck him dead again. Yet Li Chang'an resurrected once more, holding a large handful of wildflowers he had gathered elsewhere. He knelt on one knee and said with deep emotion, "Sister, consider that Lingji a debt I owe you. Let me give you these flowers as an apology." The female cultivator looked at the messy bunch of wildflowers, then at Li Chang'an's earnest face, and for a moment couldn't decide whether to be angry or amused. In the end, she gritted her teeth and turned away, abandoning even the remaining spirit herbs. And there was something even more outrageous. An old man at the early extreme Dao Master Realm was meditating in a cave when Li Chang'an suddenly appeared before him. Without a word, he sat cross-legged opposite the old man, assumed the same meditation posture, closed his eyes, and said, "Senior, it must be boring meditating alone. Let me keep you company." The old man opened his eyes, looked at the impertinent youngster before him, twitched his mouth, and reduced him to dust with a single palm strike. But Li Chang'an quickly resurrected beside him, still sitting cross-legged, still, with closed eyes, muttering, "Senior, that palm strike of yours was off. The flow of true qi went astray. It should start from the dantian, go through the conception vessel, then the governing vessel, and finally be expelled from the Laogong point on the palm to maximize its power." The old man was stunned by these words because in his haste he had indeed deviated a trace of true qi during that strike, and he hadn't expected this brat to notice. He stared at Li Chang'an with a mixture of shock and suspicion, and for a moment dared not strike again. Li Chang'an opened one eye, saw that the old man had not attacked, closed it again, and continued, "Senior, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I just want you to kill me a few more times. Really, just a few times." The old man was silent for a moment, then silently stood up, packed his belongings, and walked out of the cave without looking back. He had lived for over 300 years and weathered countless storms, but never had he doubted life as much as he did today. Thus Li Chang'an acted like a stick stirring the cesspool, disturbing everyone in the secret realm beyond measure. Some were driven to flee the secret realm voluntarily, others were so angered they coughed up blood, and still others tearfully handed over their storage pouches, begging him never to appear before them again. Li Chang'an collected a pile of spoils, but inwardly he grew increasingly bored. These people had such fragile mental fortitude. They couldn't handle dying a few times and lacked any endurance. He decided to venture deeper and explore the core area of the secret realm. Li Chang'an made his way toward the deepest part of the secret realm. The surrounding mist grew thicker and thicker. The spiritual energy in the air became increasingly dense, even carrying a trace of biting cold. Strange traces began to appear on the ground. Giant claw marks, scorch pits, and rock walls sliced by sharp weapons. Clearly an intense battle had taken place here not long ago. He passed through a withered black forest, and before him the view suddenly opened up. It was a massive circular clearing approximately 100 zhang in diameter. At the center of the clearing lay a deep pool, its water a strange, deep blue, perfectly still as a mirror with not a single ripple. Suspended above the pool floated a flower. It was roughly the size of a palm, its petals a translucent milky white, layered and unfurled gracefully with a golden stamen emitting a soft luminous glow. The entire flower hovered about 3 qi above the water's surface, slowly rotating. With each revolution, visible ripples of spiritual energy spread outward in concentric rings. The spiritual energy was pure and dense. Merely breathing it and once made one feel refreshed and invigorated, as if the spiritual power within one's body grew more active. Standing around the pool were 7 or 8 people. Each person's aura ran as deep as an abyssal sea. Li Chang'an scanned them briefly and discovered that even the weakest among them had reached the early stage of Grandmaster, with 3 of them being experts at the peak Great Tao Grandmaster level. They stood at different positions around the pool, maintaining wary distances from one another, their gazes fixed unblinkingly on the flower, hovering above the water, their eyes filled with greed and apprehension. An elderly man in a golden robe, a peak Great Tao Grandmaster, spoke, first his voice low and raspy. "Everyone, we've already been stalled here for 3 days. That Xian Frost Jade Lotus is right before our eyes, yet none of us can cross this pool. I propose we join forces to break the anti-flight formation on the pool's surface and afterward compete on equal footing. What do you think? Join forces?" The middle-aged man in black combat attire sneered coldly. "Old golden monster, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? We've all seen the pool's protective barrier. I'm not just talking about the anti-flight formation. That water itself can seal cultivation. What happened to that Grandmaster late-stage cultivator earlier? He relied on his sturdy physique to forcibly cross the water. What became of him? He barely lasted 3 breaths underwater before turning into an ice statue and sinking to the bottom. Even if you break the anti-flight formation without solving the water problem, no one here will get that flower. I happen to have a method," said an old Taoist priest in cyan robes, stroking his beard lazily. "We could capture a few low cultivation cultivators to serve as stepping stones, walking on them to cross the water. Before they freeze into ice statues, it would be more than enough time for a Grandmaster or peak Great Tao Grandmaster to make a round trip." At these words, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Some showed interest in their eyes, but most wore expressions of hesitation. A middle-aged scholar in white robes frowned. "This method is detrimental to heavenly harmony. We are all from righteous sects. If word spreads that we used living people as stepping stones to seize treasure, how could we ever face the cultivation world?" The golden-robed old man snorted coldly. "White-faced scholar, if you find it objectionable, you are free to leave. I personally couldn't care less." The middle-aged scholar's face cycled through shades of green and white, but in the end he did not leave. Clearly the temptation of that Xian Frost Jade Lotus far outweighed the dignity he had spoken of. Just as the crowd debated endlessly, a voice suddenly came from the edge of the clearing, not loud, but crystal clear, to everyone present: "Make way, make way. Let this young master have a go. You bunch of good-for-nothings can't even handle a mere pool, yet you keep bickering among yourselves. Aren't you ashamed?" All eyes turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice. There a young man in shabby clothes strode confidently out of the forest, hands on his hips. His cultivation was modest, only at the early Grandmaster stage. Yet his demeanor was utterly arrogant, as though the peak Great Dao Grandmasters and Grandmasters present were nothing but clay figurines to him. It was none other than Chang'an. The clearing fell silent for 2 seconds. Then the man in black combat attire let out a derisive chuckle. Where did this reckless pup come from? Early Grandmaster. Are you lost or just tired of living? Chang'an walked to the edge of the pool, glanced at the flower floating above the water, then swept his gaze across the assembled crowd and grinned. You know, all of you are Grandmasters and peak Great Dao Grandmasters, yet you've been stumped by a tiny pool for 3 days. Don't you fear being laughed out of the cultivation world? Today this young master will show you what true skill looks like. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, pretending to prepare to leap into the pool. The experts around him exchanged glances, each reading the same thought in the other's eyes. Either this kid was a complete fool, or he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. An early Grandmaster showing such arrogance in front of a group of Grandmasters and peak Great Dao Grandmasters. Either he had tired of living, or he was an old monster hiding his cultivation. For a moment no one dared to strike first. Chang'an waited a while, and noticed no one moved, growing slightly anxious. After a moment's thought, he decided to turn up the heat. He turned to face the crowd, hands on his hips, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "You worthless trash. If you're incapable, leave the secret realm right now. Stop wasting everyone's air." The words took effect immediately. The man in black combat attire's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Arrogant brat." He waved his hand, and a blade of black, true chi shot through the air, aimed directly at Chang'an's throat. This strike used only 30% of his power, a mere test. Chang'an neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the chi blade to slice through his throat. Blood sprayed as he fell backward, dying on the spot. Silence fell over the clearing once more. The assembled crowd gazed at the still warm corpse on the ground, their expressions a mixture of confusion, contempt, and contemplation. "That's it." The golden-robed elder raised an eyebrow. This old man expected someone remarkable, but it turns out to be nothing more than a reckless clown. The man in black retracted his hand and shook his head with disdain. "Wasted my facial expressions on him." Yet the moment his words faded, Chang'an's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, you in black. Your true chi transformation technique is decent, but your speed needs work. I suggest you practice more." The black-clad man's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned his head and saw Chang'an standing no more than 2 steps behind him, arms crossed, grinning mischievously. Meanwhile, the corpse on the ground was gradually dissolving into scattered points of light. "You?" The black-clad man's pupils contracted sharply. Chang'an winked at him while, surprise, shaken. The man in black wasted no words. He struck out with a reverse palm, sending black true chi surging like a raging tide toward Chang'an. Chang'an still did not dodge or evade. He was blasted away by the palm strike, crashing into a withered tree behind him. The trunk snapped with a crack, and he fell to the ground dead once more. However, within less than 10 breaths he reappeared beside the golden-robed old man, patted his shoulder, and said, "Old man, that robe of yours looks quite nice. Where did you buy it?" The golden-robed old man shivered at the touch. Almost instinctively, he flicked his sleeve, and a surge of immense power sent Chang'an flying. He was already dead before he even hit the ground. Yet Chang'an soon revived again. This time he appeared beside the middle-aged scholar, snatched the folding fan from his hand, and with a swift schwa sound, opened it, fanning himself pretentiously. "Oh, this fan is quite nice. Lend it to me for a couple of days, okay?" The middle-aged scholar's expression shifted. He reached out to snatch it back, but Chang'an had already tucked the fan into his bosom and turned to run. Enraged, the scholar struck out with a palm, and a thick, heavy palm wind struck Chang'an dead 10 yards away. But after reviving, Chang'an appeared beside the green-robed old Taoist, grabbed the old Taoist's flowing white beard, and gave it a hard tug. "Old Taoist, your beard is well maintained. What shampoo do you use?" The green-robed old Taoist gasped in pain, raised his hand, and with a single palm strike, flattened Chang'an into a meat patty. Thus, in the span of a single incense stick's burn, Chang'an died over a dozen times, and revived just as many, harassing every expert present. One moment he tugged on someone's beard, the next he patted another's shoulder, then he snatched a weapon and later drew a turtle on someone's robe. His speed was astonishing. Each time he revived, he appeared beside a different person, making it impossible to guard against. At first, the experts adopted a probing attitude, wanting to see what was so peculiar about this young man. But as Chang'an's deaths grew more frequent and his revivals more numerous, their mindset began to shift. First came confusion. What is this kid's background? He's died so many times. How can he still revive? Then came shock. His aura seems to be growing stronger. Each time he revives, his cultivation improves a little. Then came doubt. This is definitely no ordinary substitute technique. A substitute technique cannot be used so many times in a row. He must have some secret. Finally, fear. For they realized that no matter how they killed him, Chang'an could always revive. And each time he revived, his cultivation was a fraction stronger than before. Although each improvement was minute, the sheer number of times made it significant. After nearly 20 deaths, his cultivation had risen from early Grandmaster to mid-Grandmaster, and it was still climbing. Worse still, Li Chang'an began to change his tactics. He noticed that the experts had realized the problem and were now trying to capture him alive rather than kill him outright. So he no longer stood foolishly waiting to die. Whenever someone tried to seal his cultivation or capture him, he used his exceptional agility to dodge, then rushed at another person and landed a fierce punch or kick. Although his cultivation was only mid-Grandmaster, his agility had already exceeded 300 points. Combined with a set of advanced movement techniques he had just exchanged, his speed was so fast that even the ultimate Grandmasters present found it troublesome. Although his punches and kicks were utterly insignificant to great Grandmasters and ultimate Grandmasters, the problem was he was hitting them in the face. When an ultimate Grandmaster level powerhouse was punched in the face by a mere mid-Grandmaster junior, the humiliation was worse than death. Thus the experts found themselves in a dilemma. If they didn't kill him, he buzzed around like a fly, occasionally landing a hit, driving them mad with annoyance. But if they killed him, he would die and revive again, growing stronger with each death. It was like feeding the enemy. This feeling was like stepping on a pile of dog excrement. If you don't step on it, it sticks to your shoe and won't come off. If you do step on it, it's dirty and smelly, and the more you step, the more there is. Finally, after nearly an hour of torment, the golden-robed old man was the first to break down. He grabbed his own hair, roared at the sky, then pointed at Li Chang'an and cursed. "What the hell do you want?" Li Chang'an had just revived and was crouching by the pond playing with the water. Hearing the golden-robed old man's roar, he looked up and said innocently, "I don't want anything. I just want to die, that's all. You kill me, I thank you. You don't kill me, then I'll annoy you. Simple, isn't it?" The golden-robed old man trembled with rage, but he dared not strike again. For he had realized that each time he killed Li Chang'an, the brat's aura grew stronger by a fraction. If he continued killing, it wouldn't be long before the kid soared from early Grandmaster to great Grandmaster, and then he would be even more unstoppable. He gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. Enough. I'll give up this mystic frost jade lotus. With that, he turned and left, disappearing into the mist without looking back. The remaining few looked at each other. The man in black was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "I'll give it up too." He followed the golden-robed old man and left the clearing. The green-robed old Taoist looked at the flower on the pond, then at Li Chang'an crouching by the water playing. His mouth twitched, but in the end he sighed and turned away. The middle-aged scholar hesitated, also wanting to leave, but Li Chang'an suddenly stood up and shouted at him, "Hey, the one with the fan. Your fan is still with me." The middle-aged scholar stopped in his tracks, turned to look at the crumpled fan in Li Chang'an's hand, his face shifting between pale and green. Finally, he gritted his teeth and walked away without looking back. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 7 or 8 experts who had gathered around the pond had all left. Li Chang'an stood in the center of the empty clearing, looked around, and scratched his head. All gone. Just like that. I've only died over 20 times. I haven't grinded enough yet. He looked down at his panel. Cultivation Great Grandmaster mid-stage. Remaining attribute points 268. From early Grandmaster all the way to mid-Great Grandmaster. This speed was faster than riding a rocket. He nodded with satisfaction, then opened the system shop and spent 60 attribute points to exchange for 2 sets of advanced techniques and 1 movement skill. He added all the remaining 200 points to agility. Agility 312537. When agility broke through the 500-point threshold, Li Chang'an felt a qualitative change in his body. His perception of the surrounding environment became extremely acute. He could even track the trajectory of dust particles floating in the air. His reaction speed reached an incredible level, as if everything around him was playing in slow motion. He tried running the newly exchanged movement technique. His form flickered, and in an instant he appeared on the other side of the pond. The speed was so fast that even he was amazed. This speed should be comparable to a peak ultimate Grandmaster, right? He muttered to himself, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He clapped his hands and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an turned his head to see Lu Ruyan standing at the edge of the clearing, staring at him in utter astonishment. Her clothes bore several tears and her hair was slightly disheveled, a clear sign that she had encountered her own share of battles along the way. But at this moment, she was utterly oblivious to her own appearance. She simply gaped at Li Chang'an, her mouth opening and closing several times before she finally managed to force out a single sentence. "You? What did you just do? Why did all those extreme Dao Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters flee?" Li Chang'an scratched his head and grinned. "Nothing much, just had a little fun with them." Lu Ruyan. Though she didn't know the specifics of what had transpired from the expressions on the faces of the departing experts, she could roughly guess that Li Chang'an had once again done something utterly maddening. She took a deep breath, deciding not to pursue that line of inquiry any further. Instead, she asked, "What about the frost jade lotus?" Li Chang'an pointed toward the sky above the pool. "It's right there." Lu Ruyan followed the direction of his finger, and indeed saw the milky white flower still suspended above the water, radiating a soft, gentle glow. She frowned. This pool is warded by a prohibition. How do you plan to retrieve it? Li Chang'an smiled. I have a way. He walked to the edge of the pool, took a deep breath, and then leaped into the water. Lu Rian gasped. Are you insane? But Li Chang'an had already plunged into the pool. Exactly as the earlier experts had warned, the pool water instantly sealed away the spiritual energy within his body. A bone-chilling cold surged from all directions, as if it would freeze the very blood in his veins. His body began to stiffen, and a thin layer of frost formed on his skin. Yet he did not struggle. Instead, he allowed himself to sink deeper. During his descent, he mustered his last ounce of strength, reached out, and grasped the stem of the frost jade lotus. With a sharp tug, he plucked it and stowed it away in his system inventory. Then his consciousness faded into darkness. Death 1. A moment later, Li Chang'an resurrected on the shore, a triumphant smile on his face. Got it. Lu Rian hurried over, her voice laced with reproach and concern. You really have no regard for your life. That pool water could freeze even an extreme Dao Grandmaster into an ice sculpture, and you're just a Grandmaster. No, wait, when did you become a great Grandmaster? She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. Because she realized that the aura emanating from Li Chang'an was no longer that of a Grandmaster, but of a mid-stage great Grandmaster. She clearly remembered that when they first entered the secret realm half a day ago, Li Chang'an was still at the Xiantian Peak. How much time had passed? He had skyrocketed from Xiantian Peak all the way to mid-stage great Grandmaster. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Li Chang'an sneezed, rubbed his nose, and grinned. I told you I have my ways. Lu Rian stared at him for a long while, but ultimately chose not to press further. Everyone had their own secrets, and her relationship with Li Chang'an had not yet reached a point where they shared everything. She merely sighed and said, Come on, let's get out of here first. The chill in your body hasn't been fully dispelled. You need to find a place to rest properly. Li Chang'an nodded and followed Lu Rian as they headed toward the exit of the secret realm. He cast a glance back at the empty pool, a hint of regret stirring in his heart. Too bad those experts had all fled, otherwise he could have farmed them a bit longer. But no matter. He had already memorized this place, and if the opportunity arose in the future, he could always come back to see if there were any other treasures. He patted the frost jade lotus tucked inside his robes, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. This trip's harvest was already more than enough to satisfy him. Li Chang'an and Lu Rian walked out of the secret realm's light barrier one after the other. Passing through the aquamarine screen, the scene before them shifted from the gray, hazy world of the secret realm back to the lush green mountains and clear waters of the Chang'an Mountains. Li Chang'an took a deep breath of the outside air, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. But before he could fully savor it, he realized something was off. On the open ground outside the secret realm entrance, a dense crowd of people stood in a dark mass. A quick glance suggested at least 100 of them. These people were gathered in small groups. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, others conversed in low tones, and a few paced back and forth, their faces etched with anxiety and reluctance. Their cultivation levels were nothing to scoff at. The weakest among them were at the early Grandmaster stage. Great Grandmasters were everywhere, and there were even several extreme Dao Grandmasters. Clearly these were either people who had retreated from the secret realm or disciples of various sects waiting outside for news. The reason they hadn't left was simple unwillingness. The opportunity of the ancient secret realm lay right before them, and no one wanted to return empty-handed. Some had been forced out after suffering losses inside, while others were waiting for their sect elders to emerge. Still others were simply loitering outside, hoping to pick up scraps or ambush those who came out. The moment Li Chang'an and Lu Rian stepped through the light barrier, every pair of eyes swiveled toward them. They recognized Lu Rian, the sacred maiden of the Piao Palace, well known to many present. But they did not recognize Li Chang'an, an ordinary-looking young man with a cultivation level. Wait, why couldn't they see through this young man's cultivation? A few of the more perceptive experts narrowed their eyes and sensed, carefully determining that Li Chang'an's aura was roughly at the mid-stage great Grandmaster level. That level was quite impressive for the younger generation, but in the presence of the various sect elders and distinguished disciples gathered here, it was hardly remarkable. What truly caught their attention was another matter. These two had emerged from the secret realm. That meant they might have obtained the treasures within. In an instant, countless gazes converged on Li Chang'an and Lu Rian. Some scrutinizing, some probing, some greedy, and some malevolent. Lu Rian felt the pressure of those stares and frowned. She was about to say something when she heard Li Chang'an's voice in her ear, transmitted via sound transmission. Sacred maiden, don't speak for now. Step aside and watch my performance. Lu Rian was taken aback. She turned to look at Li Chang'an and found him winking at her, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Though she didn't understand what he was planning, after several days of traveling together, she had come to grasp Li Chang'an's modus operandi. This guy never played by the rules, but every time he did something unconventional, it turned out he had his reasons. She hesitated for a moment, then followed his advice and stepped back several paces, positioning herself under a large tree at the edge of the clearing. Arms crossed, she watched quietly. Li Chang'an cleared his throat, stepped forward a few paces, and stood in the most conspicuous spot at the center of the open ground. He looked around, a bright smile spreading across his face. Then he reached into his robes, actually into his system inventory, and pulled out the frost jade lotus. The milky white petals shimmered with a lustrous sheen in the sunlight, and the golden stamen radiated a dense, almost tangible fluctuation of spiritual energy. The fragrance of the flower drifted on the wind, and everyone within a radius of several dozen zhang could smell a refreshing, invigorating scent. Even a single breath seemed to invigorate the spiritual energy within their bodies. The open ground fell silent in an instant. All eyes were locked tightly upon the flower in Li Chang'an's grasp, their breathing growing ragged. Some stared with eyes bulging like copper bells while others stood with mouths agape. Several instinctively stepped forward before forcibly halting themselves. They were all connoisseurs of rare treasures. The spiritual energy fluctuations and anomalous aura emanating from this flower unmistakably marked it as the legendary frost jade lotus of the secret realm. They had spent days struggling within that secret domain, with many perishing along the way, yet none managed to claim it, forced to withdraw in bitter defeat. And now this extraordinary lotus was being paraded brazenly before them, held aloft by a mere youth, as though displaying a hard-won trophy. Li Chang'an seemed utterly oblivious to the burning gazes upon him, absent-mindedly turning the flower over and over in his hands while muttering to himself, "Oh dear, just how is one supposed to use this flower? Should I consume it raw, or must it be refined into pills? I've heard that heavenly treasures yield the greatest benefit when eaten directly, but could that cause digestive troubles?" His voice was soft, yet every cultivator present possessed hearing far beyond mortal capacity. They caught every single word without exception. An elderly grandmaster draped in gray robes could contain himself no longer, and spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "Young friend, might that flower in your possession have been obtained within the secret realm?" Li Chang'an glanced up at him, nodded with an expression of innocent guilelessness. "Indeed. I plucked it right above that water pool." The old man's breathing grew more labored. He stepped forward 2 paces, wrestling his inner excitement into restraint, and forced his voice to sound level. "Young friend, I am an elder of Qingyun's sect, and a master of alchemy. If the frost jade lotus is consumed raw, the majority of its medicinal potency will be wasted. It can only achieve its fullest effect when refined into pills. Why not entrust this flower to me, young friend? I shall refine it into pills on your behalf, and we shall divide the results equally. What say you?" Before his words had settled, another voice rang out, laced with a cold sneer, "An elder of Qingyun's sect. Haha, who doesn't know your sect's alchemical prowess is merely SSO? Do not go ruining a fine spiritual herb through incompetence. Young friend, I am the Valley Master of Tiandan Valley, and our sect alone represents the orthodox lineage of pill refining. If you place your trust in me and entrust the flower to my care, I am willing to offer 1 Tian Yuan pill and 3 Shinming pills as recompense." Huh. Tiandan Valley dares call itself the orthodox school of alchemy, who was outshone by our Yaowang Valley at last year's alchemy competition. Your Yaowang Valley only knows how to boast. Your actual skill is mediocre at best. Several alchemy sect elders immediately erupted into heated arguments, spitting as they went, none willing to concede. Li Chang'an watched them bickering, his heart bursting with mirth, yet on the surface he feigned distress and scratched his head. "Elders, please cease this quarrel. I truly do not know whom to trust. How about this?" He paused, then suddenly raised the frost jade lotus high overhead and shouted, "Anyone who desires this flower, come and seize it." The entire clearing fell silent for a single heartbeat. Then, like a spark falling into a powder keg, the scene detonated instantly. "Young brat, how arrogant. Let this old man teach you a lesson." The closest great master. Early stage, a burly warrior struck first. His palms swept through the air like a broad fan, carrying a howling wind toward Li Chang'an's neck. Li Chang'an did not dodge or evade. He allowed the massive hand to seize his throat, and with a sickening crack his neck snapped. Death won. The burly man clutched Li Chang'an's corpse, momentarily frozen in disbelief. He had assumed the boy's brazen arrogance implied at least some hidden prowess, never expecting him to fall so easily. Bending low, he frantically searched Li Chang'an's body for the frost jade lotus, yet found nothing. Just then Li Chang'an's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey big guy, were you looking for me?" The burly man whirled around to find Li Chang'an standing right behind him, still clutching the frost jade lotus, a cheerful smile upon his face. His pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, someone nearby screamed, "The flower is in his hand." 3 or 4 figures launched themselves at Li Chang'an simultaneously. Blade gleams and sword shadows, palm winds and fist force, all at once engulfed Li Chang'an. Death won. He fell again, his body shattered into fragments by numerous strikes. But swiftly he revived elsewhere, still holding the flower, still grinning brightly. "Come, come. Do not be shy. Whatever you can seize is yours." The crowd descended into utter frenzy. Over 100 souls surged toward Li Chang'an. All grandmasters, great masters, extreme path grandmasters alike. Each one hungered to seize the frost jade lotus, each hoping to become the chosen one. Chaos reigned supreme. Some were trampled beneath fleeing feet, others caught in the crossfire, many striking down rivals lurking beside them. Screams of agony and furious curses rose in a deafening cacophony. At the storm's center, Chang'an died, and revived in relentless succession. He perished beneath the palm of a mid-stage great master elder, his skull crushed by a single blow. After reviving, he fell to the sword of an early-stage extreme path, grandmaster woman, pierced through the heart. Reviving once more, he was beaten into paste beneath the twin hammers of a burly warrior. Revived again, he was killed by a lean man wielding hidden weapons, a poisoned dart striking his throat. After another resurrection, a young disciple's spear impaled him and sent him flying. With each death, he gained between 1 and 5 attribute points. There were bonuses for dying at the hands of women and additional gains when slain by those far surpassing him in strength. Too many masters surrounded him. He was like meat thrown into a school of sharks. Each revival meant instant submergence beneath countless strikes, death coming swiftly and mercilessly. His cultivation base rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mid-stage great master, peak mid-stage, late stage great master, peak late stage. With every death, his aura strengthened incrementally. Though each individual gain was modest, the sheer frequency of his deaths compensated magnificently. In less than half an hour, he had died nearly 50 times. And those besieging him began to sense something amiss. At first, everyone cared only for seizing the flower. Nobody paid the slightest heed to Chang'an himself. But as time wore on, more and more noticed this bizarre phenomenon. This boy died, and revived and died, cycling through dozens of times. Moreover, each time he returned, his aura was noticeably stronger than before. A late-stage great master elder, drenched in sweat, paused his assault, and panted while gazing at the freshly revived Chang'an nearby. Turning to his companion, he asked, "Old Zhang, have you noticed anything? This kid seems to grow stronger with each death." His companion, equally exhausted, nodded with a grave expression. "I noticed it long ago. When he first emerged, his aura hovered around mid-stage great master. Since it now, tell me, what stage has he reached?" "Peak great master. And in how little time?" "It is not merely a matter of cultivation." A middle-aged man in cyan robes interjected, his face somewhat ashen. "Have you observed? After each death, his corpse vanishes only to reappear elsewhere upon revival. This is no clone technique, nor any life-preserving treasure. A clone technique cannot be invoked dozens of times consecutively, and any protective artifact will inevitably exhaust its spiritual energy. This kid is deeply problematic." At these words, everyone around fell silent. The gathered crowd consisted of elders and core disciples from various sects, each possessing extensive knowledge of extraordinary techniques and magical artifacts. However, Chang'an's ability to resurrect from death utterly defied the bounds of their understanding. If it happened once or twice, one might attribute it to a substitute technique, but to occur dozens of times in succession was utterly abnormal. Especially for those who had slain Chang'an numerous times within the secret realm, they had assumed his magical artifacts or methods had limitations, yet they could see no end to it. What unsettled them even more was that Chang'an's cultivation steadily increased throughout this ordeal. In other words, each time they killed him, they were effectively helping him grow stronger. This was nothing short of aiding the enemy. Some began to hesitate. An elder clad in a white robe, an initial stage ultimate Dao grandmaster, withdrew his long sword, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant Chang'an, who had once again revived, and shook his head. "Enough. I shall fight no more. This lad is eerily strange. If we continue, who knows what might happen." He turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving the clearing. Yet many remained undeterred. The allure of the mystic frost jade lotus was too great. A celestial treasure capable of helping ultimate Dao grandmasters break through bottlenecks and ascend to the Dao enlightenment realm. For this flower, even the greatest risks were worth taking. Thus the assault continued. Chang'an kept dying, kept reviving, and kept growing stronger. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, his cultivation finally brushed against the threshold of the ultimate Dao grandmaster. Cultivation breakthrough, ultimate Dao grandmaster, initial stage. A torrent of power erupted from his dantian, cascading through his entire body like a mountain flood. His meridians were once again expanded, the circulation of his spiritual energy more than doubled, and his perception range dramatically increased. He could distinctly sense the breathing rhythms and heartbeat frequencies of everyone around him, and even trace the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies. He glanced at his status panel. Cultivation Ultimate Dao Grandmaster, Initial Stage Agility 802, with an agility of 802 combined with the advanced movement technique he had just exchanged, his speed had reached an utterly terrifying level. He now had confidence that even against a peak stage Ultimate Dao Grandmaster he would not be outmatched. But a problem arose. The higher his cultivation, the fewer could kill him in a single blow. Just now a female cultivator at the initial stage of Ultimate Dao Grandmaster thrust her sword at his heart. The blade pierced his skin, but was caught by his muscles, failing to fully penetrate. Chang'an looked down at the sword embedded in his chest, then up at the female cultivator, and said with an innocent expression, "Sister, your strike lacks strength. A bit more effort, please." The female cultivator's face turned green. Gritting her teeth, she added more force, finally driving the tip through his heart. Death 1. After reviving, Chang'an patted his chest and muttered with lingering fear, "That scared me. I almost didn't die." He began to realize a problem as his cultivation increased. His base defense also automatically rose. Although he had never invested in physique, the mandatory attribute enhancement from cultivation breakthroughs was unavoidable. His physique was now nearing 400 points, and combined with the physical strength of an ultimate Dao Grandmaster, a full force strike from an ordinary Grandmaster might not even break his skin. "This won't do," he frowned. "I need to find true experts to kill me. Preferably peak stage ultimate Dao Grandmasters, otherwise death won't be satisfying enough." He looked around and saw that the number of attackers had dwindled significantly. Some were squatting on the ground panting from exhaustion, others, sensing something amiss, had quietly slipped away. A few still persisted, but their attacks were noticeably weaker, clearly wavering. Chang'an felt this was inefficient. After a moment's thought, he decided to change tactics. Upon reviving again, instead of standing still waiting to die, he charged actively into the crowd. His speed was ghostly as he weaved through the crowd, slapping the rears of several female cultivators. Slap, slap, slap. Crisp sounds echoed across the clearing. The female cultivators froze for a moment, then looked down at the spot where they had been struck. When they raised their heads, their expressions had shifted from surprise to fury. "You lecher. I'll kill you." Several female cultivators attacked simultaneously, their sword, chi, and palm strikes weaving into a dense net of assault that enveloped Chang'an. Chang'an neither dodged nor blocked, and was struck by multiple attacks, dying instantly. Death 1, killed by female, bonus 1 point in the darkness. Chang'an chuckled. Indeed, this trick still worked. After reviving, he repeated the tactic, charging toward another group of female cultivators. This time he went even further. Not only did he slap their rears, but he also casually groped the waists of a few, shouting, "Sisters, your figures are wonderful." The female cultivators were so enraged they nearly exploded on the spot. They chased him across half a mountain, killing him 3 times before their anger subsided. Chang'an happily collected the attribute points from 3 deaths, his heart filled with emotion. Female cultivators were truly the most adorable creatures in the world. Not only were they beautiful, but killing him also granted bonus points. Perfect. Thus, he farmed for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, steadily advancing from the initial stage to the middle stage of the ultimate Dao Grandmaster. But by then the number of attackers had dwindled further and further. The reason was simple. They were tired, afraid, and felt it was no longer worth it. They had fought for nearly an hour, killing Chang'an countless times, yet he still stood there lively and energetic, his cultivation soaring from the middle stage of Grandmaster to the middle stage of ultimate Dao Grandmaster. And themselves, exhausted like dogs, some even injured by friendly fire in the chaos. Most crucially, they gradually realized that even if they killed Chang'an, they could not find the mystic frost jade lotus. His corpse carried no storage equipment. The flower seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear after his revival. What was the point of fighting? A peak stage ultimate Dao Grandmaster elder withdrew his horsetail whisk and let out a long sigh, his voice laden with fatigue and resignation. "Enough, enough. I have cultivated for over 300 years and have never seen such bizarre circumstances. It seems this mystic frost jade lotus is not destined for me. I cannot force it." He shook his head and turned away. Another peak stage Grandmaster, a burly man, put away his weapon, plopped down on the ground, and panted heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks. I'm done. If I keep fighting, I'll die of exhaustion. This kid isn't human, he's a monster." A female cultivator, adjusting her disheveled clothes, glared at Chang'an with gritted teeth, but eventually stomped her foot and walked away. More and more people began to give up. Some shook their heads and sighed, some cursed under their breath, some wore expressions of reluctance, but in the end they all chose to leave. They had come to understand that as long as Chang'an was there, no one could claim the mystic frost jade lotus. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, most of the crowd had vanished, leaving only 20 or 30 still hesitating. Chang'an watched the departing figures, a hint of regret in his heart. Such a wonderful opportunity to farm points gone just like that. Chang'an glanced down at his panel. His cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster, still some distance away from the late stage. As for attribute points, he had accumulated quite a few, more than 200 when combined with what remained from before. He was pondering whether to do something else to draw more hostility when he suddenly noticed a female cultivator in the crowd who had not yet left. The female cultivator appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing an elegant teal dress with a dignified and beautiful face and a gentle demeanor like flowing water. Her cultivation was exceptionally high. She had reached the peak of Extreme Dao Grandmaster with only 1 step remaining before entering the Enlightenment realm. She stood at the edge of the crowd, refraining from action, simply observing everything quietly with a gaze full of scrutiny and contemplation. Chang'an's eyes lit up. A female cultivator at the peak of Extreme Dao Grandmaster. That was an ideal target for farming points. Her cultivation was high enough to kill him in 1 strike, and being female would provide additional bonus. If he could get her to kill him 100 times, how many attribute points would he accumulate? He scampered over to her with a grin and said, "Sister, why aren't you making a move? Do you want this flower too?" The female cultivator glanced at him with calm eyes and a detached tone. "I do, but I cannot seize it." Li Chang'an scratched his head and chuckled. "Sister, how about we make a deal?" The female cultivator raised her eyebrows slightly. "What kind of deal?" Li Chang'an took out the dark frost jade lotus from his system storage, weighing it in his hand. "Kill me 100 times, and I'll give you this flower." The female cultivator froze. In all her years of living, she had witnessed all sorts of exchanges. Spirit stones for cultivation techniques, pills for favors, intelligence for resources. But to trade, killing him 100 times for a treasure, that was something she had never heard of before. After a moment of silence, she asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" Li Chang'an nodded firmly, his expression earnest. "Dead serious. I actually enjoy being killed by a beautiful woman. The more you kill me, the happier I become. As long as you agree to kill me 100 times, this flower is yours." The corner of the female cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. She felt her worldview being shaken, yet the temptation of the dark frost jade lotus was simply too great. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally nodded. "Very well, I agree." For the first time in her life, she had ever encountered such an absurd request. Li Chang'an cheered and proactively thrust his neck forward. "Come on, sister, don't hold back. Strike right here." The female cultivator took a deep breath, raised her hand, and delivered a palm strike to the crown of his head. Death 1. Killed by a female, bonus 1 point. Killed by someone far surpassing the host in strength, bonus 2 points. After reviving, Li Chang'an once again offered his neck. Again, the female cultivator struck him once more. Death 1. Again. Death 1. Keep going. Death 1. The remaining 20 to 30 people in the clearing stared in utter disbelief at this spectacle. A female Extreme Dao Grandmaster at its peak was repeatedly striking down a young man at the mid-stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster, one palm at a time. And that young man, each time he revived, grinned and thrust his neck forward, shouting again, "Keep going, and don't stop." This scene was bizarre beyond comprehension, wholly unnatural. Someone couldn't help but mutter, "Is this even killing? What's going on? I feel like I'm watching some strange performance." The person beside them shook their head blankly. "Don't ask me, I don't understand either. I've cultivated for decades, and I've never once heard of someone begging another to kill them. And have you noticed? He's advancing in cultivation again. When he first appeared, he was only at the Great Emperor mid-stage, but now he's reached Extreme Dao Grandmaster mid-stage. If this continues, he'll break through to the late stage soon." My mindset is completely shattered. I spent 30 years breaking through from Great Emperor mid-stage to late stage, and he's done in 1 hour what took me 3 decades. Don't say any more. I'm about to cry. Through all the complex gazes of the crowd, Li Chang'an had already died over 30 times. And at this moment, a new problem emerged. The female cultivator found herself struggling more and more to kill Li Chang'an. At the beginning, a casual palm strike could send him to death easily, like swatting a mosquito. But as time passed, Li Chang'an's cultivation continued to grow and his physical body strengthened accordingly. By the 30th something time, she needed to exert half her strength just to ensure a fatal blow. By the 40th time, she had to use 70% of her power. By the 50th time, she was already forced to strike with full strength. And Li Chang'an was still yelling, "Sister, put some force behind it. My skin's gotten tougher. If you go easy on me, I won't die. Give me a clean hit. I'm not afraid of death, only of pain." Gritting her teeth, the female cultivator pushed her power to 10% and delivered a palm strike to Li Chang'an's crown. This time she finally killed him, but she herself was also exhausted, with fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. She caught her breath and watched Li Chang'an revive once more, unable to help but ask, "How many more times?" Li Chang'an counted on his fingers. 48 more. Keep it up, sister, you've already passed the halfway mark." The female cultivator took a deep breath, adjusted her inner chi, and struck again. Another 40-plus rounds of tug-of-war ensued. When the 100th death finally came, Li Chang'an's cultivation had broken through to the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster. He lay on the ground, feeling the surging power within his body, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, the female cultivator supported herself on her knees, gasping heavily, her back completely soaked with sweat. She had never killed so many people in her entire life. All in a single day, and all the same person, killing the same person over and over. It was truly absurd just thinking about it. Li Chang'an got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, then took out the dark frost jade lotus from his system storage and held it out with both hands to the female cultivator, grinning. "Sister, this is yours. This humble one keeps his word and never reneges." The female cultivator stared at the dark frost jade lotus, emitting a soft radiance, stunned for a long moment before finally reaching out to take it. Her fingers trembled slightly, whether from excitement or exhaustion, she could not tell. She carefully stowed the dark frost jade lotus, then looked up at Li Chang'an, her gaze complex. "You really just gave it to me like that?" Li Chang'an nodded. "Of course, Li Chang'an always keep my word." The female cultivator fell silent for a moment, then suddenly bowed deeply to him and said solemnly, "Thank you, young hero. I am Su Yingxue, an elder of the Yaoqi sacred land. Should you ever need anything from Su, do not hesitate to ask. Li Chang'an waved his hand. No need, no need. You killed me 100 times. I should be the one thanking you. Su Yingshue's mouth twitched again. In all her years of living, she had still never encountered someone expressing gratitude for being slain over 100 times. She took a deep breath, decided to let go of the matter, and turned to walk toward her fellow sect members. Her fellow disciples immediately surrounded her, protectively shielding her, and quickly departed the clearing. The remaining onlookers watched Su Yingshue's retreating figure, then turned their gaze toward Li Chang'an, their eyes brimming with a mix of complex emotions. Some envied him, some felt jealous, some regretted not having accepted the deal sooner, while others secretly congratulated themselves for not participating in that mad mutual slaughter. Regardless of all that, the farce had finally come to an end. Li Chang'an stretched his limbs, flexed his joints, then walked over to Lu Ruyan, who had been standing under a tree watching the whole scene unfold. He grinned and said, "Saintus, shall we head back? Let's see if the enemy has arrived." Lu Ruyan looked at him, remaining silent for a long while. Her expression was calm, but her heart was churning with turmoil. She had witnessed with her own eyes as Li Chang'an, within just over a single day, soared from the Xiantian Peak all the way to the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster. This speed could no longer be described as fast, it was utterly absurd. So absurd that she wondered if she were dreaming. She even began to suspect that the more than 20 years of cultivation she had undergone might as well have been wasted on a dog. Since childhood, she had been hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Piaomiao Palace. She broke through to Martial Grandmaster at 20, reached Grandmaster at 25, attained the Grandmaster peak at 30, and now at 33, she was already at the late stage of Martial Grandmaster. Among her peers, she was undoubtedly an outstanding figure. Yet compared to Li Chang'an, her achievements seemed utterly insignificant. The results of his one day of cultivation were equivalent to hundreds of years of arduous training for others. And his cultivation method was ridiculously absurd, leveling up by dying. Who would believe that if they heard it? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, forcing down the shock and bitterness in her heart, and nodded, speaking in a tone as calm as she could muster. All right, let's go back. The two walked side by side along the path they had come, heading toward the Jinbei Pass. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over them, casting two long, elongated shadows on the ground. Lu Ruyan walked beside Li Chang'an, occasionally stealing a sidelong glance at him, her mind overflowing with thoughts. She had a premonition. This man named Li Chang'an was destined to stir a massive storm across this continent in the future. And she at this very moment was witnessing the birth of a legend. By the time Li Chang'an and Lu Ruyan returned to the Jinbei Pass, the sky was already near dusk. The soldiers at the city gate, seeing the two return, hurriedly opened the gates, and someone dashed off to the marshal's mansion to report. The moment Li Chang'an stepped through the gate, he saw Hua Xiao striding over to greet him, followed by a group of generals. A smile spread across Hua Xiao's face, clearly delighted at their safe return, but midway through that smile froze. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Li Chang'an. His mouth opened and closed several times before he finally managed to speak. Your cultivation. Li Chang'an scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, I had a bit of an adventure in the secret realm and made a breakthrough. A bit of an adventure. A breakthrough. Hua Xiao's voice abruptly shot up an octave, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li Chang'an. You left 2 days ago at the Xiantian Peak. Now you're at the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster. And you call that a breakthrough? The generals behind him were all dumbfounded. The group stared at Li Chang'an, as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with disbelief. They were all cultivators who had spent years on the battlefield, intimately familiar with cultivation realms. The leap from Xiantian to Martial Grandmaster was a major hurdle. From Martial Grandmaster to Grandmaster was another, and from Grandmaster to Extreme Dao Grandmaster was a veritable chasm. An ordinary person might spend a lifetime unable to cross even one of these thresholds, yet Li Chang'an in just 2 days had vaulted over 3 major barriers, skyrocketing from Xiantian Peak to the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster. This wasn't cultivation, it was cheating. Hua Xiao circled Li Chang'an 3 times, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then reached out and pinched his arm as if to confirm he was real. Finally he stopped, took a deep breath, and said in a voice almost like a dream, I have cultivated for over 40 years and have seen no shortage of geniuses, but someone like you I have never seen nor heard of. Li Chang'an, somewhat embarrassed by the praise, changed the subject. General Hua, how have things been outside the city during my 2-day absence? At the mention of military affairs, Hua Xiao's expression immediately turned serious. As he led Li Chang'an and Lu Ruyan toward the marshal's mansion, he said, Yalu Hong has reorganized his troops and yesterday sent scouts to operate beyond the pass. It seems he's preparing to attack again. The court's reinforcements have yet to arrive. It said that several of the Imperial Guardians are still recovering from their injuries, so they're not to be counted on in the short term. With our current forces, we have little chance of directly confronting an army of 200,000. He paused, then turned to look at Li Chang'an, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Brotherly, now that you've reached the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster, if you were willing to lend a hand. Li Chang'an cut him off, patting his chest. Rest assured, General Hua. Tonight I'll pay a visit to the enemy camp, carve my way through 7 times in and 7 times out, and ensure they never dare to invade again. Hua Zhao's eyes lit up, but then he said with some concern, there are many experts among the enemy. Yelu Hong himself is at the peak of extreme Dao Grandmaster. If you go alone. No worries, Li Chang'an waved his hand looking carefree. Don't you know my abilities yet? I have no other skills, but my fate is tough. I can't die. If they kill me once, I'll resurrect once. If they kill me 100 times, I'll resurrect 100 times. Let's see who tires out first, them killing me or me resurrecting. Recalling Li Chang'an's earlier performance in the enemy camp, Hua Zhao's mouth twitched, but he didn't dissuade him further. He simply patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, then take care of yourself. That evening, Hua Zhao hosted a banquet at the marshal's mansion to welcome Li Chang'an and Lu Ruyan. At the feast, Li Chang'an ate and drank heartily, showing not a trace of the tension that should accompany an impending battle. Gnawing on a leg of lamb, he boasted to the generals nearby, telling them how he had enraged a group of extreme Dao grandmasters and grandmasters in the secret realm until they coughed blood, speaking with great gusto and vivid detail. The generals listened dumbfounded, sometimes bursting into laughter, sometimes gaping in astonishment, sometimes exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Ruyan sat in a corner, holding a cup of tea, quietly listening. She didn't interject, but occasionally glanced at Li Chang'an's animated face, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, before quickly returning to their usual calm. The moon reached its zenith. Li Chang'an set down his wine cup, wiped his mouth, and stood up. It's about time. Time to get to work. He walked out of the marshal's mansion, crossed the empty streets, and ascended the city wall. The night wind whipped his robes, making them rustle loudly. Standing at the edge of the wall, he gazed at the brightly lit enemy camp in the distance, took a deep breath, and then leaped, vanishing into the darkness. On the city wall, Hua Zhao and Lu Ruyan stood side by side, watching the distant figure fade away, remaining silent for a long time. After landing, Li Chang'an did not sneak around as he had last time. Instead, he strode boldly toward the enemy camp. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his steps steady, hands clasped behind his back, and he even whistled a tune. The sentry on the enemy watchtower saw a figure approaching the camp from afar. He quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow, shouting sharply, "Halt! Who goes there?" Li Chang'an did not stop walking. He continued forward, calling out, "No need to be nervous. It's me, Li Chang'an, your old friend." Upon hearing the name, Li Chang'an, the sentry's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly sounded the alarm bell and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Li Chang'an is here. Li Chang'an is here." The entire camp erupted into chaos. Soldiers surged out of their tents, fumbling for their weapons, and stared at the camp entrance, as if facing a great enemy. Some of the veterans who had experienced the previous incident had faces as white as paper, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. They still remembered that monster. The one that could not be killed, that died and came back to life over and over again. It was a nightmare. Li Chang'an reached the camp gate, saw the dense crowd of soldiers before him, and grinned. "Wow, so many people welcoming me. You're too polite." "I'm flattered." No one answered him. Everyone gripped their weapons and stared at him tensely, but not a single person dared to strike first. Li Chang'an waited a few seconds. Seeing no one make a move, he took the initiative to walk into the crowd. He approached a soldier holding a spear, reached out, and patted his shoulder, saying amiably, "Brother, relax. I'm just here for a visit. Is your commander in? I'll say a few words and leave." The soldier, startled by the pat on his shoulder, trembled all over and nearly dropped his spear. He stumbled back several steps, his voice quivering, "Don't come near me." Li Chang'an sighed and shook his head. "Since you don't welcome me, I'll have to find my own amusement." His form flickered and vanished. The next moment, he appeared in the stable on the eastern side of the camp. Dozens of warhorses were tied to wooden posts, leisurely munching on fodder. Li Chang'an took a long blade from his system inventory. With a swift slash, he cut the halter of the nearest horse, then plunged the blade into its belly. The warhorse let out a piercing whinny, collapsed to the ground, convulsed a few times, and lay still. The nearby horses, startled by the sudden commotion, reared and neighed frantically, struggling to break free from their tethers. Li Chang'an did not pause. He struck down one horse after another, felling 7 or 8 in the blink of an eye. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Over by the stables. The soldiers finally reacted and surged toward the stables. Several officers leading the charge saw Li Chang'an slaughtering the horses, and their eyes blazed with fury. They roared and charged at him. Unhurried, Li Chang'an turned to meet them. His speed was extreme, like a shadow darting through the crowd. The soldiers and low-ranking officers could not even see his movements. They only felt a blur before their eyes, a chill at their throats, and then they lost consciousness. Soldiers below the Grandmaster level could not last a single move against him. Early Grandmaster officers could barely withstand 2 or 3 strikes before being killed instantly. Only mid-Grandmaster and above could exchange a few blows with him, but even that was merely a few moves. Li Chang'an's current cultivation was at the late stage of Supreme Grandmaster. Paired with his agility, which exceeded 800 points, his speed had reached a terrifying degree. Even a late-stage Supreme Grandmaster might not necessarily surpass him in speed. Among the enemy officers, the highest cultivation was only at the early stage of Supreme Grandmaster, utterly insufficient before him. He was like a whirlwind weaving back and forth through the stables. Every flash of his presence was accompanied by a warhorse falling and a soldier dying. In the span of but a single incense stick, all 100-odd warhorses in the stable lay in a pool of blood, and the dozens of soldiers and several officers guarding the stable had also perished. Li Chang'an stood amid the mountain of horse carcasses, flicked the blood off his blade, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He glanced at his panel. Although this harvest had yielded no attribute points, seeing the enemy's heavy losses still brought him great pleasure. He lifted his blade and headed for his next target, the granary. The enemy camp's granary was located slightly west of the center, heavily guarded. After Li Chang'an had burned a batch of supplies last time, Yelu Hong had specifically reinforced the granary's defenses, assigning 4 Grandmaster-level generals to take turns guarding it day and night. But when Li Chang'an appeared at the granary gate, none of those 4 Grandmaster-level generals dared to step forward and stop him. They had heard the rumors about Li Chang'an, a monster that could not be killed, growing stronger with each death, who had stormed the demon cult headquarters and escaped unscathed, and left a group of supreme grandmasters and grandmasters spitting blood in the secret realm. Such a person was not someone they could afford to provoke. Li Chang'an saw the 4 generals standing still, making no move to attack, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Blade in hand, he swaggered to the granary door, kicked it open, and took out a tinderbox from his system inventory. He lit the dried hay piled at the entrance. The flames spread rapidly, climbing from the haystack to the grain sacks, and then to the tent fabric. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the blaze reddened half the sky. The 4 generals watched the burning granary, their faces alternating between pale and livid, but in the end, none dared to intervene. They merely stood there helplessly, witnessing the granary being consumed by the inferno. Li Chang'an stood in the firelight, glanced back at them, and grinned. Not bad. A wise man knows when to yield. You're much smarter than those I encountered before. He turned and headed toward his next target. That night, the enemy camp outside Jinbei Pass experienced the longest and most terrifying night since its establishment. Like a tireless specter, Li Chang'an roamed the camp. Wherever he went, fires erupted. Wherever he appeared, screams and wails resounded. He slaughtered horses, burned supplies, and killed low-ranking officers and soldiers, targeting specifically those who were not highly cultivated but were crucial to the army's operations. The enemy's experts organized several attempts to encircle and annihilate him, but each time Li Chang'an escaped with ease. His speed was too great. Even supreme Grandmaster-level experts could not catch him. Even if occasionally someone managed to catch him and kill him, he would resurrect moments later and continue his slaughter. Moreover, they discovered that each time Li Chang'an revived, his cultivation had grown slightly stronger. Although the increase from a single death was minimal, small gains added up. After killing him more than a dozen times, his aura had clearly intensified by a noticeable margin. This discovery sent a chill down the spines of all who knew. They finally understood. This monster was simply not something they could handle. Yelu Hong stood before the central command tent, his face grim as he surveyed the camp engulfed in flames and strewn with corpses. His gaze flickered uncertainly in the firelight, eventually dissolving into profound helplessness. In all his years of life, he had fought countless battles and faced innumerable opponents. Yet never before had he felt as utterly powerless as he did now. His enemy was but a single man, yet he had no recourse against him. He could not kill him, could not capture him. If left unchecked, that one man would carve through his camp, while turning his army upside down. He remained silent for a long while before grinding out words between his teeth. Relay the order. Cease pursuit. Tighten the defensive line. Send someone to tell that Li Chang'an to hold his hand. I wish to speak with him. The messenger paused as if unable to believe his own ears, but under Yelu Hong's piercing gaze he dared not ask further and hurried away with the command. At this moment, Li Chang'an was strolling through a section of tents on the western side of the camp. He had just set fire to an arms depot and dealt with several soldiers who had tried to stop him. Just as he was pondering his next target, a middle-aged man in civil official attire came stumbling toward him, calling out from afar, "Young Hero Li. Young Hero Li, please wait. Our commander requests your presence." Li Chang'an stopped and cast a glance at the official. "Your commander, eh? Yelu Hong. What does he want with me?" The official panted as he replied, "Our commander wishes to speak with you, young hero. We kindly ask that you accompany me to the central command tent." Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow, considered for a moment, then nodded. "All right then. Lead the way." He followed the official through the ravaged camp and arrived before the central command tent. Yelu Hong stood outside the tent, his hands clasped behind his back. He was a burly middle-aged man with a resolute face and an air of authority that only long years of command could forge. His cultivation rested at the peak of the extreme Tao ancestor realm, a single step away from the Enlightenment realm, the highest on this battlefield. Seeing Li Chang'an approach, Yelu Hong's gaze lingered on him for a moment, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. He fell silent for several seconds before speaking. "What exactly is it that you want?" Li Chang'an spread his hands with an innocent look. "I don't want anything. I was just looking for some amusement." "Amusement?" Yelu Hong's voice was laced with suppressed fury. "You slaughtered thousands of my soldiers and tens of thousands of warhorses. You burned nearly all my provisions and armaments. And you call this amusement? Li Chang'an scratched his head and let out a sheepish chuckle. If you put it that way, it does seem rather excessive. But then again, if you hadn't come attacking our city, none of this would have happened. At the end of the day, you started it. Yalu Hong fell silent. He knew Li Chang'an was speaking the truth. He had marched south under orders from the Lord of Northern Yin, believing the great Yin dynasty's internal strife and external pressures made it the perfect opportunity to seize territory. Yet he never could have imagined encountering a creature like Li Chang'an at this insignificant frontier garrison. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. I can agree to withdraw. From this day forward, the army of Northern Yin will not set foot near Jinbei Pass again. Li Chang'an blinked. Really? My word is ironclad. Then I suppose that works. Li Chang'an nodded, but his expression suddenly grew serious. However, let me make one thing clear beforehand. After you withdraw, if you dare come back to harass us again, I will not hold back. This time, I won't just slaughter your soldiers. I'll march straight to your Northern Yin Imperial Palace and pay your emperor a visit. I'm certain your emperor would be most welcoming. Yalu Hong's face changed abruptly. He understood the threat hidden in Li Chang'an's words. Given Li Chang'an's ability to never truly die, if he were to infiltrate the Northern Yin Imperial Palace and assassinate their ruler, the consequences would be catastrophic. No one could stop an assassin who cannot be killed. He remained silent for a long while, then slowly nodded. I understand. I will discipline my troops. From this day forward, the Northern Yin army will not set foot near Jinbei Pass again. Li Chang'an nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Pack up and leave quickly. I won't see you out. With that, he turned and strode confidently toward the camp's exit. Yalu Hong stood before the central command tent, watching the retreating figure grow smaller and smaller, and remained silent for a long while. The night wind ruffled his robes, his gaze flickering in the firelight, before finally giving way to a long sigh. He turned and walked into the tent, his low voice echoing out. Issue the order. Break camp tonight and withdraw to Northern Yin. By the time Li Chang'an walked out of the enemy camp, the sky was already beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn. He cast a glance back at the camp blazing with fires stretched thoroughly, and then set off toward Jinbei Pass with a light stride. On the city walls, Hua Xiao and Lu Ruyan had stood vigil all night without sleep. When they saw Li Chang'an's figure gradually approaching in the morning light, Hua Xiao's heart, which had been anxious all night, finally settled. Leaning against the battlements, he let out a long breath and turned to Lu Ruyan. He's back. Lu Ruyan said nothing, simply watching the figure grow ever closer, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly. Li Chang'an stayed at Jinbei Pass for several days. During this time, the Northern Yin army indeed honored their agreement, breaking camp and retreating beyond the pass. Scouts reported that the enemy forces retreated all the way north, withdrawing over 100 li, dismantling several temporary camps along the way. It appeared they had truly departed. Some said he was a divine general sent from heaven. Others claimed he had cultivated an ancient divine art. Still others whispered that he was a peerless master secretly trained by the Empress. The stories grew more outrageous with each retelling, but regardless of which version, Li Chang'an remained the hero who single-handedly forced back an army of 200,000. Li Chang'an himself paid no attention to these rumors. He woke naturally each day, ate a meal, strolled around town, bragged with the garrison soldiers, and then returned to sleep. The days were comfortable, but deep down he knew such days could not last forever. His cultivation had stagnated at the late stage of the extreme Dao ancestor realm, still some distance from the peak, and breaking through to the enlightenment realm would require an astronomical number of attribute points. Remaining at Jinbei Pass would only mean wasting away. He had to venture out and seek strong opponents to cultivate further. One morning, Li Chang'an found Hua Xiao and formally requested to take his leave. Hua Xiao was handling military affairs in the marshal's residence when he heard of Li Chang'an's departure. He set down his brush, fell silent for a moment, and then sighed. Young hero Li, you saved Jinbei Pass, yet I have not properly thanked you. With you leaving, I must confess I feel quite reluctant to let you go. Li Chang'an waved his hand. General Hui, you flatter me. I merely happen to be able to help. But I'm not one to stay put. Being cooped up in one place for too long makes me restless. I need to go out and explore. Hua Xiao nodded in understanding, then asked, where does young Master Li plan to go next? Any particular plans? Li Chang'an pondered for a moment before replying. I've reached the late stage of the extreme Dao Grandmaster realm. Most people can't kill me anymore. I want to find a place that's truly dangerous, somewhere teeming with experts and fraught with peril, to hone my skills. He paused, then added, General Hui, you're well-traveled. Do you know of any such place nearby? Hua Xiao mused for a moment before speaking slowly. As for dangerous places aside from the demon sect's headquarters, I can't think of any other nearby. Other major sects do have powerful experts, but young Master Li, you can't just go challenging each sect one by one, can you? That would offend too many people, and it would be hard to establish yourself in the cultivation world. Upon hearing the words demon sect headquarters, Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh excitedly and exclaimed, the demon sect headquarters. Right? How could I have forgotten that place? It's full of experts and I won't have any guilt going there. I'll just kill. Hua Xiao watched his eager demeanor a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently offering a second of prayer for the demon sect. Li Chang'an was a man of action. That very afternoon, he packed his bags, though there was little to pack as all his belongings were stored in his system inventory. He stood at the city gate bidding farewell to Hua Xiao and Lu Ruyan. Hua Xiao clasped his hand, shook it firmly, and said solemnly, "Young masterly, take care. If you ever need my help in the future, just say the word." Li Chang'an smiled and nodded. "General Hua, you take care too. If the Northern Yin dares to invade again, send someone to inform me, and I guarantee they'll return crying." Lu Ruyan stood to the side watching him quietly. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held a hint of complexity. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke. "Li Chang'an, what do you plan to do when you go to the demon sect?" Li Chang'an scratched his head and chuckled. "What else? Walk right up and beg for death. If they don't kill me, I won't leave. I doubt they can resist." Lu Ruyan sighed softly and shook her head. "You? I really don't know what to say about you." Li Chang'an laughed heartily, waved at her, and said, "Holy maiden, until we meet again." With that he turned and strode westward. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto his back, stretching his shadow long and far. Lu Ruyan stood at the city gate watching the fading silhouette, her gaze lingering for a long time. Hua Xiao stood beside her and said with emotion, "This young man is no ordinary person. In all my years I have never seen anyone like him." Lu Ruyan nodded gently and murmured, "Yes, never." She paused then added, "But I believe it won't be long before his name spreads across the entire world." Hua Xiao smiled and said, "His name has already spread across the world. Whether it's a cultivation technique or a treasure, many now know he is immortal and grows stronger with each death. Who would dare provoke such a man? But sometimes, even if you don't provoke him, he'll come knocking on your door." The two exchanged a look, both seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes, helplessness and a trace of sympathy. Sympathy for the unfortunate soul who would soon be Li Chang'an's target. After leaving Jinbei Pass, Li Chang'an headed west, rushing toward the demon sect's headquarters. His speed was tremendous. With over 800 points in agility, his figure blurred like a streak of light skimming across mountains and rivers, through towns and villages. Occasionally a passerby would feel a gust of wind, but when they looked up they saw nothing. After about a day and a half of travel, he finally entered the territory controlled by the demon sect. The demon sect's domain was easy to recognize. The closer he got to the Black Heaven Demon City, the more gloomy the sky became. The trees along the road grew twisted and strange, their leaves bearing an unhealthy dark purple hue. Occasionally black crows could be seen perching on withered branches, staring at passers-by with blood-red eyes. Li Chang'an followed the main road for about half an hour before he spotted the first demon sect checkpoint. The checkpoint was built at a narrow point of the road constructed from black stone about twice a man's height. A black flag flew atop it, embroidered with a blood-red flame emblem. 4 demon sect disciples in black attire stood before the checkpoint, all around the early Grandmaster stage, chatting idly out of boredom. Seeing them from afar, Li Chang'an's face broke into a warm smile. He quickened his pace and waved enthusiastically. "Hey, how are you all, brothers?" The 4 demon sect disciples turned their heads at the sound. When they saw the face of the approaching man, all 4 expressions froze simultaneously. It was an extremely complex expression. First confusion, then shock, then fear, and finally a pallor of near despair. "Li Chang'an." One of the disciples blurted out, his voice trembling. "It's me," Li Chang'an said, beaming as he walked up to them. "I'm touched you recognize me. How have you been lately? Eating well? Sleeping well? Missed me?" The 4 disciples did not answer. They exchanged glances, then made an extremely synchronized move, turning around and fleeing at full speed. "Damn, Li Chang'an is here. Run. Report to the sect leader. Don't let him catch me. I don't want to die." Like startled rabbits, the 4 vanished around the bend in the road within seconds, leaving only a few wisps of dust in their wake. Li Chang'an stood there, his smile frozen on his face. He scratched his head, bewildered. "Why are they running? I haven't even finished talking." He continued walking. After traveling about 10 li, he encountered a second group of demon sect disciples. This time there were 6 mounted patrolmen on black-scaled horses all around the mid-Grandmaster stage. They spotted Li Chang'an from a distance, reined in their horses warily, and one of them pulled out a portrait from his robe. He glanced at the portrait, then at Li Chang'an, and his face turned deathly pale. "It's Li Chang'an. Retreat. Now." The 6 riders immediately turned their horses without hesitation and galloped away, the sound of hooves urgent and frantic, soon disappearing at the end of the road. Li Chang'an stood there, opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally closed it. He silently continued on his way, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. When had he become so unwelcome? Li Chang'an continued on his way, encountering 3 or 4 more groups of demonic cult members along the road. Without exception, upon seeing him, they either turned and fled, detoured around him, or pretended not to notice him, hurrying past with their heads bowed. One braver soul, after running a certain distance, dared to turn back and shout at him, "Li Chang'an, our sect leader said you are not welcome. Stop coming over here." Hearing this, Li Chang'an was far from angry. In fact, he found it amusing. He shouted toward the retreating figure. Go back and tell your sect leader that Li Chang'an is determined to come today. Have her prepare food and drink. I'll want to eat as soon as I arrive. The man ran even faster. Li Chang'an continued on his way. After roughly an hour of walking, he finally caught sight of the towering black walls of the Black Heaven Demon City. The runes upon the walls still emitted their dim, eerie glow. The city gates remained tightly shut and demonic cult disciples lined the ramparts watching him with expressions of grave alertness. Li Chang'an approached the city gate, craned his neck to look up at those tense faces on the wall, then flashed a broad grin and called out loudly, "Hey, brothers up there. Kindly open the door for me. I've arrived." A moment of silence fell upon the ramparts. Then a middle-aged man who appeared to be in command poked his head out, his voice carrying a faint tremor. Li Chang'an, what are you doing here? Our sect leader explicitly said you are not welcome." Li Chang'an placed his hands on his hips, held his head high, and retorted with righteous audacity. "I'm here as a guest. Where is your sect leader? Tell her to come out and see me. If she won't, I'll climb over the wall myself." The men on the ramparts exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They all knew Li Chang'an's abilities. He could not be killed, grew stronger with each death, and could even commit suicide. Someone like that was beyond their reach and impossible to stop. After a moment of silence, the leader gritted his teeth and declared, "Wait here. I'll go report to the sect leader." He turned and hurried down from the ramparts. Roughly the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, the city gate slowly creaked open just enough for a narrow gap. Through it emerged the figure of a woman dressed in a black qipao. It was Injioga. Her attire today was as ostentatiously magnificent and chillingly elegant as ever. A black qipao embroidered with dark crimson patterns, her long hair swept high into an ornate coiffure revealing a slender stretch of fair neck. Her expression was ice-cold, her gaze heavy with suppressed fury and resignation. She reached the city gate entrance, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared coldly at Li Chang'an before forcing the words through gritted teeth. "What are you doing here again?" Upon seeing Injioga, Li Chang'an's smile grew even brighter. He took a few steps forward and greeted her with enthusiastic warmth. "Sect leader sister, long time no see. You've grown even more beautiful. Have you been using some new skincare product lately? Do share your secret." Injioga's lips twitched slightly as she forcibly contained her rage, speaking in a cold tone. "Don't try to worm your way into my good graces. I'm asking you, what are you doing here?" Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together with an expression of utter sincerity and replied, "I'm here to seek death." Injioga's forehead vein pulsed once. She took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady. "Li Chang'an, we already know you can resurrect, and each time you return your strength increases. Asking us to kill you only makes you stronger. Do you really think we'd fall for such a foolish scheme?" Li Chang'an scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "I know you're aware of it, but there's nothing I can do about it. The truth is, if I don't die for even a single day, I feel terribly uncomfortable. If you refuse to kill me, I'll simply stay here and refuse to leave. After all, your demonic cult headquarters is quite vast. Surely you have plenty of rooms available. Arrange one for me, and I'll settle in and wait patiently. Whenever you've come to your senses, come kill me then." Injioga's face cycled through shades of green and white. Having lived for many years, she had encountered countless shameless individuals. Yet never before had she met anyone who could state their desire for death so self-assuredly or justify lingering so entirely, without a shred of modesty. She bit her lip and said coldly, "You're being utterly shameless." "Yes, exactly. I am being shameless." Li Chang'an admitted it forthrightly, then leaned forward a step and lowered his voice. "Sect leader sister, if you'd rather not lay a finger on me, I suppose I'll go find your demonic cult elders to play with instead. They seem to miss me greatly, don't you think?" Injioga's lip twitched even more severely. She knew Li Chang'an was not joking. If he truly ran wild throughout the demonic cult headquarters with his talent for stirring up trouble, he would surely throw the entire organization into disarray before long. She remained silent for a long while before finally forcing words from between her teeth. "What exactly do you want?" Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Since I've already come all this way, I won't leave until I've died at least 100 times. However, I am not unreasonable. How about this? You first arrange for someone to prepare some food for me. I've traveled all day, and my stomach is growling. One must be well fed to have the strength to die after all. Oh, and you may poison the food if you wish. I wouldn't object. It would save you the trouble." Injioga. Behind Injioga, the Venerable and several elders all wore deeply exasperated expressions upon hearing this. Their demonic cult had roamed the martial world for over a century, always the ones doing the bullying. When had they ever been treated this way? Moreover, the opponent was merely a single individual with cultivation lower than theirs. Yet inexplicably, this one person was utterly beyond their ability to control. Injioga remained silent for a long while before finally gritting her teeth and instructing those behind her, "Go prepare food." The demonic cult disciple who received the order froze as though unable to believe his ears. Yet under Injioga's icy stare, he dared not ask further questions. Instead, he quickly nodded his assent and hurried back into the city. Li Chang'an nodded with satisfaction, then strode swaggeringly through the city gate, glancing about left and right as he muttered to himself. Oh my, this is my first time entering Black Heaven Demon City during daylight. Last time I came it was already dark. I didn't get a proper look. These walls are splendidly constructed, truly imposing. What's that tower over there used for? Does it have a nice view? Could I go up and take a look? Yoga trailed behind him, listening to his tone, as though he were a tourist on vacation, her expression darkening further. Suppressing the urge to strike him dead on the spot, she said coldly, "You'd best behave yourself and not wander about randomly." Li Chang'an turned back and flashed her a lopsided grin. "Don't worry, sect leader sister, I won't run around aimlessly. At least not until I've had my fill." Yoga took a deep breath and chose not to reply further. She feared that if she spoke another word, she would lose her restraint and strike prematurely. The meal was prepared soon after, laid out in a side hall adjacent to the main deliberation chamber of the demonic cult headquarters. The spread was quite sumptuous. Braised pork, steamed fish, roasted chicken, seasonal vegetables, soup, and a flask of fruit wine with a delicate aroma. Li Chang'an sat down without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks, and thrust a piece of braised pork into his mouth. After chewing twice, his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Your demonic cult chefs are quite skilled. Yoga sat at the head seat, gazing coldly at him in silence. Li Chang'an picked at his food a few more times before suddenly lifting his head to look at her, asking with a serious expression, "Sect Master Yin, is there poison in this dish?" Yoga's mouth twitched slightly, and she said coldly, "No." "Oh." Li Chang'an nodded, then picked up another piece of fish. "Actually, you could put some in. I wouldn't mind. It would save me the trouble of going out of my way to find death later." Yoga's forehead vein throbbed once, and she gritted her teeth. "Eat your meal, and keep your mouth shut." Li Chang'an shrugged, and fell silent, burying his face in his bowl. His appetite was extraordinary. Like a whirlwind sweeping away everything in its path, he devoured every dish on the table within the time it took for a single incense stick to burn, even finishing every last drop of soup. He set down his chopsticks, let out a contented burp, and patted his belly, sighing with satisfaction. "Ah, so comfortable. There's nothing quite like a full stomach." Yoga maintained her icy expression throughout, watching him finish every bite. The moment he set down his chopsticks, she spoke coldly, "Done eating? Can you leave now?" Li Chang'an wiped his mouth, rose to his feet, and shook his head. "No rush. Intense activity right after a heavy meal is bad for digestion. Sect Master Yin, how about you kill me a few more times? Help me work up an appetite." Yoga's expression darkened instantly. She slammed her palm onto the table and stood up, glaring at Li Chang'an. "Li Chang'an, don't push your luck." Li Chang'an showed no fear at all. Instead, he leaned in a step closer and said with a goofy grin, "Sect Master Yin, if you won't kill me, then I might just have to do something else. For example, let me touch your hip." As he spoke, his hand actually reached out toward Yoga's backside. Her face flushed red, instantly caught between shock and fury. She could never have imagined that Li Chang'an would dare such an audacious and indecent gesture in front of so many demon sect disciples. She instinctively stepped back and unleashed a palm strike, her overwhelming palm wind smashing fiercely into Li Chang'an's chest. He flew backward, crashing into the chairs and tables behind him, collapsing onto the ground with his neck twisted, a corpse before he even hit the floor. Death 1. Killed by a female, extra 1 point. Killed by a powerhouse far above the host's level, extra 2 points. For a brief moment, the side hall fell completely silent. Yoga stared down at the corpse at her feet, her chest heaving, her expression cycling through shades of green and white. That strike had been pure instinct. Regret settled over her immediately after her palm connected, for she knew full well that killing Li Chang'an was simply making him stronger. As if on cue, Li Chang'an revived behind her not long after. He dusted off his robes with an exaggerated motion and beamed at her. "Sect Master Yin, that palm strike of yours had real power. It felt wonderful. Want to try again?" Yoga whirled around, glaring at him and grinding her teeth. "You." Before she could finish, Li Chang'an closed the distance, once more reaching out to touch her waist. Yoga struck again on pure instinct, sending him flying a second time. Death 1. After reviving, Li Chang'an appeared at her left side and tugged at her sleeve. Yoga struck once more. Death 1. Li Chang'an revived yet again, this time appearing at her right side and brushing a strand of hair from her face. Yoga struck again. Death 1. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times before Yoga finally realized something was terribly wrong. She paused, gasping for breath, watching the latest corpse dissolve into nothingness before turning her divine sense to probe the residual energy lingering in the air. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Li Chang'an's cultivation had risen again. Though the increase was modest, it was undeniably real. If things continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through from late-stage extreme Dao Grandmaster to the peak stage, and he might even approach the threshold of Dao comprehension. Yoga clenched her jaw and forced herself to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the several demon sect elders standing at the doorway. "You keep watch over him. I'm entering seclusion." With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance, disappearing from the side hall. Li Chang'an had just revived when he caught sight of Yoga's retreating figure vanishing around a corner of the corridor. He hesitated for a moment before hurrying after her, calling out, "Hey, Sectmaster Yin, don't go. I haven't died enough yet. Kill me a few more times, will you?" Yoga did not slow down. Instead, she quickened her pace, vanishing at the far end of the corridor in an instant. Li Chang'an stood at the corridor entrance watching her disappear and shook his head in regret. Runs fast. He turned around and found the side hall completely empty. Those demon sect elders had somehow slipped away too, and not even the guards at the entrance remained. The entire side hall contained nothing but Li Chang'an himself and a table littered with empty plates and bowls. He scratched his head and walked out, making his way to the Grand Assembly Hall. The hall was deserted, not even the usual duty disciples in sight. He stepped out into the courtyard and found that the plaza, normally bustling with activity, was equally empty. Only a few black crows perched on the eaves tilted their heads to watch him. Standing alone in the center of the vast, empty plaza, Li Chang'an surveyed his surroundings with utter bewilderment. Where did everyone go? What he did not know was that while he was interacting with Yoga, the news of Li Chang'an is at it again had already spread through the entire demon sect headquarters like the wind. Every disciple who had heard of his glorious exploits had tacitly chosen to avoid him entirely. If you can't fight them, you can at least dodge them, right? After standing in the plaza for a while and confirming that absolutely no one was coming to acknowledge his presence, Li Chang'an decided to explore on his own. Like a tourist visiting a scenic attraction, he wandered through the demon sect headquarters, pausing occasionally to offer his observations. This sculpture is quite well crafted, though the expression is a bit fierce. I'd suggest swapping it for one with a more benevolent look. The flowers in this garden are lovely, but the colors are too plain. I'd recommend planting some red and yellow ones, something more festive. The fish in this pond look plump enough to eat, do you think? He walked and commented along the way, stopping to touch or examine anything that caught his interest. Occasionally, a few demon sect disciples who couldn't dodge in time would spot him approaching. They would lower their heads and walk past swiftly, daring not even to meet his gaze. Li Chang'an was deeply dissatisfied with this treatment. He had finally made it all the way to the demon sect, and yet no one was talking to him, no one was trying to kill him. What was the point of even coming? He decided to stir up some trouble. Crossing several corridors and rounding a few buildings, he arrived at a relatively secluded area. There stood a black stone-gated surface engraved with intricate runes that emitted a faint glow. 4 elderly men in black robes stood guard before the stone gate, all hovering around mid-stage, Extreme, Tao, Grandmaster Cultivation. They were clearly the elders tasked with protecting this place. Li Chang'an stepped a few paces closer, and the 4 elders immediately tensed, their eyes locking onto him. One of them stepped forward and blocked his path, speaking in a tone that was polite, yet resolute. "Young hero Li, what lies ahead is a forbidden area of our sect. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Please turn back." Li Chang'an halted his steps, glancing at the stone door, and then at the elder, his eyes lighting up. Forbidden ground. What's inside? Is it hiding some treasure? Or perhaps imprisoning a powerful figure? The elder's mouth twitched. Resisting his temper, he said, "This is a sacred place of our sect. What lies within cannot be disclosed. Please do not make things difficult for us, young hero Li." Li Chang'an scratched his head, then suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. "What if I insist on entering?" All 4 elders' expressions darkened simultaneously. They exchanged glances and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes: exasperation. They were well aware of Li Chang'an's abilities. Killing him only caused him to resurrect stronger. Letting him stay meant enduring his persistent harassment with no peace in sight. This was an insoluble dilemma. The speaking elder drew a deep breath and forced his tone to remain calm. "Young hero Li, our patience has its limits. I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity." Li Chang'an nodded earnestly. "I understand, I truly do. But tell me, would you kill me if I simply forced my way in?" The 4 elders fell silent. Their expressions spoke volumes without a word. Taking their silence as acquiescence, Li Chang'an accepted their unspoken answer. A grin spread across his face as he strode purposefully toward the stone door. The 4 elders moved in unison, not to kill but to apprehend him. For hands converged from different angles, seizing his shoulders, arms, and collar with practiced coordination that eliminated every possible escape route. Yet Li Chang'an made no attempt to evade. He allowed himself to be seized, then felt 4 separate forces yanking him in different directions. His body hung suspended for a moment before being hurled forcefully to the ground. 4 strikes descended simultaneously, each landing precisely on vital points. Death won. The 4 elders surveyed the corpse on the ground, their expressions grim. They had intended to capture him alive, but couldn't restrain their full force in the moment and accidentally killed him. They understood all too well what consequences would follow. True enough, before long, Li Chang'an reappeared before the stone door. He had resurrected, and taking advantage of the elders' stunned hesitation, dashed through it in a single bound. Thank you 4 elders for escorting me inside." His voice echoed from beyond the stone door, laced with smug satisfaction. The 4 elders' faces drained of color instantaneously. They turned to look through the doorway, and saw Li Chang'an standing just beyond it, waving farewell, before disappearing deeper inside. We're finished. One elder covered his face despair in his voice. He's inside. When the sect leader finds out, she'll flay us alive. Another elder's face was equally ashen, but he eventually sighed. It's no use. We couldn't have stopped him anyway. When the sect leader holds us accountable, we'll tell the truth. That we did our best, but this kid is just too unnerving. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. Then, as though nothing had happened, they returned to their positions and resumed guarding the stone door, acting as if Li Chang'an had never appeared. After rushing through the stone door, Li Chang'an ran down a set of descending stone steps for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, reaching an underground cave. The cave was vast, its ceiling soaring over 10 zhang high, with several luminous pearls embedded in the rock walls casting a faint cold glow. In the center of the cave stood a black altar carved with intricate runes that emitted a dim crimson light. A figure stood near the altar. Injyoga. She stood before the altar with her hands forming a complex seal, apparently cultivating some technique. At the sound of footsteps, she snapped her eyes open and turned toward the entrance. Upon seeing Li Chang'an's grinning face, her expression shifted from shock to anger, then to resignation, finally dissolving into a long sigh. How did you get in? Li Chang'an spread his hands with an innocent look. I walked in. Your 4 elders were too polite. I told them I wanted to come in and see, and they escorted me right in. Injyoga's mouth twitched. She could guess with her toes that those 4 elders hadn't escorted him in. They'd been forced by his shameless tactics. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said coldly, "This is a forbidden area of our sect. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Leave immediately, and I may pretend this never happened." Li Chang'an shook his head seriously. I won't leave. I worked so hard to get in here. How can I leave empty-handed? Sect leader sister, why don't you kill me a few more times? I promise, even if you kill me 100 times, I'll leave on my own. Injyoga's forehead vein throbbed. Through gritted teeth, she said, Li Chang'an, don't push your luck. Li Chang'an stepped forward to stand before Injyoga, looking up at her with eager anticipation. I'm not forcing you. I'm merely requesting. Sect leader sister, please kill me just a few more times. I promise I won't resist or dodge. I'll let you kill me to your heart's content. Injyoga closed her eyes and took several deep breaths to barely suppress her killing intent. Not because she didn't want to kill him, but because killing him would only help him grow stronger. Opening her eyes, she looked at Li Chang'an coldly and said word by word, I've said it. I won't kill you. Give up that idea. Seeing her firm resolve, Li Chang'an knew further pleading was futile. He sighed, shook his head, then suddenly reached out and slapped her rear. A sharp smack echoed through the cave. Injyoga froze rigid. She looked down at where she'd been struck, then slowly raised her head to glare at Li Chang'an. Her gaze burned with disbelief and rage. You seek death. Unable to bear it any longer, she struck out with a palm, sending Li Chang'an flying. Li Chang'an crashed into the rock wall and fell dead on the spot. Death won, but soon he resurrected behind Injyoga, grinning. Sect leader sister, your touch is still just as good. Injyoga spun around and struck again. Death won. Li Chang'an resurrected on her left side, reaching for her sleeve. Death won, resurrecting once more on her right. He touched her hair. Death won. After repeating this over a dozen times, Injyoga finally stopped. She panted, watching the corpse on the ground vanish again, then sensed the lingering energy in the air. Her expression grew extremely grim. Li Chang'an's cultivation had nearly reached the peak of an extreme path grandmaster. Injyoga bit her lip, forcing herself to remain calm. She closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, then opened them again, and spoke in an unusually steady tone. Li Chang'an, this seat will no longer fall for your schemes. If you seek death, go find someone else. I have no intention of playing along. With those words, she turned and walked to the other side of the altar, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, completely disregarding Li Chang'an's presence. After reviving, Li Chang'an found himself momentarily dumbfounded at her stubborn refusal to engage. He approached her, crouched down, and waved his hand in front of her face. Sect leader sister, you truly won't kill me. Injyoga kept her eyes closed, motionless, as though she had not heard a word. Sister, beautiful sister, sect leader sister. Li Chang'an called out several more times, but Injyoga remained utterly unmoved. Helplessly, he rose to his feet, scratched his head, and muttered, Fine. If you won't kill me, then I'll just stay at your demonic cult. I have plenty of time anyway. We can play this out slowly. He turned and walked out of the cave. Behind him, Injyoga opened her eyes, watched his figure disappear around the bend of the passage, and then closed them once more. Her lips twitched involuntarily, but she ultimately said nothing. After Li Chang'an emerged from the forbidden ground, he discovered the 4 elders still standing at the entrance. Upon seeing him come out, all 4 of their expressions grew extraordinarily complicated, mixed with relief, astonishment, and confusion. One elder could no longer contain himself and asked, You, how did you come out? Li Chang'an shrugged helplessly. Your sect leader won't kill me, nor will she acknowledge me. Staying in there alone was boring, so I left. The 4 elders exchanged glances, each reading the same emotion in the other's eyes, relief. At least this kid hadn't caused any major disturbances within the forbidden ground, which lightened their responsibilities somewhat. Li Chang'an wandered around the demonic cult headquarters for another lap, only to discover that everyone was actively avoiding him. Wherever he went, the people there scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He attempted to strike up a conversation with a demonic cult disciple, but the moment that disciple saw him approaching, he turned and bolted without hesitation, even dropping his weapon in the process. Sighing resignedly, Li Chang'an sat down on a stone in the center of the square, propped his chin on his hands, gazed at the ashen sky, and fell into deep thought. What should I do? If no one kills me, how am I supposed to level up? After pondering for a long while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sprang to his feet, brushed the dust from his trousers, and strode purposefully toward the kitchen at the demonic cult headquarters. Since no one wants to kill me, I'll find my own entertainment. Walking along, he talked to himself. I remember there are several jars of fine wine in the kitchen. I'll drink those first. Then I'll visit the scripture pavilion and see if there are any interesting cultivation techniques. After that, I'll check the armory. Maybe I can scavenge a few decent weapons. He had made his decision. Since the demonic cult members refused to kill him, he would simply reside at the headquarters, eating their food, drinking their wine, and sleeping under their roof, treating the place as his own home. He was convinced that if he could stir up enough chaos to turn the headquarters upside down, they would not be able to restrain themselves any longer. This day was destined to become the most excruciating and unforgettable day in the history of the demonic cult. When Li Chang'an emerged from the kitchen, his left hand clutched a greasy, succulent roasted chicken leg, and his right hand carried an open jar of aged wine. A piece of spiced beef was tucked between his cheeks, which puffed out like those of a hamster. Chewing as he walked, grease dripped down his chin, but he made no effort to wipe it away. Instead, he sauntered nonchalantly through the demonic cult headquarters. The demonic cult disciples he encountered along the way displayed exceedingly vivid expressions. Some had their mouths twitching, others felt veins bulging on their foreheads, and a few instinctively gripped their weapons. Yet in the end, every single one of them chose the same course of action, lowering their heads, quickening their steps, pretending not to see him, and keeping as far away as possible. They had finally come to understand this plague spirit was beyond provocation. Curse him, and he would grin and beg you to kill him. Strike him, and he would die only to revive, growing stronger with each death. Ignore him, and he would linger at your heels like an unwelcome fly. The only viable strategy was complete disregard, total indifference. Li Chang'an was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. Finishing the last bite of his chicken leg, he tossed the bone aside, took another hearty swig of wine, and let out a resonant burp. He then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the vast square completely deserted, not a soul in sight. Sighing, he muttered to himself, how boring. Truly uninteresting. If I had known it would be like this, I would have stayed at Jinbei past a few days longer. Glancing down at the half-full wine jar in his hand, he deliberated for a moment and decided he should still seek out Injoga. That woman may threaten to kill him every time they met, but at least she would acknowledge his presence. Unlike these ordinary disciples who looked at him as though he were a specter. Carrying the wine jar, he turned and headed toward the forbidden ground. At the entrance to the forbidden ground, the 4 elders were still posted at their stations. The moment they spotted Li Chang'an approaching from a distance, all 4 of their expressions fell simultaneously. Their faces bore the same expression, as if they had encountered debt collectors at their door or seen a plague deity return, just as dramatic as one could imagine. Li Chang'an stepped up to them, raised his greasy hand, and waved enthusiastically. Hi, 4 elders, I'm back. The 4 elders stared at him with impassive faces, no one offering a response. They had already gained experience. Remaining silent, offering no reply, and giving no acknowledgement was the optimal strategy for dealing with Li Chang'an. Unfazed by their silence, Li Chang'an continued on his own accord. I'm going in to cultivate rapport with the sect leader. You 3 keep watch properly, and make sure no one disturbs us. With that, he swaggered confidently between the 4 of them, and stepped through the stone gate. Watching his figure vanish down the passage, the 4 elders' faces darkened to the point of nearly dripping with moisture. One elder endured for quite some time, before finally muttering under his breath, this bastard truly thinks he's someone of importance. The elder beside him sighed, patted his shoulder, and offered consolation. Never mind, never mind. Just get used to it. Li Chang'an walked deeper along the passage, his mind racing as he contemplated how to provoke Injoga into making a move against him. His current cultivation had plateaued at the late stage of Extreme Dao Grandmaster, still some distance away from the peak. He needed to find an opportunity to die a few more times. However, Injoga had grown wiser. She understood that killing him would only make him stronger, so under no circumstances would she strike. He needed to devise a plan that would compel her to lose control. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly struck him. If he were to appear before her suddenly and feign a surprise attack, her instinctual response would undoubtedly be to counterattack with full force. At that moment, if he refused to dodge or evade and allowed her palm strike to kill him, he could both gain attribute points and shift the blame squarely onto her. A truly flawless scheme. The more he thought about it, the more satisfactory the plan seemed. He quickened his pace, clamped the chicken leg between his teeth, pressed the wine jar against his chest, activated his movement technique, and transformed into an afterimage as he surged toward the deepest part of the cave. The main hall stood completely empty. Glancing around, he noticed movement from an adjacent side chamber accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Without a second thought, he darted forward and rushed inside. Then the air fell suddenly silent. In the side hall, mist curled and steam rose. At the center stood a large wooden tub filled with hot water with a few flower petals floating on the surface. Injoga was sitting in the wooden tub, her arms resting on the rim, her long hair clinging wetly to her shoulders, and neck water droplets sliding down her smooth skin. Her upper garment had already been removed, draped over a rack by the tub, leaving her upper body completely exposed to the air. She clearly had not expected anyone to barge in at this moment. She froze entirely, her phoenix-like eyes wide as she stared fixedly at Li Chang'an standing in the doorway. Li Chang'an also froze. The chicken leg in his mouth dropped to the ground, and the wine jar in his arms slipped crashing to the floor, with the cracks spilling wine everywhere. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide, his mind a blank. They stared at each other for about 2 seconds. "No, sister, let me explain." Then a piercing scream echoed through the cave. "Li Chang'an, you're asking for death." Injoga's hair exploded upward, and a terrifying surge of true chi burst from her body. The entire wooden tub along with the hot water shattered into a spray of mist and fragments. With one hand, she summoned the long dress from the rack, which flew over and wrapped around her body. At the same time, with her other hand, she struck the air, sending a mountain-toppling palm force crashing toward Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an had no time to explain and no intention to. Who knew the woman would be bathing in broad daylight? He spread his arms and welcomed the strike. The palm force struck his chest, and his body felt as if it had been hit by a great mountain. He flew backward, smashing through the stone door of the side hall. He then crashed through a stone pillar in the outer hall, finally embedding himself into the opposite wall in a human-shaped crater, dying on the spot. Death 1, killed by a female, extra 1 point, killed by a cultivator far stronger than the host, extra 2 points. Li Chang'an laughed in the darkness. Though the process was unexpected, the result was still good. He quickly chose to resurrect, appearing in the corridor outside the side hall, then shouted inside, sorry. I didn't know you were bathing. I thought you were practicing. I really didn't mean it, I swear I didn't see the red mole on your chest." "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure rushed out from the side hall. Injoga had already dressed, but her hair was still wet, cascading over her shoulders. Her face was ashen, her eyes blazing with fury, and the murderous aura emanating from her was almost tangible. "You dare say that again?" She gritted out a few words between clenched teeth, raised her hand, and struck again. Li Chang'an did not dodge, and was hit once more. Death 1. After resurrecting, he appeared on the other side of the hall, and continued shouting, "Sister, I really didn't mean it. Let me explain." Injoga refused to listen. Her form flickered, appearing before him, and she smashed his skull with a palm strike. Death 1. Li Chang'an resurrected again, and was killed again. Death 1. Resurrected again, killed again. Death 1. After dying 7 or 8 times in a row, Li Chang'an's cultivation finally broke through the threshold, rising from late-stage Extreme Realm Master to peak Extreme Realm Master. And Injoga, after killing him 7 or 8 times consecutively, finally calmed down a little. She stood in the center of the hall, her chest heaving, her wet hair still dripping water. Her face remained ashen, but the fury in her eyes had subsided somewhat. Killing Li Chang'an only made him stronger. It was a favor to that bastard. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Get out. Leave the demon sect immediately. I don't want to see you again." Li Chang'an had just resurrected. Hearing this, instead of leaving, he took a few steps forward and said earnestly, "Sister, don't be mad. I'll take the loss and marry you, all right." Injoga was stunned, then her face flushed visibly. Strangely, her heart started beating faster against her will. But she quickly suppressed her emotions, raised her hand, and struck again, killing Li Chang'an. Death 1. Li Chang'an resurrected beside her, still grinning. Injoga gritted her teeth and said, "You take the loss. I'm the one who's been wronged." Li Chang'an, seeing that she only scolded but didn't attack further, grew bolder. He reached out and took her hand. Injoga instinctively tried to pull away, but after 2 tugs, she couldn't free it. She shot him a fierce glare, but didn't struggle further. Well, since he's already seen everything, a touch probably doesn't matter. Li Chang'an held her hand and said with a grin, "Sister, since we're so familiar now, how about you kill me a few more times? Just a few, then I'll go." Injoga stared at him coldly and spat out 2 words, "No. Get lost." Though she scoffed, feeling the warmth of Li Chang'an's palm, her breathing became unsteady. This was the first time in her life that a man had so blatantly held her hand. Li Chang'an refused to give up. "If you won't kill me, then I'll have to do something else." As he spoke, his other hand slowly reached toward Injoga's waist. Based on previous experience, Injoga should have slapped him to death by now. But to his surprise, even when his hand touched her waist, she only shuddered slightly and turned her face away, neither erupting in fury nor dodging. "Damn it, why does it feel a little thrilling? No. I'm just not helping him get stronger by killing him." "Yes, that's it." Injoga frantically brainwashed herself. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was completely stunned. He blinked then poked her waist with his finger, still no reaction. Hey, hit me already. Li Chang'an was getting anxious. This is awkward. Yoga bit her lip, was silent for a moment, then said in a petulant tone, You've already seen me anyway. I'm helpless. Do whatever you want. What? Li Chang'an was completely dumbfounded. He withdrew his hand, scratched his head, and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment he said, If you don't resist, then I'm going to kiss you. Yoga still didn't move, only turned her head further away, and mumbled, Whatever. Huh. If you say that I won't hold back. Li Chang'an steeled himself, leaned in, and kissed her on the cheek. Yoga's eyelashes fluttered, but she still didn't strike. Damn, why am I even looking forward to it? Li Chang'an let her go, stepped back 2 paces, and looked at her with a bewildered expression. This isn't fun. How about you kill me a few times? Really, just a few? Yoga shook her head, and said through gritted teeth, No. I won't lay a hand on you no matter what. After saying that, she walked to a stone couch on one side of the hall, sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to regulate her breathing, obviously trying to calm herself down. Li Chang'an stood in the center of the hall, watching her unyielding demeanor, completely at a loss. He walked over to her, crouched down, and reached out to touch her face. Yoga's eyelashes trembled, but she didn't open her eyes. He pinched her ear, and still she didn't react. He even pretended to reach for her chest, and he could clearly feel her breathing quicken, but she still held back and didn't strike. Li Chang'an was completely defeated. He sighed, then plopped down beside her, laid his head on her lap, looked up at her face, and said, Sister, you're really making things difficult for me. Yoga's body stiffened noticeably, yet she still did not open her eyes or push him away, only her hands resting on her knees tightened slightly. For some reason a faint hope stirred within her that Li Chang'an would take the next step. Bloody bastard, you fear not even death. Why hesitate now? Li Chang'an lay across her lap, feeling the warmth and slight tremors emanating from her body, his heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment's thought he spoke again, Sister, how about you kill me 10 more times as a final favor? Just 10 times. After that I'll leave and never bother you again. Yoga fell silent for a long while before slowly opening her eyes to look down at him. Her gaze held a complexity of emotions. Anger, resignation, and something else she could not quite articulate. She opened her mouth, but only 2 words emerged, I won't kill you. With that she closed her eyes again and fell silent. Li Chang'an lay on her lap, gazing at the luminous pearl embedded in the cave ceiling, lost in deep contemplation. The situation had taken an entirely unexpected turn. He had come seeking death, yet here he was idle and drowsy atop someone else's lap. He nudged her leg and called out to her several times, but she remained as still as one in deep meditation, utterly unmoved. Li Chang'an sat up and shifted his head away from her lap. He finally understood. In her heart, Yoga had made up her mind never to strike him again. No matter how much he touched or teased her, she merely gritted her teeth and refused to fight back, adopting a stubborn, indifferent posture, as if she simply did not care what he did. This kind of resistance felt utterly pointless to him, like punching into cotton with no force to be applied. He scratched his head and asked, Sister Sect Leader, could you point me in a more promising direction? Are there other places nearby where skilled experts gather people who would try to kill me over the slightest provocation? Yoga opened her eyes and glanced at him, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her gaze. She remained silent for a moment, then a knowing smile slowly curved her lips. A smile carrying both schadenfreude and the satisfaction of planned revenge. There is one place where masters abound, and anyone foolish enough to provoke them will certainly face lethal consequences, she said languidly. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. Where? The Imperial Palace. Yoga rose to her feet, smoothed her disheveled robes, and restored her usual cold, noble demeanor. She looked at him with a hint of mockery in her tone. The current Empress rules from the capital, and the palace teams with masters. Several of her retainers have already reached the Enlightenment realm, and there are reportedly those who have achieved the Nirvana realm as well. As for the Empress herself, she stands at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm, fortified by the dynasty's heavenly mandate. If you dare cause trouble within the palace walls, her retainers will show you no mercy whatsoever. You'll get exactly as many deaths as you desire, guaranteed to be swift and satisfying. Li Chang'an's eyes gleamed with excitement as he slapped his thigh. Right? Why didn't I think of this sooner? The palace must have the highest concentration of masters. The Empress's personal guards alone are all at least Enlightenment realm experts. Killing me would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became, as though he could already see waves of attribute points waving him over. He stood up and paced back and forth in the cave, muttering to himself, Enlightenment realm, Nirvana realm, and even the Empress herself. How many attribute points could I farm from all of this? Perhaps I could break through to Enlightenment realm directly, or even higher. Yoga watched his excited state, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Though she knew he could not die, at least this would keep him away from her for a few days of peace. But the thought of him truly leaving brought an unexpected pang of melancholy. She cleared her throat and spoke with feigned generosity. The journey to the Imperial City is long. I can prepare some funds and gifts for you. The Empress has a fondness for rare treasures. If you cater to her taste, she might show you more patience. and kill you several more times. Li Chang'an nodded eagerly. That makes perfect sense. Then I'll trouble you, sister sect leader. You're so good to me, love you. Upon hearing those final 3 words, a blush crept across Injoga's fair face once more. This time it was not anger but embarrassment. What a cunning man, so eloquent with his sweet words. And yet she found herself less repulsed by them than before. Injoga moved with remarkable efficiency, having everything prepared in under half an hour. She handed Li Chang'an a black storage ring, and said coolly, "Inside are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, several thousand-year spirit herbs, and various rare ores and materials. These should suffice for your journey, and serve as gifts when you audience the Empress." Li Chang'an accepted the ring, extending his divine sense to inspect its contents before nodding in satisfaction. Though he could not assess their exact worth, the spiritual energy emanating from them confirmed they were all premium items. He tucked the ring inside his robes, technically into his system inventory, then bowed to Injoga. "Thank you, sister sect leader. I'll take my leave then. When I return from the Imperial City, I'll come visit you again." Injoga's expression darkened instantly, and she gritted out, "You need not come back." Li Chang'an laughed heartily, turned, and strode out of the cave. His laughter echoed through the passage, fading into the distance until it vanished beyond the stone door. Injoga remained standing in the cave, listening to the receding laughter, and let out a long sigh. She had expected to feel a weight lifted now that he was gone, yet an inexplicable restlessness stirred within her chest. She sat on the stone couch, massaging her temples, and murmured to herself, "That bloody bastard. Don't actually get yourself killed." As Li Chang'an emerged from the forbidden grounds, the 4 elders were still posted at the entrance. Seeing him appear, all 4 displayed expressions of profound relief. Li Chang'an waved cheerfully and bid them farewell. "Elders, I'm taking my leave. Take good care of yourselves. I'll visit when I have free time. Try not to miss me too much." The 4 elders' faces contorted into comically complex expressions. One elder opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. Another quietly turned away, pretending not to hear. The remaining 2 elders silently prayed he would never return. Li Chang'an walked along the central avenue of the demonic sect's headquarters. Demonic sect disciples along the path stopped warily at first sight of him. Then, seeing he carried no blade, wore a smile, and appeared to be departing, their expressions shifted from alertness to delight, then to wild jubilation. Someone could not resist whispering to their companion, Is he leaving? It seems so. Look, he's heading toward the city gate. Heaven has eyes at last. This plague god is finally leaving. Don't celebrate too soon. What if he turns back? Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear." Li Chang'an's hearing was keen enough to catch every whispered word. He could only shake his head in exasperation and quicken his pace. He finally understood just how unwelcome he was at the demonic sect. As Li Chang'an stepped out of the Black Heaven Demon City's gates, a faint cheer arose from behind him. He glanced back and saw the city walls lined with demon sect disciples, their faces brimming with genuine joy. Some were even waving farewell, not the reluctant kind, but the sort that screamed, finally rid of the plague. Li Chang'an smiled helplessly, turned, and strode eastward. His next stop was the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty. The journey from the Black Heaven Demon City to the capital was long, requiring 5 or 6 days of normal travel. But Li Chang'an's speed was now unparalleled. With over 800 agility points and an advanced movement technique, he could cover the distance in about 2 days if he pushed himself. He was in no hurry, though. He strolled along, enjoying the scenery, and whenever he came across a town, he would stop to rest and savor a good meal. Life was pleasant enough. Once he left the demon sect's territory, the number of travelers and merchants along the road gradually increased. Li Chang'an changed into clean clothes, suppressed his aura, and appeared as an ordinary young wanderer, attracting no attention. After about a day and a half, he arrived at a familiar city, Luoxia City. Standing outside the gates, he gazed at the 3 large characters carved above them, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Luoxia City, a place he had visited shortly after his transmigration. Here Xin Xingyi had thrown him into the dungeon, where he provoked the guards and got killed, only to repeatedly resurrect and tease her, and finally, after showing off in front of Xin Xingfeng, he made a swift escape. Now revisiting this old ground, his cultivation had soared from the 5th level of the Hotian realm to the pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster. Meanwhile, Xin Xingyi and Xin Xingfeng, at the peak of the Xiantian realm and the mid-Xiantian stage respectively, were no longer worthy opponents. He shook his head and stepped through the city gates. Luoxia City had changed little since his last visit. The shops lining the streets remained the same, and pedestrians came and went. He found a clean-looking restaurant, took a seat by the window, ordered a pot of wine and a few side dishes, and prepared to eat his fill before continuing his journey. Just as the food and drink arrived, he picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Before he could chew, a familiar, furious shout came from behind him, Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an turned around to see a woman in black attire standing at the staircase, one hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes wide and fixed on him with intense fury. The woman, about 20 years old, had a cold, beautiful face with delicate features. She was the constable of Luoxia City, Xin Xingyi. Shen Qingyi happened to be off duty today out buying daily necessities. As she passed by the restaurant, she habitually glanced inside and spotted the figure that made her gnash her teeth. That scoundrel who had repeatedly resurrected in the dungeon of Luoxia City teased her, hugged her, and called her as fat as a little pig. How dare he return? Without a second thought, she drew her sword and charged at Li Chang'an, the blade blooming like frost and snow, aiming straight for his face. Li Chang'an remained calm, put down his chopsticks, and extended 2 fingers to gently catch the blade. The tip of the sword was firmly clamped between his fingers, motionless. Shen Qingyi's expression flickered, and she tried to pull the sword back, but it felt as if it were gripped by iron pincers, utterly immovable. A shock ran through her heart. She carefully sensed Li Chang'an's cultivation level, and then she froze. Pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster. She clearly remembered that just over half a month ago, when Li Chang'an fled Luoxia City, his cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the Houtian realm. From the 5th level of Houtian to the pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster in half a month. How could this be possible? Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. In that moment of her stunned silence, Li Chang'an twisted his fingers, using a subtle force to snatch the sword from her hand, and then gave a gentle tug. Shen Qingyi lost her balance and stumbled toward him. Li Chang'an wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, and whispered in her ear with a grin, "Constable Shen, long time no see. Is this how you greet me? Throwing yourself into my arms? Miss me that much?" Shen Qingyi's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and fury. She struggled to break free from his arms, but his grip was like an iron hoop around her waist, and she couldn't move. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "Bastard. Let me go." Instead of releasing her, Li Chang'an gave her waist a gentle squeeze and remarked with a smirk, "Constable Shen, you've lost weight since we last met. Your waist is slimmer. Could it be that you've been pining for me, unable to eat or drink?" Shen Qingyi trembled with rage, but she knew she was no match for Li Chang'an, and struggling was futile. She took a deep breath and suddenly shouted out the window at the top of her lungs, "Big brother, Li Chang'an is here." Her voice, amplified by true qi, echoed far and wide through the streets of Luoxia City. Though she knew her brother was no match for Li Chang'an either, at least it would divert his attention. Within moments, hurried footsteps sounded from the staircase. A middle-aged man in a blue robe rushed up with a group of constables. It was Shen Qingfeng, the city lord of Luoxia City. The moment Shen Qingfeng reached the top of the stairs and saw his sister held in the embrace of a young man, his face darkened. Without a word, he drew his sword and thrust it at Li Chang'an, the strike fierce and full of the peak power of the Xiantian realm. Li Chang'an didn't even spare him a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force sent Shen Qingfeng's sword and all stumbling back several steps, crashing into the wall behind him with a dull thud. Shen Qingfeng steadied himself, his expression shifting dramatically. It was only then that he carefully sensed Li Chang'an's cultivation level, and his pupils constricted as he blurted out, "Pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster." The constables behind him gasped in unison. The pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster. What did that even mean? The highest cultivation in all of Luoxia City was Shen Qingfeng himself at the peak of the Xiantian realm. The pinnacle of the Supreme Dao Grandmaster was a realm he could only gaze up at, never reach. How had this insignificant weakling who had been locked in their dungeon just over half a month ago become a pinnacle Supreme Dao Grandmaster overnight? Li Chang'an released Shen Qingyi, stood up, straightened his clothes, cupped his hands towards Shen Qingfeng, and said with a beaming smile, "City Lord Shen, I trust you've been well." Shen Qingfeng's hand trembled as he held his sword, his face alternating between pale and red. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" Li Chang'an spread his hands, looking innocent. "I don't want anything. I'm just passing through and stopped for a meal. But Constable Shen drew her sword on me the moment she saw me, so I had to defend myself." Shen Qingyi stood to the side, her face pale with rage. She pointed at Li Chang'an and cursed, "Don't you twist the truth." She started to say, "You touched me," but then realized the words were inappropriate and swallowed the rest of her sentence. She just glared at Li Chang'an, her eyes so full of venom that if looks could kill, he would have died 800 times over. Shen Qingfeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew that with Li Chang'an's current cultivation level, if he really intended to harm them, they would have no room to resist at all. But Li Chang'an seemed to have no intention of harming them, which made him slightly relieved. Sheathing his long sword, he asked in a deep voice, "Li Chang'an, what exactly do you want? Did you come back this time to take revenge on us?" Li Chang'an shook his head, speaking with sincere expression, "City Lord Shen, you're joking. I, Li Chang'an, am not the type to hold grudges. Last time was just a misunderstanding, and I've long forgotten about it. I'm really just passing by. This time we'll have a meal, and then leave." Shen Qingfeng stared at him for a good while, confirming he didn't seem to be lying before slightly lowering his guard. But he still didn't fully believe it, and pressed further, "Where are you going?" Li Chang'an picked up his wine cup, took a sip, and said slowly, "The Imperial City." "Imperial City?" Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingyi both paused simultaneously. Shen Qingfeng frowned and asked, "What are you going to the Imperial City for?" Li Chang'an put down his wine cup and grinned, "To go play with the Empress." These words caused the entire second floor of the restaurant to fall silent at once. Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingyi exchanged glances, both seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes, shock and disbelief. Is this kid tired of living? Wait, he seems to really be seeking death all along. Shen Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then let out a cold smile. Li Chang'an, although you've already reached the peak of extreme Dao Grandmaster cultivation, there are countless masters in the Imperial City, several attendants at the Enlightenment realm, and presumably some at the Nirvana realm. If you dare to behave rashly in front of the Empress after going to the Imperial City, you may not even know how you died. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an not only showed no fear, but instead displayed a brilliant smile. I'm exactly going to seek death. I hope they kill me. Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingyi were stunned again. Looking at Li Chang'an's beaming face, they didn't know what to say for a moment. They had seen those unafraid of death, but never one so unafraid of it. Seeing them not speak, Li Chang'an didn't mind, finished the food on the table by himself, then stood up, threw a piece of silver on the table, and bowed to the Shen siblings. City Lord Shen, Constable Shun, until we meet again. When I return from the Imperial City, I'll come visit you if there's a chance. After saying this, he turned and descended the stairs, departing magnanimously. Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingyi stood by the window watching Li Chang'an's figure disappear around the street corner, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, Shen Qingyi finally gritted her teeth and said, "This guy dares to go to the Imperial City, he surely won't live past the next day." Shen Qingfeng was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "I'm not worried about him. I'm rather worried about His Majesty." Shen Qingyi paused, turning to look at her elder brother, noticing a look of concern on his face unlike anything she'd seen before. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She looked back out the window at the empty street, a complicated emotion rising in her heart that she couldn't quite define. That bastard is really going to the Imperial City to seek death. After leaving that small grove, Li Chang'an raced along the way. He had allocated 800 points to agility, and his speed had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. His figure skimmed across the ground, the wind noise like thunder rumbling, while trees and fields along the road transformed into blurred patches of color in his eyes, retreating rapidly. He estimated that at current speed, it would take at most half a day to reach the Imperial City. While traveling, he checked his own status panel. He noticed that since breaking through to Extreme Dao Grandmaster, the attribute classification on the panel had changed. The original 6 attributes of Strength, Agility, Constitution, Intelligence, Charm, and Luck had become the current 6 Strength, Agility, Defense, Spirit, Root Bone, and True Qi. It seemed that with the advancement of cultivation, the system's evaluation standards had also undergone a qualitative change. His current agility of 800 points, according to the system's notation, was already comparable to the speed of peak Enlightenment realm. If combined with advanced movement technique skills for full burst, it could even surpass the speed of early Nirvana realm in a short time. This discovery brought him a wave of delight. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of extreme Dao Grandmaster solely in terms of speed, he could already compete with those true powerhouses. Of course, he also knew that speed was only one aspect. In a real fight, his cultivation was still inadequate before Enlightenment realm experts. One slap could kill him. But the thing was, he was originally going to seek death, so the stronger the opponents, the happier he'd be. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a woman's cry for help from not far ahead. The sound came from a small grove beside the official road, filled with panic and fear. Immediately followed by the sound of weapons clashing and several angry shouts. Obviously someone was fighting. Li Chang'an immediately perked up. Whether it was rescuing a beauty or seeking death, he was determined to join this spectacle. He turned his figure, shooting into the small grove like a streak of flowing light. In the grove, there was a small clearing where a one-sided fight was currently unfolding. Parked in the clearing was a carriage beside which stood 3 people, a young woman and 2 burly men dressed as guards. The woman was about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a goose-yellow long dress with a pretty face and gentle demeanor. She was currently hiding behind a guard, her face pale, eyes filled with terror. Both guards had early innate realm cultivation, but both were already injured, one clutching a bleeding arm, the other leaning on a broken long sword, panting as they blocked in front of the woman. Surrounding them were nearly 20 people. The leader was a young lord in brocade robes, waving a folding fan with cultivation around mid-Grandmaster realm. Behind him stood an old man in gray robes at early Grandmaster realm, along with 3 guards at peak innate realm, while the rest were late-stage minions about 15 or 16 in number. That brocade-clad young lord waved his folding fan, smiling as he looked at the yellow-dressed woman surrounded in the middle, his tone frivolous. "Little lady, why are you running? This young master is no bad person, only wished to invite you to my mansion for a sit, have tea, and chat. Why resist so?" The yellow-dressed woman bit her lip, glaring at him angrily, her voice trembling. "Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than go with you." Brocade-clad young lord laughed heartily. "Then keep calling. Even if you call your throat raw, will anyone save you?" The woman's face showed some despair, but her eyes suddenly caught sight of the suddenly appearing Li Chang'an, so she tentatively called out, "Call your throat raw. Call your throat raw." Before the words had barely left her mouth, a voice suddenly came from above the forest. Yo-ho, broad daylight, open world, someone is actually robbing a commoner woman here. Is there no law at all? The crowd looked up to see a young man perched on a branch of a large tree, his legs dangling idly in the air. He held a wild fruit plucked from somewhere unknown and was munching on it with a satisfying crunch. It was Chang'an. The brocade-robed young master squinted, sizing him up. He appeared quite young with no remarkable aura fluctuations, seemingly just an ordinary passerby. He let out a disdainful snort, pointing his folding fan at Chang'an. Boy, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. My affairs are beyond your reach. Leave now if you know what's good for you, or you'll lose your life. Chang'an jumped down from the tree, brushed the dust off his clothes, and sauntered to the center of the clearing. He glanced at the woman in yellow, then at the brocade-robed young master, and asked, "What's going on? Tell me." The woman in yellow, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly said, "Young hero, I am the daughter of a merchant family in the Imperial City. Today I came out with my guards for a leisure trip only to encounter this scoundrel. Seeing me alone, he conceived ill intentions and tried to force me to be his concubine. My guards fought desperately to hold out until now. Please, young hero, save me." After listening, Chang'an nodded and turned to the brocade-robed young master. "Is what she said true?" The brocade-robed young master gave a cold snort, deigning not to reply. Instead, he pointed his folding fan at Chang'an, his tone laced with menace. "Boy, my father is the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I'm giving you one last chance. Leave now, and you might still be safe. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." Chang'an scratched his head and sighed. "I didn't want to meddle, but you, my friend, are simply too punchable." Before his words faded, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The brocade-robed young master only saw a blur before a silhouette appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted from his groin. He screamed in agony, flying backward, crashing through a tree as thick as a bowl, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. He curled up on the ground, clutching his groin, his face pale as death, emitting heart-wrenching screams. The entire forest fell silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned. The gray-robed elder, a grandmaster at the initial stage, was the first to react. His face darkened, and he bellowed, "You brat, you're asking for death." He raised his palm and struck at Chang'an. Without even a glance, Chang'an casually waved his hand. An overwhelming force sent the gray-robed elder flying crashing into a large boulder. He spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled a few times, and failed to rise. The remaining guards and lackeys, witnessing this, dared not step forward. They stood frozen, trembling, neither advancing nor retreating. Chang'an walked over to the brocade-robed young master, crouched down, and looked at his pain-twisted face. In a calm tone, he said, "You said your father is the Martial Arts Alliance leader." The brocade-robed young master was drenched in sweat from the pain, but he still managed to spew threats through gritted teeth. You're dead. My father is at the Emperor realm. Daring to treat me like this, my father will tear you apart limb by limb." Instead of fear, Chang'an broke into a bright smile. "Perfect, I was just afraid your father wasn't strong enough. Go back and tell your father that after I've had my fun at the Imperial Palace, I'll go find him and ask him what the penalty is for failing to discipline his son." The gray-robed elder struggled to his feet, his face ashen with suppressed fury. "Who exactly are you, sir? Dare you leave your name?" Chang'an stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and said indifferently, "My name is Chang'an. If you have a bad memory, repeat it a few times so when your master asks you won't forget." The gray-robed elder gave him a long, hard look, said nothing more. He bent down to help the curled-up brocade-robed young master, and with his gang slunk out of the forest. After they had gone far, the woman in yellow emerged from behind her guards, hurried to Chang'an, and bowed gracefully. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. You are Chang'an. I shall surely repay you handsomely in the future." Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "No need, it was nothing. Just a spur-of-the-moment thing. By the way, you said your family is a merchant in the Imperial City. Are you familiar with the city?" The woman in yellow nodded. "Very familiar. I've lived in the Imperial City since childhood. Is there anything the young hero needs help with?" Chang'an thought for a moment. "I'm heading to the Imperial City to take care of some business. I wanted to ask about the palace. Do you know when the Empress usually holds court? How many palace guardians are there? What's the highest cultivation level among them?" Hearing these questions, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She smiled. "Young hero intends to visit the palace. May I ask what business you have with the Empress? Seeking an official post, or perhaps becoming a guardian? Or have you heard that the Empress is the most beautiful woman in the great Yin dynasty and wish to behold her splendor?" Chang'an shook his head, his expression serious. "None of that. I simply wish to seek death." The woman in yellow and her two guards were stunned. They exchanged glances, all wondering if they had misheard. The woman in yellow blinked, uncertain. "Young hero, what did you say? Seek death?" Chang'an nodded earnestly. "Yes, seek death. I've heard that the palace is teeming with experts. Countless at the Tao Comprehension and Nirvana realms, and the Empress herself is a late-stage Emperor realm powerhouse. I'm sure they'll beat me to death, which is exactly what I want." The woman in yellow's lips twitched. She was at a loss for words. In all her years, she had met people who sought wealth, power, fame, or immortality. But a seeker of death. This was a first. And this man asked for it with such righteousness, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After a moment of silence, she asked cautiously, "Young hero, have you encountered some insurmountable difficulty? If you have troubles, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help." Li Chang'an laughed heartily at her words. "You're overthinking. I'm perfectly fine. I just want to court death, no other reason." "Alright, I won't keep you. I need to be on my way." With that, his figure flickered and he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. The woman in yellow stood there staring at the spot, where he disappeared, lost in thought for a long while before snapping back to reality. She turned to her 2 guards. "Let's go. Rush back to the Imperial City. I need to see my Imperial sister." The guards were taken aback, and one whispered, "Princess, you wish to see Her Majesty?" The woman in yellow nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement and curiosity. "That Li Chang'an is quite interesting. I want to tell my Imperial sister not to kill him." She lifted her skirts and quickly walked out of the forest. The 2 guards exchanged helpless glances, then hurried after her. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was drawing closer to the Imperial City. He stood on a small hill, already able to see in the distance the towering city walls and the majestic outline of the palace. Golden glazed tiles shimmered under the sunlight like a sea of gold. He took a deep breath, feeling the dense spiritual energy and solemn atmosphere in the air. Grinning, he murmured to himself, "Empress, I'm coming. You'd better be impressive. Don't let me down." Li Chang'an stood at the city gate of the imperial capital, gazing up at the gate that soared over Tianzhong high, and could not help but let out a sigh. The gate was constructed from massive green stones, its surface covered in exquisite reliefs, soaring dragons, spreading phoenixes, and immortal mountains veiled in auspicious clouds, grand, solemn, and imposing. Above the gate hung a colossal plaque inscribed with 2 gilded characters, Tian Ke. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, exuding an imperial majesty. He stepped through the gate, and the sight before him made him halt involuntarily. The prosperity within the imperial capital far exceeded his imagination. The broad streets could accommodate 8 carriages side by side, paved with smooth green stone slabs, clean and tidy. The shops lining the streets stood in tight array, some selling silks, some jewelry, some weapons, some elixirs, some spirit beasts, and some all manner of curious trinkets. The hawkers' cries rose and fell, mingling with the chatter of pedestrians, the laughter of children, and the rumble of carriage wheels, weaving together a lively symphony of the city. What excited Li Chang'an even more was that he could clearly sense in every corner of this city many powerful auras lurking. Those auras were like dormant beasts, deliberately restrained, yet the occasional ripple that leaked out still made his heart tremble. Grandmasters were everywhere. Grandmasters of higher realms were not few, and he could even catch a few traces of supreme grandmaster-level auras. Truly a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Li Chang'an licked his lips, his eyes shining with excitement. With so many experts in the city alone, how many must there be in the palace? Tao, Insight, Nirvana, even great emperor realms. Just thinking about it is thrilling. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to charge into the palace and seek death, and decided to wander the city first. Since he was here anyway, there was no rush. Besides, the storage ring given by Yin Jogo was packed with spirit stones and wealth. Why not use them? He planned to buy himself some gear. He strolled along the main street. Seeing a vendor selling candied hawthorns, he bought a skewer, took a bite. Sweet and sour, quite tasty. Spotting roasted sweet potatoes, he bought one, holding it warm in his hands. He peeled off the skin and took a bite. Sweet, soft, and sticky. He then wandered into a weapon shop where all kinds of swords, sabers, spears, and halberds were displayed, gleaming coldly and radiating spiritual energy. After looking around, he finally bought the most expensive-looking dagger, spending 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Although he had no use for it, keeping it in his system backpack wasn't a bad idea. He then entered a clothing shop, picking out several robes of fine quality and a pair of boots said to enhance movement speed. Finally, he visited an elixir shop and bought several bottles of healing and cheer-restoring pills. After a whole shopping spree, he spent nearly 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, but gained a lot. He patted his bulging bag with satisfaction and sighed, spending other people's money sure feels good. No heartache at all. Just then, in a side hall deep within the palace, a young girl in a goose-yellow long skirt was hurrying through a corridor, running toward the imperial study. Her hem fluttered as she ran too fast, and the pearl hairpin on her head tilted askew, but she had no time to fix it. She rushed all the way and pushed open the door of the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, a woman clad in a golden dragon robe sat at a desk reviewing memorials. She appeared to be about 27 or 28, with phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, vermilion lips, and pearly teeth. Her features as exquisite as an immortal from a painting, yet her brows carried an imperial majesty that inspired awe without anger. She sat upright, her back as straight as a pine, radiating the calm dignity of one long accustomed to high authority. She was the empress of the great Yin dynasty, Morongzio. Hearing the door open, Morongzio looked up and saw it was her sister Morong Xiren. She frowned slightly. "Xiren, what are you running for? As a princess behaving so improperly? What kind of example is this?" Morong Xiren, panting, hurried to the desk, placed her hands on its surface, and asked urgently, "Sister, did a young assassin break into the palace today?" Morong Zio put down the vermilion brush, her frown deepening. "What assassin? What are you talking about?" Morong Xiren was about to explain, when suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps outside. A eunuch in a blue official robe quickly walked to the door of the imperial study and bowed, reporting, "Your Majesty, a young man has forcibly entered the palace gate claiming to be Li Chang'an, and says he wishes to see your Majesty. To seek death. Several imperial guardians have gone to stop him. How should we proceed?" Before Morong Zio could speak, Morong Xiren interjected, "Sister, it's him. He's the one who saved me." Morong Zio frowned even more tightly. "Saved you? What happened?" Morong Xiren took a deep breath and briefly recounted the day's events outside the city. How she had sneaked out to play, encountered the son of the Martial Alliance leader, been surrounded, how Li Chang'an appeared and saved her, and how he crippled that arrogant scion. After finishing, she tugged at Morong Zio's sleeve and pleaded, "Sister, he saved my life. He is my benefactor. Please don't harm him. Invite him in. I want to thank him in person." Morong Zio listened, fell silent for a moment, then instructed the eunuch at the door, "Convey my edict, do not harm Li Chang'an, bring him to the imperial study." The eunuch accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, on the palace square, Li Chang'an was surrounded by 6 old men whose auras were unfathomably deep. These 6 were imperial guardians. The lowest among them was at the early Dao Insight realm, and the white-haired elder who led them had reached the peak of Dao Insight. Surrounded in the middle, Li Chang'an was not afraid, but instead his eyes lit up, and he trembled with excitement. "Dao Insight. 6 Dao Insight experts," he screamed inwardly. "If each of them kills me a few times, won't I just skyrocket?" He took a deep breath, then let out a roar, "Come on, you old bastards. If you've got the guts, kill me. Aim here. Stab here. Don't hold back." The 6 guardians exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat odd. They had lived for centuries, seen countless palace intruders, assassins, madmen, reckless youths who didn't know their place. But someone like this, who came in howling for death right from the start, was truly a first. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow and was about to say something when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. A eunuch came running and announced loudly, "The Emperor's oral decree. Do not harm this young hero, Leah. Bring him to the imperial study for an audience." The 6 attendants froze simultaneously. Li Chang'an also froze. "You won't kill me?" Li Chang'an's eyes widened in utter disbelief. "Hey, did you hear me wrong? I've come to raid the palace. I'm looking for death. How can you not kill me?" The white-haired elder withdrew his already raised palm, glanced at him expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "Since it is the Emperor's decree, please proceed." With that, he stepped aside, clearing a path. Li Chang'an stood frozen, thoroughly frustrated. He had braced himself for a vigorous battle, but suddenly the opposition refused to fight. It felt like winding up a mighty punch only to land it on cotton, an indescribable discomfort. But then he reasoned he had already entered the imperial palace and seen the Empress. He could find a way to provoke her later. So he followed the eunuch through the long palace corridor and arrived before the doors of the imperial study. The eunuch pushed open the doors and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, young hero Li Chang'an has arrived." Li Chang'an stepped inside. The moment he looked up, he saw Morong Zio seated behind the desk, and he couldn't help but pause. He had met many beautiful women. Shunxingyi cold and elegant, Yoga enchanting, and alluring, Lu Ruyan aloof and pristine. Each possessed her own unique charm. But the woman before him was unlike any of them. She wore a golden dragon robe and a jeweled crown, seated with a natural innate imperial majesty radiating from her every pore. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet it was not a fragile kind of beauty. It carried an edge of power that made one dare not look directly upon her. Indeed, stunning, on par with the sect leader, though her aura is entirely different, Li Chang'an thought to himself, already plotting how to provoke the Empress into ordering his death. Just then a clear voice rang out from his side. "Young hero Li, we meet again." Li Chang'an turned and saw the young woman in yellow standing by the side of the imperial study, waving at him with a bright smile. He blinked in surprise before realization struck. "You? Are you the princess?" Morong Xiren nodded, still smiling. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Morong Xiren, princess of the Dian dynasty. Thank you for saving my life outside the city today." Li Chang'an's expression went through a spectacular transformation. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and finally burst out in a mournful cry. "You were the one who told the Empress not to kill me." Morong Xiren nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course. You saved my life, you're my benefactor. How could I let my imperial sister harm you?" Li Chang'an felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, then looked at Morong Xiren with utter seriousness. "Your Highness, listen to me. What you're doing isn't repaying a favor. It's returning kindness with betrayal. My only wish right now is to die. If you truly want to repay me, order your imperial sister to kill me. 100 times would be ideal." Morong Xiren blinked, genuinely puzzled. "Why? Isn't living better?" "Living is fine, but dying would be better for me," Li Chang'an said, unable to explain the system to her. He could only offer a vague reply. "Just do as I say. Have your imperial sister kill me a few times." Both sisters stared at him in bewilderment. What kind of request was that? Who on earth actively sought death? Morong Xiren shook her head firmly. No, I won't let my imperial sister kill my lifesaver. Li Chang'an grew frantic. He turned to Morong Zio and said, Your Majesty, you must kill me today. Otherwise I'll start causing trouble. Morong Zio had been watching their exchange coldly. She finally spoke. Her voice was clear, dignified, and edged with displeasure. I'm quite curious. What exactly is going on with you? Who in their right mind begs others to kill them? If word gets out, what will the realm think of me and my imperial sister? That I'm ungrateful and killed the savior of my own sister. Seeing she wouldn't act, Li Chang'an grew even more anxious. He glanced around, and his gaze fell upon the stack of memorial documents on the desk. An idea struck him, and he strode over quickly. He grabbed a memorial, flipped through it, and then hurled it to the ground with a curse. Ridiculous and droning. What kind of trash is this? You dare present something of such inferior quality? The entire imperial study fell deathly silent. Morong Zio's expression darkened visibly before their eyes. In all the years she had ruled as empress, no one had ever dared to smash her memorials in her presence. She glared at Li Chang'an, her voice laced with barely contained fury. Li Chang'an, are you courting death? Li Chang'an nodded vigorously, his expression utterly sincere. Exactly. I am courting death. Hurry up and kill me. Morong Zio rose abruptly. A massive pressure erupted from her body, and the very air in the imperial study seemed to freeze. She fixed Li Chang'an with a piercing gaze and spoke each word deliberately. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? Rather than retreating, Li Chang'an stepped forward 2 paces, stretched out his neck, closed his eyes, and assumed the posture of a man offering his throat for the blade. Come on. Strike here. Don't hold back. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Morong Zio's eyes, and she raised her hand to strike. Just then Morong Xiren suddenly rushed forward, threw her arms wide, and blocked Li Chang'an, shouting loudly. Imperial sister, you cannot kill him. He saved my life. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Morong Zio's hand froze midair. She looked at her younger sister, her brows drawn tight. Xiren, move aside. I won't. Morong Xiren held her head high stubbornly. Not unless you promise not to kill him. Li Chang'an, standing behind her, stamped his foot in desperation. He shoved Morong Xiren aside and snapped irritably, Go away. Don't ruin my plan, you brat. Morong Xiren staggered from the push. After regaining her balance, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You pushed me, Li Chang'an said with righteous boldness. So what if I pushed you? Try stopping me again, and I'll spank you. Morong Xiren tilted her chin up defiantly. I don't believe you would. Before she could finish, Li Chang'an raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack to her rear with a crisp slap that echoed loudly through the silent imperial study. Morong Xiren froze. Even Morong Zio was taken aback. A moment later, Morong Xiren's face flushed crimson. She clutched her rear and pointed at Li Chang'an, her voice trembling with a mixture of shame, anger, and something inexplicable. Why you? You actually hit me. Li Chang'an withdrew his hand and huffed. Scared now? Move along, or I'll hit you again. Morong Zio's face had darkened to the color of a soot-covered wok. Watching Li Chang'an spank her own sister right before her, she felt her authority unprecedentedly challenged. This wasn't merely striking her sister's rear. It was slapping the face of the imperial family itself. Wait, something felt off. Regardless, this simply would not be tolerated. With a thunderous shout, Li Chang'an, how dare you? Her figure blurred, and like a streak of golden lightning, she surged toward Li Chang'an, palm outstretched and ready to strike. The 6 attendants froze simultaneously. Li Chang'an also froze. You won't kill me. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Hey, did you hear me wrong? I've come to raid the palace. I'm looking for death. How can you not kill me? The overwhelming fury of a great Emperor Realm Cultivator's strike was terrifying beyond measure. Li Chang'an had no time to react. He only felt a force like a collapsing mountain and churning sea slam into his chest. His entire body was sent flying backward, smashing through the wooden door of the imperial study, bouncing off a corridor pillar, and finally crashing into the courtyard, where he died on the spot. Death count 1. Killer Great, Yin, Empress Morong Zio female 1 extra, strength far exceeds host 4 extra. Attribute points gained 5. Resurrection countdown, within 1 minute choose any time point, and any location within 100 zhang to resurrect. Li Chang'an's consciousness lingered in the darkness for a moment, his heart filled with delight. 5 attribute points in hand, and the Empress had already made her move. As long as he kept up the effort and let her kill him a few more times, reaching the Tao Enlightenment realm today was no longer a dream. He was about to resurrect beside Morong Zio, letting her kill him again, when he suddenly heard Morong Xiren's voice. Morong Xiren threw herself onto Li Chang'an's still dissipating corpse, turning her head to look at Morong Zio, with tearful eyes, her voice trembling with sobs and fury. Sister Empress, you actually killed my savior. Morong Zio stood at the entrance of the imperial study, watching her younger sister weep over a fading corpse, her expression somewhat awkward. She explained, Xiren, you saw it yourself. This fellow brought it upon himself. He even spanked you just now. Aren't you angry? Morong Xiren wiped away her tears and snorted, Why should I be angry? He's the first person in my entire life who dared to spank me. I'm not angry at all. I find it refreshing. Sister Empress, I hate you. Morongzio's mouth twitched, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Could her own sister have masochistic tendencies? This bad habit needed to be corrected. Just then she suddenly sensed a faint ripple in the space beside her, and the next moment a figure materialized next to her. It was Chang'an. He brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and said with a grin, "Stop arguing, everyone. I'm not dead." Hearing his voice, Morongziran snapped her head around, and seeing Chang'an standing there perfectly fine froze for a moment. Then she rubbed her eyes, looked down at the dissipating corpse on the ground, and confirmed that she wasn't mistaken. She let out a joyful cry, scrambled to her feet, and threw herself into Chang'an's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice filled with both relief and lingering fear. "Thank goodness. Young hero Li, you're all right. You scared me to death just now." Chang'an, almost suffocated by her embrace, quickly pried her off, and said, "Princess, a man and a woman should not be so physically close. Mind your propriety." Morongziran was pushed away, but didn't get angry. She still smiled at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Morongzio stood by watching this scene with a slight frown, then suddenly spoke. "Chang'an, I recall now. You're the one who wreaked havoc in the demon cult, snatched the mystic frost jade lotus in the secret realm, and single-handedly forced back the 200,000 troops of Northern Yin. The one known as the indestructible body." Chang'an hadn't expected his reputation to reach the imperial palace. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Your Majesty flatters me. It was all luck." Hearing this, Morongziran's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. She tugged at Chang'an's sleeve and pressed, "Indestructible body. Young hero Li, do you really have an indestructible body? Does that mean even if you're cut up you can grow back?" A row of black lines appeared on Chang'an's forehead. He said crossly, "If you cut me I won't grow back." "Princess, please don't have such strange thoughts." Morongziran stuck out her tongue, chuckled, but her curiosity remained undimmed. Morongzio watched their interaction, paused for a moment, then said, "Chang'an, since you are not dead, and have rendered meritorious service to the great Yin dynasty, I will overlook your earlier insolence. You saved my sister, and I should reward you. What reward do you desire?" Chang'an answered without hesitation, "I wish for your Majesty to kill me 100 times. Morongzio's eyebrow twitched. In all her years this was the first time she had heard such a request for a reward. What a novel phrase, kill 100 times. Just as she was about to refuse, Morongziran stepped in front of Chang'an, spread her arms, and said with utmost seriousness, "No. Sister Empress cannot kill him again. Even if he has an indestructible body, the blade and sword still hurt." Chang'an grew anxious, pushed Morongziran aside, and said, Shoo, don't delay my quest to die." Morongziran was pushed away but stubbornly came back, tilting her head, and saying, "I won't allow it. If you want to die you'll have to get past me first." Seeing her obstinacy, Chang'an grew irritated. He raised his hand and spanked her twice on the bottom, saying, "Get out of the way. Don't interfere with my important business." Morongziran, far from being angry, actually stuck out her bottom, and said with a grin, "If you like it, spank me a few more times." A clear vein popped on Chang'an's forehead. Morongzio watched this scene, her own brow twitching violently, feeling her blood pressure spike. She had been empress for decades, handling countless state affairs and suppressing endless rebellions. But never had she felt so overwhelmed and helpless as she did today. Chang'an put on a fierce expression, glaring at Morongziran, and said through gritted teeth, "Princess, if you don't step aside, I'm going to be very impolite." Morongziran, instead of retreating, put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and smiled at him. "Then go ahead and be impolite. I'd like to see just how impolite you can be." Chang'an looked at her fearless, smiling face and felt like he had punched a wad of cotton. He opened his mouth, then closed it, and finally sighed in defeat. Turning to Morongzio, he said in a tone bordering on pleading, "Your Majesty, please kill me 100 times now. If you don't act, I really don't know what I might do." Morongzio's eyebrow twitched. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What else do you intend to do?" Chang'an glanced at the eager-eyed Morongziran, then at the livid-faced Morongzio, and a bold idea suddenly surged in his heart. Since offending the princess went unpunished, what about offending the empress? His wickedness surged, and he decided to go all out. He took a deep breath, then lunged toward Morongzio, extending both hands with fingers curved like claws, aiming directly at the empress's ample chest, shouting as he charged, "Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence." Morongzio's expression instantly changed. She had never expected that Chang'an would dare to make such a frivolous gesture in front of her. Before she could even think, she instinctively waved her hand, and a mighty force erupted, striking Chang'an squarely in the chest. Chang'an was sent flying backward like a sandbag hit by a giant hammer. He crashed into a flower pot stand behind him, tumbled across the ground several times, and finally came to a stop, dead on the spot. Morongziran gasped and hurried over to Chang'an's corpse, crouching down to check it. She then turned around, glaring at Morongzio's sister. "You killed him again. If you kill him one more time, I'll cut off all ties with you." Morongzio's face turned from green to white, and she gritted her teeth. "Ziran, you saw it yourself. That rogue just tried to assault me. Do you expect me to just stand there and let him grab me? Morong Xiren huffed and said indignantly, I don't care. The throne is already yours anyway. I finally found someone I like. You can't hurt him anymore. Morong Zio felt her temples throbbing. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it. She had discovered that whenever she faced this younger sister, she always ended up on the losing side. Just then Li Chang'an's figure reappeared beside Morong Zio. As soon as he revived, without hesitation he wrapped his arm around her waist and grinned. Your Majesty, forget about that brat. Hurry and kill me again. Morong Zio's body froze. She glanced down at the hand around her waist, then up at Li Chang'an's infuriating grin, and fury surged through her. She raised her hand to strike, but before she could, Morong Xiren rushed over and grabbed her arm, shouting, Sister, stop. You're not allowed to kill him again. Morong Zio's hand hung frozen in midair. She wanted to bring it down, but her sister held her arm tightly. She wanted to withdraw it, but the anger had nowhere to vent. What annoyed her most was that Li Chang'an's hand around her waist was still wandering restlessly. She gritted her teeth and forced out a question, does it feel good? Li Chang'an answered instinctively, the texture is nice, quite bouncy. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself, no. Your Majesty, please kill me quickly. I'm really looking for death. Morong Zio's face had turned as black as the bottom of a wok. Just as she was about to strike despite her sister's protests, Morong Xiren beat her to it, grabbing Li Chang'an's hand from around Morong Zio's waist and placing it on her own. Looking up at him, she declared, Li Chang'an, if you like touching, you can touch mine. But you can't touch other women, not even my imperial sister. Li Chang'an pulled his hand back forcefully, his face darkening as he retorted irritably, what nonsense is this? I'm genuinely trying to die. Besides, I have no interest in someone like you, a little bean sprout who hasn't even matured. Hearing this, Morong Xiren immediately protested, puffing out her chest defiantly, who hasn't matured? I'm only slightly younger than my imperial sister. Morong Zio's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. She clenched her teeth and snapped, what are you talking nonsense about? Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her anger and waved her hand in exhaustion. Never mind. Just take this ruffian away before he bothers me any further. Li Chang'an wanted to say something, but Morong Xiren was already dragging him outward. He struggled to look back, but her grip was unexpectedly powerful, and she forcibly pulled him out of the imperial study through a long corridor until they arrived at a lavishly decorated palace. The plaque above the door bore 3 characters, Zichen Palace. Morong Xiren led him into the palace through the main hall and into an elegantly furnished side chamber, where she finally released him and turned around with a cheerful grin. Li Chang'an slumped into a chair, looking at her weakly. Princess, what exactly do you want? Please let me go. I really just want to die. Morong Xiren sat opposite him, resting her chin in her hands with a bright smile. Don't beg for death. Be my consort, all right. I promise you a lifetime of wealth and honor beyond measure. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes. Can I have multiple wives and concubines? Morong Xiren thought carefully for a moment, then nodded. According to the rules, it shouldn't be allowed. But if you insist, they can only be secondary consorts. Li Chang'an's face darkened. I haven't even agreed yet, so why are you acting like the principal wife? You also saw that I can resurrect after death. Can you please stop preventing me from dying? Morong Xiren firmly shook her head no. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and decided to try a different approach. Sitting up straight, he said in a coaxing tone, Princess, how about this? As long as you promise not to prevent me from dying, I'll agree to one request from you. Anything but being your consort. Morong Xiren's eyes darted around, and suddenly a sly smile appeared on her face. Then I won't be a princess anymore, and you won't be a consort. I'll marry you. Does that work? Li Chang'an stumbled and nearly fell off the chair. He held onto the armrest, steadying himself, and looked at Morong Xiren helplessly. Princess, I'm here seeking death, not abducting a princess. Although the Empress will definitely pursue me, that's not my intention. I cannot agree to this request. Moreover, I can see that the Empress treats you well. Please don't do anything that would put her in an awkward position. Morong Xiren pouted and fell silent for a moment, then said, Then I want you to stay in my palace tonight. Li Chang'an thought about it. The princess's palace should have more than one room, so staying for a night shouldn't be a big deal. He nodded. All right, I'll stay in the side chamber. Morong Xiren's eyes lit up immediately. The side chamber is fine. But when you go to seek death, I want to come along and watch. Li Chang'an hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You can come along and watch, but you can't interfere. Otherwise our agreement is void. Morong Xiren quickly nodded in agreement. Li Chang'an stood up and asked, Where is the most powerful attendant in the imperial palace? Take me to the attendant hall to look around. Morong Xiren's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly. Great. I'll take you. But can you really resurrect? Won't anything go wrong? Li Chang'an patted his chest. Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Moreover, I can grow stronger after death. That's exactly why I'm seeking death so earnestly. Morong Xiren cupped her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, what an outrageous way to grow stronger. Li Chang'an stumbled and nearly fell again. He steadied himself, pretended not to hear her words, and strode toward the exit of the hall. Morong Xiren quickly followed, chattering non-stop. like a cheerful little bird. Li Chang'an followed Murong Ziren out of the Zichan Hall, making his way along a palace path paved with bluish-white jade tiles toward the western sector of the imperial palace. Murong Ziren walked beside him, explaining the layout of the palace and the arrangement of the tribute hall as they went. The tribute attendees within the palace are primarily stationed in 2 locations. She raised one finger, gesturing as she spoke. The tribute hall I'm taking you to now houses Grand Masters, Extreme Path Grand Masters, and those at the early stage of Tao comprehension. There is also a separate courtyard reserved for experts at the Nirvana stage. Those old monsters rarely step outside. They spend most of their time in deep meditation. Unless the Imperial Sister summons them personally, I cannot even rouse them from their seclusion. Li Chang'an's eyes gleamed with interest. What of the Great Emperor's stage? Are there any experts at that level? Murong Ziren nodded and lowered her voice. Yes. It is said that deep within the palace lies an ancestral figure of the Great Emperor stage who has already lived for several hundred years. But I have only seen him twice, and each time he appeared half asleep. I never could tell whether he was truly resting or merely pretending. Li Chang'an was secretly astonished within. He had always assumed that Empress Murongzio was the strongest figure in the Dayan dynasty, never imagining that a Great Emperor stage ancestor was hidden within the palace walls. No wonder the Dayan dynasty could suppress the various sects and surrounding kingdoms. The depth of power concealed within this palace alone was sufficient to deter any faction from reckless action. He suddenly recalled that back at Jinbei Pass, Hua Xiao had complained that the court had not dispatched any experts above the Tao comprehension stage to reinforce the border. Now he understood. It was not that the Empress was unwilling to send them, but that she simply could not. Experts beyond the Tao comprehension stage were like nuclear weapons in his previous life, existing primarily as deterrent forces. If the Dayan dynasty were the first to deploy Tao comprehension experts in conventional warfare, then the Northern Yin Kingdom would inevitably respond with counterparts of equal stature. At that point, the conflict would escalate into a confrontation between top-tier combatants, bringing about a devastating catastrophe for ordinary soldiers and low-level cultivators. No wonder both sides kept their highest combat power capped at the peak of Extreme Path Grand Masters on the battlefield. Li Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. It seems everyone tacitly observed certain rules. Murong Ziren nodded and remarked casually, the gap between the Tao comprehension stage and the Extreme Path Grand Master is vast and unbridgeable. If a Tao comprehension expert were to join conventional warfare, a single palm strike could flatten an entire hillside. The devastation inflicted upon ordinary soldiers would be far too catastrophic. Therefore, an unwritten rule exists among all major factions. Experts above the Tao comprehension stage shall not actively participate in mortal wars unless the opposing side breaks the rule first. One may choose not to strike, but one must never lack the power to do so. Li Chang'an found this entirely reasonable. As they conversed, they had arrived before a magnificent hall. 3 gilded characters adorned the plaque above the entrance, Tribute Hall. The doors stood open, and within several figures could be glimpsed seated or standing, some sipping tea, others engaged in a game of chess, and a few cultivating with closed eyes. Murong Ziren strode inside, with Li Chang'an following closely behind. Upon hearing their footsteps, the tribute attendees within the hall turned their heads in unison. Upon recognizing the princess, they promptly set down their teacups and chess pieces, rising to bow in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Murong Ziren waved her hand, dismissively adopting the bearing of royalty, as she declared, "Rise. I have come today with a favor to ask of you all." An elderly man with silver hair, his cultivation hovering at the early stage of Tao comprehension, clasped his fists and asked respectfully, "What are your orders, Your Highness? Speak freely, and we shall spare no effort." Murong Ziren pointed at Li Chang'an beside her and said bluntly, "Kill him." The tribute attendees froze in collective astonishment. They glanced between Murong Ziren and Li Chang'an, their eyes darting back and forth several times. These two had clearly entered hand in hand, chatting and laughing. By all appearances, nothing like adversaries. Why demand a killing upon arrival? A middle-aged tribute attendee ventured cautiously, "Your Highness. Do you mean kill him?" Before Murong Ziren could respond, Li Chang'an eagerly stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. "Exactly. That's precisely why I'm here, to be killed. The more times the better. Kill me to death. Kill him to death." The expressions of the tribute attendees grew ever more bizarre. They exchanged glances, each reading the same confusion in the other's eyes. What manner of strange request was this? Begging for death was unusual enough, but demanding to be killed repeatedly. Must they be mad? A younger tribute attendee whispered to his companion. His counterpart replied, just as quietly, "I believe it is this very world that has lost its sanity." The elderly tribute attendee with silver hair frowned, somewhat uncertain. "Your Highness, must we truly kill him? I recall His Majesty previously issued an edict, ordering that this young hero not be harmed." Murong Ziren waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I shall explain matters to my imperial sister. Simply proceed." Li Chang'an eagerly stretched his neck forward, patting his own chest to hasten them. "Come then. Stop dawdling. Strike me down quickly and cleanly." The elderly tribute attendee hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. He stepped forward, raised his palm, and delivered a strike toward Li Chang'an's chest. Uncertain of the princess's true intentions, he employed only about 3/10 of his power, intending to probe first. The palm force landed on Li Chang'an's chest. He grunted, staggered backwards several steps, and a trace of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, yet he did not fall. He glanced down at his chest, then looked up at the elderly attendee and cursed loudly. "Have you not eaten? Can you not even kill properly? I may fear death not, but I certainly fear pain. This half-dead agony you inflict. How tormenting. Are you a man? Give me a swift end." The elderly attendee's expression darkened instantly. Having lived for centuries, no one had ever dared insult him so directly to his face. His pride was wounded, yet he dared not retaliate openly. He could only turn his gaze toward Murongziren, seeking her approval silently. Murongziren nodded and said earnestly, "He speaks correctly. Kill him. If kill him you must, but do so swiftly and without unnecessary suffering." The tribute attendees stood collectively dumbfounded. A gentle killing. What manner of execution was that? To kill, yet show mercy. Such a contradictory demand left them bewildered. Li Chang'an, growing impatient, urged them onward. "Hurry. Strike swiftly and cleanly. No more delays." The elderly attendee gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and raised his palm to strike Li Chang'an's crown. This time he employed 7/10 of his power. The strike was thick and decisive. Li Chang'an's head lolled sharply to one side, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, dead upon the spot. A smile still lingered on his face, the satisfied grin of a wish finally fulfilled. The elderly attendee withdrew his palm and gazed at the corpse upon the ground, preparing to breathe a sigh of relief. But then he noticed something impossible. The body was growing transparent before his very eyes, dissolving into motes of golden light that scattered into the air. Before he could process what had just occurred, Li Chang'an's voice rang out from behind him. "Excellent. That strike was clean and efficient. Let us continue." The old imperial elder spun around abruptly, only to find Li Chang'an standing behind him and scathed arms crossed, watching him with a grin. The old imperial elder's eyes nearly popped out as he pointed at Li Chang'an, his lips trembling for a long moment before he uttered a distorted voice, "Why you? How?" Murongziren clapped and cheered from the side. "Li Chang'an, you're amazing. Does it hurt? If it does, you can hit them back to vent." Upon hearing this, the several elders' faces darkened once more. What did she mean by hit them back to vent? It was they who had been ordered to kill, yet now they were supposed to be beaten. Was there no justice left? Li Chang'an waved his hand and said to Murongziren, "No need, no need. They're actually helping me. Go on, go on. Don't stop." The old imperial elder took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and confusion in his heart, and struck again. Another palm, swift and decisive. Li Chang'an fell once more, the body dissipated, then he revived again. After repeating this more than a dozen times, the several elders finally emerged from their initial shock and began to accept the fact. This young man truly possessed the ability to resurrect from death, and he seemed to relish the process. Thus an extremely bizarre scene unfolded within the Hall of Elders. A group of highly skilled imperial elders surrounded a young man, taking turns to strike him down. And each time the young man died, he would revive within moments, then cheerfully urge them to continue. Beside them, a princess in a magnificent palace dress sat on a chair, her hands propping up her cheeks, watching with great interest, occasionally offering comments. That palm strike was well executed. Clean and sharp. Oh dear, that one looked painful. Go easy on him. After about 20-odd kills, the old imperial elder was the first to sense something amiss. He stopped, sensed Li Chang'an's aura, and his expression shifted slightly. His cultivation seems to have increased. Another elder nodded, his face grave. "I sense it too. He was at the peak of extreme Dao Grandmaster when he arrived. Now he's already showing signs of breaking through to the Dao Comprehension realm. Over 20 kills, and he went from peak extreme Dao Grandmaster to the threshold of Dao Comprehension realm. This speed is too outrageous, isn't it? No wonder he begged us to kill him. It turns out dying really helps him grow stronger." The elders looked at each other, momentarily uncertain whether to continue or stop. But Li Chang'an gave them no time to hesitate. After reviving once more, he urged, "Don't stop. Keep going. I feel like I'm about to break through." The elders exchanged glances, then ultimately continued their attacks. After another dozen or so deaths, Li Chang'an finally heard the long-awaited notification sound in his mind. Cultivation breakthrough, Dao Comprehension, Realm Early Stage. Strength 1150, Agility 1355, Defense 1000, Spirit 1000, Bone 1000, True, Chi 10,000. Remaining attribute points 236. A torrent of power erupted from his dantian, surging through his limbs and bones like a river breaking its banks. His meridians were widened once again, the speed of spiritual power circulation increased severalfold, and his perception range expanded dramatically. He could clearly sense every breath and heartbeat of everyone in the entire Hall of Elders, and even capture the subtle trajectories of spiritual energy flowing in the air. He clenched his fists, feeling the newfound power within his body, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He glanced at the status panel and found that after breaking through to the Tao Comprehension realm, all his attributes had greatly increased, especially strength and agility, both surpassing the 1,000-point mark. He pondered for a moment, then distributed the accumulated 200-plus attribute points. Most went into strength and agility, reserving 30 points for emergencies. Strength 1150-1250, agility 135-51455. He stretched his limbs, feeling as light as a feather, yet brimming with explosive power. He lifted his head, looked at the old Imperial Elder, and grinned again. The old Elder hesitated for a moment, then still raised his hand and struck with a palm. The palm wind howled as it struck Li Chang'an square in the chest. Li Chang'an staggered back a few steps, his chest churning with blood, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but he wobbled and did not fall. He looked down at his chest, then up at the old Imperial Elder, and said with great dissatisfaction, "You can't even kill with force, and you call yourself an Imperial Elder?" The old Elder's face alternated between pale and green. The palm strike he had just delivered had used 80% of his strength. Against an ordinary early-stage Tao Comprehension Realm cultivator, it would have been fatal or at least severely injurious. But Li Chang'an merely spat out a mouthful of blood, not even falling. This indicated that his physical strength and defensive power far exceeded the norm for early-stage Tao Comprehension Realm. He gritted his teeth, raised his power to 10%, and struck again with a palm. This time Li Chang'an finally fell. Death 1. Killer Imperial Elder Zhao Wuji, not first kill strength far exceeds host additional 1 point. Attribute points gained 2. After reviving, Li Chang'an was about to continue when he heard another notification detected that the same killer has reached the weekly limit for kills on the host. Further kills will not grant attribute points. Li Chang'an froze. He stood there, the smile on his face stiffening his entire body, as if struck by lightning, not moving for a long time. After a long while he came to his senses and angrily questioned the system in his mind. What the hell? There's a limit. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The system did not respond. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, then turned to the other elders and said, "Hey, you there. Come kill me, will you?" Another elder stepped forward and struck him dead with a palm. Death 1. Killer Imperial Elder Qian Sihai, first kill strength far exceeds host additional 1 point. Attribute points gained 2. After reviving, Li Chang'an had the third elder make a move. After the third elder killed him once, the attribute points gained dropped to 1. When the fourth elder struck, the first kill gave 2 points, and the second dropped to 1. The fifth elder's situation was similar. Li Chang'an gradually discerned the pattern. Each different killer granted higher attribute points for the first kill, then gradually diminished until the weekly limit was reached. He took turns having the 6 elders present kill him, and after dying more than 50 times, all of them had reached their kill limits. Each death now yielded a paltry 1 attribute point, and the breakthrough to mid-stage Tao Comprehension Realm was still far off. No, this is too slow. Li Chang'an shook his head, looked at the few elders who were already panting from exhaustion, and asked, "Is there any Nirvana Realm expert here? Give me a clean death. Now that my cultivation is higher, my true chi automatically protects my body, so dying is a bit painful. I need an expert who can slap me to death without any suffering." Upon hearing this, the elders all had complicated expressions. They had lived for many years and killed countless people, but never before had they felt so sick of killing someone. And that someone was complaining that they weren't efficient enough, asking for someone more powerful to kill him. An old man at the early stage of Nirvana Realm was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "It's getting late today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Li Chang'an looked up at the sky outside the window. The sun had just begun to slant westward with at least another hour or two before dusk. He was about to retort, but Morong Xiren had already spoken first. "That's right, let's stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow." She walked over to Li Chang'an, took his hand, and said with a smile, "Li Chang'an, you promised to sleep with me tonight. MMPH. Before she could finish, Li Chang'an swiftly covered her mouth, then dragged her quickly out of the Hall of Offerings. Those several elders were all of considerable cultivation, with hearing far surpassing ordinary people. They had clearly heard Morong Xiren's unfinished sentence. One elder opened his mouth, looked at his companion with a complex expression. "What did the princess just say? Together what?" Another elder replied expressionlessly, "Don't ask. I don't know and I don't want to know." A third elder was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "I've lived over 200 years and today I've truly seen it all. I've killed so many that I feel like throwing up. This is the first time." The fourth elder sighed, a hint of weariness in his voice. "I'm now traumatized by the act of killing. In the future, every time I kill someone, I'll always worry that person will resurrect behind me." An old man at the initial Nirvana Realm who had been drawn over was silent for a long time, then stood up and said firmly, "If they come again tomorrow, tell them I'm in seclusion." Another Nirvana Realm elder quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. I'm also in seclusion. Say I'm breaking through a bottleneck, at least 3 months of seclusion." The remaining elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They had finally figured it out. This young man, named Li Chang'an, was a hot potato. Whoever touched him would end up unlucky. Staying as far away as possible was the wisest choice. Li Chang'an was pulled by Murong Xiren back to the Purple Dawn Palace. He had thought that the princess meant living together in different rooms of the same palace. After all, the palace was huge with plenty of side halls and chambers. But Murong Xiren directly pulled him through the front hall and corridor, pushed open a carved wooden door revealing a luxuriously decorated room filled with a fragrant mist. The room contained a large rosewood bed with pale pink silk curtains, a dressing table laden with various cosmetics and jewelry, and a zither placed by the window. Li Chang'an's footsteps suddenly halted. He pointed at the bed, turned to Murong Xiren, and asked warily, "Princess, is this your bedchamber?" Murong Xiren nodded matter-of-factly, and said with a grin, "Yes, this is where I sleep. We agreed to sleep together." Li Chang'an's forehead instantly broke out in a row of black lines. "By sleep together, do you mean literally? What else?" Murong Xiren blinked, looking innocent. "Is there another meaning?" Li Chang'an took a deep breath, quickly stepped back, and waved his hand. No. Absolutely not. If the Empress finds out, she'll chop my head off." Murong Xiren put her hands on her hips and said righteously, "Aren't you trying to get yourself killed? Being killed by my imperial sister, isn't that exactly what you want?" Li Chang'an opened his mouth. That logic was so sound he had no retort. But although he was bent on seeking death, he had never thought of doing it this way. Thick-skinned as he was, he still had basic moral boundaries. Although Murong Xiren was already an adult in his eyes, she was still an innocent young girl. If anything actually happened, he would have to bear responsibility, and he didn't want to be an irresponsible jerk. He took a deep breath and said seriously, "Princess, don't joke like that. I thought you meant living together in the same palace. Your Purple Dawn Palace is so big there must be side halls or guest rooms, right? I'll stay in a side hall." Murong Xiren pouted and said discontentedly, "What's the big deal? I've taken a liking to you. I want you to be my consort. We'll be family sooner or later. What's wrong with living together early?" Li Chang'an felt his temples throbbing. He was about to continue persuading when suddenly they heard a maid's voice from outside the door. "The Empress arrives." Both of them were stunned. Li Chang'an thought to himself that this was bad, while Murong Xiren frantically adjusted her dress. Moments later, Murong Xiao, clad in a golden dragon robe, strode in. Her gaze swept across the room, first looking at her sister, then at Li Chang'an, and her expression immediately darkened. "Nonsense." Murong Xiao's voice carried suppressed anger. "Not to mention that this boy's background is unknown. Even if he were a well-known heir of a noble family, what is the principle of bringing a stranger into your own bedchamber? As a princess being so undignified, what kind of behavior is this, say?" Instead of admitting her mistake, Murong Xiren hugged Li Chang'an's arm, tilted her head stubbornly, and said, "I don't care. I like him. I want him to be my consort. Imperial sister, quickly issue an edict for our marriage, then he won't be without a proper status." Murong Xiao's forehead veins bulged. She struggled to contain herself, then turned to Li Chang'an and asked coldly, "And you, what do you have to say?" Li Chang'an shrugged and said indifferently, "I have nothing to say. Your Majesty, please kill me quickly." Murong Xiao flew into a rage. "Do you think I dare not kill you?" Li Chang'an stretched out his neck, closed his eyes. "Go ahead." Murong Xiao raised her hand to strike, but Murong Xiren rushed forward to stop her. But Li Chang'an was quicker. He reached out and slapped her bottom twice, then pushed her aside, saying, Shoo, don't get in the way." Murong Xiao's hand froze midair. She stared at Li Chang'an, then suddenly frowned. "Initial enlightenment realm. It seems you really are like the rumors say. The more you die, the stronger you become. No wonder you're bent on seeking death and not afraid of it." Li Chang'an opened his eyes and said with a grin, "So your Majesty, please grant my wish. Kill me a few times quickly." Murong Xiao snorted coldly and withdrew her hand. "I won't help you become stronger." Seeing that she refused to act, Li Chang'an steeled himself, stepped forward, grabbed Murong Xiao's hand, rubbed it in his palm, and said cheekily, "Your Majesty, your hand is so smooth." Murong Xiao's face instantly flushed red. She snatched her hand back and struck Li Chang'an in the chest with a palm strike. This palm strike employed a subtle force with the power precisely controlled, enough to send an initial enlightenment realm cultivator flying, but not fatal. Li Chang'an flipped twice in the air, fell to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't die. He got up, covered his face, and said sullenly, "Your Majesty, if you want to kill me, just kill me. What's the point of beating me half to death?" Murong Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Making you lie down will keep you quiet, so you won't be restless seeking death. Also, I warn you, if you dare have any improper thoughts about Xiren, I will castrate you." Li Chang'an was startled, instinctively clamping his legs together. But he quickly regained his composure. He had come seeking death after all. How could he be intimidated by a mere threat? He gritted his teeth, unleashing his extraordinary agility to its fullest, turning his body into a blur as he lunged at Murong Xiao, shouting, "Since your Majesty won't kill me, I'll come seeking death myself." Murong Xiao hadn't expected him to suddenly attack, but her cultivation at the late Great Emperor realm was absolute. Her reaction speed far exceeded Li Chang'an's imagination. She almost instinctively raised her hand and struck out with a palm, hitting Li Chang'an square in the chest. This time she held nothing back. As her palm force fluctuated, a depression appeared on Li Chang'an's chest. His entire body flew backward, smashing through the screen behind him, rolled several times on the ground before stopping and died on the spot. Morong Xiren cried out in alarm, "Sister Imperial, go easy." But the words were already spoken, and the man was dead. Li Chang'an's consciousness lingered in the darkness for a moment, feeling delighted inside. 5 attribute points secured. The great Emperor Realm expert truly delivered. He immediately chose to resurrect beside Morong Zio. The moment he appeared, he reached out and slapped Morong Zio's bottom. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the bedchamber. Morong Zio's body stiffened abruptly. She slowly turned her head, staring at Li Chang'an in disbelief. Since childhood, no one had ever dared to spank her. This man was the first. Her cheeks flushed visibly crimson, and a surge of shame and anger welled up in her heart. She raised her hand to smash Li Chang'an's head with a palm strike, but when she saw him close his eyes with an expectant expression, her hand froze in midair. She ground her teeth and said, "I will not help you grow stronger." Li Chang'an, seeing her withdraw her hand, grew anxious. He directly opened his arms, wrapped them around her waist, pressed his face against her back, and said, "If your majesty won't kill me, then I will molest you." Morong Zio's body stiffened again. A vast surge of true chi erupted from within her, blasting Li Chang'an away. Truly outrageous. Never had she seen such a shameless person. Li Chang'an crashed into the wall, slid to the floor, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, but did not die. As his strength increased, even if he abandoned defense, as long as the opponent did not go all out, he often couldn't be killed in one blow. Morong Xiren, now burning with jealousy, quickly ran over, helped Li Chang'an up, stood in front of him, and said angrily to Morong Zio, "You're not allowed to hug Sister Imperial. If you want to hug, hug me." Li Chang'an was extremely anxious. He pushed Morong Xiren away and said testily, "Don't cause trouble. If I don't die 100 or 80 times today, I'll cling to your sister and never let go." Hearing this, Morong Zio felt her head swell. She finally understood. This Li Chang'an was a tough nut, unafraid of death and growing stronger with each death. If he truly latched onto her, it would be an absolute nightmare. Given his shameless nature, she had no doubt Li Chang'an would dare to sneak into her bed in the middle of the night. But what unsettled her even more was that when he had hugged her waist earlier, her heartbeat had inexplicably quickened. In her decades of life, no man had ever dared to treat her like this, and no man had ever made her feel such a strange sensation. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then gave a cold snort, and said, "I won't kill you. Do whatever you like." With that, she turned and left, her steps faster than usual, as if fleeing something. Morong Xiren watched Morong Zio's retreating figure, then turned to Li Chang'an and said with a grin, "Sister Imperial won't kill you, and she's gone. Does that mean she tacitly allows us to live together?" Li Chang'an's face darkened. "No, I have to go make her kill me." But Morong Xiren clung tightly to his arm, preventing him from leaving, and said, "Stop bothering Sister Imperial. Come bully me. I can kill you too if I get angry." Li Chang'an looked down at her cultivation level and rolled his eyes. "You can't even tickle me. Even if I don't dodge or block, you can't hurt a single hair on me." Morong Xiren snorted in defiance, tilted her head, and said, "That depends on the method. If you stand still, I can make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow." Li Chang'an stumbled, nearly falling. He steadied himself, looked at Morong Xiren with horror, and had only one thought. Where did this princess learn such audacious words? Li Chang'an gently tapped Morong Xiren's head and said sternly, "Don't think about such nonsense. Sleep well in your own room. I'll go to the side hall. Otherwise I'll leave now, and you'll never see me again." Morong Xiren covered her head, pouted, and looked at him reluctantly, but seeing his firm attitude, and that he wasn't joking, she finally relented. She muttered, Fine, the side hall it is. So grumpy. But I love it when you're fierce. What the heck?" Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, ignored her, turned, and walked out of the bedchamber, and under the guidance of a palace maid arrived at the side hall west of Zichan Hall. Though the side hall was not as spacious as the main hall, it was elegantly arranged with a bed and bedding fully provided. He closed the door, took off his outer robe, lay down on the bed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Morong Zio slowly withdrew her divine sense. She leaned back in her chair, picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip, and her tense expression relaxed slightly. She had been using her divine sense to monitor the activity in Zichan Hall, fearing that the audacious scoundrel Li Chang'an might actually do something improper to her imperial sister. If Li Chang'an had indeed taken the opportunity to stay in Xiren's bedchamber, she would have intervened no matter what. But now it seemed that although this fellow was bent on seeking death and acting absurdly, he did have some bottom lines in certain matters. Morong Zio set down the teacup, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over her waist and buttocks, where it seemed the warmth and touch of Li Chang'an's hand still lingered. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "This scoundrel truly is audacious. He won't actually appear in my bed in the middle of the night. Right." She shook her head, casting aside these distracting thoughts, and picked up the memorials on the table again, but her gaze lingered for a long time, without focusing on the words. Her mind kept replaying the image of Li Chang'an's grinning face and the strange, unfamiliar sensation when he had wrapped his arms around her waist. In all her years, this was the first time a man had dared to treat her like this. I'll have to keep an eye on things tomorrow. Can't let Xiren cause more trouble. She murmured to herself and refocused her attention on the memorials. In the side hall, Li Chang'an lay on the bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the exquisite painted reliefs on the ceiling, and began to seriously consider his next plans. The current situation was somewhat tricky. Princess Morong Xiren was obstructing him at every turn, protecting him, preventing him from successfully provoking the Empress, and the Empress Morong Zio had seen through his intentions and explicitly stated that she would not help him grow stronger. Continuing to pester in the palace might not be entirely ineffective, but the efficiency was too low, and with the princess meddling, he found it hard to act freely. I must find someone who hates me to the bone and wishes to tear me to pieces. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes, and suddenly an image flashed through his mind. That pitiful scene of the brocade-robed young master he had crippled rolling on the ground while clutching his groin. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Martial Arts Alliance leader's son. Hatred that cuts off the family line. His father should be more than willing to kill me with his own hands, wouldn't he? The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. The Martial Arts Alliance leader possessed at least the cultivation of a great Emperor realm expert, and bore a deep grudge against him. Unlike the Empress, who hesitated over every consideration, he would certainly not hold back. He would aim to kill him outright. If he could locate that Martial Arts Alliance leader and have him killed hundreds of times, his cultivation might surge directly from the early stage of the Enlightenment realm to its peak, or perhaps even break through to the Nirvana realm. But before that, he wanted to see if he could gain something from the Imperial Palace first. Tomorrow he would seek out those attendants at the Nirvana realm and see if he could extract some attribute points from them. Reaching the peak of the Enlightenment realm would be ideal. If not, he would provoke the Empress and test whether she would break her rules to intervene. Should the Empress still refuse to kill him, he would leave the palace immediately and seek out that Martial Arts Alliance leader. With a clear plan now in place, Li Chang'an felt significantly lighter. He rolled over, adjusted his sleeping position, closed his eyes, and soon drifted into deep slumber. The following morning, as dawn was just breaking, Li Chang'an was still deep in sleep when a loud bang echoed. The door to the side hall was wrenched open. Then came brisk footsteps accompanied by chattering voices. Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an. Get up already. The sun's been up for ages. Let's go eat breakfast together. Li Chang'an jolted awake and instinctively sat up, only to realize he had habitually removed his outer trousers while sleeping the night before. Now clad only in a pair of short undergarments, most of his thighs and lower abdomen were exposed to the cool air. He quickly grabbed the quilt to cover himself and glared at Morong Xiren standing before the bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your Highness the Princess, can't you observe any propriety between men and women? I happen to sleep without clothes." Morong Xiren, far from shy, tilted her head curiously, her gaze darting across the covered area as she replied with a grin, "You'll be my man anyway. What harm comes from a quick glance?" Li Chang'an's forehead vein throbbed as he growled through clenched teeth, "That won't do. As a lady, can't you show some restraint? Now get out." Morong Xiren remained rooted in place, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She suddenly asked, "Li Chang'an, I've heard eunuchs are missing something compared to normal men. What does yours look like? Can I see it?" Li Chang'an nearly spat blood from shock. Could something like this possibly be on display for anyone to see? Without hesitation, he tossed aside the quilt corner and delivered a sharp slap to her backside, the sound crisp and loud. "No. Get out now." Morong Xiren clutched her backside, let out a pained cry, and finally stepped out of the side hall while glancing back repeatedly. Muttering under her breath, "Fine, I won't look. But why hit me? If you enjoy it, I'll let you spank me every day after we're married." Though she complained, no one in her royal upbringing had ever dared strike her. This mild, painless punishment stirred something strangely intoxicating within her. Li Chang'an quickly dressed and composed himself before stepping out of the side hall. Morong Xiren was waiting at the doorway. Upon seeing him emerge, she instantly reverted to her cheerful demeanor, slipping her arm through his as she said, let's go. I've had lots of delicious food prepared." Li Chang'an sighed helplessly, allowing himself to be pulled along as he pleaded, "Your Highness, can you please let me go? I really only came here seeking death." Morong Xiren snorted and replied, "Then do you still want me to take you to find the attendants later?" At these words, Li Chang'an's expression immediately brightened into a grateful smile as he eagerly replied, "Your Highness looks absolutely stunning today. That dress perfectly complements your grace. What are we having for breakfast?" Morong Xiren giggled at his flattery and was about to answer when a eunuch came sprinting down the corridor, gasping for breath as he stopped before them and bowed deeply. "Your Highness the Princess. An emergency. Envoys from the western regions have arrived. They claim they wish to propose a marriage alliance to His Majesty." Morong Xiren paused, her brow furrowing as she asked, "A marriage proposal? To whom?" The eunuch wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied carefully, It's a proposal to Your Highness the Princess." Morong Xiren's expression darkened instantly. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "The western regions. I would never marry into such a desolate, bird-forsaken place." She turned toward Li Chang'an, her gaze carrying a hint of cunning. "Li Chang'an, would you really let me go to another man?" Li Chang'an's expression fell flat. Well, I hardly have the authority to decide that. Murong Xiren gave a dismissive hum and seized his hand, pulling him toward the main hall as she announced, "We'll go see this for ourselves. When the time comes, you simply say that we are already husband and wife, and I cannot be married off elsewhere." Li Chang'an nearly stumbled and fell. Quickly steadying himself, he protested, "Your Highness, this is no joke." Murong Xiren cut him off, pouting indignantly. "You won't even help with something this small. After all I've done for you. Taking you to find the attendants preparing food and drinks for you." Li Chang'an's head pounded under her relentless nagging, and he quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right, let's go see what's happening first, okay? Only then did Murong Xiren's anger melt into delight as she hurried him toward the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they could hear the murmur of court discussions emanating from within. Inside the great hall, civil and military officials stood in orderly rows on either side. Murong Zio sat serenely upon the dragon throne, her expression calm, as she listened to a Western region's envoy in traditional attire speak with animated confidence. The envoy appeared to be in his early 40s, sporting two meticulously groomed handlebar mustaches. His cultivation ran impossibly deep. He was clearly a master at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Several attendants stood behind him, each exuding a calm, grounded aura. Clearly none of them were weaklings. Outside the great hall, dozens of horse-drawn carriages were neatly arranged in rows. Their crates' lids thrown open revealed glittering glasswork of every color. Vases, teacups, and ornamental pieces that caught the morning light and shimmered with iridescent hues, truly breathtaking in their beauty. Murong Xiren took Li Chang'an's hand and led him directly through the side entrance into the hall. Their appearance immediately drew every eye in the room. When the court officials saw the princess walking in arm with an unfamiliar man, her demeanor intimate and affectionate, many elder ministers immediately frowned. Some whispered among themselves, the others wore expressions of clear displeasure. A few white-haired elders shook their heads repeatedly regarding Li Chang'an with scrutiny and disdain. Clearly they dismissed him as some ignorant opportunist, a gold digger who had climbed his way into the princess's favor. The Western region's envoy turned his head, letting his gaze sweep over Li Chang'an before settling on Murong Xiren's face. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes. Squinting slightly, he offered a formal greeting. "This must be Her Highness the Princess, then. You are indeed as breathtaking as the rumors suggest." However, his tone shifted, a hint of displeasure coloring his words. "I had heard Your Highness was unmarried, yet here you are so intimately entangled with an unknown man. Surely this reflects poorly on the dignity of the royal family." Murong Xiren did not loosen her grip. Instead, she held Li Chang'an's arm even tighter, lifted her chin, and declared firmly, "This is the consort I have chosen. What harm comes from being close to my own future husband?" As soon as Murong Xiren uttered these words, the entire court instantly erupted in a tumult. The civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances, and the murmurs grew louder. Several elder ministers changed countenance, dramatically turning their gaze towards Murong Zio on the dragon throne, hoping she would clarify the matter. Murong Zio's brow furrowed slightly. She knew full well that Xiren was being mischievous, but the words had already been spoken. Before the Western region envoy and the entire court, if she denied it on the spot, Xiren's reputation would be utterly ruined. In the future, who would dare to marry a princess who had publicly declared she already had a consort? She gritted her teeth mentally, cursing Li Chang'an 1,000 times, yet outwardly, she had to maintain her composure and follow Murong Xiren's words. "That's right, this is the consort my younger sister has chosen. So, I must decline the Western region envoy's marriage proposal. Please take your leave." The envoy's expression darkened slightly, but quickly regained a smile. He stroked his beard and said unhurriedly, "Since the princess already has a suitor, the proposal is naturally withdrawn. However, this old man has another suggestion. Would your majesty care to consider it?" Murong Zio said flatly, "Speak." The envoy smiled. "Since the princess cannot marry into our kingdom, how about a different form of marital alliance? The Western region has several princes, all of them handsome and accomplished in both civil and martial arts. If your majesty is willing, you may select one to marry into Dian and become your imperial consort. In this way, the two kingdoms would be bound by a matrimonial alliance with everlasting peace. Would that not be splendid?" Before Murong Zio could respond, the court officials had already voiced their objections. "Preposterous. How could the Empress of Dian wed a foreign man? Purity of bloodline is the foundation of the nation. If your majesty bears a child with a Western region prince, the imperial lineage would be impure. How could such an heir ascend the throne?" The envoy's face turned completely cold. He snorted, his tone now tinged with menace. "Your majesty, if you refuse both the marriage proposal and the marital alliance, are you not afraid of causing conflict between our two kingdoms? The Western region may be remote, but we have hundreds of thousands of cavalry. If it comes to war, Before he could finish, a loud burst of laughter echoed through the hall. Everyone turned to the source of the laughter, Li Chang'an. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, bending over, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke. The envoy was startled by his laughter, his expression growing even more sour. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Li Chang'an stopped laughing, and his face suddenly became serious. He took 2 steps forward, standing in the center of the hall, sweeping his gaze over the assembled officials, and finally fixing it on the envoy. He spoke each word distinctly. "I laugh at your ignorance of the vastness of heaven and earth. Dian has been a nation for centuries, always with backbone. No marriage alliances, no tribute, no cession of territory. The emperor guards the gates of the realm, the sovereign dies for the nation. If the western region is dissatisfied, you may bring your forces. We shall see who defeats whom. And then I will make you personally experience what it means that those who offend Dian, though far away, will be punished." His voice was not loud, but every word carried weight, echoing through the hall. The entire court fell silent for a moment. Then several young officials could not help but murmur their approval. Some military officers nodded repeatedly, looking at Li Chang'an with newfound respect and admiration. Even Murong Zio on the dragon throne looked at Li Chang'an with a strange glint in her eyes. She had never expected that this man, who usually spent his days joking around and seeking death, could speak such words. His speech was reasoned and measured, full of both backbone and momentum. It could well become the future policy of Dian. Murong Ziran made no attempt to hide her admiration, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Li Chang'an, that was beautifully said. No wonder you are the consort I have chosen." The envoy's face alternated between pale and red. He paused for a moment, suppressing his anger, and forced a smile. "The consort is indeed eloquent. However, Your Majesty, this old man has brought 30 carriages of glassware worth a fortune. Would Your Majesty not reconsider? If you agree to the marital alliance, the Western region is willing to pay an annual tribute of 100 carriages of the finest glassware to Dian." At these words, the court officials began whispering among themselves again. The Dian treasury was indeed somewhat depleted at present, and an annual tribute of 100 carriages of glassware would be a considerable income. Some officials who had originally opposed the alliance now wavered. Seeing this, the envoy pressed on, "Moreover, the alliance I propose does not require Your Majesty or the princess to marry into the Western region. A Western region prince could simply marry into Dian, and he would not compete with other men for favor." Murong Ziran interrupted him, snapping, "What nonsense are you talking? I only want Li Chang'an. I don't want any other man. Especially those dark-skinned fellows from your Western region. I can't even eat when I look at them." Hearing this, Li Chang'an felt a slight stir in his heart. This little girl might be mischievous, but she was genuinely devoted to him. How touching. Murong Zio also spoke. "I am the Empress, but I have no intention of taking 2 men. I appreciate your kindness, envoy. Please take your leave." The envoy's face darkened completely. He said coldly, "Your Majesty, are you truly willing to give up these 30 carriages of glassware? If our 2 kingdoms are on good terms, an annual tribute of 100 carriages would greatly enrich your treasury." Li Chang'an could not help but interrupt again. "Stop trying to fool people here. Those glasswares are nothing but things made from sand worth next to nothing. Dian has already developed a method to mass-produce glass. Soon we will be able to manufacture it on a large scale. So you may as well take your rubbish back." At these words, the envoy's expression changed drastically. He stared wide-eyed at Li Chang'an, incredulous, his voice trembling slightly. How? How do you know?" The officials were also astonished. Someone whispered, "Is glass really made from sand? Is the consort telling the truth? Can Dian really produce its own glass?" Murong Zio leaned forward slightly, looking at Li Chang'an with surprise and curiosity. The envoy's face turned pale and red. He opened his mouth, but could not refute. Li Chang'an was right. The raw material for glass was indeed quartz, sand, a core secret of the Western region. He had never imagined that a young consort of Dian would know this secret. His silence convinced the Empress and the entire court of Li Chang'an's claim that the glassware which had been traded at sky-high prices was indeed made from sand. Many officials now looked at the 30 carriages of glassware with contempt instead of admiration. Murong Xiao sat upon the dragon throne, her countenance composed, yet beneath that stillness waves of emotion surged within her heart. If Li Chang'an truly understood the secret of crafting Lioli glass, the power of Dacian would soar to unprecedented heights in the shortest time. The colossal profits from the Lioli trade could strengthen Dacian's military, improve the welfare of its people, and attract talented individuals. This man who had sought death all along actually possessed such a hidden talent. After a moment of silence, the envoy, stung by shame, turned his wrath upon Li Chang'an and growled through gritted teeth, "So you know it all. As the prince consort of Dian, I wonder how your martial prowess compares. What good is it to merely be clever with words?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an's eyes instantly brightened. He glanced at the guard behind the envoy, who had already reached the peak of Nirvana realm, and felt a surge of excitement. Was this not a gift from heaven, an opportunity to farm points? He approached with a grin and said, "I'm not entirely sure of my own strength either, but would you dare to make a wager with me?" As long as you can utterly kill me, I shall renounce my title as prince consort. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Morong Zareo grew anxious and hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Li Chang'an. What nonsense are you spouting? I forbid you from using this as a wager. Li Chang'an waved his hand to stop her. Murong Xiao, seated upon the dragon throne, raised a slight eyebrow. A true death-seeker who never missed an opportunity. Yet she did not intervene, for she was well aware of Li Chang'an's abilities. The guard at the peak of Nirvana realm behind the envoy snorted dismissively and stepped forward, looking down at Li Chang'an with contempt. Merely early-stage Dao comprehension. For one so young to have attained such cultivation is indeed remarkable, but your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you truly believe the gap between Dao comprehension and Nirvana realm can be bridged by empty words? Li Chang'an grinned and said, how about this? I'll stand here motionless and let you strike. If you can completely kill me and prevent me from rising again, I'll leave immediately, without hesitation. The guard's expression darkened. Too arrogant. You're actually going to stand still? Li Chang'an nodded calmly. Of course. However, to avoid defiling this place with blood, let us settle this outside rather than stain the great hall. All eyes turned toward Murong Xiao. After a moment's thought, Murong Xiao ultimately nodded. Though she knew Li Chang'an sought to grow stronger, he had at least aided the Dayan dynasty, so she would let him have his way. The group moved to the plaza outside the hall. Civil and military officials gathered on the steps to watch, while Murong Xiao and Murong Zareo stood at the forefront. The Western region's envoy and the guard at the peak of Nirvana realm walked to the center of the plaza, while Li Chang'an stood roughly 3 zhang opposite him, hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, in an attitude of awaiting execution. The guard took a deep breath and channeled his full power. Though he scoffed outwardly, he dared not underestimate the youth, who knew if he possessed some hidden means of survival. Determined to crush the arrogant youth in a single blow, he struck. The full force of a peak Nirvana realm expert was terrifying. The fist carried a howling wind that compressed the air into a piercing report, sending a visible shockwave rolling toward Li Chang'an. True to his word, Li Chang'an neither dodged nor flinched, even leaning forward half a step. The fist connected solidly with his chest. In the next instant, Li Chang'an's body exploded under the monstrous force, dissolving into a mist of blood, with not even a single bone remaining intact. The bluestone tiles beneath his feet were shattered by the residual energy, and the ground erupted into a crater several zhang in diameter, scattering debris and choking dust. The Nirvana realm expert had not expected to kill Li Chang'an, so effortlessly stumbling forward 2 steps from the excessive force before regaining his balance. The plaza fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths twitching. Was that it? After all his boasting, they had expected some incredible trump card, yet he was reduced to minced flesh with a single punch. This was too fragile. After a moment of stunned silence, the Western region's envoy burst into laughter, his voice brimming with mockery and triumph. Ha ha. So the consort the princess chose was nothing but a worthless braggart. Gone in a single punch. I nearly fell for his bluff. Murong Zareo's face drained of color, and she instinctively lunged forward, only to be seized by the wrist and held back by Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao's expression remained calm, yet her gaze was locked upon the swirling dust. She knew Li Chang'an would not perish so easily. Indeed, before the envoy's laughter had faded, a cheerful voice rang out behind him. Excellent. Excellent. That punch carried tremendous force. It felt wonderful. Come, continue. The envoy's laughter died abruptly. He whirled around to find Li Chang'an standing completely unharmed, no more than 2 steps behind him, arms crossed, wearing a broad smile. The pool of blood and the crater at the plaza's center remained, but the corpse had vanished without a trace. All present stared at Li Chang'an as though they had seen a ghost. The guard at the peak of Nirvana realm's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively stepped back, his voice trembling slightly. Why you? How? Ignoring his shock, Li Chang'an approached and patted his shoulder with sincere expression. Keep striking with the same force as before. When I can no longer stand you in. Come, do not hold back. Recovering from his astonishment, the envoy shouted urgently, keep attacking. No matter what artifact he employed, it must have limits. Kill him once his treasures are exhausted. The guard gritted his teeth and struck again. Another fist crashed squarely into Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an dissolved into blood, missed once more only to reappear moments later grinning behind the guard. The guard struck Li Chang'an, died, and resurrected again. Once, twice, 3 times. 10, 20, 30 times. The onlookers in the plaza transitioned from initial shock to amazement and finally to utter numbness. They watched Li Chang'an die, and revive, repeating this cycle nearly 50 times. Meanwhile, the guard at the peak of Nirvana realm was gasping for breath, sweat beading across his forehead. In all his years of killing, he had never experienced anything like this. Killing someone to the point of nausea. What invincible artifact or technique could this be? He would likely develop paranoia for the rest of his life, forever fearing the day his victim might appear behind him. Upon his 50th death, a prompt finally echoed in Li Chang'an's mind. The weekly kill limit has been reached. Continuing to kill will no longer yield attribute points. At that moment, his cultivation also broke through from early stage to mid-stage Dao comprehension. Sighing in regret, he shook his head and said to the guard, "No use, no use. Being killed by you is becoming boring. Do you have any other experts? Send more people to kill me." The guard's face alternated between pale and red as he panted heavily, unable to speak. The envoy's expression was equally grim. By now he had come to realize this Li Chang'an was nothing short of an immortal monster, one that grew stronger with each death. From the initial stage of the Enlightenment realm, after dying 50 times, he had already advanced to the middle stage. If he were allowed to die further, heaven knew to what heights he might ascend. Gnashing his teeth, he suppressed his resentment and fury, clasped his hands, and said with a disgruntled tone, "It seems we have been made fools of. The great Yin dynasty truly is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even a mere consort possesses such divine abilities. We have disturbed you enough today. Farewell." With that he waved his hand, and along with his men and the 30 carts of glass slunk away from the square. Li Chang'an watched their retreating figures, clicking his tongue in regret. Only 50 deaths, still far from the peak of the Enlightenment realm. He turned around and saw the civil and military officials staring at him with exceedingly complex expressions. Awe, curiosity, confusion, and wariness all mingled together. He scratched his head, grinned, and shouted to Morongzio, "Your Majesty, how about killing me a few more times?" The Empress's face darkened at his words, and she replied irritably, "I do not have such leisure time." But after a pause her tone softened slightly, and she said with genuine admiration, "However, the words you spoke in the court today truly moved me. No peace through marriage, no tribute, no cession of land. The Son of Heaven guards the gates, and the sovereign dies for the altars. This declaration is thunderous and profound enough to serve as the foundation of our great Qian dynasty. Are they your heartfelt words?" Li Chang'an felt a rare moment of embarrassment, scratched his head, and humbly replied, "Your Majesty flatters me. I heard them from someone else." Then he shifted the topic back to his eternal obsession, looking at Morongzio with eager eyes. "Your Majesty, why not kill me a few times? Just a few times. It won't take much of your time." Morongzio's face darkened again, and she gritted her teeth. "No killing." She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to beat him, and asked instead, "You said that glass is made from sand. Is that true? Do you know the specific method of production?" Li Chang'an sighed, feeling a bit frustrated. He had wanted to provoke hatred, yet instead, he was building goodwill. But since the Empress had asked, there was no harm in telling her. Perhaps he could even make her owe him a favor. Then, when he asked her to kill him, she would find it hard to refuse. With this in mind, he spoke up, "I can only provide the general idea. As for the exact proportions of the mix and temperature control, you'll need the experts from the Ministry of Works to experiment." Morongzio was overjoyed and immediately adjourned the court. She then led Li Chang'an and a few trusted officials from the Ministry of Works to the Imperial Study. Drawing on memories of documentaries and science articles from his past life, Li Chang'an explained the basic principles of glassmaking from start to finish. Mixing silica, sand, soda, ash, and limestone in proper proportions, smelting at high temperatures, then slowly cooling to shape, and even blowing with a metal tube while hot to form various vessels. He also picked up a brush and sketched a rough diagram of a high-temperature reverberatory furnace, annotating every detail he could recall. The officials from the Ministry of Works stared wide-eyed, clutching the drawing as if it were a treasure, showering Li Chang'an with praise for his erudition. So much so that they nearly knelt and begged to become his disciples. Morongzio promptly ordered the Ministry of Works to build a trial kiln overnight, sparing no expense, to produce the first batch of glassware as soon as possible. After the Ministry of Works officials had withdrawn with profuse thanks, only Morongzio and Li Chang'an remained in the Imperial Study. Morongzio looked at Li Chang'an, a complex expression in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "Li Chang'an, that is another great merit you have earned. Tell me, what reward do you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it." Li Chang'an's eyes lit up immediately, and he said hastily, "Then can your Majesty kill me 100 times? No, 50 times will do." Having learned about the weekly limit, he figured he didn't need too many deaths each day. A steady stream was the true path. Morongzio's face darkened instantly. In all her years as emperor, she had seen people ask for office, for wealth, for fiefs, for marriage. But asking for death was truly a first. She gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you ask for something normal?" Morongzio, standing nearby, grew anxious and tugged at Li Chang'an's sleeve, urging Li Chang'an, "Why not ask my imperial sister to betroth us? Once we are family, getting her to kill you a few more times will be easy." Li Chang'an and Morongzio both broke out in cold sweat. If they actually became family, the Empress would be even more reluctant to kill him. Which side was this girl on? Morongzio rubbed her temples, sighed helplessly, and said, "Let's drop the matter of killing you. However, I can grant you another condition. If you nod, I will immediately issue an edict making you my imperial sister's consort." Li Chang'an panicked. He had done the Empress such a big favor today, as she would surely be even more reluctant to lay a hand on him. How could this be? He steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and said, "Your Majesty, if you won't kill me, then I'll sneak into your bedchamber tonight. Believe me." Morongzio's first reaction was not anger, but an inexplicable flutter of panic. She knew too well that this bastard was absolutely capable of such a reckless act. But what about her imperial sister? and her own reputation. She shook her head, driving these chaotic thoughts away, but her cheeks flushed unbidden. Murong Xiren, hearing this, immediately pouted and said angrily, Li Chang'an, you are not allowed to go to my imperial sister's bed. You can come to my room. Li Chang'an, bent solely on seeking death, hardened his heart and said stubbornly, Princess, give up. I prefer your sister, the Empress Murong Xiao. Either she kills me 50 times, or I will pester her every day. The choice is yours. Murong Xiren was stunned, then burst into tears which streamed down like unbroken pearls. Between sobs, she cried, Li Chang'an, I hate you. With that, she stomped her foot, turned, and ran out of the imperial study, her cries fading into the distance. Murong Xiao stood up, flustered, glared at Li Chang'an, and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Now you've made my imperial sister cry. You made her cry. You go and comfort her. Li Chang'an also felt he had gone too far, guilty for betraying the princess's sincere feelings, but he had no other choice. He gritted his teeth, looked at Murong Xiao, and asked, Your Majesty, then tell me, how can I make you kill me? Murong Xiao snorted coldly and turned her head away. I said I won't kill you. I won't help you become stronger. Li Chang'an steeled himself, walked over to Murong Xiao, and made as if to embrace her, saying, Aren't you going to kill me? Murong Xiao's heart suddenly raced, and a faint blush crept unbidden onto her face. Yet she still stubbornly kept her head turned away, refusing to look at him, and said, I won't kill you. Gritting his teeth, Li Chang'an reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. This time Murong Xiao did not use her true qi to blast him away. Feeling the fiery yet rigid body in his embrace, Li Chang'an himself was stunned. I've gone this far, and you still won't kill me. Could it be that the saying, a persistent man wears down a chaste woman, is actually about this? At this moment Murong Xiao's mind was also a blank. She realized that she could not muster any hatred toward this man, and that palms simply could not be brought down. Seeing that she still made no move, Li Chang'an suddenly felt as bored as he had with Yoga back then. He released his hold and said dejectedly, boring, truly boring. It seems I need to leave for a while. Murong Xiao had not yet fully recovered from that embrace, and when she heard he was leaving, she quickly asked, You're leaving? If you go, what about my imperial sister? She paused, then added, By the way, you've made the princess cry. Go and appease her. You know very well what she feels for you. Li Chang'an also felt he had wronged the princess, so he nodded and said, All right, I'll go and comfort her. With that, he turned and walked out of the imperial study. Murong Xiao watched his figure disappear beyond the door, her gaze lingering for a long time. She was still thinking about the feeling of being held in his arms, that solid chest, that fiery breath. In that instant, this woman, who had single-handedly sustained the empire for years, actually felt a sense of protected security. She softly cursed, Bastard. You've already entangled the princess, and now you come to provoke me. Next time you dare lay a hand on me, I won't go easy on you. Her voice grew softer, and by the end, even she herself didn't believe the weight of those words. Li Chang'an arrived at the entrance to the princess's palace and saw several palace maids standing outside, anxiously peering inside, but not daring to enter. He walked up to one of the maids and asked, Where is the princess? The maid quickly bowed when she saw him, and replied in a low voice. Masterly, the princess ran back to her room, crying, locked herself in, and won't let anyone in. Li Chang'an sighed, helplessly waved his hand to dismiss the maids, and then approached the princess's door. As he drew near, he heard a dull thudding from inside, mixed with the princess's tearful muttering, Stinky Li Chang'an. Bad Li Chang'an. You don't like me, you like my imperial sister. Boo-hoo. I'll bite you to death. Then came another muffled sound of pounding on a pillow. Li Chang'an reached out and pushed the door. It was unlocked and swung open. The princess was lying face down on the bed, her face buried in a pillow, one hand clenched into a fist, and incessantly beating the pillow, as if it were Li Chang'an himself. Without turning her head, she yelled, Who told you to come in? Get out. Li Chang'an closed the door, leaned against the frame, and said calmly, If the princess doesn't want to see me, shall I leave? The princess's body stiffened. She lifted her head, quickly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, and turned around. Seeing that it was really Li Chang'an, the corner of her mouth involuntarily twitched upward. But she quickly suppressed it, put on a stern face again, wiped her tears fiercely, and said petulantly, If you don't like me, why are you still looking for me? Go keep my imperial sister company. Li Chang'an walked to her bedside and exaggeratedly sniffed, saying, What a strong smell of vinegar. Has Her Highness the princess knocked over her vinegar jar? The princess, being childish by nature, flushed crimson at his words. Embarrassed and angry, she grabbed Li Chang'an's arm and bit down hard. Li Chang'an winced in pain and sucked in a sharp breath, but he did not struggle or pull his hand away. After biting, the princess saw the deep ring of teeth marks on his arm and felt sorry for him. She rubbed it with her hand while pouting, Why didn't you dodge? Li Chang'an reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling. As long as it helps you calm down, you can bite me a few times, or even kill me a few times, and I won't resist. The princess humphed and said, You know I can't bear to kill you, so you just bully me. She paused, then turned her head away and said sulkily, Go keep my imperial sister company. Don't worry about me. Li Chang'an gave a bitter smile, sat down beside her, and said, I said that just now to provoke your imperial sister into killing me a few times. You know, killing me now with ordinary Imperial Guardians is already quite difficult. I need a top expert like your Imperial sister to strike so that I can suffer less pain and die a clean death. When the princess heard this, she turned her head sharply, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, and asked, "Really?" Li Chang'an nodded. "Of course it's true. Haven't you noticed? Those guardians find it harder to kill me after the first time. Only a Grand Emperor realm expert like your Imperial sister can help me improve efficiently." The princess's tears turned into a smile, but she quickly sobered, lowered her head in silence for a moment, then raised her head and looked into his eyes, asking seriously, "Do you like me?" Li Chang'an looked at her pretty face, still streaked with tears, saw the anticipation and apprehension in her eyes, and his heart softened. He was silent for a moment, then finally sighed, and said, "The princess is stunningly beautiful, innocent, and adorable in nature, and deeply devoted to me. You are indeed very likable." The princess pressed on, "I don't care about others liking me, I only ask you, do you like me?" Li Chang'an looked into her clear eyes and nodded, "Yes, I do." Overjoyed, the princess threw herself into his arms, hugged him tightly, buried her face in his chest, and said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry I bit you just now. Does it still hurt? I won't bite you next time. Or you can spank my bottom to vent your anger." Li Chang'an didn't know whether to laugh or cry and patted her back, saying, "As long as you don't stop me from killing myself, that's better than anything." The princess lifted her head from his chest and said earnestly, "I just can't stand seeing anyone hurt you. If I didn't know you could revive, I'd have my Imperial sister exterminate the 9 clans of anyone who dares to touch a hair on your head." A warmth spread through Li Chang'an's heart. He patted her back and said softly, "All right, don't be angry. My goal now is to grow stronger. When no one can kill me anymore, I'll come back and marry you." The princess was overjoyed and immediately extended her pinky finger, saying, "Then it's a deal. Let's pinky swear." Seeing her childish gesture, Li Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart and extended his finger to hook with hers. Only then did the princess smile contentedly, then her tone softened, and she said seriously, "Li Chang'an, if you really do like my Imperial sister, I won't be jealous anymore. I was just afraid you would abandon me. If it's my Imperial sister, I certainly won't object, because I don't want to be separated from her either. You and my Imperial sister are the 2 dearest people to me in this world." Li Chang'an hastily interrupted her, saying, "What nonsense. I was just joking. Don't tell your sister. I hope she hates me so she'll kill me a few more times." The princess snorted and said, "Sister knows I like you and you've rendered great service today. She wouldn't bear to kill you." Li Chang'an gave a bitter smile and said, "Isn't this all thanks to you? If you hadn't stopped me at the start, I would have been killed repeatedly the day I entered the palace, and by now I might have reached the Nirvana realm." The princess hugged his arm with some distress and whispered, "Although you can revive, dying must be very painful, right?" Li Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart and said softly, "It's okay. As long as it's a quick death, there isn't much pain. I'll get used to it." The princess wrapped her arms around his waist, looked up at him with sparkling eyes, and said, "Then sleep with me tonight. I promise I won't disturb you." Li Chang'an quickly refused, "Better not. Actually, I came to say goodbye." Hearing this, the princess instantly sat up straight, her smile froze, and she asked in surprise, "You're leaving? Why are you leaving?" Li Chang'an said, "Now that your Imperial sister no longer wants to kill me, I feel there's no point staying in the palace. Didn't I offend the son of the Martial Alliance leader before? I plan to go find them and have some fun." The princess quickly said, "I want to go too." Li Chang'an shook his head, placed his hands on her shoulders, and said seriously, "You stay in the palace, cultivate well, and wait for me to come back obediently. No more leaving the palace without permission, understand?" The princess pouted reluctantly, was silent for a while, then nodded, and said, "All right, I promise you. But you must promise to come back early, not forget me, and not flirt with any vixens outside." Li Chang'an found it both funny and frustrating, and said, "I'm entirely focused on seeking death right now. How could I have the mood to flirt with girls? Besides, when others see me seeking death all day, who would like someone with such a peculiar hobby?" The princess thought it over, felt it made sense, and said with some relief, "All right then. Now I don't object to you going to seek death from your Imperial sister. I also hope you improve your strength before leaving, so that you won't be beaten half to death and imprisoned, and I'll never see you again." Li Chang'an found it amusing, and could only explain, "Don't worry, I can commit suicide. Even if I'm captured, I can bite the poison sac in my mouth and die. No one can imprison me." The princess happily agreed. Li Chang'an stood up and said, "Now take me to find the Nirvana realm elder first. I need to seize the time to improve my strength." The princess immediately agreed and pulled him by the hand to go out. The 2 arrived at the courtyard where the elders resided, only to find the gate tightly shut with a note on it reading in large characters, "All in seclusion, do not disturb." Li Chang'an's face darkened and his mouth twitched as he said, "How could it be such a coincidence? They must be deliberately avoiding me." The princess was also a bit angry and said, "How about I ask my Imperial sister to order them out?" Li Chang'an waved his hand and said, "No need. I don't want to be a nuisance. I'll go try my luck at your Imperial sister's place." The princess nodded and said, "Then I won't go with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if my Imperial sister sees me present, she'll be too embarrassed to kill you." Li Chang'an nodded and turned toward the Imperial study. The princess stood at the courtyard gate watching his figure disappear around the corner of the palace corridor. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a trace of worry and reluctance. She whispered to herself, "You must come back early." Li Chang'an left the Zichan palace and walked all the way to the imperial study. Along the way, the maids and eunuchs who saw him bowed their heads in greeting, their gazes filled with curiosity and reverence. The imperial consort's words in the great hall today had spread throughout the entire palace, along with the rumor of his immortality. Li Chang'an had no mind for these glances. His thoughts were entirely occupied with how to get the empress to kill him a few more times. At the entrance of the imperial study, the eunuch on guard saw him and quickly bowed, saying, "Your Highness, His Majesty is reviewing memorials. This servant will announce you." "No need to announce me, I'll go in myself." Li Chang'an waved his hand and pushed the door open, walking straight in. Inside the imperial study, Morongzio was sitting behind the desk, holding a vermilion brush, intently reviewing the mountain of memorials. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw it was Li Chang'an. She put down her brush and asked, "Have you appeased the princess?" Li Chang'an nodded. "She's fine now." He paused, then added, "But before I leave, I'd like to ask your Majesty to kill me a few more times." Morongzio's face instantly darkened, and she said crossly, "Get lost, I'm not interested in helping you get stronger." Li Chang'an grew anxious, took 2 steps forward, and said, "Then just kill me 10 times, okay? 10 times is enough. It won't take much of your time." Morongzio ignored him, picked up her vermilion brush again, and lowered her head to review the memorials as if he didn't exist. Li Chang'an stood before the desk watching her review one after another. The memorials piled up like a small mountain. He couldn't help muttering, "Reading all this long-winded stuff every day, aren't you bored?" Morongzio didn't look up, saying coldly, "I'd rather not read them, but matters of the realm must be handled by someone." "Do you think being an emperor is easy?" Li Chang'an's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "Your Majesty, have you ever considered establishing a cabinet?" Morongzio's brush paused briefly. She looked up at him and asked, "What cabinet? Explain in detail." Seeing that she was interested, Li Chang'an quickly pulled up a chair and sat down. He began to describe the operational model of the cabinet system from his past life's memory. Select a group of capable ministers to form a cabinet, handle routine state affairs first, and only report military and major decisions to the emperor for final approval. In this way, the emperor could be freed from tedious daily affairs and focus on truly important decisions. Morongzio's eyes lit up as she listened, and the more she heard, the more exquisite she found the system. She put down her vermilion brush, leaned forward slightly, and pressed further. How are the cabinet members selected? How is power balanced? What if the cabinet becomes autocratic? How to prevent that? Li Chang'an answered each question, explaining the selection mechanism, term limits, mutual checks, and other details of the cabinet. Morongzio grew more excited as she listened. She found that this system almost perfectly solved all the problems she currently faced. It could lighten her own burden, improve administrative efficiency, and also prevent any powerful minister from monopolizing authority. She immediately summoned several trusted ministers and gave them a rough outline of Li Chang'an's proposal. After hearing it, the ministers were repeatedly amazed and expressed that the system was feasible. After the ministers withdrew, Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together and looked at Morongzio expectantly. "Your Majesty, as we agreed before, I gave you advice, and you kill me 10 times. Now the advice is given, so." Morongzio was taken aback, then her eyes darted around as she said slowly, "Well, it will only count after the cabinet is actually established and running effectively." Li Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly springing from his seat. "You cannot take back your words, Your Majesty. We had an agreement." Morongzio snorted coldly, crossing her arms as she retorted with full conviction, "An agreement? Where's the written proof? Who heard it? Where's the witness?" Li Chang'an staggered, gripping the desk to steady himself as he stared at her in utter astonishment. "You're the empress, and you'd break your word?" Morongzio couldn't help but feel a strange satisfaction seeing him so flustered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she said, "Very well then. I'll kill you 10 times, if you first help me solve another problem." For some reason, Morongzio always felt that this young man must possess talents far beyond what he showed. Li Chang'an slumped back into his chair with a weary sigh. All right. But this time we sign a contract, written in black and white, clear and binding. I'm afraid Your Majesty might renege again." Morongzio's cheeks flushed faintly, but then she reminded herself that Li Chang'an was equally shameless, so perhaps there was nothing wrong with being a little cunning herself. She promptly picked up a sheet of rice paper and swiftly drafted a contract. Should Li Chang'an resolve one of her problems to her satisfaction, she would carry out the 10 strikes against him. Li Chang'an glanced at it and added, "Make it 20 times. You still owe me those 10. Morongzio pondered for a moment, then amended the number with her brush before stamping it with her jade seal and handing it over. "Is this acceptable now?" Li Chang'an took the contract and examined it thoroughly, ensuring every detail was correct before carefully folding it and tucking it into his robe. "Please speak, Your Majesty." Morongzio's expression grew grave. She fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, her voice heavy with burden. Our dynasty of Yan has stood for centuries, and through the generations the imperial lineage produced numerous descendants resulting in many regional kings. These regional lords controlled the wealthiest territories and commanded substantial military forces, which severely depleted imperial revenue, while simultaneously posing the constant threat of rebellion. Now in our generation, only my sister Xiran and I remain of the direct imperial line. Those imperial uncles watch us with predatory interest, and I sit upon this throne as though on pins and needles. I wish to curtail their power, but they haven't openly rebelled, so I lack the justification to use force directly. Is there a subtler approach? One that weakens the regional lords without drawing weapons? Li Chang'an nearly laughed aloud. Was this not an open book question? Clearing his throat, he said, "Your Majesty, I have a strategy known as the Edict of Extension of Grace." He explained the core principle in detail rather than having the fief pass solely to the eldest son. The regional king's territories would be divided among all his sons. With each successive generation the fiefs would grow progressively smaller and their power correspondingly weaker. Moreover, this would be framed as the emperor's benevolence, an offer the regional lords could hardly refuse. Should they decline, they would be defying the imperial decree, giving the emperor legitimate grounds to send troops against them. This was a flawless open scheme, particularly since the empress possessed extraordinary talent at the great emperor realm and wielded the dynasty's fortune, her strength unfathomable. The regional lords would never dare rebel without certainty of success. Murong Zhio sat frozen on the dragon throne, speechless for a long while, her eyes blazing with fervent light. She realized that Li Chang'an, aside from his penchant for courting danger, possessed far too many outstanding qualities. Many problems that she and her ministers had racked their brains over were met with elegant solutions from his lips, as though he were speaking casually. The brilliance of the Edict of Extension of Grace lay in its nature as an open conspiracy. The regional lords knew it was a trap, yet they had no choice but to accept it. To refuse would be tantamount to rebellion, giving her legitimate cause to suppress them. She gazed at Li Chang'an with a mixture of admiration and complex emotion unlike anything she had ever felt. Li Chang'an grew uneasy under her intense stare and rubbed his hands together nervously. "Your Majesty, the matter is resolved. About those 20 times we agreed." Murong Zhio blinked in deliberate confusion. "What 20 times?" Li Chang'an nearly choked on his own blood. He produced the contract from his robe, spread it across the desk, and pointed to the inscription. "Your Majesty, look, written in black and white with your jade seal still visible." Murong Zhio glanced at the contract and replied languidly, "It also states that I will honor the agreement only after I am satisfied. And I must say, I remain unsatisfied." A visible pulse throbbed at Li Chang'an's forehead. No way, the sovereign empress was actually being shameless. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Your Majesty, surely you don't expect me to accept this bullying." Murong Zhio huffed haughtily and turned her head away. "I don't care. Unless you help me solve another problem." Li Chang'an waved his hands frantically, cutting her off. Never mind, never mind. I've learned my lesson. Beautiful women's words are the least trustworthy. I've experienced it firsthand today." He tucked away the contract, turned, and strode toward the exit, calling over his shoulder, "I'll go find the Martial Alliance leader for some entertainment. Once your cabinet implements this, I'll return to collect my debt." Murong Zhio watched him depart, her lips parting as if to call him back, yet she remained silent in the end. She leaned back in her chair, gazing at the empty doorway of the imperial study for a long while before murmuring softly to herself, "It's not that I wish to renege. It's simply that the more I discover your virtues, the less I can bring myself to kill you. Even knowing you can revive, I still cannot bear to strike." Her voice grew quieter and quieter until it dissolved into the vast emptiness of the imperial study. After leaving, Li Chang'an made no haste to exit the palace. Standing on the palace walkway, he paused in thought, then turned toward Zichin Hall. Before departing, he owed the princess a proper farewell. Inside Zichin Hall, Murong Xiran sat by the window, lost in reverie, absent-mindedly twisting a silk handkerchief in her hands. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she looked up and saw Li Chang'an return. Her eyes lit up instantly as she sprang from her seat and hurried toward him. "Why have you come back? Have you changed your mind about leaving?" Touching the hope in her gaze, Li Chang'an felt his resolve soften. He shook his head gently. "I must still go, but before I leave I wanted to say goodbye properly." Xiran's smile faded somewhat, though she did not protest as she had before. Instead, after a moment of silence, she slipped into his embrace and buried her face against his chest, her voice trembling with reluctance. "Then you must remember to think of me. You cannot flirt with others outside, and you must never forget me." Li Chang'an's heart softened, and he gently patted her back. "Don't worry. I'm not staying away forever." Murong Xiran lingered in his embrace for quite some time before reluctantly letting go. She turned and retrieved a storage pouch from her bedside, pressing it into Li Chang'an's hands. "It contains 10,000 spirit stones and 100,000 taels and bills. Spend freely on food and drink while you're away. Don't neglect yourself. Should you grow weary, return early. Yen is your home." Li Chang'an held the storage pouch that still retained her warmth, gazing at the young girl before him, whose eyes were slightly red, yet who strived to appear strong. An unprecedented warmth surged within his heart. He fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead, speaking softly, "Good princess, wait for me. I will return for you." Morong Xiren's fair face flushed crimson instantly. She froze rigidly on the spot as though struck by a paralysis technique, utterly unable to utter a single word. Li Chang'an watched her dazed expression and chuckled softly, then turned and strode resolutely out of Xichen Hall. He did not look back, for he knew that one glance might make him truly unable to tear himself away. Beyond the imperial city gates, Li Chang'an stood and gazed at the network of official roads stretching in every direction. He suddenly found himself facing an rather awkward dilemma. He only knew that the young master he had crippled was the son of the Martial Alliance leader, yet he had absolutely no idea where the Alliance leader resided. However, upon further reflection, the Martial Alliance leader should be a renowned figure throughout the Jianghu. He could likely obtain the information by simply asking any passing cultivator. He decided to first enter the city and find an inn to gather intelligence before setting out. He walked into the nearest small town beyond the imperial city and located an inn that appeared to be doing brisk business. Upon entering, he immediately heard several cultivators gathered around in the main hall chatting animatedly. His eyes lit up. He approached and sat at a nearby table, ordered a pot of tea, and pricked up his ears to listen. He overheard a burly, bearded man slapping the table and declaring, "Have you heard the news? The sect leader of Lingxiao sect is hosting a youth martial competition. On the surface, it is to select the foremost talent among the younger generation. In truth, it is to choose a son-in-law for the sect leader's daughter." Beside him, a thin, middle-aged man nodded enthusiastically and chimed in, "I have also heard about it. The prodigies from all major sects are eager to compete. Unfortunately, the age limit is set below 30, otherwise I would go give it a try myself." He offered a self-deprecating smile, drawing laughter from the group. Another younger cultivator added, "Even if you do not aim to become a son-in-law, taking first place brings immense rewards. One top-tier cultivation manual from Lingxiao sect, and the opportunity to make a single request of them. As long as their request is within their power and does not violate the Tao, they will not refuse." Upon hearing the words "make a request," Li Chang'an's ears perked up instantly. What did he lack most at present? Expert assassins willing to kill him. If he could secure first place and make a request to Lingxiao sect, asking them to attempt killing him 50 times daily, wouldn't that be simply marvelous? As one of the 10 great orthodox sects, they would surely not renege on their promises like the Empress Dowager had. The more he pondered, the more viable the plan seemed. He immediately picked up his teapot, approached the group, and interjected, "Brothers, pardon my intrusion. Might I ask, how does one reach Lingxiao sect?" Several men turned to look at him, sizing him up from head to toe. At this moment, Li Chang'an was using a breath-concealing technique to suppress his cultivation to roughly the early innate stage, making him appear like a novice cultivator fresh from his village. The burly, bearded man shook his head and offered kindly advice. "Young brother, with your current cultivation, you would be better off not going. Every participant in this competition is a prodigy from a major sect. Several have already reached the Grandmaster realm, and there are even 2 monsters at the Great Grandmaster level. You would not even pass the preliminary rounds. It would be a wasted journey." Li Chang'an quickly replied with a smile, "Brothers, please do not worry. I merely wish to broaden my horizons and witness the spectacle. As long as you inform me truthfully, this round of drinks is on me." Seeing his sincere attitude and his readiness to treat them, the men felt unwilling to dash his spirits further. The thin, middle-aged man withdrew a simple map from his robe, spread it on the table, and pointed to a marked location, saying, "Lingxiao sect sits upon Lingxiao Peak, to the southeast, approximately a day's journey from here. Follow this official road straight ahead. After reaching Qingshi town, turn east. When you see the tallest peak, you have arrived." Li Chang'an memorized the route, bowed in thanks, settled the bill for everyone, and hurriedly left the inn. The matter of the Martial Alliance leader could be set aside for now. He would visit Lingxiao sect first to gain some experience. After he departed, those cultivators watched his hasty retreating figure and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Another young dreamer. Young people must strike their heads against the southern wall a few times before they learn the true magnitude of the world. After exiting the inn, Li Chang'an confirmed that no one was nearby, then fully unleashed his enlightenment stage movement technique. His figure became an almost imperceptible afterimage flashing across the official road. The wind he generated flattened the wild grass along the roadside until it lay pressed against the earth. A journey that normally required a full day, he completed in barely more than half a day. Lingxiao sect was perched upon a towering mountain peak. Its mountain gate was constructed with magnificent grandeur, flanked by 2 colossal stone pillars carved with vivid auspicious clouds and immortal cranes. Several gatekeeping disciples in uniform stood before the mountain gate, their cultivation hovering around the early Grandmaster stage. Each held his head high with an air of arrogance, clearly proud to be a disciple of Lingxiao sect. Li Chang'an adjusted his robes and stepped onto the stairs. As he drew near the mountain gate, a guard disciple blocked his path. "Halt. Who approaches? Do you possess an invitation?" Li Chang'an was taken aback. "An invitation? Do I need one to enter the competition?" The guard disciple examined him from head to toe. Seeing his plain attire and cultivation that appeared to be merely at the early innate stage, his tone grew somewhat impatient. No invitation means no entry. Such is the rule. Li Chang'an scratched his head, pondering whether he should simply force his way in and court death, when his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure approaching along the mountain path nearby. She was a woman clad in a black qipao, her figure graceful and her countenance coldly exquisite, followed by several demonic cult disciples. He focused his gaze and grinned. It was none other than Venerable Baisu, a subordinate under demon cult leader Injoga. He immediately disregarded the gatekeeper and hurried forward, greeting her warmly. Sister Baisu. What a coincidence. We meet again. Baisu was striding toward the mountain gate with a cold and haughty expression. Upon hearing that familiar voice, her steps halted abruptly, and her facial expression froze instantly. She slowly turned her head. When she saw Li Chang'an's grinning face, she felt as though struck by lightning. Her composure shattered faster than she had ever imagined possible. Her expression darkened, her tone laced with resignation and irritation. Why do I encounter you everywhere I go? Li Chang'an, acting as though they were old acquaintances, stepped close and seized Baisu's hand, shaking it warmly, while grinning. Sister, by why speak thus? Are we becoming strangers? Who are we to each other? Meeting is destiny. It shows we share fate. As he spoke, he continued shaking her hand. Baisu tugged twice, but could not break free, so she simply gave up, struggling, though her expression grew even darker. Seeing that she had not slapped him to death, Li Chang'an grew bolder and leaned closer, asking, Sister, by what brings you here? You are a member of the demonic cult, and a woman at that. Surely you have not come to compete for the sect leader's daughter in marriage. Baisu snorted contemptuously, wrenched her hand free, and replied coldly, Certainly not. Not only am I not here to participate, I have come to demand that they disband this martial tournament. Li Chang'an was about to press further when a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from within the mountain gate. A group of elderly cultivators with profound auras strode out swiftly, led by an old man in a Saiyan Taoist robe, with graying hair and beard, whose cultivation was unmistakably at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Behind him followed over a dozen elders and young prodigies from various sects, all staring at Baisu, as if facing a formidable enemy. The Saiyan-robed elder spoke in a deep voice, his tone laced with suppressed anger. Venerable Baisu, we righteous sects are hosting a martial tournament. What business does someone from the demon sect have here? Could it be that you intend to cause trouble? Baisu's expression remained utterly unchanged before a group of righteous experts whose cultivations far surpassed hers. She said calmly, I am here on the order of our sect leader to inform you to disband this tournament, lest you use the pretext of the tournament to gather and conspire against our demon sect. These words ignited fury among the righteous experts present. Some grasped their sword hilts, others stepped forward with cold sneers, as if ready to strike at any moment. Baisu remained unperturbed, continuing, I am here today to inform you not to negotiate. Our sect leader has decreed if you do not disband and return to your respective sects, she will personally come tomorrow. She paused, sweeping her gaze across the crowd, a hint of amusement in her tone. Oh, and I almost forgot. Our sect leader is now a half-step supreme. The words half-step supreme caused every face in the vicinity to pale. Several elders who had been on the verge of launching an attack abruptly halted their steps, and their grip on their swords loosened unconsciously. A half-step supreme, a realm beyond the great emperor stage, was a being that could be counted on one hand across the entire continent. If Injoga truly came in person, everyone gathered here, even combined, would be no match for her. For a moment the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Disbanding the tournament would be a blow to the righteous sect's prestige. How could they ever hold their heads high in the martial world again? But if they refused to disband, and Injoga actually came, who could withstand her? Li Chang'an stood to the side, watching in stunned disbelief. In his memory, the demon sect was the one he had thrown into chaos single-handedly, the one that treated him like a plague. Yet this Baisu, facing a host of righteous experts, exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. Where was the submissive figure she had been before him? He scratched his head, finding the whole situation surreal. But he quickly snapped back to reality. No, if the tournament was cancelled, how could he participate? How could he find an expert to kill him? He racked his brains and decided to side with the righteous sects, first send Baisu away, then figure out a way to get these righteous experts to slay him. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. All eyes turned to him. Some frowned, some looked puzzled, and those who recognized him as the young man who had been tugging at Baisu earlier regarded him with wariness and contempt. Li Chang'an ignored their stares, grinned at Baisu, and said, Sister Bai, go back and tell Sister Sect Leader not to disband the tournament. I want to participate in this tournament. Baisu's brows furrowed, but before she could speak, the righteous cultivators around her began to rebuke him. Who are you? Such arrogance. You address a member of the demon sect as sister. Are you a spy for them? You have no right to speak before Venerable Baisu. But to everyone's astonishment, Baisu did not flare up. Instead, she said with a tone of resignation, Can you just stay out of this? Li Chang'an grinned and shook his head. If I can't meddle, then I'll go to the demon sect and visit Sister Sect Leader for a few days. Su's face instantly turned deathly pale. She knew all too well what would happen if Li Chang'an went to the demon sect. The entire sect would be in chaos, and the sect leader had barely managed to send him away. If he returned, Su would become a traitor to the demon sect. She clenched her teeth, fell silent for a moment, then said exasperatedly, "Fine, you win. The tournament doesn't start until tomorrow anyway. I won't come tomorrow. Consider it my tacit approval for you to participate. If the sect leader wants to stop you, she'll come and tell you herself." With that, she flicked her sleeve, turned, and strode away, her steps faster than when she had arrived, as if fleeing from something dreadful. The righteous cultivators at the mountain gate stood dumbfounded. They watched Su's retreating figure, then turned to Li Chang'an, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Who was this young man? Venerable Su showed no regard for the sect leaders and elders of the great schools, yet a single sentence from him, "I'll go to the demon sect," made her face change and retreat. She even said, "The sect leader will come and tell you herself." Feeling unnerved by the stares, Li Chang'an scratched his head, coughed, and cupped his hands. I'd like to join the tournament. Would that be all right?" Several elders of the Lingxiao sect exchanged glances and conferred in low voices. Regardless, Li Chang'an had just helped them out of a tight spot, dismissing the demon sect's venerable with a few words. For that alone, they could hardly refuse his request. Moreover, what would be the consequences of turning him down? A person who could make Venerable Su pale and flee was no ordinary individual. A white-haired elder stepped forward, nodded, and said, "Since the young hero is interested, by all means participate. In the end, strength will speak for itself. Whether you can go all the way depends on your own ability." Li Chang'an was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands in thanks, then added somewhat sheepishly, "But I don't have an invitation." Everyone's faces darkened. An invitation? Sending away the demon sect's venerable was the best invitation of all. The elder waved his hand. "No need for an invitation. Come along with us." Li Chang'an quickly followed, entering the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. Beyond the gate, the view opened up. Pavilions and towers built against the mountain scattered in an orderly fashion, shrouded in drifting clouds like a celestial realm. The square was paved with large slabs of green jade, and in the center stood a towering martial stage, its edges engraved with defensive array runes. On distant peaks, the glazed tiles of several grand halls glittered under the sun. As Li Chang'an walked, he looked around, secretly admiring. No wonder it was one of the top 10 sects. The grandeur was indeed impressive. He was assigned to a small, independent courtyard in the guest quarters, serene and well-equipped. A disciple brought a table of exquisite dishes and a flask of fine wine, then instructed him not to wander off, saying someone would notify him when the tournament officially began the next day. With that, the disciple hurried away, as if afraid to stay a moment longer. Li Chang'an didn't mind. After eating and drinking his fill, he rested on the bed for a while. When the sky began to darken, he rose and left the room. Meanwhile, Su raced back to the demon sect's headquarters. She went straight to Jioga's bedchamber and reported everything that had happened at the Lingxiao sect in detail. Jioga had been lounging on a soft couch, playing with a jade rui. At the mention of Li Chang'an, her fingers paused slightly, and a subtle expression flickered across her face. "He wants to participate in the tournament as well." Jioga raised an eyebrow, her tone betraying neither pleasure nor displeasure. Su nodded, carefully observing the sect leader's expression, and said, "He said he wants to participate and told me not to stop him. Your subordinate dared not act on her own and could only return to report to the sect leader." Jioga was silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. She set down the jade rui in her hand, shook her head, and said with a tone of helplessness and amusement, "I understand. That brat definitely wants to win first place, then negotiate with Lingxiao sect to have them kill him dozens of times a day. He certainly knows how to pick his spot." Su was stunned for a moment, then realized. With Li Chang'an's cultivation at the mid-stage of the Enlightenment realm, joining a tournament of masters and grandmasters was simply bullying. His true goal was not the tournament itself, but the rewards afterward. She hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Then sect leader, will you still go?" Jioga stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the pitch-black night sky. Outside, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Go, why not? I am quite interested in witnessing such excitement. If that naughty little brother gets captured at Lingxiao sect, I'll have to step in and fish him out." Su looked at Jioga's back in astonishment, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. She silently grumbled in her heart, "Sect leader, do you want to listen to what you just said? Before, when Li Chang'an was in the demonic cult, you hated him so much you wished he would leave immediately, even hoping he would be completely eliminated. But now, knowing full well he is going to seek death, you voluntarily want to go watch the excitement. This is not watching the excitement at all. You are clearly worried something will happen to him, aren't you?" But she dared not speak these words aloud, and could only bow respectfully and reply, "Yes, your subordinate will go prepare immediately." After she withdrew, Jioga toyed with a token engraved with lotus patterns in her hand, the smile lingering at the corners of her mouth for a long time. She gazed at the night outside the window and murmured softly, "Naughty little brother, don't really get yourself killed." Back at Lingxiao sect, Li Chang'an had been quite well behaved at first. He stayed in the small courtyard for a few hours, had dinner, and then meditated to regulate his breathing for a while. But when he learned from the disciple delivering meals that the highest cultivation among the prodigies participating in this tournament was only at the early Grandmaster stage, he instantly deflated like a pricked balloon and slumped into his chair. Only early Grandmaster at most. Li Chang'an looked at the disciple in disbelief. There's no one stronger. The disciple was taken aback by his question, shook his head, and said, among the younger generation under 30 reaching early Grandmaster is already a 1 in 10,000 genius. In the entire Dian dynasty, those who can reach above Grandmaster at this age can be counted on one hand. Li Chang'an looked up at the sky in speechless frustration. His current cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Enlightenment realm, a full 2 major realms above Grandmaster. Even if he stood still and let those prodigies strike him, they might not even be able to break through his defense. What was there to compete in? He thought about it and felt he needed to discuss with the elders of Lingxiao sect. Maybe just let him enter the finals directly and fight the eventual champion. Otherwise, if he crushed everyone from the preliminary rounds, it would not only waste time, but also severely damage the confidence of those young prodigies. Having made up his mind, he stood up and left the room. Outside, the sky had already darkened, but the lanterns and night pearls scattered throughout Lingxiao sect illuminated the entire sect as brightly as day. In the square, many disciples from various sects who had arrived early were gathered in small groups, chatting and sparring, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Chang'an was strolling casually, pondering where to find the elders of Lingxiao sect, when he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. The young lady is here. The young lady is here. Excited whispers rippled through the crowd. Li Chang'an followed the sound and saw a group of disciples surrounding a young woman walking along a path not far away. The woman was about 20 years old, dressed in a light purple long gown with a silver silk sash tied around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her features were exceptionally striking, with eyebrows and eyes like a painting, fair skin, and a temperament that was gentle, yet carried a hint of aloofness like an orchid blooming in a deep mountain valley. Li Chang'an curiously edged closer. Since he had nothing better to do, watching the excitement wouldn't hurt. Standing in the crowd, Li Chang'an listened to the surrounding chatter and quickly pieced together information about this young lady. Luo Hongyi, the only daughter of Lingxiao sect's leader Luo Qianshan, 25 years old at the early Grandmaster stage. No wonder they were holding a martial tournament for marriage. With her talent and status, how could ordinary young talents catch her eye? Luo Hongyi stood in the center of the crowd, moonlight spilling over her light purple gown, adding an air of cool, otherworldly elegance. A prodigy at the mid-master stage, dressed in brocade robes, stepped forward, holding an exquisite jade box, his face brimming with smiles as he intended to present a gift. Luo Hongyi merely cast a faint glance at him, her ruby lips parting, her voice like celestial music, but the words she uttered were cold and left no room. Esteemed sir, I will not accept gifts from anyone. If you wish to have any connection with me, then please win first place in tomorrow's tournament. The prodigy's face alternated between shades of green and white. Under the mocking gazes of those around him, he sheepishly withdrew the jade box and retreated in disgrace. Low laughter rippled through the crowd, and someone whispered, "This is already the third one rejected today. The young lady is truly aloof." Li Chang'an watched with a discreet curl of his lip. He had seen his fair share of beauties. Yoga, the leader of the demonic cult, was seductive and enchanting. Empress Murongzio was majestic and noble. Princess Murongziren was innocent and lively, and the venerable Baisu was cool and dashing. Not one of them was inferior to this Miss Luo. Although each had their own personality, none of them were so distant and dismissive. Well, at least Yoga and Baisu, though they initially wanted to kill him later when he held their hands, and such, they only scolded him verbally, but never truly fell out. This guy completely failed to realize that it was his obsession with seeking death that made him stronger with each death, leaving others helpless against him. After saying those words, Luo Hongyi prepared to turn and leave. Her gaze swept casually over the crowd and suddenly stopped on Li Chang'an's face. She frowned slightly, halted, and asked, "Are you the young hero who made the demonic cult's venerable leave with just a single sentence?" Li Chang'an hadn't expected her to speak to him of her own accord. He was taken aback, then grinned and cupped his hands. "That's me, all thanks to Sister Baisu's kindness." Luo Hongyi's frown deepened and her tone turned colder, calling a demoness of the demonic cult sister. "It seems you are also a member of the demonic cult." Before Li Chang'an could answer, the brocade-robed prodigy who had just been rejected, as if seizing an opportunity to show off, leaped out and pointed at Li Chang'an's nose, cursing, "You demonic fiend! How dare you set foot in the gates of Lingxiao sect, participate in the tournament, and even stay in the guest quarters? This is an insult to all the righteous sects." Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, glanced at him lazily, and said, "Which eye of yours?" That prodigy was rendered speechless and his face flushed crimson by those 3 casual words. Enraged, he drew his sword and thrust it straight at Li Chang'an, eager to make an impression before Luo Hongyi. His sword technique was ferocious, carrying the full force of a grandmaster at the middle stage. The blade tip gleamed with cold light, aiming directly for Li Chang's throat. However, just as he reached Li Chang, his vision blurred for an instant, and Li Chang had already vanished from the spot. The next moment, he felt a powerful kick land squarely on his rear. His balance shattered completely, and he crashed to the ground in the most humiliating posture imaginable. One move from an expert reveals everything. The crowd around them, which had been murmuring quietly, fell instantly silent. Everyone had seen it clearly. The speed Li Chang had just displayed was far beyond the reach of an innate realm cultivator and even surpassed what a grandmaster could achieve. Luo Hongyi's pupils contracted slightly, her gaze toward Li Chang darkening with gravity. The prodigy, covered in dust and humiliation, struggled to his feet. Feeling he had lost all face before the crowd, his shame boiled over into reckless fury. Still unable to recognize the staggering gap in strength between them, he lunged at Li Chang once more. Li Chang sighed, his figure blurring again as he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. In passing, he tripped the man, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. This cycle repeated 3 or 4 times. The prodigy ended up bruised and swollen, his robes smeared with mud, completely humiliated. He finally realized he was no match for Li Chang. Struggling to his feet, he pointed a shaking finger at Li Chang and ground out through clenched teeth, "You wait. I'm going to find someone to deal with you." Finishing those words, he turned and pushed through the crowd, sprinting away as fast as his legs could carry him. Li Chang merely shrugged, secretly hoping the man would bring back someone actually capable of killing him. Watching Li Chang's utter lack of concern, Luo Hongyi could not help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" He is a genius disciple of the Iron Sword sect, and they are notorious for protecting their own. The elder accompanying them has already reached the middle stage of Nirvana realm. Upon hearing this, Li Chang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he grinned, "If he can kill me, all the better. I have no interest in those with insufficient strength." The moment those words left his lips, everyone around them couldn't help but roll their eyes in exasperation. What kind of person says, "It would be best if you could kill me"? Who on this earth wishes for their own death? Is this person perhaps mad? Not long after, the Iron Sword sect prodigy, who had just been toyed with by Li Chang indeed, returned charging forward alongside an elder, their faces bristling with hostility. The elder was in his early 50s, wearing a gray robe embroidered with a silver sword over his chest, the unmistakable emblem of the Iron Sword sect. His cultivation sat firmly at the middle stage of Nirvana. His aura was dense and commanding, each step carried an imposing pressure, and his triangular eyes gleamed with sharp coldness. Behind him trailed several Iron Sword sect disciples, their expressions dark and unwelcoming. The moment the elder closed the distance, his gaze locked onto Li Chang like a blade, and he barked, "Boy, you are the one who bullied my Iron Sword sect member." Li Chang sneered, crossing his arms as he replied calmly, "Why don't you first ask everyone here what exactly transpired just now?" The elder waved his hand, dismissively, snorting coldly, "I don't care about your excuses. What I know is that my Iron Sword sect member has been humiliated by you." As he spoke, his internal chi was already circulating. His sleeves stirred without any wind. A clear signal he was preparing to strike directly. Seeing this, Luo Hongyi's expression darkened. She swiftly stepped forward, blocking Li Chang, and spoke sternly, "Elder, regardless of whether he is affiliated with the demon sect, the venerable of the demon sect departed today specifically because of him. He is now our Lingxiao sect's guest. Any grievances should not be settled within our territory." The Iron Sword sect elder's expression shifted. He could not afford to disregard Lingxiao sect's prestige, yet swallowing this insult whole was equally unbearable. Before he could deliberate further, Li Chang pushed Luo Hongyi aside and said with utter nonchalance, "Miss Luo, do not concern yourself with this matter. Let him kill me. If he cannot kill me 100 times today, I will look down on him." Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. 100 times? Did he think he could respawn infinitely? The arrogance was staggering. The Iron Sword sect elder nearly laughed in fury, snorting, "Boy, do you think hiding behind a woman and speaking bravado will make me afraid to deal with you? If you have the courage, let us settle this outside Lingxiao sect's grounds. That way no one from Lingxiao sect need be put in an awkward position." Li Chang nodded and readily agreed. "It saves Lingxiao sect from meddling unnecessarily." Luo Hongyi was so furious she nearly stamped her foot. What kind of thing was that to say? "We are protecting you, and you call it meddling?" But before she could speak, the Iron Sword sect elder was overjoyed. He turned and strode outward, calling over his shoulder, "Then let us go. If you can still talk big after leaving Lingxiao sect today, old man, we'll have some respect for you. Rest assured, the one who backs down is the grandson." Li Chang smiled and followed without a hint of concern. People from the other sects and disciples of Lingxiao sect, witnessing this scene, eagerly followed along to catch the spectacle. Such a display was far more entertaining than the tedious preliminary combat trials. Luo Hongyi's face paled with anger. She immediately instructed a Lingxiao sect disciple, "Hurry and summon my father and the inner sect elders." Finishing those words, she hurried after them as well. In the open clearing beyond the gates of Lingxiao sect, the Iron Sword sect elder halted and turned around. His face dark, his voice carrying the last thread of restraint, he said, "Boy, apologize to me right now, and I may only administer a light punishment as a warning. I will not destroy you." Li Chang shook his head and spoke with deadly seriousness. If you cannot kill me today, you are not even fit to be called human. The moment these words landed, the Iron Sword Sect elder's face flushed crimson, his wrath surging to its zenith. The onlookers around them all sucked in their breath sharply. Did this young man genuinely not know the meaning of death? How dared he speak such words to a power at the middle stage of nirvana? True to expectation, the Iron Sword Sect elder's fury twisted into a grim smile. Abandoning all pretense, he struck with murderous intent. His 5 fingers curled into a claw as a vast palm of condensed chi formed above him, shrieking through the air, like tearing fabric, descending directly upon Li Chang's head. The wrathful strike of a mid-nirvana cultivator carried terrifying power. The palm's force sent clouds of dust billowing from the ground. Li Chang sensed the lethal danger closing, and yet a wave of elation surged through his heart. He neither dodged nor deflected. Instead, he took half a step forward to meet the blow, allowing the chi-formed hand to grasp his head, and then the elder twisted it with devastating force. With a sharp crack, Li Chang's neck snapped. His body went limp and collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. An absolute silence fell across the entire clearing. Everyone stared blankly at the corpse sprawled before them. He was dead. Just like that. One moment he had been so arrogant, and now he lay dead after a single strike. The Iron Sword Sect elder himself froze. He looked down at his own hands, then at the corpse on the ground, unable to process what had just transpired. Had he truly killed this youth? As his panic subsided, and his mind cleared, a wave of dread washed over him. This boy had driven away the demon venerable with a single sentence. Heavens only knew what manner of relationship he shared with the demon sect. If the demon sect held this incident against the Iron Sword Sect, the consequences would be catastrophic. Luo Hongyi's countenance became exceedingly grim. If Li Chang'an truly perished here, the demon cult would inevitably investigate, and the Lingxiao sect would be implicated, leading to no small amount of trouble. Amid the complex emotions of the crowd, a voice brimming with laughter suddenly sounded behind the elder of the Taijian sect. Mediocre, mediocre. The force is acceptable. Let's continue. The Taijian sect elder whirled around abruptly, only to see Li Chang'an standing unscathed behind him, reaching out and yanking off his beard, causing the elder's mouth to twitch in pain. The Taijian sect elder, stroking his now smooth chin, gazed at the tuft of beard in Li Chang'an's hand and flew into a rage, striking again. With a single palm strike, Li Chang'an once again perished, but moments later he resurrected behind the elder. After this repeated 4 or 5 times, the onlookers finally understood. This fellow truly could revive indefinitely, and each time he resurrected, his aura grew slightly stronger than before. Though he had not activated his true chi for defense, several elders from various sects who had rushed over upon hearing the news, along with the Taijian sect elder, keenly sensed Li Chang'an's true cultivation realm, the middle stage of the Tao Enlightenment realm. A Tao Enlightenment middle stage at such a young age. His talent far surpassed all the prodigies currently participating in the competition. This revelation struck everyone present with a sense of shock. Just then a dignified voice rang out from within the mountain gate. Cease. The crowd turned to see Lingxiao sect leader Luo Qianshan striding out, followed by several inner sect elders. He glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, and Li Chang'an, standing behind the Taijian sect elder, furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "What decorum is this brawling before the gates of my Lingxiao sect? Fellow cultivator of the Taijian sect, please stop." Li Chang'an grew anxious upon hearing this and hastily said, "No, no, no. Sect leader Luo, don't stop him. Let him keep killing me. I haven't been killed enough." Luo Qianshan's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to speak, an inner sect elder behind him suddenly seemed to recall something, stared at Li Chang'an for a moment, and blurted out, "I know. You are that Li Chang'an mentioned in the Tianji sect's communication. The one who plundered the secret realms, stirred up the demon cult, and recently caused havoc in the Great Yin Imperial Palace. You managed to escape unscathed from every place. Truly resourceful." At these words, everyone present suddenly understood. No wonder the demon cult treated him with respect. Faced with a being that couldn't be killed and grew stronger with each death, who wouldn't be troubled? Li Chang'an, not bothered that his identity was exposed, grinned at the Taijian sect elder and said, "Old fool, continue." The Taijian sect elder's expression shifted unpredictably between overcast and clear. He now fully understood. This young man before him was the legendary undying plague god. Killing him only helps him grow stronger, but not killing him means he'll keep pestering you. He gave a cold snort and said, "Don't think this old man will help you become stronger." With that, he withdrew his true chi, intending to stop. But Li Chang'an refused to let it go. His agility erupted in an instant, his form becoming a blur, and he viciously struck the Taijian sect elder's chest with a palm. Though his cultivation was a full realm lower, this sudden full-strength blow still caused the Taijian sect elder's chi and blood to surge, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Enraged, the Taijian sect elder instinctively struck Li Chang'an dead with a palm. But Li Chang'an quickly resurrected behind him, kicked him in the backside, sending him stumbling forward a few steps, and then said with a grin, "Old fool, this young master hasn't had enough fun yet, so you're not allowed to stop. Otherwise I'll keep ambushing you and see how long you can endure." The spectacle that followed left all onlookers dumbfounded. The Taijian sect elder repeatedly struck to kill Li Chang'an, and Li Chang'an repeatedly resurrected, then seized the chance to ambush the elder. Though the Taijian sect elder's cultivation was a full realm higher, Li Chang'an was fearless of death and grew stronger with each death, his speed and power slightly improving after every resurrection. In contrast, though the Taijian sect elder could kill Li Chang'an each time, Li Chang'an's ambushes kept adding new wounds to his body. Though they were only superficial, the accumulation was considerable. More importantly, his true qi and stamina were being rapidly depleted. The elders and disciples from various sects watching this scene all harbored the same thought. No wonder this guy could give both the demon cult and the empress such a headache and still escape unscathed. This fellow was precisely a piece of sticky candy, once entangled by him, it would be an unending struggle. At the rate he was dying, he would eventually become so powerful that no one could kill him, and then it would be the end of all his enemies. The Taijian sect elder had clearly also realized this. The more he fought, the more alarmed and regretful he became. Had he known this brat was the legendary Li Chang'an, he would never have provoked this accursed pest, even if beaten to death. After killing Li Chang'an another dozen or so times, he could no longer hold on, and directly waved his hand, saying, "No more. I'm done." This old man admits defeat. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an resurrected in front of him, raised his hand, and slapped him across the face, producing a crisp sound, cursing, "Old fool. You think you can start and stop as you please? Who do you take this young master for?" The Taijian sect elder covered his face, which stung fiercely, and fury burned within him, but he truly did not wish to continue fighting. Continuing to fight would only make things worse for him. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his rage, and remained silent. A dignified Nirvana realm elder had been publicly slapped in the face by a Tao enlightenment cultivator, yet he could restrain himself from striking back. No one but Li Chang'an could have made such a thing happen. Seeing this, elders from other sects stepped forward to mediate, hoping Li Chang'an would stop there. But Li Chang'an, hands on his hips, looked around and declared loudly, "Whoever dares to block me, I'll pester them and make them kill me every day." At these words, all the elders immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Damn! Who would be willing to provoke the baleful star and plague godly Chang'an? They could only look at the people of the Taijian sect with sympathy, secretly rejoicing. Luckily, it wasn't them who had provoked this corrupted star. The Taijian sect elder and the prodigy who had started the trouble both knew now that they had stirred up an enormous calamity. The Taijian sect elder took a deep breath, lowered his stance, and said to Li Chang'an, "Young Master Li, today's affair was the fault of my Taijian sect. Tell me what must be done to bring this to an end." Li Chang'an snorted coldly and said, "First, have that fellow kneel and kowtow 3 times to me. Second, you apologize to me and cut yourself once. Otherwise, the grudge of you killing me so many times, I will settle it slowly with your Taijian sect." At these words, everyone was taken aback, but no one dared to speak up to dissuade him. The Taijian sect prodigy flew into a rage upon hearing this and shouted, "Why should I kowtow to you?" Before he could finish, the Taijian sect elder had already kicked him in the back of his knee, forcing him to his knees, and said sternly, "You fool. Kowtow and apologize to young Master Li." The young master was daunted by the elder's imposing aura, dared not resist further, and gritting his teeth kowtowed 3 times with loud thuds. The elder of the Iron Sword sect also bowed deeply to Li Chang'an, then drew a dagger from his waist, and without hesitation stabbed it into his own lower abdomen, blood instantly soaking his robes. Enduring the pain, he looked up at Li Chang'an and asked, "Young hero Li, is this acceptable now?" Everyone was stunned. It was a master at the Nirvana realm, forced all the way to self-mutilation as an apology and admission of defeat. If you hadn't witnessed it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Li Chang'an waved his hand in disgust and said, "Never mind. If I couldn't gain any more benefits from you, I wouldn't have let it go so easily." It wasn't magnanimity on his part. Primarily, his current strength couldn't kill the old man. Using this as an excuse, in the future, he could visit the Iron Sword sect to farm more attributes. The elder of the Iron Sword sect felt extremely aggrieved, but could only bow his head and thank Li Chang'an, then left dejectedly with that young master and several disciples. Li Chang'an watched them depart, then suddenly turned to look at the elders from various sects around him, and asked with a smile, "By the way, which one of you wanted to persuade us to call it a day just now?" A group of elders were startled, quickly exchanged glances, and someone looked up at the sky and said, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight. What were we doing just now? Drinking tea. Yes, let's go back to drinking tea. Brother Zhang, we hadn't finished our sword sparring match just now. Come, let's continue. Taoist friendly, which beauties did you mention earlier? Come, tell me more." In the blink of an eye, all the elders slipped away back to the Lingxiao sect. Only the prodigy disciples from various sects and the ordinary disciples of the Lingxiao sect remained standing there along with Luo Hongyi. Everyone looked at Li Chang'an with extremely complex gazes, curiosity, reverence, and apprehension intertwined. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, feeling the power of the mid-stage Tao comprehension realm within his body, and recalled the process of fighting the Iron Sword sect elder just now. Although he had died dozens of times and gained some attribute points, he was still far from the late stage of Tao comprehension, let alone the Nirvana realm. Relying solely on those at the mid-Nirvana realm to attack him made it difficult to improve quickly. He needed to find a way to get someone with greater strength to strike him. But tomorrow's tournament would still go on. He needed to secure first place, get the Lingxiao sect to agree to his terms, and have their elders take turns killing him for a few days to build up his cultivation to the Nirvana realm first. After making up his mind, he turned to return to the Lingxiao sect, but just 2 steps later, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Luo Hongyi caught up and walked beside him, turning her head to look at him with strong curiosity in her eyes. Li Chang'an, do you really have an immortal body? Li Chang'an's mind was filled with how to find someone stronger to kill him, so he had no interest in chatting with a beautiful woman and casually replied, probably. Anyway, I haven't completely died yet. Upon hearing this, all the disciples from various sects and the Lingxiao sect who hadn't dispersed yet rolled their eyes wildly. What does haven't completely died mean? Is this showing off? If you had truly died completely, you wouldn't be able to stand here talking. Luo Hongyi didn't care about his cold attitude at all, instead leaning closer to him and saying, don't be so aloof. I'm just curious. Why do you always want people to kill you? Do you have some kind of masochistic tendency? Li Chang'an's face darkened, too lazy to explain the system matter to her. But then he suddenly thought of something, stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Luo Hongyi, and asked, your father is the sect leader of Lingxiao sect. What's his cultivation level? Luo Hongyi was taken aback by his sudden question and instinctively replied, early heavenly emperor realm. Why do you ask? Li Chang'an's eyes lit up instantly, and grabbing Luo Hongyi's wrist excitedly he said, then can you make your father kill me dozens of times? Not many, just dozens of times. Luo Hongyi stumbled and almost lost her balance. She had encountered people seeking wealth, power, and fame, but this was the first time she'd met someone begging their own father to kill them. Thinking of the Iron Sword sect elder's humiliation just now, she quickly pulled her hand away, stepped back 2 paces, and looked at him with alertness, saying, my father won't easily strike at others. You better find someone else. Seeing her defensive expression, Li Chang'an smiled and said, why are you so anxious? I'm just asking. Anyway, you'll have to agree to my conditions tomorrow. Luo Hongyi was momentarily stunned, then realized what he meant, her expression slightly changing. What do you mean? You didn't join the tournament for me, but only for that promise from our Lingxiao sect. Li Chang'an nodded as if it were obvious, saying calmly, of course. Women only slowed down my path to invincibility. As he spoke these words, the image of Murong Xiren involuntarily appeared in his mind. If it weren't for her repeatedly obstructing him, the female emperor would have killed him hundreds of times already, and he might have reached the Nirvana realm by now. So women truly are stumbling blocks on the path to becoming stronger. These words fell on Luo Hongyi's ears and made her feel uncomfortable. So many talented individuals had gone to great lengths to participate in the tournament, some seeking the superior techniques of Lingxiao sect, but most hoping to catch a glimpse of her beauty or even win her hand in marriage. Yet this Li Chang'an remarkably had joined the competition solely for that promise, showing absolutely no interest in her as a person. She, the proud daughter of the Lingxiao sect leader and a natural genius at the early stage of Grandmaster, was being treated with such disdain. A sense of defiance rose within her, and she quickly chased after him, refusing to believe that this guy wouldn't even spare her a second glance despite her charm. Behind her, the disciples of Lingxiao sect and prodigies from all sects watched this scene, each one looking deeply depressed. Their goddess was chasing after a man who showed no interest in her, like a shadow. How were they supposed to cope with this? When Li Chang'an reached the entrance of his small courtyard and noticed Luo Hongyi still following behind, he immediately waved his hand in disgust and said, go away. I need to rest. There's a competition tomorrow. Luo Hongyi bit her lip, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back, stomped her foot, and turned to leave. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Li Chang'an stretched, got up, washed his face, and stepped out of his courtyard. The tournament venue was already set up, with the square packed with people, disciples, and elders from all sects gathered together in a lively atmosphere. But when Li Chang'an appeared in the square, the once noisy crowd suddenly quieted down considerably. The scene that had occurred outside the mountain gate the day before had already spread throughout the entire Lingxiao sect and to all the guests. Everyone knew that this unremarkable-looking young man was the legendary immortal plague god Li Chang'an, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Tao comprehension. Once this news spread, almost all the participating prodigies lost their fighting spirit. A monster at the mid-stage of Tao comprehension entering a competition among grandmasters and above. What was there to compete? Might as well surrender directly. Lingxiao sect leader Luo Qianshan and several inter-sect elders found Li Chang'an and invited him to a secluded side hall where they tactfully conveyed their intention. They hoped Li Chang'an would voluntarily withdraw from the competition, as his cultivation level would make participating in such a contest somewhat unfair. If he had come for Luo Hongyi, the Lingxiao sect could grant him a separate opportunity without needing to go through the tournament. Li Chang'an was waiting for precisely these words. He cleared his throat and said with righteous indignation, "It's fine if I don't participate in the competition, but I have one condition. Your Lingxiao sect must kill me 50 times every day until I am satisfied." This statement instantly silenced the side hall. Luo Qianshan and the elders exchanged glances, their expressions turning extremely subtle. Every day? Kill him 50 times. They were well aware of the rumors that Li Chang'an could resurrect after death and grow stronger with each death. If they agreed to his terms, wouldn't that be helping him become more powerful? Moreover, they still hadn't figured out Li Chang'an's relationship with the demon cult. If he was a member of the demon cult, helping him would be aiding the enemy. Luo Qianshan remained silent for a moment, then ultimately shook his head and refused Li Chang'an's request. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an grew anxious and said, "If you don't agree, then I won't leave. I'll just stay here in the Lingxiao sect pestering you day after day. Let's see how you handle it." Luo Qianshan and the elders' faces turned pale and livid. They were well aware of how tenacious Li Chang'an could be. The experience of the Iron Sword sect elder yesterday was the best example. If Li Chang'an started making a scene, the next one to harm themselves and beg for mercy would likely be the Lingxiao sect. But they were unwilling to compromise so easily, as it involved the Lingxiao sect's reputation. Just then a cool, clear voice came from outside the side hall. "If he does not participate in the tournament, this seat will not agree." Everyone turned to look and saw a figure in black approaching gracefully. She wore a long black dress, her figure was elegant, her face cold and beautiful, and she exuded a suffocating pressure. It was precisely Injioga, the demon cult's leader. The atmosphere in the entire side hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Luo Qianshan and the elders' faces became extremely grave, and they all grasped their weapons at their waists, as if facing a formidable enemy. Injioga, however, seemed not to notice their tension. She walked straight to Li Chang'an's side, cast a faint glance at him, and a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Li Chang'an was overjoyed to see Injioga. He grabbed her hand, stroking it while grinning. "Sister, why are you here? Did you come to kill me, eh?" Injioga's face darkened, and she pulled her hand back with displeasure, saying, "With so many people watching, what kind of behavior is this?" Li Chang'an didn't care at all, and placed his hand back on hers, saying, "Sister, you're the demon cult leader. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Why should we care about the eyes of the worldly?" he said, while looking Injioga up and down, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Sister, your skin is getting better and better. What skincare products do you use?" Their casual conversation, as if no one else was present, made the faces of everyone in the side hall turn extremely strange. Luo Hongyi stood behind her father, watching Li Chang'an's affectionate and intimate demeanor toward Injioga, and recalling his indifferent attitude toward her last night, a surge of jealousy welled up in her heart. She bit her lip and secretly appraised Injioga. Other than being a bit more voluptuous and having a more seductive aura, what exactly made this female demon better than her? But what she didn't know was that in Li Chang'an's mind, whoever was stronger and could help him improve his cultivation was more worthy of his enthusiastic treatment or relentless persistence. Injioga was a half-step venerable. Killing him was as easy as crushing an ant, so of course he would curry favor with her. As for Luo Hongyi, an early-stage grandmaster who couldn't even break through his defenses, he simply couldn't muster any interest. The Lingxiao sect members could no longer hold back. Luo Chen stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he looked at Injioga, and asked in a deep voice, "Sect leader In, what is the meaning of this? Our Lingxiao sect is hosting a martial tournament. What does it have to do with your demon cult?" Injioga gave a cold snort, her tone calm, but carrying authority. "My meaning is simple. Either you don't hold this tournament, or you let my brother participate." She paused, turned to glance at Li Chang'an, and a slight arc curved at the corner of her mouth. "Or directly agree to his terms. Kill him 50 times every day until he is satisfied." The faces of the Lingxiao sect members instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. All three options were losing propositions. The first option, the Lingxiao sect had sent out invitations to various sects. If they cancelled it now, how could they hold their heads up in the martial world in the future? The second option, letting Li Chang'an participate in the tournament. With his mid-stage enlightened Dao realm cultivation, it would be like adults beating children. What would the other prodigies compete for? The third option was even more absurd, killing him 50 times a day and helping him grow stronger. If that wasn't aiding the enemy, what was? Moreover, being forced to compromise by a demon cult enchantress at their doorstep. If word got out, what face would the Lingxiao sect have left? Li Chang'an, however, didn't care about all that. He was moved and grabbed Injioga's hand, gripping it tightly, and said, "Sister, you're the best." Injioga's pretty face flushed slightly. She tried to pull her hand back, but Li Chang'an held it tightly. After 2 attempts, she failed to free it and finally let him hold it, simply turning her head away and pretending to look at the distant scenery. Luo Chen's face alternated between pale and livid. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said in a deep voice, "Injioga, isn't your demon cult overreaching? When did the affairs of the righteous path become your business to meddle with? Do you really think no one in the righteous path can subdue you? Upon hearing this, Injioga was not angered. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed heartily. After her laughter subsided, she looked down at Luo Chen with a contemptuous gaze and a playful tone. Doesn't your Lingxiao sect have a great Emperor Realm Peak ancestor? Even if he managed to break through to half-step venerable, he would surely be depleted in chi and blood with not much time left. This seat is not afraid of him. If you have the guts, call him out to spar with this seat. As long as he can defeat me by even a single move, I will leave immediately without another word. These words made the faces of the Lingxiao sect members even uglier. Injioga was right. Their ancestor had indeed just broken through to half-step venerable not long ago, but he was advanced in age and his chi and blood were declining. If they really were to fight against Injioga, a half-step venerable at her peak, their chances of victory would probably be less than 30%. Moreover, once a fight broke out, regardless of the outcome, the Lingxiao sect's foundation would be shaken. Seeing the two sides at a stalemate, Li Chang'an was afraid that the Lingxiao sect people would not agree. He rolled his eyes, reached out, and wrapped his arm around Injioga's slender waist, grinning at the Lingxiao sect crowd, and said, "Senior elders, don't feel any psychological pressure. Just think of me as the demon cult leader's man. Killing me dozens of times a day would be acting on behalf of heaven and upholding righteousness, right?" Injioga, with his arm around her waist, heard his words about being the demon cult leader's man, and a blush rose on her pretty face. She cursed inwardly. This guy is getting more and more unruly, daring to be so handsy in front of so many people, and even claiming to be her man. Strangely, she found that she didn't want to resist or deny it. Could it be that she had grown accustomed to his pestering after being pursued for so long? Luo Hongyi stood behind her father, watching Li Chang'an embrace Injioga with such intimacy, and recalling his cold indifference toward her last night. The sourness in her heart grew stronger. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. After all, she was the daughter of the Lingxiao sect's leader with countless suitors. How could she be inferior to a demon sect enchantress in his eyes? The Lingxiao sect members seemed to have found a way to save face. Luo Chen was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "We can make a move, but we have conditions. Kill you 100 times. After 100 times, whether you are dead or not, the grievances between you and the Lingxiao sect will be wiped clean. We will publicly claim that we can't do anything about you. How about it?" Li Chang'an quickly nodded and agreed. Yes, 100 times it is. But it must be someone at the Great Emperor realm or above, preferably female. He was secretly calculating. Killing by female opponents gave extra attribute points, and he couldn't waste this opportunity. As soon as he said this, everyone present rolled their eyes. Being killed while still being picky, specifying cultivation level and gender, there was probably only Li Chang'an in the world who could do such a thing. Injioga slapped away his hand that was around her waist and said irritably, "You little rascal, hugging your sister and still thinking about other women." Li Chang'an quickly smiled apologetically. "Sister, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that." Injioga's figure flickered, dodging his reaching hand again, and said calmly, "Sister will stay right here and watch them kill you 100 times. After it's done, I'll return to the demon sect." Li Chang'an felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Injioga was worried that he might be beaten half to death and imprisoned by the Lingxiao sect, so she personally oversaw it. He turned to look at the Lingxiao sect members, spread his arms, and said with a calm expression, "Come on, I can't wait." Everyone exchanged glances, but in the end Luo Chen made the first move. He also knew that this was the most dignified solution at the moment, neither canceling the martial tournament, nor letting Li Chang'an bully the geniuses of other sects, and also sending this troublemaker away. If the matter continued to escalate and news spread that the Lingxiao sect was being pressured by the demon sect leader and Li Chang'an, they would really have no face left in the martial world. "To the back mountain," Luo Chen said briefly and turned to leave. Li Chang'an quickly followed. Injioga walked slowly at the back like an invigilator. Although the elders and disciples of various sects dared not follow too closely, they trailed far behind, wanting to see how this farce would end. Arriving at a secluded clearing in the back mountain, Luo Chen stopped, turned around, looked at Li Chang'an, took a deep breath, and then raised his hand to strike a palm. This furious strike at the early Great Emperor realm was extraordinarily powerful. The palm wind howled and struck Li Chang'an square in the chest. Li Chang'an's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string snapped. A pine tree as thick as a bowl rolled several times on the ground, and then stopped dead on the spot. Moments later, Li Chang'an resurrected behind Luo Chen, patted off the dirt and leaves from his clothes, and said with a grin, "Sect leader Luo, excellent palm technique. Keep going, keep going." Luo Chen's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, but he didn't waste words and struck again. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Once, twice, 3 times. Li Chang'an kept dying, kept resurrecting. Luo Chen kept killing, and his face grew darker. The watching disciples of various sects went from initial shock to numbness to utter boredom. Some even started yawning. After about 50 kills, a prompt sounded in Li Chang'an's mind. The killer's kills had reached the weekly limit, and further kills would no longer yield attribute points. He quickly raised his hand to stop. "Sect leader Luo, stop. Killing me is useless now. Get someone else at the Great Emperor realm to kill me." Luo Chun stopped his chest, heaving whether from exhaustion or anger. He gritted his teeth, was silent for a moment, then instructed a disciple beside him, "Go invite the ancestor out of seclusion." The disciple was stunned for a moment, then quickly took the order and left. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, an old man with white hair and beard and a face full of wrinkles walked slowly, supported by a disciple. He wore a faded gray Taoist robe, his body stooped, appearing like a candle flickering in the wind, but the occasional sharp gleam in his cloudy eyes made one dare not underestimate him. He was the stabilizing pillar of the Lingxiao sect, the Lingxiao ancestor at the half-step sovereign realm. Upon learning that he was to kill a young man 50 times, the Lingxiao ancestor's expression became very strange, a mix of confusion, displeasure, and some helplessness. He intended to refuse, but after glancing at Yoga, who stood not far away with an air of calm, he finally sighed and nodded. The next 50 times were carried out by the Lingxiao ancestor. The strength of half-step sovereign was indeed extraordinary. Each strike was clean and crisp, and Li Chang'an died without any pain. After 50 times, Li Chang'an's cultivation finally broke through from the middle stage of the Tao Enlightenment realm to the late stage, still a distance from the peak. He lay on the ground feeling the new power within him and let out a long sigh. But then a wave of worry surged. He was becoming harder to kill. Where would he find so many experts to kill him in the future? He glanced at the panel. He had accumulated over 100 attribute points. He decided not to allocate them for now, keeping them in reserve. He stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, then looked at Yoga and said with a grin, "Sister, how about you kill me 50 times? Yoga's expression was a bit unnatural. She turned her head away and said with a rare hint of panic, "I won't kill you." Li Chang'an was stunned and was about to ask why, but Yoga had already turned. Seeing her about to leave, he quickly chased after her, grabbed her hand, and said with a grin, "Sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It seems the Lingxiao sect people don't want to keep attacking me either. How about I go with you to the demon palace for a few days?" Yoga turned back, snorted, and said with a tone of resignation and warning, "You can come to the demon sect, but don't cause trouble. No one in our demon sect can kill you, including me." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an deflated like a punctured ball, his smile collapsing, and muttered, "Sister, don't be like this. If you won't kill me, then what am I going to the demon sect for? It can't be for sightseeing, can it?" Yoga looked down at the hand he was holding, didn't pull it back, but said through gritted teeth, "Apart from seeking death, you have no other reason to go to the demon sect." Li Chang'an, seeing that she hadn't shaken him off, grew bolder. While gently stroking the back of Yoga's hand with his fingers, he said with a grin, "Of course, I also miss you, sister. But what I want most now is to get stronger quickly, otherwise how will I protect you in the future?" Hearing this, Yoga felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, and 2 faint blushes rose on her pretty face. She turned her head away and said with a hint of reproach, "Who needs your protection? Just protect yourself." She paused, then asked, "What are your plans next?" Li Chang'an thought for a moment and said, "I plan to find the Martial Alliance leader. Previously his son forcibly abducted a common woman, and I crippled him. The grudge must be considerable. Upon seeing me, he would surely wish to tear me apart limb from limb. Though I wonder if he can keep it killing me. I hope he doesn't give up halfway." Hearing this, Yoga couldn't help but laugh, and shook her head saying, "Shall sister help you?" Li Chang'an quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No need, no need. The more they hate me the better. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun." He paused and asked, "By the way, who exactly is this Martial Alliance leader? Where should I look for him?" Yoga explained. "He is the sect master of the Wuxing sect, one of the 10 great righteous sects. That so-called Martial Alliance leader is merely an honorary title bestowed upon him by the various righteous factions. His cultivation base is merely at the late stage of the great emperor realm. Killing you a few hundred times should suffice. However," she changed her tone, "given your peculiar trait of growing stronger with each death, he may not be willing to keep striking if he sees your cultivation rising each time you fall." Li Chang'an chuckled smugly and said, "That's not a concern. As long as I find him, I'm not afraid they won't make a move. I have plenty of ways to make them unable to resist attacking me." Yoga opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Li Chang'an looked at her, hesitated briefly, then suddenly took her hand and spoke earnestly, "Sister, when no one can kill me anymore, I'll go to the demon palace to keep you company, all right?" Yoga's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head away and flustered her voice, carrying a trace of tremor, "Come when you wish. No one in the demon palace can stop you anyway." With that, her figure vanished from the spot, as though fleeing something. Li Chang'an scratched his head in suspicion, looking at where she had disappeared, muttering to himself, "Sister, why are you running so fast? At least give me a map of the Wuxing sect." Turning around, he immediately noticed Luochen, the sect master of Lingxiao sect, along with several elders, and Luo Hongyi, standing nearby and regarding him with peculiar expressions. Clearly, they had overheard their entire conversation. Li Chang'an waved casually and asked offhandedly, "Is your martial arts tournament still going on? Shall I stay and observe?" Luochen's face darkened like a soot-covered wok, bottom teeth clenched as he said, "Young hero Li, you're entangled with the demonic cult, so you'd best leave soon. We've completed the 100 strikes we promised you. You may leave now. Seeing Luoqin's anxious expression as though trying to drive away a plague god, Li Chang'an wasn't angered, and simply replied, very well then. However, do you have a map of the Wuxing sect? Give me one. Luoqin hastily retrieved a map from his robe and a storage ring, handing both to Li Chang'an with a pleading tone. Here's the map, and some travel expenses as well. I only hope you won't come back in the future. And, if any of my Lingxiao disciples prove short-sighted and accidentally provoke you, young hero, Li, please show mercy. Li Chang'an took the map and ring, weighing them in his hand, then retorted with some annoyance. Are you trying to drive me away like a plague god? Never mind. I'll overlook it given your respectful demeanor. He stuffed the items into his robe, turned, and walked away, without so much as a glance at Luo Hongyi. Standing behind her father, Luo Hongyi watched Li Chang'an depart, without turning back, and the grievance and indignation she'd suppressed all day finally erupted. Unable to contain herself, she called out to his retreating figure, Li Chang'an, you bastard. Aren't you going to say anything to me before you leave? Li Chang'an paused, turned to look at her, then grinned. Miss Luo, I hope that next time we meet you'll have the strength to kill me. With that he waved and strode away without looking back, leaving Luo Hongyi stomping her foot in anger with red-rimmed eyes. Luoqin and the gathered elders witnessed their young miss in such a state, their hearts sinking at the realization. This girl had likely fallen deeply for him. Luoqin hurried forward to advise. Hongyi, Li Chang'an is entangled with the demonic cult, neither wholly righteous nor entirely evil. He's not suitable for you. It would be better if you kept your distance. Moreover, so many prodigies from various sects have gathered for today's tournament, each one outstanding among their peers, and you. Luo Hongyi interrupted him, her tone measured. Prodigies. Compared to Li Chang'an, who among them truly deserves the title of prodigy? The crowd fell silent. Indeed, at his age, Li Chang'an had already reached the enlightenment realm, a cultivation level many elders who had lived 200 years or more had yet to achieve. If those individuals qualified as prodigies, then Li Chang'an was nothing short of a monster. Although the manner of his growth in power was rather unusual, Luo Hongyi said no more, turning to walk toward her courtyard and letting her words drift away on the wind. I won't watch the competition. Whoever claims victory, you may reward them as you see fit, but do not mention my name or presume to choose a husband for me. I will decide for myself. Rebellious daughter. What a rebellious daughter. Luoqin blew his mustache and glared in fury, his aged face turning crimson as he pointed at Luo Hongyi's departing figure, his lips trembling but unable to form a complete sentence. Several inner disciples, elders, hurried to his side, each vying to soothe him. Some patting his back to help him catch his breath, others repeatedly urging, Sect Master, calm yourself, please calm yourself. An eldest daughter cannot be kept. No grandchildren will have their own blessings. Upon hearing this, Luoqin grew angrier still, sharply shaking off the elder's hand and retorting, enough, enough. You might as well not try to counsel me at all. The more you advise, the more irritated I become. Taking several deep breaths to suppress his mounting fury, he straightened his robes and declared in a dark tone, let us go. Continue presiding over the martial tournament. The main affairs cannot be delayed. The elders exchanged glances, each reading resignation in the other's eyes, yet none dared to speak further. They quickly followed Luoqin back to the plaza. Meanwhile, after departing from Lingxiao sect, Li Chang'an found a flat stone to sit upon, withdrew the map Luoqin had provided from his robe, and spread it out to examine it closely. The Wuxing sect lay within to the southeast, roughly over 1,000 li from Lingxiao sect. At his current pace, traveling at full speed would take him most of a day to arrive. He was in no hurry, he had money on him anyway, and did not fear encountering any danger. Unlike other solitary cultivators, he made no effort to keep a low profile. Instead, he employed a breath-concealing technique to suppress his cultivation to the early stage of the innate realm. His clothing and adornments were all expensive garments and accessories purchased earlier in the imperial capital, making him appear like a plump, succulent lamb, so eager to attract the covetous attention of wicked individuals. He strolled leisurely along the official road, and upon passing through a small town, noticed a crowd gathered at the market entrance. Curiosity drew him closer, for wherever cultivators gather, grievances arise, and where there are grievances, he might find an opportunity to court danger. Perhaps he could encounter a few heedless bandits and earn some attribute points before moving on. As he arrived at the market entrance, he spotted a filthy little beggar brushing past a vendor's stall. Li Chang'an looked closely and saw that the young beggar appeared to be about 20 years old, wearing a shabby gray robe covered in patches, with messy hair and a dirty face, looking utterly unremarkable. But at the moment he brushed past that cultivator, his fingers moved with an extremely concealed technique, gently hooking, and the storage ring hanging at the cultivator's waist silently fell into his palm. The entire process was fluid and seamless, so fast that one could almost mistake it for an illusion. The robbed cultivator was completely unaware, still engrossed in selecting medicinal herbs from the stall. Li Chang'an's pupils constricted slightly. The reason he could see the young beggar's movements was entirely because he had been watching the beggar all along, and his cultivation had reached the late enlightenment realm, granting him perception far beyond ordinary people. Had it been an ordinary grandmaster or great-grandmaster, they would not have detected any anomaly. But what truly astonished him was not the young beggar's masterful thievery, but his cultivation, the early Enlightenment realm. Li Chang'an himself had achieved the late Enlightenment realm through countless deaths and reckless acts. He knew all too well what this level of cultivation signified. The martial tournament hosted by the Lingxiao sect gathered the most outstanding prodigies under 30 from all righteous sects, yet the highest cultivation among them was merely the early great grandmaster stage. Yet this young beggar before him, seemingly just over 20, had already reached the early Enlightenment realm. If it wasn't due to his talent being monstrously heaven-defying, then he must be nurtured by an extremely formidable force behind him. Li Chang'an suddenly became intrigued. If he could offend this young beggar, perhaps he might provoke the forces behind him to come and kill him. He immediately hesitated no more and silently followed. After the young beggar succeeded, he did not linger in the town, but swiftly passed through several alleys and soon left the town. Li Chang'an trailed far behind, maintaining a distance that would neither reveal his presence nor lose sight of the beggar. But to his surprise, the young beggar did not find a secluded spot to count his loot. Instead, he briskly walked to a dilapidated shantytown outside the town. There dozens of ragged refugees had gathered, elderly women and a few emaciated children. The young beggar walked among the refugees, crouched down, and poured out the contents of the storage ring he had just stolen. Dozens of low-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of low-tier pills, and some scattered silver coins. He distributed those items to the refugees and children, who crowded around muttering, "Come, come, everyone get some, don't push, don't push. Aunt Zhang, this medicine is for you. Remember to apply it to your leg wound on time. Guzzi, take this spirit stone and exchange it for some rice and flour in town. Don't steal other people's steamed buns anymore." The refugees and children clearly knew him, gathering around and calling out, "Brother Su," or "Su Gij," their faces beaming with gratitude and joy. A little girl with pigtails tugged at his robe and said in a childish voice, "Brother Su, the candy you gave me last time was so delicious. Do you have any more?" The young beggar reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling. "Next time big brother will bring you a whole bag." Li Chang'an stood behind a large tree in the distance, watching this scene, utterly stunned. He had originally thought the young beggar was a habitual thief, but never expected that he stole only to help these refugees. A powerful cultivator at the early Enlightenment realm, willingly disguised as a beggar, engaging in petty theft solely to aid those pitiable strangers. This completely changed Li Chang'an's perception of him. Just then, as if sensing something, the young beggar suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the direction where Li Chang'an was hiding, and said coldly, "This fellow, you've been following me for a while. Is there something you need?" Li Chang'an, seeing he had been discovered, no longer hid, and stepped out from behind the tree with a relaxed demeanor, arms crossed, and said with a grin, "Nothing, just wanted to get to know you." The young beggar looked him up and down, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Though his voice was deliberately lowered, Li Chang'an, upon listening intently, felt that the young beggar's voice was too delicate, not like the voice of a rough man. But he didn't think much of it. After all, everyone's voice is different. The young beggar apparently had a temper. Seeing that Li Chang'an was not being truthful, he snorted, "How dare you follow this young master? Let me teach you a lesson." Before his words faded, his figure transformed into a blur, 5 fingers forming a claw striking at Li Chang'an's shoulder. This claw was swift and fierce, carrying the full power of the early Enlightenment realm, clearly intending to subdue the enemy in one move. Yet Li Chang'an merely sidestepped, lightly dodging his attack at an extremely bizarre angle. The young beggar's claw missed, his expression flickering. He struck again, palm wind howling, launching a series of attacks at Li Chang'an's vital points. But Li Chang'an's movement was too fast. His current agility had reached an absurd level. Coupled with an advanced movement technique, even an early Great Emperor realm powerhouse might not be able to surpass him in speed. Every attack from the young beggar was effortlessly evaded by a hair's breadth, not even touching his clothes. After more than a dozen consecutive attacks without even touching Li Chang'an's clothes, the young beggar finally stopped, caught his breath, and said with some frustration, "I thought my talent was already monstrous enough, but you're even more freakish than I am. What kind of movement technique is that? What cultivation level are you?" Li Chang'an smiled faintly and said, "Just a little bit higher than you." He paused, then changed the subject and asked, "But I am curious. With your strength, you could become a guest elder in any major family or join a great sect and live a very comfortable life. Why pretend to be a beggar? Let me guess. Are you hiding from someone's pursuit? Your family? Or the force behind you?" The young beggar's expression changed slightly. He was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile and said, "You're quite clever. Since you've guessed it, I hope you can keep it a secret." Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow and asked, "I can keep it secret, but what's in it for me?" The young beggar gritted his teeth and said, "What benefit do you want? At worst, I'll be exposed and taken back." Li Chang'an chuckled and said, "How about this? Tell me the force or family behind you, and I'll go cause some trouble and seek death." The young beggar's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable, looking at him with a "what the hell" expression. "Seek death? In all my years, I've never heard anyone make such a request." Li Chang'an shrugged and said with a calm expression, "Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you'll help or not. The young beggar thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, if you want to seek death, don't provoke the force behind me. You can't afford it. He paused, then suddenly changed his tone, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. But then, I do have a plan with a slim chance of survival. I wonder if you dare. When Li Chang'an heard the words, 1 in 9 chances, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly said, hurry up and tell me. This man fears nothing more than death. The little beggar was somewhat surprised by his excited demeanor, then lowered his voice and said, your cultivation is passable at best. Given that, would you dare to accompany me to the sacred ground? Li Chang'an frowned and asked, which sacred ground? And what for? The little beggar chuckled, leaned closer, and whispered, Wuji Immortal Palace. Let's go steal the saintess's undergarment. What? Steal? The saintess's undergarment? Li Chang'an's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively took a step back, eyeing the little beggar warily. What kind of peculiar obsession is this? Even though I'm desperate to die, I still have my limits. The little beggar shot him an exasperated glance and explained, where is your mind going? I have a grudge against the saintess of Wuji Immortal Palace. I once fought her and narrowly lost by a single move. I've never been able to let it go. Now that my cultivation has advanced significantly, I want to challenge her again, but she refuses to engage and won't give me the chance. Stealing her undergarment serves 2 purposes, to settle my score and to force her into a rematch with me. Li Chang'an's eyebrows twitched as he listened, waving his hands repeatedly. That's a terrible idea. I have no intention of courting death in such a manner. The little beggar snorted disdainfully and resorted to provocation. You claim not to fear death, yet deep down you still do. Li Chang'an shook his head. Whether I fear death or not is my own concern. If you want to steal the undergarment, go do it yourself. However, I can help you provoke the Wuji Immortal Palace and draw their attention. Upon hearing this, the little beggar grew concerned and quickly replied, don't act recklessly. Wuji Immortal Palace is filled with master cultivators, and it's said there are ancient experts at the Supreme Realm guarding it. If they capture you, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to die by. When Li Chang'an heard about the Supreme Realm experts, he became even more excited, and his eyes gleamed as he said, I only fear there won't be enough experts. Rest assured, I'll definitely help you hold off those experts, but your theft has nothing to do with me. I don't want to take the blame for this. The little beggar was overjoyed, his eyes darting about as he nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely not betray you. If real danger arises, just run on your own. Don't worry about me. Li Chang'an smiled, though inwardly he dismissed the notion. Run. He had no intention of fleeing. In fact, he was hoping the experts from Wuji Immortal Palace would all come out to hunt him down. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by angry shouts. Found them. Those 2 thieves. They stole our belongings and are dividing the spoils here. Li Chang'an and the little beggar turned around simultaneously, seeing several cultivators charging toward them with fierce expressions. At their forefront was the peak Dao understanding cultivator, whose storage ring had been stolen, followed by several companions at the Grandmaster and Supreme Grandmaster cultivation levels. Their expressions were menacing, clearly having tracked them down after the theft. The group rushed forward and surrounded Li Chang'an and the little beggar. The peak Dao understanding cultivator glanced at the spirit stones and pills on the ground that hadn't been collected yet, then looked at the shivering refugees and sneered. So you 2 thieves. You stole our things and pretend to be virtuous here, doing good deeds to accumulate merit. The little beggar stepped forward, blocking Li Chang'an, and said coldly, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I'm the one who stole the things, not him. But Li Chang'an grabbed him and pushed himself to the front, saying, let me be the one to face death. The little beggar paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, good brother. Truly loyal. Once this is settled, let's become sworn brothers. The peak Dao understanding cultivator sneered even more upon seeing the 2's loyalty. You're quite devoted to each other, aren't you? Fine. Since you both want to be the first, I'll send you both on your way today. As he spoke, spiritual energy began circulating within his body, preparing to strike. The little beggar quickly sent a telepathic message to Li Chang'an. Brother, the peak Nirvana realm is quite troublesome. Let's split up and run. With your speed, they certainly won't catch you, and I have my own means to escape. But Li Chang'an shook his head and said softly, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Having said that, instead of retreating, he charged forward toward the cultivators. The several cultivators were taken aback to see someone at the early stage of the innate realm daring to charge at them, but they didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if this kid was concealing his cultivation? The group attacked in unison, their palm winds and fist energy weaving together into a dense net of attacks that descended upon Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor evaded and didn't even circulate his spiritual energy to protect his body. Instead, he deliberately exposed his throat, heart, and other vital points to the incoming strikes. In the next instant, multiple attacks struck him simultaneously. Li Chang'an's body was torn apart like a tattered ragdoll, dying on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The peak Dao understanding cultivator looked down at his own fist, then at the corpse on the ground that was dissolving, his expression utterly bewildered. Wait, you're at least at the Dao understanding realm. Why are you so weak? The little beggar also widened his eyes and blurted out, "Hero, you died just like that. What about becoming sworn brothers?" But before he could finish, Li Chang'an's voice rang out from behind them, carrying his usual playful tone. "Not bad, quite powerful strikes. Come on, let's continue." The group abruptly turned around to find Li Chang'an standing behind them, unharmed, arms crossed, smiling at them. Meanwhile, the corpse on the ground had already dissolved into particles of light and dispersed into the air. Their faces instantly turned pale, and one of them pointed at Li Chang'an with a finger shaking like a sieve, their voice trembling with uncontrollable fear. You're that undying calamity, Li Chang'an." Li Chang'an's expression darkened instantly, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Biting his teeth, he asked, "Who the hell gave me this nicknames?" The peaked Dao understanding cultivator didn't answer his question. Instead, his face cycled through various colors for a long moment before he took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and said, "Young hero Li, we were blind to fail to recognize greatness and offended you. We concede. We don't want the items." As he spoke, he glanced at the little beggar with a pleading tone. "But that sword is a keepsake left by my master. Please return it to us, and we'll take nothing else." Li Chang'an shook his head and said, "Kill me 10 times and I promise not to defend myself. Otherwise you won't get that sword." The peaked Dao understanding cultivator nearly cried out, his voice softening. "Young hero Li, we all know you grow stronger with each kill. No one wishes to kill you on their own accord. Just let us go." Li Chang'an was about to say something else when the little beggar had already picked up a fine short sword from the pile of items and threw it over, saying, "Catch. Returning it to you." The cultivator caught the short sword as if he'd found a treasure and quickly led his companions to flee without looking back, as though haunted by vengeful spirits. Li Chang'an stood there with a frustrated expression, sighing. Sai failed to die again. The little beggar walked over to him, examining him up and down with evident curiosity and interest, then smiled and said, "I'm Su Chi. What's your name?" Li Chang'an knew at once this was a false name and retorted impatiently, "Didn't they just tell you?" "I'm Li Chang'an." Su Chi tilted his head, looking at him with even deeper curiosity, and grinned. "You're that undying calamity." A visible cross-shaped vein appeared on Li Chang'an's forehead. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Try calling me that name again." Su Chi saw Li Chang'an's forehead veins bulging, so he quickly waved his hands and said with a forced smile, don't be angry, I was just joking." "Then may I address you as brotherly?" He leaned in closer and asked in a lowered voice, speaking seriously, "Do you want to go to the Holy Land with me, or not?" Li Chang'an retorted, "Are there really many experts there?" Su Chi nodded vigorously, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry. Within the Wuji Immortal Palace alone, there are 2 old monsters at the Supreme Realm level, no fewer than 10 attendants at the Great Emperor Realm, and the Nirvana Realm cultivators are as common as dirt. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of death? As long as you help me distract those experts, I'll definitely be able to steal the Holy Maiden's underwear successfully. Then I'll ask her out for a fight, win, and return her underwear." "Perfect." Li Chang'an nodded repeatedly as he listened, saying, "Fine, let's do it that way. But after we arrive at the Holy Land, don't say you know me." Su Chi quickly patted his chest and promised, "Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond. I will absolutely not betray you." With their agreement settled, the two set off together. Fortunately, the Wuji Immortal Palace wasn't too far from here, only about 200 to 300 li away. With the cultivation bases of Li Chang'an and Su Chi traveling at full speed, they arrived at the outer area of the Wuji Immortal Palace in less than an hour. The Wuji Immortal Palace was nestled among rolling mountains shrouded in clouds and mist with abundant spiritual energy. From a distance, rows of palace buildings were built along the mountains, flickering in and out of view through the clouds and mist like a fairyland. Surrounding the Immortal Palace was a pale blue protective formation, emitting a soft radiance that enveloped the entire complex. Li Chang'an stood on a thick branch of a large tree, gazing at the distant Immortal Palace, and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Quite an impressive display. Su Chi took out a talisman glowing with pale golden light from his bosom and waved it in front of Li Chang'an, saying smugly, "See this? This is a short-distance directional teleportation talisman. It can bypass most protective formations and transport you directly into the Immortal Palace's interior. In a moment, you'll create a disturbance ahead to draw everyone's attention while I use this talisman to slip inside and steal what we need." Li Chang'an glanced at the talisman and felt a slight stirring in his heart. Such a high-level talisman was not something an ordinary person could obtain. This little beggar's background was probably even more complicated than he had imagined. However, he didn't ask further and simply nodded, saying, "Rest assured, drawing attention is something I'm quite good at." After saying this, he jumped down from the tree and strode confidently toward the mountain gate of Wuji Immortal Palace. Meanwhile, Su Chi vanished into the nearby shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to infiltrate. The moment Li Chang'an reached the mountain gate, 2 disciples clad in white robes blocked his path. One of them coldly demanded, "Halt. Who goes there? Do you have a visiting token?" Li Chang'an kept his hands behind his back, chest puffed out, adopting an air of arrogance as he announced loudly, "I've come to propose. I've heard your Wuji Immortal Palace's Holy Maiden is breathtakingly beautiful and extraordinarily talented. I've admired her for years, and have specifically come to seek her hand. Go inform your holy maiden at once, and have her come out to see me." The two disciples were momentarily stunned, then their expressions turned extremely odd. The holy maiden of Wuji Immortal Palace was the cherished jewel of the entire Holy Land. Ordinary cultivators would consider it a great honor merely to catch a glimpse of her. This impertinent youngster who had somehow appeared was actually bold enough to swagger in and propose marriage. One of the disciples sneered, "What audacious fool dares cause trouble at Wuji Immortal Palace? I'd say you've had enough of living." Li Chang'an had been waiting for precisely these words. A grin spread across his face as his figure blurred. He appeared before both disciples in an instant, delivering a sharp slap to each of them in quick succession. Both disciples, still in the early stages of great grandmaster cultivation, couldn't react in time. They were spun around 3 times on the spot before collapsing onto the ground, stars dancing before their eyes, struggling to regain their bearings. Li Chang'an clapped his hands together, grinning broadly. "What's this? Is this how Wuji Immortal Palace treats its guests? You don't even deign to announce my presence before trying to brush me off. Go fetch whoever's in charge, or I'll be here all day." The commotion stirred the inhabitants within the Immortal Palace almost immediately. Within the span of a single tea brewing, 7 or 8 formidable auras surged upward from deep within the palace, and a gathering of elders dressed in robes of various colors materialized before the mountain gate. Each elder possessed at least early Nirvana realm cultivation, while their leader, a white-haired venerable, had reached the late stages of the Great Emperor realm. Their expressions darkened upon spotting the 2 fallen guards and the arrogantly standing Li Chang'an at the entrance. A temperamental elder at the peak of Nirvana realm stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Li Chang'an. "Who do you think you are, daring to commit violence at the gates of our Wuji Immortal Palace?" Li Chang'an placed his hands on his hips and declared with unabashed confidence, "My name Heir. I've come to propose to the Holy Maiden. These watchdogs at the gate lack proper etiquette, so I've taken the liberty of teaching them a lesson. No need to thank me." He used a false name, deliberately suspecting that revealing his true identity as Li Chang'an would make them hesitate to act. The furious elder's whiskers trembled with rage, and he let out a bitter laugh. "What a sharp-tongued rascal you are. Let's see what you're truly made of if you dare cause trouble at our Wuji Immortal Palace." With those words, he raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, the massive spiritual energy of the Nirvana peak condensing into an enormous hand that descended upon Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an sensed the lethal danger, but refused to evade, instead stepping forward to meet it. The colossal palm struck down, reducing his body to a mist of blood on the spot. For a brief moment, silence fell before the mountain gate. Even the fiery elder paused, looking down at his own palm in surprise. He had expected someone so audacious to possess some skill, but this youth proved shockingly fragile, falling dead after a single strike. Frowning slightly, unease stirred within him. Could this youth be connected to a powerful faction? While Wuji Immortal Palace feared no consequences, dealing with such entanglements would certainly be troublesome. Before he could dwell on these thoughts, Li Chang'an's voice rang out from behind him, carrying his usual cheeky tone. "That was exhilarating. It's been ages since I died so cleanly. Come, let's continue." The elder spun around in shock to find Li Chang'an standing completely unharmed behind him, arms crossed, and a grin on his face. The blood mist and body fragments that had lain on the ground had vanished without a trace. The elder's pupils contracted sharply as the words escaped him involuntarily. You're not dead." Li Chang'an shrugged and replied, "I died once, but I'm alive again. Cut the chatter and kill me again." All the elders present wore expressions of utter astonishment. They had witnessed with their own eyes Li Chang'an being reduced to a bloody mist by a single palm strike. A scenario with 0 chance of survival. Yet in the blink of an eye he had reappeared behind them, completely unscathed. Such a technique transcended everything they understood about martial arts and mystical arts. An elder at the mid-stage of Great Emperor realm narrowed his eyes, studying Li Chang'an for a moment before speaking. "I remember now. You are Li Chang'an, the one who wreaked havoc at the demonic cult in the Imperial Palace, correct? It said you possess an immortal body growing stronger with each death. It seems the rumors hold truth." Li Chang'an felt a pang of concern in his heart. His reputation had grown too prominent, making him recognizable everywhere he went, which was far from advantageous. He quickly waved his hands and protested, No, my name is Li Heir. You have the wrong person." That Great Emperor realm elder let out a cold laugh and said, "Li Heir? That name sounds fake at first hearing. Under heaven, aside from that undying plague god Li Chang'an, who else could die and live and die?" He paused, a note of wariness creeping into his tone. "Young Master Li, our Wuji Immortal Palace has no grievance with you, past or present. Why must you come to our gates to cause trouble?" Seeing his identity exposed, Li Chang'an stopped pretending and came clean. "I have no other intention. I just want you to kill me a few times. Rest assured, killing me brings you nothing but benefit. You can vent your anger, and I grow stronger. A win-win situation." Every elder's mouth twitched. Win-win. Win my ass. Killing him only helps him grow stronger, wastes their chi and energy, and leaves them worrying about future vengeance. Such a losing proposition. Who would be willing? The hot-tempered elder, the most fiery of them, gritted his teeth and said, I refuse to believe you truly cannot be killed. With that he struck again, a single palm strike, killing Li Chang'an. After Li revived, he struck once more. This repeated over a dozen times, and each time Li Chang'an resurrected with a grin, his aura growing stronger. The hot-tempered elder grew more alarmed with each strike, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to strike again, the mid-stage Great Emperor Realm Elder reached out to stop him, saying in a deep voice, Enough. Stop. Haven't you noticed? His aura has been growing stronger. The hot-tempered elder froze, then sensed it carefully. His face turned extremely ugly. Li Chang'an's cultivation had indeed increased slightly. Though the increase was small, it was unmistakable. The hot-tempered elder gritted his teeth and withdrew his hand. But Li Chang'an wouldn't let it go. He lunged forward, slamming his palm into the elder's chest. Despite being a full major realm weaker, the strike only forced the elder back 2 steps. Yet Li Chang'an's words were merciless. You think you can start and stop whenever you please. This young master hasn't agreed. If you don't kill me to my satisfaction today, you're not leaving. The hot-tempered elder's face turned livid with rage, and he struck again, killing Li Chang'an with a single palm. After reviving, Li Chang'an said with a grin, That's more like it. If you don't make a move, I'll be pestering you every single day. All the elders present wore expressions of utter exasperation. They finally understood why the martial world had dubbed Li Chang'an the undying plague god. Kill him, and he grows stronger. Don't kill him, and he clings to you. Facing someone who feared neither death nor the prospect of growing stronger through it, no one wanted to tangle with him. An early-stage Great Emperor Realm Elder took a deep breath, softened his tone, and said, Young Master Li, please stop. Let's talk this out. What must you do to leave? Li Chang'an grinned. Simple. Kill me 50 times a day. Once you can't kill me anymore, I'll leave on my own. The elders' mouths twitched uncontrollably. In their centuries of life, they had never encountered such a thing. 50 kills a day. Even flogging a corpse wouldn't be this exhausting. The mid-stage Great Emperor Realm Elder was about to speak when a thunderous crash echoed from deep within the palace. Immediately, a disheveled figure burst out of a side hall, clutching a piece of pink fabric. The figure ran and shouted, Got it. Brotherly, the heat is on. Let's scram. Behind him, a woman in a white dress chased closely, wielding a gleaming sword, her face cold as frost. She roared, Lecher. Return my bodice. Li Chang'an's face darkened. He cursed inwardly, what's wrong with this Su Qi? Weren't we supposed to pretend not to know each other? With that shout, you've betrayed me completely. Sure enough, the elders of Wuji Immortal Palace turned sharp gazes toward him. An early-stage Great Emperor Realm Elder rebuked, Young Master Li. I never expected you to be this kind of person, colluding with someone to steal the Holy Maiden's undergarments. A dignified Enlightenment Realm expert stooping to such a despicable act. Li Chang'an hastily waved his hands in denial, an expression of righteousness on his face. Injustice. I don't know him at all. Who is he? I've never seen him. But Su Qi approached with a grin, patting his shoulder. How can you say you don't know me? We came together. You were supposed to draw their fire, and I was to sneak in and steal the bodice. A clear division of labor, perfect coordination. How can you turn your back on me? Li Chang'an glared at her, gritting his teeth. What happened to a gentleman's word is his bond. Your betrayal is way too fast. Su Qi chuckled, then reached up and wiped her face. A mask as thin as a cicada's wing came off, revealing a stunningly exquisite face. It was a young woman's face, around 20 years old, with delicate brows and eyes, skin whiter than snow, and a mischievous smile at the corner of her lips. She looked lively and playful, a world apart from the grimy little beggar of before. She said with a grin, Let me reintroduce myself. I'm actually Su Qi, not Su Qi. Li Chang'an looked at her ethereal beauty, then at the human skin mask in her hand, and cursed inwardly, Wretched woman. I may be seeking death, but I never wanted to ruin my reputation. He took a deep breath, turned to the elders of Wuji Immortal Palace, and spread his hands. Everyone, I simply came to die. I have nothing to do with stealing the bodice. Why don't you kill us both together? He sneered inwardly. Come on, mutual destruction. This young master isn't afraid of death. But Su Qi, upon hearing they might be killed, remained unfazed. Instead, she leisurely pulled a token from her bosom and tossed it in her hand. The token was jet black, with a majestic palace carved on the front and an ancient character Zun on the back. Seeing this token, the elders of Wuji Immortal Palace turned even more grim. A late-stage Great Emperor Realm Elder frowned. Holy Maiden Su, why would you disguise yourself as a beggar and come to steal Yu Yada's bodice? Hearing the address, Li Chang'an sensed something was off and quickly interjected. Hey, since you say we're in this together, why don't you kill us both? I don't mind. Su Qi shot him a grin. A girl like me stealing the Holy Maiden's bodice is no big deal. Moreover, I'm the Holy Maiden of the Supreme Temple. Although we have some grudges with Wuji Immortal Palace, we must maintain a superficial harmony so they don't dare kill me. Li Chang'an's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. Then you can't pin the theft on me. I never even touched that thing. Before he finished speaking, Su Qi raised her hand. The pink bodice flew in an uncanny arc, almost teleporting, and landed precisely in Li Chang'an's hand. Li Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively looked down at the bodice, silk fabric soft and smooth embroidered with a delicate lotus and emitting a refreshing fragrance. He couldn't help but inhale. The scent was elegant and pleasant. Su Qi clapped her hands with a grin. Now you've touched it. Kill him now. Li Chang'an's face darkened. He cursed inwardly as expected of someone with a thief's background. The framing technique is far too practiced. At that moment, a white figure darted out from the depths of the celestial palace, landing before the mountain gate. She was a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a snow-white gown that fell to her feet, a silver sash cinched at her waist, and her jet-black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her demeanor cool and ethereal, as if she were a celestial maiden from the moon palace, untouched by the mundane world. Yet at this moment her resplendent face was shrouded in frost, and her autumn water eyes were fixed intently on Li Chang'an, or rather on the pink belly band he held in his hand. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Give it back. Li Chang'an quickly waved his hands and explained, wait, this isn't stolen. That woman threw it to me. But Yu Linglong was in a towering rage and had no mind for his explanations. Seeing her intimate garment clutched in a stranger's hand, and that he had even sniffed it, she was overwhelmed by shame and fury. Without a second thought, she raised her palm and struck at Li Chang'an's chest. The full-force strike of a mid-stage Dao Insight Realm cultivator, her palm wind sharp and laden with chilling murderous intent. Li Chang'an steeled himself. Instead of dodging, he stored the belly band into his system space and completely withdrew his true chi defense, even deliberately exposing his vital point to her palm strike. The blow landed. Li Chang'an's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing onto the stone steps before the mountain gate, and died on the spot. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Death. Count 1 killer, Yu Linglong, Saintess of the Limitless Celestial Palace. First kill 1, female 1, weaker than host 1, obtained attribute points 3. After striking, Yu Linglong saw Li Chang'an collapse motionless and was stunned. She looked at her own palm, then at the corpse on the ground. Her anger dissipated, largely replaced by a trace of panic and guilt. She murmured softly, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill him. I was just too angry. I never expected he wouldn't defend himself, even exposing his weakness on purpose. Su Qi grinned beside her. Don't blame yourself. This kid has an immortal body and constantly seeks death. Killing him only makes him happier. Before she finished speaking, the corpse on the ground began to turn translucent, dissolving into specks of light that vanished into the air. The next moment, Li Chang'an's figure appeared beside Yu Linglong, dusting off non-existent dirt from his clothes, grinning. Saintess, was that palm enough to let off steam? If not, kill me a few more times. I promise I won't fight back. Yu Linglong gasped, instinctively stepping back a few paces, staring at him with shock and uncertainty. An elder at the Great Emperor realm quickly stepped forward to explain. You girl, this brat is the one the martial world calls the Immortal Plague, the Li Chang'an with an undying body. He resurrects after death and grows stronger each time. Killing him is helping him. Yu Linglong's anger gradually turned to curiosity. She studied Li Chang'an, a hint of inquiry in her eyes, and asked, You truly cannot die? Li Chang'an put on a melancholy look, sighed, and said, I wish I could die, but I've never found anyone who can end me for good. So killing me is helping me find release. Come on, keep attacking me, ravage me. I swear I won't resist. A collective line of black marks appeared on everyone's foreheads. You can resurrect after death and grow stronger. Who in their right mind would help you power up? Yu Linglong took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and extended her hand. Hand it over. Li Chang'an immediately reached out and grasped her hand, saying with utmost sincerity, Saintess, do you want to hold hands? There's no need for such formalities. Yu Linglong's pretty face flushed crimson. She snatched her hand back, gritting her teeth. I meant the belly band. You put it into your storage space. Take it out. Li Chang'an folded his arms and said roguishly, No way. If you don't kill me, I'll auction your belly band publicly and make a fortune. He thought to himself, since his reputation was already ruined, he might as well use the belly band to enrage them and get them to kill him a few more times. Sure enough, Yu Linglong flew into a rage and raised her hand to attack again. But several elders quickly shouted to stop her. You girl, hold back. This fellow is immortal and grows stronger with each death. Who knows if after he becomes stronger he'll use today's killings as an excuse to trouble the limitless celestial palace. Better to send this plague to the Supreme Divine Hall and let them deal with the headache. Su Qi's face darkened. Send him to the Supreme Divine Hall. No way, no way. She would never let Li Chang'an go there. Yu Linglong's expression changed several times, but in the end she had to withdraw her hand. She glared at Li Chang'an, teeth clenched. Tell me, what exactly do you want to return it? The thought of her intimate garment being stored by a man touched and sniffed made her wish she could crawl into a hole in the ground. Before Li Chang'an could speak, Su Qi cut in. If you spar with me and settle the score, he'll return your belly band. Yu Linglong was about to agree, but Li Chang'an refused. He planted his hands on his hips and declared, Hold on. I didn't agree. You're no good woman. We agreed to pretend we didn't know each other. You steal her belly band, I seek my death. But when you got surrounded, you sold me out. So why should I go along with your plan? Su Chi grew anxious, stamping her foot. Are you a man? Why hold a grudge against a girl like me? You want to die anyway, and I'm helping you. Li Chang'an thought for a moment. Hey, that actually made some sense. But he quickly shook his head. No, he absolutely refused to take the blame for this lecherous scheme. He gritted his teeth. I don't care whether you two fight or not. If you don't kill me to the Nirvana realm today, I'm not leaving. The faces of the limitless Celestial Palace members turned extremely grim. They finally understood why the martial world had given Li Chang'an the epithet, Immortal Plague. If he truly refused to leave, killing him would only make him stronger, ignoring him was impossible, and word getting out would damage the sacred ground's prestige. The elder at the late Great Emperor realm was silent for a moment, then sighed, and spoke in a nearly conciliatory tone. How about we just gift you girls' belly band to young Master Li as a token of friendship? Yu Linglong's face darkened, teeth grinding. Grand Elder, what kind of talk is that? If this item is publicly auctioned, how can I ever show my face again? The Grand Elder gave an awkward chuckle. Well, young Master Li is probably bluffing. I don't think he's that kind of person. Li Chang'an quickly waved his hand and said seriously, I am exactly that kind of person. I will not only auction it publicly, but also vividly describe how the belly band came to be, what flowers are embroidered on it, what thread was used, and what it smells like. Yu Linglong trembled with rage, ready to strike again. Another elder quickly pulled her back and whispered, You girl, don't be impulsive. Even if this belly band were auctioned, who could prove it's yours? We'll just deny it to the death. Then Su Chi quietly added, The belly band has the Wuji Immortal Palace emblem in the name, Yu Linglong, embroidered with special golden silk thread which ordinary people cannot replicate. At these words, the elders of Wuji Immortal Palace and Yu Linglong all turned their gazes sharply towards Su Chi, their eyes as if they wanted to devour her alive. You'll die if you don't speak. Li Chang'an chuckled, spread his hands, and said with a grin, So can you agree to my terms now? Kill me 100 times a day until I'm satisfied. Otherwise I'll take this belly band to the largest auction house in the imperial capital and make a big stir. The people of Wuji Immortal Palace were livid at Li Chang'an's shameless behavior, yet somewhat helpless. If they really killed him 100 times a day and let him ascend to the Emperor realm, or even the Supreme realm, who would be able to rival him? What if one day he turned hostile, claiming he had been killed so many times and sought revenge on Wuji Immortal Palace? Who could stop him? This was simply raising a tiger to invite disaster. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words, shameless. Li Chang'an grinned, cupped his hands, and said with a nonchalant expression, Thank you for the compliment. So can you kill me now? Seeing his eager expression, Yu Linglong instead grew calm. She had finally understood. Everything Li Chang'an did was to provoke them into attacking him. The more he acts like this, the less we must let him manipulate us. She snorted coldly and said, At worst I'll never leave Wuji Immortal Palace for the rest of my life. Let the rumors spread. Seeing her about to give up, Li Chang'an panicked and quickly said, No, don't give up. Hate me, kill me. You a dignified saintess, how can you be restrained by a belly band? Seeing his anxiety, Yu Linglong became even more certain of her own decision. She was silent for a moment, then turned to the elder at the late Emperor realm and said calmly, Grand Elder, please announce immediately. Say that I and young Master Li have pledged to each other, and I gave him a token of love, which is that belly band. If he dares to auction it, he will be ruined reputation later. The Grand Elder was startled at first, then a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He immediately understood the saintess's intention. Since this matter would harm her reputation, she might as well blow it up and drag Li Chang'an into it. If Li Chang'an dared to auction that belly band, everyone in the world would despise him as a heartless man who publicly sold the token of love given to him by a woman. Then not only would no woman dare to have anything to do with him, but everyone would point fingers at him. Li Chang'an's eyes nearly bulged out, and he couldn't help but say, Hey. Isn't that too ruthless? When did I ever pledge to you? Seeing his anxious and flustered state, the elders of Wuji Immortal Palace suddenly realized. So Li Chang'an still cared about his face. As long as you act even more shameless than him. Ahem, as long as you don't take face too seriously, you won't be manipulated by him. The Grand Elder immediately understood and shouted, Someone, spread the order. Li Chang'an was completely defeated. He quickly took out the pink belly band from his system space, held it with both hands, and presented it to Yu Linglong with a sincere expression, Here. Don't say anything reckless. I'm not betrothed to you. Yu Linglong looked at the belly band in his hand, but instead of reaching out to take it, she turned her head away, as if sulking, snorted, and said, You've touched it, I don't want it. Do whatever you want with it. Li Chang'an's face darkened, his hand holding the belly band frozen in midair, and he couldn't help but say, What does it matter if I touched it? Could you still feel the warmth of my palm when you wear it? At these words, Yu Linglong's face instantly flushed crimson, and she was so ashamed and angry that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She gritted her teeth, turned away, and squeezed out a sentence. I don't want it anyway. Grand Elder, give the order. Seeing all the elders looking at him, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and took a step back, saying, How about this? You kill me 100 times and after that I'll leave. And this belly band. I promise not to spread the word, oh I'll keep it for myself. Yu Linglong's face turned even redder, and she cursed inwardly, who wants you to keep it? If only I had taken it back just now. But now asking for it would seem like going back on my word, and I'd lose face. She could only bite her lip and remain silent. The elders of Wuji Immortal Palace exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Killing him 100 times would help him advance, but it was still better than having him stubbornly stay here. Moreover, he promised not to cause trouble afterward, which was an acceptable outcome. An elder at the early Emperor realm stepped forward and said, "We can strike, but you must swear. You must swear an oath. After you are killed 100 times you will not harass Wuji Immortal Palace. And in the future when you become stronger you must not use this as a pretext to trouble us." Hearing this, Li Chang'an was overjoyed and quickly patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry. My words are definitely more reliable than those of a certain saintess." Su Qi, standing nearby, heard this and blushed slightly, weakly defending herself. "Hey, didn't you want to die? I was helping you, and you still blame me." Li Chang'an ignored her. Yu Linglong stood by watching him with a complicated gaze, secretly wondering, can this guy really resurrect 100 times? The Grand Elder took a deep breath, raised his palm, and prepared to strike. But Li Chang'an suddenly called out, "Wait." The Grand Elder's hand froze in midair, and he asked with a frown, "What now?" Li Chang'an's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on a middle-aged female elder at the mid-emperor realm who looked 40-something but still charming. He pointed at her and said with a grin, "Let her kill me first." Everyone was dumbfounded. "What's wrong with you? You're picky about who kills you. And you specifically want a woman." The female elder frowned displeased. "What kind of weird fetish is this?" Li Chang'an couldn't explain that being killed by a woman gave him extra attribute points, so he just grinned and said, "I feel more comfortable being killed by a woman. Come on, baby. Elder, please strike." The female elder's face darkened, and too lazy to argue with him, she raised her hand and struck. A full-force strike from the mid-emperor realm was immensely powerful. Li Chang'an's body was instantly obliterated, and he died on the spot. A moment later he resurrected behind the female elder, dusted himself off, and said with a grin, "Not bad, not bad. Continue." The female elder's expression remained unchanged as she attacked again. Once, twice, 3 times. Li Chang'an kept dying and reviving, each time grinning as he stood up, and urged her to continue. The onlookers went from initial shock to later numbness and finally to utter boredom. Someone even yawned and whispered to the companion beside them, "I figured it out now. This guy is a masochist." When the kill count reached 50, a prompt echoed in Li Chang'an's mind. This killer has reached this week's limit. Further kills will no longer yield attribute points. He quickly called for a stop. His gaze swept through the crowd, and then pointed to another elderly woman in her 70s or 80s, her face wrinkled at the mid-stage of the Great Emperor realm. "Your turn." The crowd's lips twitched uncontrollably. This fellow didn't even spare an old woman. The elderly woman said nothing more, stepped forward, and cleanly struck Li Chang'an dead with a single palm. After 50 kills were completed, Li Chang'an stood in place, sensed the changes in his internal energy, and sighed somewhat disappointedly. His cultivation remained at the post-late stage of Dao comprehension, still a considerable distance from the peak. It seemed that as his realm advanced, the cultivation gain from each death was gradually diminishing, requiring more deaths to break through the bottleneck. He opened his panel to take a look. The accumulated attribute points had already exceeded 500. After a moment's thought, he didn't add defense, but instead put 200 points each into strength and agility, leaving over 100 points in reserve. Strength 1450-1650, agility 1650-1850. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within and the newfound lightness in his movements, feeling somewhat satisfied. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through, his combat power had risen at least 1 tier. Seeing Li Chang'an stop, the head elder of Wuji Xiangong secretly sighed in relief, stepped forward, and said with a tone that was calm, yet carried a hint of dismissal, "Young hero Li, 100 times have been completed. May I ask if you are satisfied now?" Li Chang'an nodded, grinning as he said, "Satisfied, satisfied. I keep my word. We'll settle this for now. I'll come back to play with you when I'm free next time." The elders of Wuji Xiangong simultaneously darkened in expression, each harboring the same unspoken thought. "You'd best not come." Yu Linglong stood nearby, hesitated for a moment, then walked forward, extended her hand, and said with a stern face, "Return my belly band." Li Chang'an took out that pink belly band from his system space, shook it in his hand, and said grinningly, "Didn't you just say you didn't want it? You also said you wanted to pledge your life to me. Call me husband, and I'll give it back to you." Yu Linglong's pretty face instantly flushed crimson, her teeth gritted, as she glared at him, wishing she could slap him to death with one blow. But she knew that slapping him to death would only make him stronger, and moreover this fellow's face was as thick as a city wall, though engaging in witty banter with him would only make herself more embarrassed. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and indignation in her heart, and gave a cold snort before saying, "Forget it, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you." After speaking, she turned and left, her steps quicker than usual, as if fleeing from something. Li Chang'an watched her retreating back, and called out a few more times, "Hey, holy maiden, really don't want it? Then I'll really take it to auction." Yu Linglong's steps paused briefly but then quickened even more, and she disappeared into the depths of the Immortal Palace without looking back. Li Chang'an scratched his head, turned to look at the several elders who were still standing where they were, and handed the belly band over saying, "How about you help me return it to the holy maiden?" The elders acted as if they'd seen a hot potato, waving their hands repeatedly, while saying, "Keep it yourself, and we're busy," and scurried back into the Immortal Palace in an instant, even closing the mountain gate behind them. Li Chang'an looked at the tightly closed mountain gate, then at the belly band in his hand, and sighed helplessly before putting it back into his system space. He turned his head, and discovered Su Qi still standing where she was, looking at him with a teasing expression. Su Qi couldn't help but shout, "Yu Linglong, you haven't dueled with me yet." But all that answered her was the echo from within the mountain gate. Li Chang'an walked up to her, scrutinized her from head to toe, and said, "Hey, you haven't settled the account for betraying me earlier. How about I go to your Jizun Shindian, and have you kill me 100 times? Su Qi hurriedly waved her hands, saying with a nervous expression, "No, no, no. You'd better not go. Our Jizun Shindian is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you." Li Chang'an objected, crossing his arms, and saying, "That won't do. You just framed me for stealing the belly band, causing me to almost take the blame. This account can't be settled so easily. At least let me die 100 times, otherwise my heart won't be balanced." Su Qi's eyes darted around, and she hurriedly said, "Didn't you get the holy maiden's belly band? That's a priceless treasure. Speaking of which, you're the one who profited." Seeing Li Chang'an was about to counter, she quickly changed the subject. "Besides, if you really want to find death, I can help you find a more suitable place. I guarantee you'll die with pleasure and comfort." Hearing this, Li Chang'an immediately became interested and asked, "What place? Tell me about it." Su Qi countered, "What was your plan before?" Li Chang'an truthfully said, "I originally planned to go to the Wuxing sect and cause trouble for the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Earlier his son forcibly took a common girl, and I crippled him. That grudge must be quite significant." Su Qi hurriedly nodded, saying with an eager expression, "Then I'll take you to the Wuxing sect. I'll help you attract their hatred, guaranteeing they'll hate you enough to grind their teeth and chase you to kill. As long as you don't go to wreak havoc on our Jizun Shindian, anything is negotiable." Li Chang'an's expression darkened. "What do you mean by wreak havoc? I'm giving you an opportunity. Many people want to kill me, but can't." Su Qi gave an awkward smile, waving her hands repeatedly. "Anyway, you just don't go to our Jizun Shindian. After you're done causing trouble at the Wuxing sect, I'll take you somewhere else. I know some perilous places with extremely high mortality rates where there are tremendous opportunities, but no one who enters ever comes out alive. But since you're not afraid of death, you can go explore them." Li Chang'an finally nodded satisfactorily, and said, "That's more like it. Then let's go to the Wuxing sect first." Su Qi secretly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, afraid he might change his mind, and hurriedly pulled his hand to walk out, saying as she went, let's go, let's set off, while it's still early." Only after the two figures completely disappeared at the end of the mountain road did the gate of Wuji Xiangong open a crack again, revealing the silhouettes of several elders, and Yu Linglong behind the door. The head elder gazed at the direction the two had gone, exhaled a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with lingering fear, "How dangerous. Fortunately this fellow keeps his word, and didn't continue to pester us. If he had truly stuck around and forced us to kill him 100 times a day, even if he didn't cause trouble for us later, once he turns demonic, all the righteous factions will blame us for aiding the enemy." Another elder, however, stroked his beard, saying thoughtfully, "But then again, this kid is extraordinarily gifted and possesses an immortal body. His future prospects are limitless. If he really gets involved with Miss Yu, it might also serve as a safeguard for our Wuji Xiangong in the future." Yu Linglong's pretty face instantly blushed, and she stamped her foot, saying, "Third elder, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to have anything to do with him." She paused, her voice unconsciously lowering by a few degrees. "Moreover, when has our Wuji Xiangong ever needed to rely on outsiders for protection?" Although she said this, she herself secretly marveled within her heart. To her surprise, she harbored little real hatred for that frivolous and rogue fellow named Li Chang'an. Whenever she thought of her belly band in Li Chang'an's hands, she couldn't help but blush and her heart race. This fellow wouldn't do anything strange with her belly band, would he? Li Chang'an and Su Qi walked side by side along the imperial road leading to the Wuxing sect. After walking for a while, Su Qi could no longer contain her curiosity. Turning her head to look at Li Chang'an, she asked, "Junior brother Li, I simply cannot understand. Although you possess an immortal body, death must still be agonizing, must it not? Why deliberately seek death? Could you not cultivate properly and still advance your cultivation?" Li Chang'an shook his head, his tone carrying an air of matter-of-fact certainty. "Cultivating on one's own is so tedious. How could it possibly be as efficient as growing stronger through being killed? Each death grants a boost in cultivation. Each death makes you stronger. Why not simply lie back and grow powerful without lifting a finger?" Su Qi's lips twitched as she listened, rendering her speechless for a long moment. She shifted the subject, glancing down at the patched gray robe she wore, and saying, "Do you find my appearance uncomfortable? Then I'll change into something else." Li Chang'an nodded. "Go change your clothes. Otherwise people will think I'm with the beggar sect when we walk together." Su Qi shot him an exasperated glance, but made no objection. She scanned her surroundings, spotted a dense thicket of small trees, and slipped inside. After a moment, rustling sounds emerged from the woods, and a figure stepped out from behind the bushes. Li Chang'an looked up and was immediately struck by what he saw. Su Qi had changed into a pale cyan gown cinched at the waist with a silver sash that accentuated her slender figure. She was naturally stunning with delicate features and fair skin, and in the women's attire she appeared like a pearl cleansed of dust, radiating an elegant and refined aura. Especially those lively eyes now gleaming with satisfaction and anticipation as they fixed on him as though expecting his praise. Su Qi twirled before him, her skirt flaring outward, and asked with a smile, "Well, do you like it?" Li Chang'an nodded and replied in a measured tone, "It's decent. Quite beautiful." Su Qi's smile faltered for a moment, then she pressed on with some dissatisfaction. "Is that all?" "That's it." Li Chang'an rolled his eyes and countered, "What else do you want me to say?" Su Qi sniffed disdainfully, muttering under her breath, "Such a lack of romance. Don't you know how to say something nice to make a girl happy?" Li Chang'an merely shrugged, speaking with complete candor. "You cannot kill me anyway, and I have no interest in you, so why would I bother flattering you?" Su Qi was instantly furious and opened her mouth to retort, but before she could speak, a sinister cackling echoed from the mountainside ahead, followed by two effeminate voices calling out, "Oh ho! What a pretty little girl. She'd make excellent furnace material." Li Chang'an and Su Qi exchanged a glance, and without any discussion, both simultaneously activated their breath-concealing technique, suppressing their cultivation to the early stage of the innate realm. Moments later, two figures emerged from the thick woodland beside the road and landed before them. They were two middle-aged men, one at the mid-stage of the Tao comprehension realm, the other at the late stage, with distinctly unappealing features. One had a snub nose, the other triangular eyes, and from their appearance alone, it was clear they were no good people. Li Chang'an immediately understood they had encountered demonic cultivators. The triangular-eyed cultivator's gaze lingered repeatedly on Su Qi, his tongue darting out to moisten his lips before he turned his contemptuous smirk toward Li Chang'an. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'll scram before I have to lay a hand on you. We're taking this girl with us. I guarantee she'll experience pleasures beyond imagination." "Huh?" Su Qi's eyes flickered with calculation. Rather than showing fear, she wrapped her arms around Li Chang'an's arm and pressed herself against him, her voice dripping with sweetness as she declared, "My man will protect me. As long as you can kill him, I'll submit to whatever you want." The two demonic cultivators burst into raucous laughter upon hearing this. The snub-nosed cultivator clutched his stomach as he laughed. "A mere early-stage innate cultivator is nothing more than an ant to me. I could crush him with a single gesture." Pretty maiden watched closely. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand and struck toward Li Chang'an with less than 10% of his full power, clearly showing no respect for his opponent. However, mid-strike, Li Chang'an moved. His figure blurred, and he instantly appeared before the snub-nosed demonic cultivator, delivering a palm strike that caught him off guard and slammed forcefully into his chest. The cultivator's grin never had time to fade before he was sent flying backward, crashing through a locust tree thick as a bowl at the roadside. He then rolled across the ground several times before coming to a halt, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, struggling futilely to get back up. The triangular-eyed cultivator's laughter died abruptly as his eyes widened in shock at Li Chang'an, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "Late-stage Tao comprehension. You were pretending to be an early-stage innate rookie." Li Chang'an withdrew his palm and casually brushed imaginary dust from his hands, speaking lightly. "So today, I'll give you a lesson. Even a lion uses full force when catching a rabbit. Never underestimate anyone or you'll capsize in the gutter." Enraged, the triangular-eyed cultivator's true chi churned violently within him as he unleashed a devastating palm strike at full power toward Li Chang'an. The sheer force of a late-stage Tao comprehension attack created a howling wind, its momentum terrifying. To his astonishment, Li Chang'an neither dodged nor evaded, nor did he mobilize his true chi for defense. He simply allowed the palm strike to land squarely against his chest. Li Chang'an's body was launched backward, crashing into the mountainside beside the road before sliding to the ground dead on the spot. The triangular-eyed cultivator froze, staring down at his own palm, then at Li Chang'an's corpse on the ground. With a bewildered expression, he turned to his companion, who was still coughing up blood, and asked, "This kid, is he really at the late stage of Tao comprehension? How could one palm strike kill him?" Before he could finish speaking, Li Chang'an's voice rang out from behind him, laced with disgust. "With only a measly amount of attribute points, you two are truly useless. Spending my time grinding attributes on someone like you is a complete waste." The triangular-eyed cultivator whirled around in shock, his eyes bulging, as he spotted Li Chang'an standing completely unharmed behind him. Before he could utter a word, Li Chang'an lunged forward and delivered a fist straight at his face. Though stunned by the resurrection, the cultivator's instincts kicked in, and he threw a punch of his own. When their fists collided with a heavy thud, the triangular-eyed cultivator's entire arm shattered from the knuckles upward, a mist of blood erupting around them. That violent force surged through his arm and spread throughout his body, causing him to explode into a cloud of blood mist. Li Chang'an himself paused, staring down at his fist in disbelief. He had just destroyed a fellow cultivator at the same realm with a single punch. He finally understood that although his cultivation remained at the late stage of Dao comprehension, his strength and agility far exceeded those of ordinary cultivators at his level. Combined with the accumulated attribute bonuses, his actual combat power had surpassed what his cultivation stage should allow. Witnessing his companion annihilated by a single punch, the snub-nosed cultivator was terrified beyond belief. In desperation, he struck his own forehead, knocking himself unconscious in a futile attempt to escape the deadly encounter. But Su Qi closed the distance swiftly and with precise efficiency severed his throat in one clean stroke. She then crouched and methodically ransacked both corpses, expertly collecting their storage rings, weapons, and valuables in one fluid motion. Watching all of this, Li Chang'an rolled his eyes in exasperation and could not help but remark, "A holy maiden of the Supreme Divine Temple. Must you act like someone reborn into poverty?" Su Qi packed away the spoils she had gathered, stood up, dusted off her hands, and said with a grin, "You who are well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. Even a little bit of plunder can save many refugees. Although I am the holy maiden of the Supreme Divine Temple, my father taught me from a young age that as the leader of righteous sects, we must naturally become the light of righteousness, illuminating all darkness and suffering. Although I cannot help everyone, I will do my best to help as many as I can." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an was somewhat moved. This girl, though a bit capricious in character, had a genuinely kind heart. Consequently, Li Chang'an also developed some goodwill toward the Supreme Divine Temple, feeling that their worldview and thoughts were quite upright. Just then, three powerful auras rapidly approached from the horizon and in an instant landed before the two. They were three old men. The leading one was at the mid-stage of the Great Emperor realm, followed by two at the peak of the Nirvana realm. After landing, their gazes locked onto Su Qi, and the leading Great Emperor realm old man said with a wry smile, "Young miss, it's dangerous out here. The Hall Master is truly worried about you. You should return with this old servant." Su Qi's expression shifted slightly upon seeing them, but she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. Her eyes darted around, then she suddenly grabbed Li Chang'an's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and said, "Three elders, I'm not going back. I found a man now, we've pledged ourselves to each other, and I'm going to bear his child." Hearing this, Li Chang'an inwardly gave Su Qi a thumbs up. What a good person. This girl is truly a good person. Even at a time like this, she doesn't forget to draw hatred for him. He immediately puffed out his chest and said with righteous indignation, "That's right. Don't even think about taking my wife away." After saying this, he casually wrapped his arm around Su Qi's waist, and their intimate gestures indeed made them look like a young couple. The three elders' faces instantly darkened. The Great Emperor realm old man's gaze was like lightning as he swept it over Li Chang'an and said in a deep voice, "Reaching the late Dao comprehension realm at such a young age. Your talent is indeed impressive. But the young Mrs. status is noble. How can she casually pledge herself to someone? Young man, I advise you to give up this hope. The threshold of the Supreme Divine Temple is beyond your reach." Before Li Chang'an could speak, Su Qi cut in and said, "I'm not going back. I don't want to be the holy maiden anymore. I already carry his child in my womb." At these words, the three elders simultaneously staggered, nearly losing their footing. Even Li Chang'an couldn't help coughing violently, then turned his head and transmitted a low voice to Su Qi, "Aren't you overacting? The child? It's not that fast." Su Qi gave a sly smile and transmitted back, "Anyway, you're determined to die, so just cooperate with me." Li Chang'an thought that made sense, so he patted his chest and said with righteous indignation, "If you want to take my wife and child away, you'll have to step over my corpse." The three elders were so furious, their faces turned livid, itching to slap Li Chang'an to death. But they were afraid that if they rashly killed him, the young miss would bear a grudge against them. The Great Emperor realm old man took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and softened his tone, saying, "We cannot decide how to deal with you. Why not come back with us to the Supreme Divine Temple and let the Hall Master decide?" Hearing this, Su Qi quickly refused. If that jinx Li Chang'an went to the Supreme Divine Temple, who knew what trouble he would stir up? Moreover, she wouldn't be able to sneak out to play anymore, and her father would certainly not let her leave. Her eyes darted around, and she said, "Three elders, how about this? As long as you can completely kill him, I'll obediently go back with you. But if you can't kill him, then go back and tell my father to stop worrying about me. I'll return when I've had my fill of fun." What the heck? The three elders looked baffled, exchanging glances. The Great Emperor realm old man frowned and asked, "Holy maiden, didn't you just say you had pledged yourselves to each other? Now why do you want us to kill him? Could this be the legendary love to death?" Li Chang'an quickly chimed in, Exactly. As long as you kill me, I won't stop you. Otherwise, go cool off somewhere else." A Nirvana realm elder pondered for a moment, looked at Su Qi, and cautiously confirmed, "Holy maiden, if we really do it, you won't hold a grudge against us later, will you?" Su Qi quickly shook her head and said with sincere expression, "Don't worry. As long as he is completely killed, I'll obediently go back with you and never go back on my word." Upon hearing this bizarre request, the three elders momentarily didn't know what to say. Although they felt something was off, they couldn't figure out exactly what the problem was. The three communicated secretly via telepathy, and the great Emperor Realm Elder frowned and transmitted, "Why does the young miss want us to kill her lover? Could it be that the young man's cultivation is far beyond the late Tao comprehension realm? Or does he have some powerful artifact that makes him confident we can't kill him, so he dares to say such things?" Another peak Nirvana Realm Elder pondered and transmitted back, "It's possible. That young man just punched a same-level evil cultivator to death. His strength is indeed formidable. Moreover, even knowing our cultivation levels, he remains calm. He probably has a real trump card." The third elder transmitted, "Then what do we do? Actually make a move, eh?" The great Emperor Realm Elder was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and transmitted, "Let's try. If we can't kill him, we'll just go back and report. If we do manage to kill him, it's his fate, and the young miss can't blame us." With the decision made, the great Emperor Realm Elder cupped his hands to Su Qi and said, "Young miss will make our move then. If we can't kill him, we'll naturally go back and report. But if he really is killed by us, you must not get angry or cry, and certainly not hold a grudge against us." Su Qi nodded vigorously and patted her chest in assurance. "Don't worry. As long as you can completely kill him, I guarantee I'll obediently go back with you and never go back on my word." After saying this, she turned to Li Chang'an and deliberately said in a syrupy tone, "Husband, I'll be waiting for you." Li Chang'an nodded, stepped forward, spread his arms, and said with a composed expression, "Come on, three elders, make it clean, and don't let me suffer too much." Although these three were not female, so killing him wouldn't grant extra attribute points. The first kill plus their far superior strength meant he could still get 2 or 3 attribute points each time. Every little bit adds up. After 100 times, that would be 200 points, enough to push his cultivation up another notch. The three elders exchanged glances, and the peak Nirvana Realm Elder made the first move. He struck out a probing palm, using only 50% of his power. The palm wind howled as it aimed at Li Chang'an's chest. Seeing this, Li Chang'an thought, "This force can't even kill me." He immediately raised his hand to block, channeling all his power at the late Tao comprehension realm, and forcefully exchanged a palm strike with the peak Nirvana Realm Elder. Boom! A dull thud sounded, and both retreated 2 steps. The Nirvana Realm Elder's expression shifted slightly, and he was inwardly astonished. All 3 elders were secretly astonished. Although the elder had only used half his strength, even half the power of one at the peak of Nirvana Realm was enough to leave an ordinary cultivator at the late stage of Enlightenment Realm severely injured. Yet Li Chang'an not only absorbed the strike, but also held his own, forcing him to reassess Li Chang'an's true strength. Li Chang'an shook his slightly numb palms and retorted in annoyance, "I say, elder, are you too reluctant to exert yourself even when trying to kill me? Without going all out, you won't be able to kill me." All 3 elders grew grave. They could clearly sense that Li Chang'an's cultivation was indeed at the late stage of Enlightenment Realm. Yet the strength he had just displayed was hardly inferior to that of a cultivator in the mid to late stage of Nirvana Realm. This only deepened their conviction. There had to be something extraordinary about this young man. The elder at the peak of Nirvana Realm took a deep breath and finally ceased holding back. He poured all his power into his signature technique. A terrifying palm strike manifested as a roaring tiger phantom tearing through the air with a piercing shriek hurtling toward Li Chang'an. This strike carried full force, one that even an early-stage Great Emperor cultivator would dare not block directly. Seeing the tiger phantom bearing down on him, Li Chang'an was not frightened but delighted. He shouted loudly, "Now that's more like it." Then he did something that nearly made the 3 elders' eyes pop out of their heads. He completely dismissed his spiritual energy defenses, spread his arms wide, and charged straight into the terrifying palm strike. The tiger phantom passed through his body without resistance. Li Chang'an's form instantly shattered into ash, dispersing into the air. The 3 elders stood frozen, dumbfounded, unable to process what they had just witnessed. They glanced down at the fading pile of ashes on the ground, then exchanged bewildered looks with one another. Finally, they turned in unison towards Su Qi. The Great Emperor Realm Elder asked in utter confusion, "Miss, why didn't he dodge? Why did he lower his defenses?" Su Qi ignored their question, her gaze darting nervously around. Her own heart pounded with dread. What if he had truly been obliterated and wouldn't come back? Fortunately, her anxiety lasted only a few breaths. Li Chang'an's figure suddenly reappeared beside Su Qi. He dusted off his clothes, which were entirely intact, and remarked casually, "That was invigorating. That strike had real power, elder. Come, let's continue." All 3 elders gasped in unison. The elder at the peak of Nirvana Realm pointed a trembling finger at Li Chang'an, his voice filled with disbelief. You were clearly turned to ash by my palm just now. How is this possible?" Another elder at the Nirvana Realm suddenly seemed to recall something. His face drained of color and his voice quivered. You can't be that immortal Li Chang'an, can you?" Li Chang'an's expression darkened. He hurriedly denied it. No. I just have a treasure on me that can withstand multiple fatal blows. Keep killing me, and once its energy is exhausted, I won't survive. All three elders stared at him exasperated. They had encountered similar life-preserving treasures and techniques before, but none could resurrect the user completely unharmed after being reduced to ash. The elder at the Great Emperor realm fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly struck. His palm descended like lightning slamming into Li Chang'an's chest. He struck with full force. The torrential palm energy of the early Great Emperor realm instantly destroyed Li Chang'an's internal organs, killing him on the spot. Withdrawing his palm, the Great Emperor elder fixed his gaze on the corpse below. He could clearly sense that Li Chang'an was indeed dead. His breath was gone, his life force extinguished, and there were no traces of any treasure or technique activating. Yet in the next instant, Li Chang'an reappeared beside him, grinning. Killing me at the Great Emperor level feels the best. One death counts as two. Let's go again. The Great Emperor elder's mouth twitched. He sighed deeply and said, "Stop pretending. You are Li Chang'an, the undying plague. Across the entire world, no one else can truly die and come back to life." Li Chang'an's face darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Don't give me ridiculous nicknames." He paused, then threw an arm around Su Qi and said, "Now that I've taken your esteemed miss as my companion, aren't you going to keep killing me a few more times?" All three elders grew extremely solemn. Their reaction mirrored that of the elders at Wuji Immortal Palace. They had absolutely no intention of fighting. They feared that if Li Chang'an eventually became invincible, he might use, "You killed me many times" as an excuse to seek revenge against the Supreme Divine Temple. After a moment of silence, the Great Emperor elder bowed and said, "As we agreed earlier, if we cannot kill you, we withdraw. We shall leave now. However, Miss Su, after you are done playing, you may return to the Supreme Divine Temple with your future son-in-law." Upon hearing the term son-in-law, Li Chang'an flinched inwardly. He quickly released Su Qi and waved his hands frantically. No. Keep killing me a few more times. I'm not going to the Supreme Divine Temple. If he went as a son-in-law, who would dare strike him down? What was the point of risking death if he couldn't even die himself? But the three elders had already made up their minds and refused to fight further. Li Chang'an had no choice but to turn to Su Qi, silently begging her for help. Su Qi understood immediately. She cleared her throat and addressed the three elders. "Since you all know his identity and understand that he grows stronger with each death, do us a favor. Kill him 100 times. After that, you may return and report completion. I will come back to the temple when I am done playing." The three elders hesitated, but since the miss had given the order, they could hardly refuse. They exchanged glances and finally nodded in agreement. From then on, the three elders took turns striking down Li Chang'an 100 times. Although each kill yielded only 2 or 3 attribute points, the cumulative total reached over 200. After the final kill, a surge of even greater power erupted from Li Chang'an's body. He had finally broken through from the late stage to the peak stage of Enlightenment Realm. He checked his panel and saw that his attribute points had accumulated over 300 more. He decided to keep them for now. The three elders exhaled in relief as though they had completed a grueling mission. The Great Emperor elder bowed and said, "Miss, the task is complete. We shall return to report now." Without another word, the three of them transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Li Chang'an stood in place, clenched his fists, and felt the power surge from his breakthrough. Satisfied, he nodded. Su Qi walked over to him, tilted her head, and asked with a grin, "Well, you broke through, didn't you? Shouldn't you thank me?" Li Chang'an shot her a sideways glance and replied, "Thank you for what? For selling me out." Su Qi stuck out her tongue and chuckled unbothered. She tugged at his sleeve and said, "Let's go to the Five Elements sect. After we settle things with the Martial Alliance leader, I'll take you somewhere wonderful." The three elders traveled without stopping, transforming into 3 beams of light as they returned to the Supreme Emperor Divine Temple. The towering palace stood above the clouds with white jade steps and glazed tile roofs, spiritual energy swirling like mist, presenting an atmosphere befitting a sacred land. The three proceeded directly to the main hall, where they saw a middle-aged man in purple robes standing with his hands behind his back to them, gazing at a landscape painting of rivers and mountains hanging on the wall. He possessed an upright posture and refined features, yet his expression carried an innate authority that commanded respect without anger. This was Su Tianxuan, the master of the Supreme Emperor Divine Temple. The three bowed in respect, and the elder from the Great Emperor realm stepped forward respectfully to report, "Master, we have found the young miss." Su Tianxian turned to face them with a calm gaze and asked, "Where is she? Why did you not bring her back?" The elder hesitated before confessing, "The young miss is with a young man, and their relationship is quite intimate. We had intended to escort her back, but that young man proved troublesome, so we refrained from taking direct action." Su Tianxuan's brows furrowed slightly as he settled into a nearby chair, lifting his teacup for a measured sip before speaking in the same composed tone. "What kind of young man could pose such a challenge to all 3 of you?" The elder drew a deep breath and replied, "That young man is named Li Chang'an, the one everyone in the martial world has been gossiping about, the immortal pest. The Li Chang'an who possesses an immortal body. His cultivation sits at the late stage of the Tao comprehension realm, yet we have tested him. His actual combat power far exceeds that of cultivators at his level, and true to the rumors, he can resurrect after death and grows stronger each time he dies. We killed him 100 times, and his cultivation advanced from the late stage to the peak of the Tao comprehension realm. Su Tianquan's hand paused slightly as he held his teacup, and after a moment of silence he slowly nodded. You did the right thing. I have also heard of this Chang'an. He is an anomaly, neither wholly righteous nor wholly demonic in nature, acting solely on his own desires. He disregards the boundaries between orthodox and demonic paths, and holds no respect for any faction. He has caused disturbances at the Great Yin Imperial Palace and wreaked havoc among the demonic sects, yet always emerged unscathed. If such a person were to come to our Supreme Emperor Divine Temple, it would indeed give us a headache. The eldest elder hesitated before asking cautiously, Then Master, if this young man has indeed become involved with the young miss, would you not be angered? Su Tianxian set down his teacup and let out a soft chuckle. Angered? What is there to be angry about? This youth's method of growing stronger is quite unique, and we are all well aware. He will inevitably reach a point where no one can kill him. It is far better to cultivate a relationship with him than to make him an enemy. Should we offend him even if his current cultivation is insufficient, as long as he continues targeting our lower-level disciples, we cannot afford to ignore him. No great sect or sacred land could withstand such relentless torment from him. Even after death, he continues to grow stronger. There is simply no solution. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. They were all seasoned schemers who had survived for hundreds of years, fully comprehending these strategic considerations. Su Tianxian continued, looking at it from this angle, although Chi-Chi has been somewhat reckless, if Li Chang'an truly becomes my son-in-law, then our Supreme Emperor Divine Temple could gain an advantage over the Wuji Immortal Palace. The eldest elder frowned. Master, our 4 sacred lands have always maintained equal standing. Simply surpassing the Wuji Immortal Palace may not be sufficient, would it? The Miaoyao Palace and Yaoqi Sacred Land will certainly not accept this. Su Tianxian smiled, and took another sip of tea, speaking slowly. Given this young man's nature and the pace at which his cultivation advances, both Miaoyao Palace and Yaoqi Sacred Land will inevitably cross paths with him sooner or later. By then they will be the ones envying us. Upon hearing this, the assembly felt profound sympathy for those 2 sacred lands. At this moment, another elder suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Master, intelligence we received today indicates that Li Chang'an and the young miss have just finished causing a scene at the Wuji Immortal Palace. It is said that the holy maiden Yuling Long of the Wuji Immortal Palace became so furious she threatened to publicly announce her private engagement to Li Chang'an, which only compelled him to leave. Moreover, Li Chang'an also took the holy maiden's undergarment. These words caused everyone in the hall to exchange bewildered glances. Su Tianquan's hand holding his teacup paused briefly before he gave a wry smile and shook his head. That is precisely why it would be better for Chi-Chi to maintain a favorable relationship with this Li Chang'an rather than endure his relentless harassment. If you cultivate relations with this fellow, he becomes an ally. If you don't, he becomes a calamitous spirit. The assembly nodded in deep agreement. Su Tianxian fell silent for a moment before issuing his orders. Continue monitoring their movements. In necessary circumstances you may intervene to assist Li Chang'an, but under no circumstances should you make him an enemy. Should Chi-Chi truly harbor feelings for that youth, I myself would not oppose their union. All present felt a chill of reverence and responded in unison to the decree. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an and Su Chi walked side by side, employing their cultivation techniques to move swiftly along the Imperial Road. Li Chang'an glanced around as he traveled, muttering in frustration, Why are there so few bandits on the road nowadays? I've walked for quite some time and haven't even encountered a petty thief. Su Chi shot him a disdainful look and retorted impatiently, We are both experts at the Tao comprehension realm. Who would be foolish enough to rob us? Unless we possess some heaven-defying treasure, no one would dare take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an found merit in her reasoning and proposed, Do you happen to carry any treasures on your person? Show it to me, and I'll carry it while we stroll through a major city to see if we can draw some hostility. Su Chi contemplated this for a moment before suggesting with a playful smile, How about I employ my feminine wiles as a stratagem? Perhaps some demonic cultivators will covet my beauty and generate hostility toward you. If that fails, we can simply kill them without any guilt. Li Chang'an glanced at her and shook his head. Although you are indeed beautiful, how likely is it to encounter a demonic cultivator of sufficient strength? Killing me, those with inadequate cultivation, would provide little benefit to my growth. Su Chi offered a mysterious smile and lowered her voice. You fail to grasp the situation, do you? I possess a pure Yin physique, though it has remained concealed. Once I remove the seal, I guarantee many ancient monsters will find me intriguing. Otherwise, what do you think is the reason my father prevents me from leaving the Supreme Emperor Divine Temple? Li Chang'an felt a surge of excitement, but quickly dismissed it, saying seriously, Never mind. I cannot use you as bait to take such risks. Should those individuals bypass me entirely and abduct you instead, resulting in severe consequences, how could I not bear guilt for the rest of my life? Hearing these words, Su Qi felt warmth in her heart, and her lips curled into a smile. I knew you still cared for me. Rest assured, I trust you can protect me. Li Chang'an, exasperated, replied, never mind. Let us head to the Five Elements sect first. Let us strive to advance to the Nirvana realm as soon as possible. Li Chang'an and Su Qi utilized their movement techniques non-stop and finally arrived at Tianyue mountain range, where the Five Elements sect was located by noon on the second day. The Five Elements sect was situated atop the main peak of Tianyue mountain. Its entrance was extraordinarily grand, with 2 stone pillars over 10 zhang tall, standing on either side, carved with the patterns of the 5 elements, and 8 trigrams, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. In the plaza before the gate, disciples were practicing sword forms. Seeing the pair striding forward brazenly, several gate guards immediately rushed over. The lead disciple raised his hand to block their path and asked in a grave voice, "Who goes there? What business brings you to my Five Elements sect?" Li Chang'an kept his hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, and spoke in an extraordinarily arrogant tone. "Has your sect leader's son been crippled by someone? Let me tell you, I am the one who did it. My name is Li Chang'an, and I have come specially to pay a visit. Tell your sect leader to come out and meet me." Upon hearing these words, the gate guards' expressions instantly changed drastically. The news of the sect leader's only son being crippled had already spread like wildfire within the Five Elements sect. The sect leader had been furious for several days, and the entire sect had been secretly investigating the identity of the culprit. Never would they have expected the culprit to actually deliver himself right to their doorstep. Without a second thought, the gate guard withdrew a signal talisman from his sleeve and crushed it firmly. A crimson ray of light shot straight into the sky, exploding in the high atmosphere and transforming into a conspicuous lotus of fire. Almost simultaneously with the signal's emission, a series of urgent tearing sounds echoed from within the Five Elements sect. Dozens of figures darted out from various halls, landing before the mountain gate and completely surrounding Li Chang'an and Su Qi. Among them were elders with graying hair and beards, middle-aged deacons with profound aura, and numerous elite disciples who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Their lowest cultivation was at least the early stage of Tao comprehension, with 7 or 8 elders at the Nirvana stage, a lineup that could be considered truly formidable. An elder at the peak of the Nirvana stage stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Li Chang'an and asking in an icy tone, "Young man, did you cripple our sect leader's only son?" Li Chang'an nodded, speaking with complete composure. "That's correct, it was me. That young master forcibly abducted a commoner's daughter in broad daylight, so I acted on heaven's behalf and destroyed the instrument he used for his evil deeds. If your Five Elements sect believes I have wronged anyone, go ahead and take your revenge. I will not resist." The faces of the Five Elements sect's elders all darkened considerably. Some clenched their fists, others gripped their sword hilts, but for the moment no one dared to strike first. A relatively calm elder studied Li Chang'an with furrowed brows, then suddenly spoke up. The person earlier claimed his name was Li Chang'an. "Are you that Li Chang'an, the one they call the Undying Plague God?" Li Chang'an's expression darkened as he retorted irritably, "Don't go slapping nicknames on me like that. I'm not truly invincible. If you strike hard enough to leave 0 chance of resurrection, I cannot come back. So go ahead and attack, hold nothing back." Just then a formidable aura erupted from deep within the Five Elements sect, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe with an authoritative visage strode forward. His cultivation was unfathomable, clearly a late-stage Great Emperor realm expert. Beside him trailed a young master with a pale face and unsteady steps, none other than the brocade-clad nobleman whose crippled state Li Chang'an had caused with a single kick. The moment the young master spotted Li Chang'an, a look of murderous hatred flashed in his eyes. Pointing at Li Chang'an through gritted teeth, he shouted, "Father, it's him. He crippled me. Kill him. Tear him to pieces." His gaze then fell upon Su Qi beside Li Chang'an, lustful glint flashing in his eyes as he licked his lips. "Father, that woman is mine. Make her my concubine. I will torment her thoroughly to vent my rage." Hearing this, Su Qi was not angry at all, but instead said with a smile, "You're already crippled, yet still so restless. Even if you have the desire now, do you really have the means?" The young master's face stiffened, then he roared in humiliation and anger, "None of your business whether I have the strength. I have plenty of tools." Both Li Chang'an and Su Qi's expressions darkened simultaneously. The Five Elements sect leader and several elders also turned ashen, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. The sect leader whirled around and thundered, "You wretched fool! Shut your mouth. Say one more word, and I'll kill you with my own hands." Intimidated by his father's imposing aura, the young master shrank his neck and dared not speak further, though his gaze remained fixed on Li Chang'an with lingering venom. The sect leader took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, then turned to face Li Chang'an with scrutinizing and wary eyes, slowly saying, "Rumors claim you possess an immortal body that grows stronger with each death. I initially refused to believe it, but since you dare to come here on your own, you must have some trump card." Li Chang'an replied with a grin, I don't believe it either, so please sect leader act quickly and avenge your son. Killing me would be the perfect test to verify whether the rumors are true. The sect leader did not strike immediately. Having lived for hundreds of years, he was always cautious. He gave a subtle glance to an elder at the peak of Nirvana stage beside him. The elder understood, immediately strode forward, drew his long sword from his waist, and pointed its tip directly at Li Chang'an, shouting loudly, "Why should the sect leader personally kill you? One old man like me is more than enough." Before his words even finished echoing, his figure blurred, and the long sword became a streak of cold light, like a river thrusting straight toward Li Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an felt the piercing sword intent, but neither dodged nor flinched. He even actively pressed his chest forward to meet it. With a sharp piercing sound, the long sword drove through his heart, the tip emerging from his back as blood trickled down the blade. Li Chang'an's body twitched a few times before collapsing limply to the ground, breath gone. The people of the Five Elements sect exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat startled. Dead, just like that. This fellow really came here specifically to seek death. A satisfied smirk spread across the young master's face as he laughed triumphantly. "Huh. Finally dead. Finally dead. Father, that woman is mine. I'll take her back and torment her properly." However, before his laughter could fade, Li Chang'an's corpse dissolved into sparkling particles that scattered into the air. In the next instant, Li Chang'an's figure reappeared beside the young master, raising his hand to deliver a vicious slap across his face. The young master's entire body spun like a top before crashing heavily to the ground, one side of his face swelling gruesomely, several teeth mixing with blood spewing from his mouth. "Ungrateful brat," Li Chang'an cursed. "You've lost your tools and still can't behave. Keeping you around is just wasting air." As he spoke, he raised his hand ready to smash the young master's skull with a palm strike. Witnessing this, the sect leader's eyes nearly burst from the rage, letting out a thunderous roar as he struck instantly. This furious blow from a late-stage Great Emperor expert moved at speeds beyond comprehension, his palm smashing into Li Chang'an's back and reducing his body to fragments. Though Li Chang'an died on the spot, he resurrected moments later beside the young master. This time he didn't give anyone a chance to react, raising his palm to strike directly onto the young master's crown. The young master's head exploded, brains and blood splattering everywhere, his corpse wobbling twice before collapsing with a thud. For a moment, complete silence fell before the entire mountain gate. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the headless corpse on the ground, unable to process what had just happened. The sect leader's only son slain right before his eyes. The sect leader's eyes were about to split, instantly turning bloodshot, as a torrential, murderous aura erupted from within him. He glared at Li Chang'an, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of the nine hells. You dare to kill my son right before my eyes." Li Chang'an shrugged, saying with an indifferent expression, "That useless son of yours was nothing but a scourge anyway. Since he was already crippled, it was cleaner to kill him. You're still young. Go ahead and make another one. If you want to thank me, kill me a few more times." The sect leader could no longer maintain his composure. With a furious roar, he unleashed a storm of palm strikes, raining blows upon Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the attacks to land on him, being slain time and again only to resurrect repeatedly. The sect leader killed Li Chang'an over 20 times in a single breath, each palm imbued with overwhelming fury, the strikes growing more ferocious with each blow. Yet Li Chang'an revived perfectly intact moments later, his aura steadily strengthening. After more than 20 kills, the sect leader's wrath gradually subsided and reason reclaimed the upper hand. He halted, staring at Li Chang'an's grinning face, his own expression dark enough to drip water. He finally understood. This brat truly was unkillable, and each time he killed him, his aura grew stronger. Continuing this way would only make him more powerful. Seeing him stop, Li Chang'an grew anxious and immediately called out, "Don't stop. Keep going. I haven't had enough. If you won't make a move, then I'll have to start on the others of your Wuxing sect." At these words, the faces of everyone in the Wuxing sect changed color. They had no doubt about Li Chang'an's words. This fellow simply couldn't be killed, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the enlightenment realm. If he truly went on a rampage against the low-level disciples, it would be a catastrophe for the entire Wuxing sect. Even the elders of the Enlightenment and Nirvana realms felt a chill run down their spines at the thought of a madman who feared no death could revive after dying and grew stronger with each death. The sect leader had obviously realized this as well. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart, and his tone miraculously softened, speaking in a nearly conciliatory manner, "Young hero Li, what happened before was my fault. That worthless son of mine indeed deserved to die. Thank you for helping me clean house. Let's call it even here, how about it?" Li Chang'an immediately objected, hands on his hips. "Call it even. You wish. Today either you keep killing me, or I'll force you to make a move. Take your pick. The next time I strike, it won't be just your son who dies." The sect leader's face paled slightly, but after all, he was a schemer who had lived for centuries. He quickly steadied himself. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Young hero Li, we have heard some of your deeds. Though you act eccentrically, you have some principles. I don't believe you would indiscriminately slaughter low-level disciples. Our Wuxing sect, after all, is a righteous sect that has never done anything to invite heaven's wrath. If you truly can bring yourself to do it, then go ahead. Li Chang'an frowned. This old fox meant to play dead. He tested the waters. I killed your son, and you don't want revenge. Without a word, the sect leader drew a short sword from his waist, sliced off his own sleeve with a swift motion, and announced loudly, today, before the ancestral tablets, I declare, I sever all ties with that unfilial son. From now on, nothing he does concerns me. Therefore I have no need to avenge his death. He sheathed his sword, and stared at Li Chang'an expressionlessly. Young hero Li, is there anything else? If not, this old man has official business to attend to. A prominent vein bulged on Li Chang'an's forehead as he ground his teeth. You old bastard, you're ruthless. You actually didn't follow the script. No one expected that the dignified sect leader of the Wuxing sect would be forced to disown his own dead son just to clear the grudge and send away the plague. Silence fell before the mountain gate. The disciples and elders exchanged glances, their expressions a riot of emotions, shock, humiliation, helplessness, and even a trace of indescribable admiration. After all, it took a certain kind of person to publicly declare, I sever ties with that unfilial son in front of so many people. Li Chang'an stood rooted to the spot, a black line across his face, his mouth twitching several times, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Qi, standing beside him, was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, shaking uncontrollably, tears almost streaming down her face. She slapped Li Chang'an on the shoulder and said, ha ha, I've learned something today. The dignified sect leader of the Wuxing sect, to avoid avenging his son's death, actually disowned his dead son in public. If this story spreads, the martial world will be laughing for 3 years. Huh. The faces of the Wuxing sect members turned green and white, and the sect leader looked as black as the bottom of a pot, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Now all he wanted was to send this plague away as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Li Chang'an truly went on a killing spree in the Wuxing sect, more than just his son would die today. Seeing that the sect leader was determined to play dead, Li Chang'an no longer expected him to make the first move. He rubbed his hands together, putting on a negotiating tone. Sect leader, look. I even went to the Wuji Immortal Palace, and they at least killed me 100 times before letting me go. If your Wuxing sect lets me go without killing me even once, wouldn't it make you seem stingier than the Wuji Immortal Palace? How about this? You kill me 100 times, and after that I'll leave immediately, not staying a second longer. The faces of the Wuxing sect members grew even darker. They whispered among themselves for a moment, and finally the sect leader gritted his teeth and asked, killing you 100 times is acceptable, but can you guarantee that after that you will no longer be our enemy or trouble the Wuxing sect? Li Chang'an nodded, quickly thumping his chest. Rest assured. If you can let go of the vengeance for your son's death, what else could I hold against you? Come on, hurry up. He paused, then added, but I want 2 female elders at the Great Emperor realm, each to kill me 50 times. The Wuxing sect members' faces darkened again. This bastard had to be picky even about how he died. What kind of quirk was that? But things had gone too far to bother with such details. The sect leader gritted his teeth and ordered a nearby disciple, go invite the Grand Elder and Elderine. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the Wuxing sect. The first was a woman who looked about 50, dressed in a simple, elegant azure robe with a dignified countenance and a composed demeanor, her cultivation at the mid-Great Emperor realm. The other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, leaning on a dragon-headed staff, appearing to be at least 70 or 80 years old. But the occasional glint of sharp light in her cloudy eyes revealed her unfathomable cultivation, the late Great Emperor realm. The woman first glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The old woman, as if accustomed to life and death, swept her gaze calmly across the scene before finally settling on Li Chang'an and asking, sect leader, why have you summoned us too? The sect leader sighed and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing it, both the woman and the elderly crone wore somewhat peculiar expressions. They had lived for hundreds of years, yet this was the first time they had ever heard someone earnestly begging others to kill him. But since this was the sect leader's decree, there was little more they could say. The old crone nodded and remarked coolly, since the sect leader has given the order, this old one shall loosen her bones a bit. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Li Chang'an's eyes lit up instantly. Mid-stage Great Emperor realm and late-stage Great Emperor realm, and both were women. This meant he would receive bonus attribute points with every kill. He immediately stepped forward, threw open his arms, and said with eager anticipation, 2 senior elders, come. Don't hold back. Kill me as hard as you can. The woman and the old crone exchanged glances and wasted no more words. The woman struck first, delivering a palm blast whose surging power at the mid-stage Great Emperor realm instantly annihilated Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor evaded. Soon revived, he cheerfully urged them on, not bad, not bad. Keep going. The woman, expressionless, struck again. Once, twice, 3 times. After 50 deaths, the woman stepped aside, and the old crone took her place. The old crone's cultivation was even higher, and her movements were sharp and decisive. Each palm strike precisely and instantly ended Li Chang'an's life, leaving him barely time to feel any pain. After 100 kills were completed, Li Chang'an stood where he was, feeling the surging power within his body, his heart swelling with delight. These 100 kills thanks to the first kill bonus, and the female and high rel multipliers had netted him nearly 400 attribute points. Combined with what he had previously saved, his available attribute points now exceeded 800. The only regret was that his cultivation remained at the peak of the Tao comprehension realm, still far from the Nirvana stage. But he was not anxious. The gains were already substantial, and once he found his next target dying several hundred more times would surely allow him to break through. He brushed the dust from his clothes, bowed to the 5 Elements sect members with a cheerful smile, and said, "Thank you, honored elders, for your generosity. I shall not trouble you further. Until we meet again." The 5 Elements sect members, rather than feeling relieved, all shuddered in unison. "At least may it be, until we never meet again." The sect leader hurriedly waved his hands, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, and said, "Young hero Li, please take care. We shall not see you off." Li Chang'an laughed heartily, grasped Su Qi's hand, and strode away. The 5 Elements sect members stood at the mountain gate, watching the 2 figures disappear into the distance along the mountain path. Only after a long while did someone finally exhale deeply, as though having just escaped a nightmare. If given the chance, they never wanted to lay eyes on that plague god Li Chang'an again in this lifetime. Li Chang'an and Su Qi walked side by side out of the 5 Elements sect's mountain gate, strolling leisurely down the mountain path. After some distance, Su Qi glanced sideways at Li Chang'an, her eyes carrying a hint of sympathy, and spoke. "Looking at you now, it's becoming increasingly difficult to kill you. Just now at the 5 Elements sect you were killed 100 times by a great emperor expert, and still failed to break through to the Nirvana realm. Where on earth will you find so many powerful experts to kill you from here on?" Li Chang'an sighed, and said helplessly, "There's no way around it. As the saying goes, one cannot strike a smiling face." They apologized one after another, even setting aside grievances as severe as the murder of a child. "What am I supposed to do? I certainly cannot go after their low-level disciples and force them to kill me. I merely wish to grow stronger. I have no intention of plunging into darkness." He paused, then turned to Su Qi and asked, "You mentioned earlier that you knew of certain places where death is practically guaranteed. Are there any other locations where I could recklessly seek death?" Hearing this, Su Qi perked up immediately, her eyes sparkling as she said, "You came to the right person. Both the righteous and the demonic paths are now afraid of you. With the title of Undying Plague God, wherever you go, everyone avoids you. But have you ever considered, if you changed your appearance each time you revived so that others had no idea of your true identity, wouldn't they simply keep killing you?" Upon hearing the title Undying Plague God, Li Chang'an's expression darkened, but at her suggestion, his eyes lit up sharply. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Exactly. If I change my appearance every time I revive, who would know it is Li Chang'an? They would only assume I am some reckless fool and kill me just the same." He immediately opened the system panel and spent 50 attribute points to exchange for an advanced disguise technique and a versatile cloak. The cloak appeared utterly ordinary at first glance, but with a mere thought it could freely alter the wearer's facial features, body shape, and clothing, even simulating completely different aura fluctuations. Li Chang'an willed it, and a flash of light rippled across the cloak. In an instant he transformed into a man in his 40s, a square-jawed face with thick eyebrows and prominent eyes, dressed in plain gray hemp clothing, looking like an ordinary martial artist wandering the Jianghu. He flexed his facial muscles, then turned to Su Qi and asked in a gruff voice, "Well, can you tell it's me?" Su Qi circled him twice, marveling aloud, then her eyes darted with mischief as she suddenly said with a grin, "You can actually shape-shift. Can you transform into a woman?" Li Chang'an's expression darkened, and he retorted irritably, "Impossible. This young master has no such peculiar tastes." But Su Qi persisted, saying earnestly, "Think about it. If you want someone to kill you, the best method is to transform into a delicate, helpless beauty. You will surely attract wicked men. If you encounter someone weaker, you can punish evil in heaven's name. If you meet someone stronger, you get exactly what you want, death. What a perfect plan." Li Chang'an felt there was some merit to her words, yet something in his heart refused to accept it. He hesitated and said, "Transforming into a woman. This is too." Su Qi patted his shoulder in the tone of someone who had seen it all, and said, "You are thinking too small. Think about it. In the future, when the Jianghu knows you can change into any form, those wicked men planning to rob and murder will surely hesitate. They will wonder whether this apparently vulnerable target might actually be you, Li Chang'an, in disguise. You are entering the game yourself, making criminals live in constant fear and reducing crime rates. It is boundless merit." Li Chang'an was thoroughly confounded by her barrage of reasoning. Scratching his head, he hesitantly said, "Then, let me try." Su Qi's eyes brightened and she eagerly nodded. "You transform, and I will guide you." 2 incense sticks later, Su Qi looked at the figure before her and doubled over, clutching her mouth as she laughed uncontrollably. Li Chang'an had transformed into a young woman of about 20 with crimson lips and pearl-white teeth, brows and eyes like a painted landscape, and long raven-black hair cascading to her waist. She wore a pale pink gauze short skirt that revealed a stretch of fair calves, and on her feet were embroidered shoes. The overall impression was delicate and enchanting, irresistibly pitiful and alluring. Li Chang'an looked down at his attire, then listened to his own soft, delicate voice and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure? This is fine. I have a strange feeling that I've boarded a pirate ship." Su Qi wiped away the tears of laughter and waved her hand dismissively. "Don't put it so horribly. Everything is a matter of 0 times versus countless times. Perhaps you will grow to enjoy this feeling someday." Li Chang'an's face fell as he retorted, "What nonsense. How could I ever enjoy dressing as a woman? I am doing this solely to seek death." As they spoke, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest ahead, followed immediately by several lecherous laughs. "Wow, what a stunning little beauty. My luck is incredible today. 2 top-grade furnace vessels in one go." Jiang Chang'an and Su Qi turned their heads and saw 5 men in garishly colored robes emerging from the woods by the roadside. Their complexions were ashen, their steps unsteady, and lecherous glints danced in their eyes. Clearly not upright cultivators. Their cultivation levels ranged no higher than early-stage Great Grandmaster at the top and only mid-stage Master at the bottom. In Jiang Chang'an and Su Qi's eyes, they were no different from ants. Jiang Chang'an immediately lost interest and could be bothered to say nothing. Su Qi understood as well. These scoundrels weren't even worth ruffling his feathers, let alone killing. She placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. "If you value your lives, scram right now. You dare lay hands on me with mere cannon fodder like yourselves?" Rather than retreating, the men only grew bolder upon hearing this. They had only glimpsed their innate early-stage cultivation and assumed they were dealing with 2 ignorant young girls. The leader at early-stage Great Grandmaster Cultivation licked his lips and grinned wickedly. "This little maiden has quite the fiery temperament. But I have a fondness for precisely this sort of spirited woman. The harder she fights, the more satisfying the taming becomes." Before his words had even finished echoing, Su Qi was already in motion. A streak of emerald light flashed between the 5 men, and 3 sharp smacks rang out. All 5 men were sent flying backward with agonized screams, tumbling across the ground in a heap. Each bore a bright red palm mark across their face, one side swollen and inflamed. Su Qi dusted off her hands and stood amidst them with a mischievous grin. "Is this the extent of your abilities? And you had the audacity to show your faces in public?" Only now did they realize they'd struck an immovable object, their faces draining of color as they scrambled to their feet in panic. Su Qi blurred forward, reappearing before them with deliberate calm. "In no hurry to leave. I'm feeling generous today. I'll grant you a reprieve. Send one of your own back to fetch reinforcements from your Hahuan sect. The rest of you, I'll kill one every incense sticks burn until your people arrive." "Fair enough." The 5 men exchanged terrified glances, their faces etched with dread. What do you want from us?" someone stammered. Su Qi didn't waste words, pointing casually to select the early-stage Great Grandmaster among them. With a flick of her finger, she sent a torrent of true energy straight into his dantian, instantly shattering his cultivation base. Then she followed through with a vicious kick. A blood-curdling scream erupted as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and writhing in agony. Su Qi clapped her hands together with a delighted smile. "There, we're done here. Go report back. But remember, if no one arrives within the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn, I'll kill one of your companions every incense cycle until there's nothing left." The man, his cultivation stripped away, looked utterly devastated as he pleaded desperately. "You've destroyed my cultivation base completely. The journey back to the Hahuan sect alone takes over an hour, and I can't possibly make it back in the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn." Su Qi's eyes narrowed, her voice cold and unyielding. "None of my concern. I set the terms. If you refuse, I'll simply find someone else to deliver the message and put you down first." His face cycled through shades of green and white before he gritted his teeth, forcing his battered frame to move forward with labored, uneven steps down the mountain. The remaining 4 were bound together by a single rope, crouching by the roadside, barely daring to breathe. Jiang Chang'an found a clean stone and sat down with his legs splayed wide, one hand resting on his knee while the other fanned himself, his tone dripping with impatience. "Why make this so complicated? Just kill them and be done with it." Su Qi approached and studied him from head to toe before covering her mouth with laughter. "You're posing like a woman now. Shouldn't you be more careful about your posture? Those men have already seen right up your skirt." He waved off her concerns with a careless gesture and grumbled in a deeper voice, "What's there to fear? If I pull it out, it'll scare the hell out of them. Let them look all they want." The bound Hahuan sect disciples had kept their heads bowed, but at those words they glanced up in stunned disbelief. How could such a delicate little beauty speak with such roughness? Pull it out and scare us to death. What did he mean by that? Could this seemingly adorable young girl actually be a man? When Su Qi saw them actually daring to look up, her expression darkened, and she struck without hesitation. Fingers like lightning pierced through, blinding all of them. The blinded men wailed in agony, clutching their ruined eyes. 2 couldn't bear the suffering and bit through their tongues to end themselves. The last one fell to his knees, screaming for mercy between his anguished cries. "Please, just give me a quick death. Stop this torment." Su Qi squatted down with a smirk, lifting his chin with her whip. "A quick death? If we'd been weaker cultivators, we'd be the ones begging on our knees right now. How many innocent girls has your Hahuan sect destroyed? Do you even know? You're in my hands today. I'm not letting you off that easily. She drew a black whip from her waist, cracking it sharply in the air. The lash tore into his flesh as she demanded, "Kneel. Confess how many women you've harmed." His back was flayed open, screams tearing from his throat as he collapsed to his knees, endlessly begging for mercy. Chang'an watched with furrowed brows and spoke up. "Perhaps we should just give them a quick death. We still have the journey to the Hahuan sect ahead of us." Su Qi pouted, clearly disappointed. "How dull." "Very well." With a swift motion, she dispatched the final man, then deftly searched all 5 for their storage equipment and valuables. Nodding with satisfaction, she grinned. "This will help quite a few refugees." Chang'an pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed in exasperation. He finally understood. This woman was truly both righteous and wicked. Compared to her, his own nickname, Undying Calamity, seemed utterly pathetic. He should be called the Benevolent Plague God. Every time he was killed, he felt his killer was helping him grow stronger, so he couldn't bring himself to strike ruthlessly. But Su Qi's methods were sound. Once a villain had served their purpose, they should be eliminated to prevent further harm to others. The two tidied the scene and continued along the mountain path. After walking a while, Su Qi glanced back and saw Chang'an's bold, sweeping strides and couldn't help but laugh into her hand. "You're a woman now. Shouldn't you take smaller steps? What young lady walks like that?" Chang'an retorted irritably. "This is just how I am. I'm a fake beauty. Do you really expect someone to take a fancy to me?" Su Qi sniffed coldly. "That's not necessarily true. Different strokes for different folks. Someone might actually be your type." Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible. Even if someone takes a liking to me, it'll only be for this face." Before he could finish, he spotted a figure approaching at speed. Seeing the 2 women, the newcomer halted and clasped his fists in greeting. "Ladies, the area ahead is fraught with danger from the Hahuan sect. You would be wise to detour. Or if you wish, I could escort you part of the way. What say you?" Chang'an and Su Qi looked up and saw a white figure swiftly approaching from the mountain path. The person moved with ethereal grace and light steps, clearly possessing no mean cultivation. This man appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome countenance, a righteous aura between his brows, and clear bright eyes devoid of any evil intent. He wore a moon-white robe with a jade pendant at his waist. As his true chi circulated, it emanated a steady and harmonious aura, clearly indicating that he cultivated an orthodox Taoist method, not that of a heretic. Su Qi sized him up and then asked, "Who are you? Why should we trust you?" The man smiled slightly, took out a token from his waist with a palace pattern shrouded in mist on the front and the characters "Piao Miao" engraved on the back. He handed the token over with both hands and said sincerely, "I am Bai Zihan, a 98th generation disciple of the Piao Miao Palace. I am no villain. You can rest assured, young ladies." When Su Qi saw the token, her eyes widened and she blurted out, "Are you the holy son of Piao Miao Palace?" The legendary Bai Zihan, the most gifted disciple of Piao Miao Palace in a millennium, who had already reached the peak of the Tao Enlightenment realm at the mere age of 30. Bai Zihan smiled shyly, put away the token, and said, "I didn't expect you to have heard of my name. Now do you believe me?" Su Qi nodded, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and asked, "Then how did you end up on the territory of the Hahuan sect?" "This place is far from Piao Miao Palace." Bai Zihan's expression turned serious and he said solemnly, "I have heard that the Hahuan sect has been abducting young women and harming many innocent maidens in recent years. I originally intended to come and slay these demons to uphold the Tao, but the elders of my sect believed it unwise to rashly launch a full-scale war against a cult, so I had to come alone, killing some Hahuan sect disciples on the outskirts as a contribution to the cause." After hearing this, Su Qi curled her lips and said disdainfully, "That's too unambitious. What's the use of killing a few small fry? If you're going to do it big. Let's charge straight into the Hahuan sect and take out their lair." Bai Zihan laughed awkwardly and said, "Although I am at the peak of the Tao Enlightenment realm and with various techniques can barely contend with a mid-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. But the Hahuan sect is a major sect after all. Not only do they have Nirvana realm elders, but the sect master and the supreme elder are at the Emperor realm. With my meager cultivation, I dare not storm their mountain gate." Su Qi patted his shoulder and said in a big sister tone, "What are you afraid of? We'll go together, and I guarantee the Hahuan sect won't be able to do anything to us." Bai Zihan looked curiously at Su Qi and then at Chang'an and asked, "May I ask what identities you 2 young ladies hold? Why are you so confident?" Su Qi smiled faintly and said, "My name is Su Qi." Bai Zihan was stunned, then showed a surprised expression. "Are you the eldest daughter of the Supreme Divine Temple?" Su Qi waved her hand and said with a grin, "What eldest daughter? I'm just basking in the glory of my father and the Supreme Divine Temple." Bai Zihan then turned to look at Chang'an, his gaze curious, and asked, "And what is this young lady's identity?" "Even if we are from a sacred land, if we provoke the Hahuan sect, they might not show respect to the sacred land. It will be hard to escape unscathed." Chang'an waved his hand carelessly and said in a rough voice, Ahem, I'm Lianin, a wandering cultivator with no sect, no real skills, just a tough life. Upon hearing this, Bai Zihan instead showed a hint of admiration in his eyes, cupped his hands, and said, I didn't expect Miss Anin to be so free-spirited and humorous. If we end up fighting, let me take the lead. If things go wrong, you two retreat first, and I'll hold the rear. Li Chang'an couldn't be bothered to argue. After all, he had come seeking death. This guy didn't seem too bright. Even if asked to kill him, he probably wouldn't agree. He shrugged and said, whatever you say. But if you can't win, you run, and I'll cover the retreat. Bai Zihan shook his head seriously and said, how can that be? A real man would never let women cover his retreat. Before he finished speaking, several terrifying auras suddenly descended from the sky, landing before the three of them. There were 6 people in total. The leader was an old man in a black robe with a sinister face at the early stage of the Emperor realm, followed by 4 Nirvana realm elders. There was also a Hahuan sect disciple with a pale face and ruined cultivation, the very one who had been sent back earlier by Su Qi to deliver a message. The crippled disciple, upon seeing Li Chang'an and Su Qi, immediately pointed at them and shrieked, Elder, it's these 2 women. Several of my fellow disciples must have fallen victim to their hands. Su Qi, instead of being afraid, stepped forward with a grin, tilted her head at the Hahuan sect elders, and said flippantly, just you few trash. It doesn't seem like much. Bai Zihan stood by, his heart sinking. These were several Nirvana realm and 1 Emperor realm experts. Are these 2 young ladies afraid they won't die fast enough? Sure enough, the Emperor realm elder's face immediately darkened, and he sneered, how insolent, little girl. In a moment this old man will see if your bones are as hard as your mouths. As he spoke, his true chi began to circulate, ready to strike. Bai Zihan quickly stepped forward, brandished the Piao Palace token, and declared, I am Bai Zihan, the holy son of Piao Palace. Seniors, can you do me the honor of letting this matter go? The Emperor realm elder's expression flickered slightly at the sight of the token, but soon returned to his cold demeanor. He waved his hand and said, the holy son of Piao Palace. For the sake of Piao Palace, you can scram, and I'll spare your life. But Bai Zihan stood his ground and said firmly, no. I must take these 2 young ladies with me. Otherwise, the Emperor realm elder cut him off impatiently with a hint of sarcasm. What makes a holy son like you think you have such a big face? These 2 girls killed my Hahuan sect disciples. Even if your sect master came here in person, he couldn't meddle in this. Bai Zihan's expression changed several times, and just as he was about to say something, Li Chang'an grew impatient. He stepped in front of Bai Zihan, blocking him from the Emperor realm elder, and said with his hands on his hips, enough nonsense. I'm the one who killed them. If you want revenge, kill me, and avenge your useless disciples. The Emperor realm elder looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on that delicate face for a moment. Suddenly he revealed a meaningful smile, and said slowly, kill you? That would be a pity. You're quite pretty, a fine material for a cauldron. Take you back to the sect, train you properly, and let you slowly atone for the dead disciples. Wouldn't that be better? Li Chang'an was taken aback and didn't catch on at first, turning to Su Qi and asking, what does he mean? Su Qi covered her mouth with a laugh, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, it means, they're going to take you back and use you for cauldron cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Li Chang'an's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He glanced down at his own attire. A pink gossamer short skirt, pale calves, exposed a waist so slender it seemed barely graspable, and a face of exquisite beauty. Indeed, the spitting image of a supreme cauldron. He gritted his teeth, inwardly regretting having listened to Su Qi's nonsense, and transformed into this form. Su Qi, however, laughed so hard her whole body shook, patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder, and saying, did you hear that? They want to harvest you. This is your golden opportunity to court death. Resist while being harvested, and they'll surely kill you. Li Chang'an shot her a dark look and was about to speak when the Hahuan sect's great Emperor realm elder let out a cold laugh, raised his hand, and clawed toward Li Chang'an. His 5 fingers curled into a talon, a suction force radiating from his palm, intending to whisk him away through the air. Li Chang'an did not dodge. Instead, he actively stepped forward, aiming his chest at the incoming hand. However, just as that hand was about to seize him, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. Bai Zihan held a gleaming longsword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. He fixed a determined gaze on the great Emperor realm elder, and said in a deep voice, Senior, let me repeat myself. I must take these 2 young ladies away. The great Emperor realm elder withdrew his hand, squinted at Bai Zihan, and his tone carried a hint of murderous intent. By Saint Son, I respect you, as the Saint Son of the Piao Palace, which is why I've shown you some courtesy. If you persist in your foolishness, don't blame me for being rude. Bai Zihan tightened his grip on the sword hilt, standing his ground. Then I request your guidance, Senior. Standing behind Bai Zihan, Li Chang'an looked at his upright back and felt somewhat speechless. This guy truly had no fear of death, daring to confront a great Emperor realm expert for 2 complete strangers. Though his courage was commendable, his mind was indeed a one-track road. He reached out, patted Bai Zihan on the shoulder, stepped around him to the front, and said to the great Emperor realm elder, Old man, stop wasting words with him. I killed those people. If you want revenge, come at me. Kill me, and let it settle the debt for your disciples. How about that? The great Emperor Realm Elder looked him up and down, chuckled, and said, kill you. That would be too easy for you. A supreme cauldron like you is a once-in-a-century find. How could I bear to kill you? I'll take you back, enjoy you thoroughly, and after you've lost your primordial een and your cultivation is shattered, I'll toss you to my disciples to take turns. That's what I call making the best use of something. Li Chang'an's forehead veins bulged. Just the thought of that scene made him clench up. He took a deep breath, turned to look at Su Qi, and transmitted through gritted teeth, can I make a move now? Su Qi quickly transmitted back, not yet. Your current identity is a weak woman. You need to act afraid to lower their guard. Once they focus all their attention on me, you can seize the opportunity to court death. No, I mean to send yourself to death. Li Chang'an suppressed the urge to curse, forced a terrified expression, stepped back 2 paces, and said in a delicate voice, Don't come near me. Seeing his pitiful appearance, the great Emperor Realm Elder grew even more satisfied. He let out a loud laugh and reached out again. This time Li Chang'an did not evade, allowing the large hand to grab his shoulder. The great Emperor Realm Elder tightened his fingers, sending a powerful binding force into Li Chang'an's body, attempting to seal his meridians. But although Li Chang'an's cultivation was only at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, his physical body was far stronger than that of cultivators at the same level. The binding force had no effect on him. Still, he did not resist. Instead, he pretended to go limp, collapsing softly into the Elder's embrace. The Elder caught him, grinning smugly. Little beauty, come back with me obediently, and I promise you'll experience ecstasy. Before he could finish, Li Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes, grinned, and then rammed his head into the Elder's nose. A crisp crack sounded, and the Elder's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing out. Taking advantage of the Elder's pain and loosened grip, Li Chang'an retreated several. Zhang clapped his hands and said cheerfully, Old fool, how's my tofu taste? The Elder, clutching his gushing nose, trembled with rage and roared, You little wench. You're asking for death. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm full of fury. The vast palm force of the great Emperor Realm surged toward Li Chang'an like a mountain torrent. Li Chang'an was overjoyed. Finally, he was going for the kill. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he even took a half step forward, wanting that palm to land squarely on his chest. But at that moment, a figure shoved him aside and clashed palms with the Elder. Bang! Bai Zihan was sent flying backward. It took him a long time to get up, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, his aura becoming much weaker. Li Chang'an cursed inwardly. This hothead had ruined his plan. By now, the great Emperor Realm Elder's face had darkened. He looked at Bai Zihan and said, By Saint Sun, out of consideration for the Piaomiao Palace, I've tolerated you many times. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you first. With that, he charged straight at Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan felt the threat of death, his expression shifting slightly. He hadn't expected the Hahuan sect to actually dare to kill the Saint Sun of the Piaomiao Palace. Just as he thought he was doomed, Li Chang'an lunged forward and shielded him. Bang! Li Chang'an's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, snapping a roadside tree, tumbling several times on the ground, and then coming to a stop motionless. Missing it, Bai Saint Sun's eyes were about to split, his heart filled with both grief and gratitude. He never imagined that Miss Inin would use her delicate body to take the fatal blow for him. In all his life, no girl had ever done that for him. The Elder withdrew his hand, snorted coldly, and was about to step forward to check, when he saw Li Chang'an's corpse suddenly dissolve into specks of light in the air. He froze, not yet comprehending, when he heard Li Chang'an's cheerful voice behind him. Not bad, not bad. The great Emperor Realm sure packs a punch. Again. The Elder spun around abruptly, seeing Li Chang'an standing unharmed behind him, arms crossed, watching him with a smile. He looked down at the light specks on the ground, then back at Li Chang'an, his eyes full of shock and confusion. You? How? Bai Zihan, however, exclaimed with joy, Miss Inin, you're all right. Li Chang'an ignored Bai Zihan, directly addressing the great Emperor Realm Elder. Continue. The great Emperor Realm Elder was still in shock, but Bai Zihan had already staggered in front of him and said, Miss Inin, you two go. I'll hold him off. Li Chang'an shoved him aside impatiently, saying, Go on. You can't even stand steady, so don't play the hero. But Bai Zihan continued to block his way, then said with deep emotion, Miss Inin, you are the first girl to risk her life for me. Whatever your reasons, I am deeply moved. If I survive today, I wish to propose marriage to your family. For the rest of my life, I will marry none but you. Please give me a chance to court you. As soon as Bai Zihang spoke, the scene fell into a few seconds of silence. The wind swept along the mountain path, stirring up a few fallen leaves while an eerie stillness pervaded the air. Then Su Qi burst out laughing with a snort. She covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling, until she could no longer contain herself. Bending over and clutching her stomach, she erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha! He's proposing. He said he wants to propose. Ha! Holy Sun, Bai, do you know what you're saying? Ha, I can't. My stomach hurts. The elders of the Hahuan sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Watching Su Qi doubled over with laughter, and then glancing at Li Chang'an's face as black as soot, they found themselves completely perplexed. What was there to find funny? Li Chang'an's face had darkened as though he had just crawled out from beneath a stove. Veins bulged on his forehead, his lips twitched several times, and after drawing a deep breath to suppress the urge to curse, he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop this nonsense. I don't like men." Yet Baizihang appeared utterly resolute, his gaze fixed steadily upon him, with the unwavering determination of a martyr. "Miss, and I shall wed only you in this lifetime. If you truly do not favor men, then I am willing to deprive myself and become your sister instead." Li Chang'an stumbled, nearly losing his footing. What the devil was going on inside this idiot's head? I was merely trying to disguise myself as a woman to seek death. How did I end up entangled in some romantic affair? Su Qi laughed until she could barely stand, leaning against a tree by the roadside, as though hanging from it, her laughter echoing endlessly through the valley. Li Chang'an pressed his hand to his forehead, as a wave of profound helplessness washed over him. He fell silent for a moment, then reverted to his natural voice, a deep, resonant male tone, and said, "Actually, my current appearance is a disguise." Baizihang paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his expression hardened once more. Speaking with even greater depth of feeling, he said, "Miss Anan, though your voice has grown somewhat rough, my resolve remains unchanged. What I love is your soul. No matter what you look like, no matter whether your voice is unusual, my feelings for you are as clear as the sun and moon witnessed by heaven and earth." Li Chang'an nearly spat blood from frustration. "Witnessed by the sun and moon, my ass. I'm straight." He gritted his teeth and snapped, "Go to hell. I don't have time to explain right now." Turning to Su Qi, he roared, "Su Qi, stop just laughing. Explain this to him." Su Qi laughed until tears streamed down her face. After struggling to straighten up and wipe her eyes, she hurried over to Baizihang's side, grabbed his arm, and pulled him aside to whisper the explanation. As Baizihang listened, his expression shifted from tender affection to confusion, from confusion to shock, and from shock to utter bewilderment. In the end, he stood frozen in place as though struck by lightning, unable to move for a long while. Watching Su Qi and Li Chang'an's reactions, the elders of the Hahuan sect began to feel uneasy. Could these two possess identities even more formidable than Baizihang's? The elder from the great emperor realm narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Li Chang'an and Su Qi, a growing sense of unease stirring within him. Li Chang'an had lost his patience. Pointing at the great emperor elder, he called out in his restored male voice, "Old man, keep going. Today it's either you killing me or me killing you." The great emperor elder sneered, extending his fingers. He had no intention of taking a life, only of capturing him alive. His 5 fingers formed claws as he lunged again toward Li Chang'an's shoulder with greater force, clearly aiming to subdue him first. Enraged, Li Chang'an charged forward instead of retreating and unleashed a full-power palm strike. His strength attribute had long surpassed that of cultivators at the same realm. This palm strike contained all of his power, the rushing wind from his palm actually forcing the caught off guard great emperor elder backward several steps, his chi and blood churning violently. The elder stabilized his stance, his face as dark as stormy water, and said in a heavy voice, "Peak enlightenment realm, yet capable of unleashing power comparable to the peak of nirvana realm. You truly are a monster. No wonder you're so arrogant." Li Chang'an sneered. "Still thinking about capturing me alive now, eh?" Before his words had finished echoing, his extraordinary agility erupted instantly. His figure became a blur as he appeared before the Hahuan sect disciple, whose cultivation had been destroyed. With a single upward palm strike, he smashed the disciple's head right into his chest cavity. The disciple never even had time to let out a scream before collapsing limply to the ground, completely devoid of breath. The Hahuan sect elders erupted in fury, killing one of their disciples right before their eyes. The great emperor elder roared in wrath, abandoning all restraint, and brought down a palm strike, crackling with the force of thunder directly toward Li Chang'an's head. This time he exerted his full strength. Li Chang'an neither dodged nor blocked, allowing the palm strike to impact his body directly. His form shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into a mist of blood. Yet in the next instant, Li Chang'an reappeared behind another elder at the early nirvana realm. With a single palm strike, he completely shattered that elder's skull. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. All the remaining Hahuan sect elders stood frozen in shock. They looked down at the twitching headless corpse on the ground, then looked up at Li Chang'an, who stood unharmed not far away. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. The great emperor elder's voice carried a hint of trembling. You can resurrect. What is your relationship with that deathless scourge, Li Chang'an?" Li Chang'an grinned widely, speaking in his original voice, "We are all your ancestors." Before finishing, he lunged toward another elder at the mid-nirvana realm. The remaining few were already gripped by dread. This fellow could not be killed. After each resurrection, his aura only grew stronger. What chance did they have? The great emperor elder studied Li Chang'an's movements and resurrection technique more closely, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. A terrible suspicion grew clearer and clearer in his mind. The legends of the deathless scourge Li Chang'an had long spread throughout the cultivation world. But the person before him was clearly a woman. Could she be Li Chang'an's fellow disciple? Or perhaps someone of the same kind? Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Li Chang'an had already lunged forward. They could only strike him down repeatedly, but each time they killed him, he would resurrect within moments and continue his assault. After several exchanges, 2 early Nirvana elders had been killed by Li Chang'an. The remaining late Nirvana elder and the Great Emperor elder could still suppress him, but with each kill his aura grew stronger, while their own spiritual energy and stamina continued to drain away. Li Chang'an glanced at the nearly 800 attribute points accumulated on his panel, gritted his teeth, and allocated 300 points to agility and 400 points to strength. In an instant his speed surged dramatically, almost matching the standard of early Great Emperor realm, while his strength directly surpassed that of mid-tier Great Emperor cultivators. His figure flashed forward, and with a single punch the late Nirvana elder didn't even have time to react before being obliterated into a mist of blood, not a single intact bone remaining. The Great Emperor elder was utterly terrified. He retreated several steps and frantically waved his hand, shouting, "Stop! I yield! I yield!"